In the 13th year of Konoha, a red-haired child of approximately 7 years, belonging to the Senju clan, murmured to himself, "While I, unable to cultivate immortality, have already mastered the art of bloodline martial arts, the golden finger has only just arrived. Ultimate achievement, the destruction of Konoha. Reward, pure Otsutsuki physique. It seems, after all, that it is not too late." The red-haired boy rested his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation, before suddenly awakening from his reverie. A pure Otsutsuki physique equates to immortality. Such a tremendous boon. How could it not encompass the annihilation of Konoha? However, this does not conflict with my aspirations to inherit the title of Hokage, unify the ninja world, and establish an era of imperial prosperity. The outdated ninja village system is the root of hatred and war, and must be swept into the annals of history. Ying Ye, a traveler from another realm, bore the bloodlines of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, the latter awakening naturally. Upon establishing the bloodline martial arts, he unexpectedly awakened Wood Release. Consequently, he concluded that practicing bloodline martial arts would yield benefits that would drive the major bloodline ninja clans wild within the legendary world of Hokage, refining bloodlines and unlocking the potential of Kekkei Genkai. After a prolonged moment, Ying Ye lifted his slightly flushed, handsome face, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, fixed intently on the air before him. In a daze, he envisioned a boy who had grown up in a tranquil village, gradually becoming a lowly goblin in a forest of steel, life having bent his back, the vibrant lights of the city having dulled his once clear gaze. Now, everything has begun anew. He remains that boy, yet he is no longer innocent, though still filled with ambition. I am Ying Ye of the Ying family. The road is long and arduous. Patience is essential, and meticulous planning is required. I cannot abandon the bloodline martial arts. The more paths I tread, the greater the possibilities for longevity. In the 16th year of Konoha, the First Ninja World War was nearing its conclusion. The Ninja Academy. Amidst a playground of approximately 300 square meters, two figures stood opposed. One, a handsome youth of about 20 years, possessed snow-white eyes and a smooth forehead, signifying his identity as a member of the Hyuga clan's main family. The young man bore a subtle smile, his expression calm and composed. The other, a red-haired boy, around 10 years of age, had dark eyes glowing with anticipation, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and his hands swiftly forming seals. Body flicker technique. Whoosh. In an instant, a figure dashed forward, swift as lightning, the boy's red hair billowing as he surged toward Hinata-rin. His right hand raised high, fingers curled into a fist, he struck down with the force of thunder upon Hinata-rin. Bang! As their fists collided, both were pushed back half a step. The ground beneath Hinata-rin cracked, the calm demeanor on his face fading. As he assumed a serious stance, a peculiar aura emanating from him, locking onto Ying Ye. "Be careful, Senior Rin, I won't hold back." A cold yet clear voice emerged from Ying Ye, his hands forming seals with lightning speed. In an instant, it was as if he had transcended space. The next moment, a thunderous roar akin to a beast's growl reverberated throughout the surroundings. At the edge of the playground, a middle-ranking ninja teacher swallowed hard, then turned to the nearly 100 students behind him, forcefully instructing, "Not all powerful. Ninjas excel in physical techniques, yet physical prowess is indispensable. Pay close attention, for each of you must submit a 1,000-word reflection by tomorrow." Aside from a few underperforming students who tightened their expressions, the rest of the pupils remained silent, their minds captivated by the seemingly miraculous duel of physical techniques unfolding before them. Many young girls with wide, bright eyes fixated on the striking silhouette of the red-haired youth, their imaginations weaving tales of Ying Ye's legendary feats. And, of course, that handsome visage. In the ninja world, young girls often mature quickly and are naturally drawn to handsome boys. Ying Ye enrolled at the age of 7, challenging his teacher on the very first day and emerging victorious. By the end of that day, he had graduated. The first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mido, personally came to the school to escort Ying Ye home. He was powerful, charming, with a formidable background and particularly generous, sharing the secret techniques he developed. Teacher, I want to learn martial arts. Please teach me. I want to be as formidable as Brother Ying Ye, pleaded a little girl with light golden hair tied in two buns, her innocent face radiating longing as she gazed at the middle-ranking teacher. Upon hearing her, the teacher turned to see the student known as Tsunadeheim, and stifled his reprimanding words that a smile awkwardly emerged on his aged face as he said, Tsunade, don't be mischievous, focus on the demonstration. Teacher, could it be that you cannot? Granny Mito said that the blood chi martial arts created by Brother Ying Ye is a forbidden technique and exceedingly difficult to master. Little Tsunade raised her small head, her face beaming with pride, embodying a spoiled demeanor, as if the creator of the blood chi martial arts was her. The teacher was momentarily rendered speechless by Tsunade's comment, his face flushing red before he sighed in resignation. Ahem. Lady Mito is indeed correct. Mastering the blood chi martial arts is extremely challenging. Controlling chakra as it violently surges through the meridians is akin to courting death. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so Leaf Village ninjas hidden in the nearby woods revealed expressions of trepidation. Clearly, they had all attempted this, and the outcome was predictably disastrous. After all, not everyone possessed the terrifying vitality of the Uzumaki clan to survive such ordeals. Do we understand you? Ichi, this child is as reckless as the Uchiha, treating her life so lightly, murmured a woman in a white robe among the high-ranking Leaf ninjas. Time has left its marks on Uzumaki Mito's face, with traces of age mingling in her once vibrant, sunset-like red hair, now tinged with white. Ahem. Uchiha Shana's expression darkened as he coughed lightly, signaling his presence, urging Mito not to overstep. His hawk-like gaze swept across the other attendees like a serpent, causing the chuckling ninjas to quickly avert their eyes back to the battle on the playground. Their gazes varied. Some were serious, others curious, expectant, or bewildered. Nevertheless, as long as Uzumaki Mito protected Ying Ye, even the rebirth of the first Hokage could not touch him. The fiery crimson hair is a distinctive emblem of the Uzumaki clan, symbolizing their hereditary capacity for immense chakra, as well as their status as the finest Jinchuriki. Indeed, Ying Ye's initial identity in Konoha was that of the successor to Uzumaki Mito. If the intelligence is accurate, this red-haired lad may very well become the third Hokage, mused Uchiha Shana, his hawk-like eyes reflecting the image of the red-haired youth, commanding the battlefield with a ferocity akin to that of a Tyrannosaurus. This recollection brought to mind a report received 3 years prior. In his mind, he analyzed. Ying Ye, 10 years of age, suspected survivor of a Wood Release human experimentation, naturally endowed with the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. The essence of Wood Release remains unknown. Potentially awakened at such a tender age, possessing such formidable strength and a body flicker technique that appears to consume no chakra at all. Could it be that he has cultivated some secret martial arts of vital energy, resulting in a drastic increase in chakra? Uchiha Shana's expression grew serious, his gaze ablaze with fervor. However, the thought of the chaotic surge of vital energy within and chakra, violently rushing through his meridians for a whole hour, left him momentarily hesitant, caught in a conflict of thoughts. Suddenly, a voice, aged and resonant, interrupted his reverie. Lord Mito, is it true that the martial arts of vital energy possess the effects of enhancing one's bloodline, as Lord Ying Ye suggested? The inquirer, a man in his 40s with graying temples, displayed an impeccable demeanor, befitting a high-ranking shinobi. His snow-white eyes revealed his lineage from the Hyuga clan, and he was none other than the current leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Tenjin. He was also the father of one of the combatants on the training ground Hyuga, Riku. Upon hearing this, Mito inclined his head slightly, wisdom gleaming in his deep-set, dark eyes, and nodded thoughtfully. Instantly, the atmosphere in the forest grew tense and anticipatory. All gazes fixated on Hyuga Tenjin, as if silently urging him, "Brother, ask a few more questions. Money is no object." Gulping, Hyuga Tenjin swallowed hard, opened his mouth, then pursed his lips, ultimately gritting his teeth to suppress his burning curiosity. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "Lord Mito, what kind of enhancement can one expect?" As his words hung in the air, the silence of the forest was palpable, with all the high-ranking officials of Konoha awaiting the response. Mito raised his chin slightly, feigning contemplation. The effect, well, it's not particularly substantial. Ying Ye's own words were capable of awakening the bloodline limits of mediocre shinobi. Yes, it seems one must cultivate to a certain level of vital energy, perhaps the third tier. In an instant, Hyuga Tenjin's expression froze, akin to a character in an anime abruptly pressed on pause. His entire demeanor rendered dumbfounded. A voice within him screamed in disbelief. Is it true that every member of the Hyuga clan possesses Byakugan? Even those commoner shinobi who have married into our ranks? With a thud, Uchiha Shana's head snapped back, his eyes wide with incredulity as he stared at Mito's weathered visage, collapsing onto the ground in shock. He mumbled to himself, "Are we Uchiha all endowed with Sharingan? Such power could single-handedly challenge all of Konoha. This old fellow is undoubtedly a radical within the Uchiha clan, having long harbored ambitions to eliminate Senju Tobarama and seize control of Konoha." The elderly figures of the two prominent ninja clans in Konoha exhibited such reactions. One can only imagine the profound impact and astonishment felt by the other ninja clans. Of course, this is aside from the immense difficulty associated with cultivating the art of blood and martial prowess. Suddenly, a youthful, clear voice shattered the mundane thoughts of the elders, causing the eyes of Hinata Tenjin and others to widen in shock. "Look, Brother Ying Ye has actually mastered Wood Release. That's my grandfather's signature jutsu. Truly formidable. Grandfather once claimed it could defeat 5 Uchiha with the Sharingan." Little Tsunade proudly raised her smooth chin, standing out among her classmates, basking in the adoration of their gazes, as proud as a young rooster. "Wood Release, technique of the wooden man." The exclamation from the red-haired youth was not loud, yet it resonated deeply, slicing through the azure sky of Konoha, as if heralding the end of an era. At that moment, whoosh, a beam of light burst forth from the dense forest, followed by a piercing hum, as a formidable figure clad in battle armor emerged behind Mito. The remnants of blood on the armor suggested a recent conflict, reminiscent of the Warring States period. Wood Release is truly Wood Release. Has he succeeded? He actually succeeded. Senju Tobarama stared, entranced at the center of the battle, where a towering wooden figure, 5 meters tall, stood with eyes as sharp as blades, glimmering with a hint of moisture. That glimmer contained reminiscence, guilt, and a weighty sense of relief. Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage of Konohagakure, is a figure of monumental significance, akin to a patriarch of the village. He rose from the ashes to establish a magnificent Konoha, leaving an indelible mark on its history. After all, Senju Hashirama, his brother, was hardly adept in matters of governance and construction. He was merely a brawler. As Senju Tobarama made his entrance, a multitude of figures within the dense forest knelt before him, most on one knee, to demonstrate their loyalty. They proclaimed, "Hokage-sama." The return of the second Hokage surely indicates that the tide of war has been decisively altered. Congratulations poured forth for the second Hokage, as the Wood Release re-emerged, heralding a resurgence for the Senju clan. A sinister, aged voice, dripping with sarcasm, emerged from Uchiha Shursui, whose mocking gaze was unmistakable. The Senju and Uchiha clans had long been bitter rivals. Tobarama and Shursui, both relics of the Warring States era, remained entrenched in enmity. Who in Konoha was unaware of the upheaval that the Senju clan faced 5 years prior, when the second Hokage himself declared the dissolution of their clan? This proclamation was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Humph, that inherently wicked Uchiha old man, Tobarama thought to himself, suppressing his irritation and choosing to disregard Shursui's taunts. He succinctly explained, "In 3 months, we shall sign a peace treaty with the Land of Lightning. I will lead the Uchiha forces back first." "Ah, thank you for your consideration, Hokage-sama," Uchiha Shursui replied, his smile reminiscent of a cunning tiger. The ninjas present were acutely aware that Tobarama's leadership of the Uchiha forces back to Konoha, while seemingly a privilege, was primarily an act of surveillance and caution. Humph, Tobarama scoffed, disinterested in the inherently malevolent Uchiha elder. His gaze shifted to Uzumaki Mido beside him, and his eyes brightened with surprise. "Dear sister-in-law, you appear remarkably youthful after a year apart." "Really? Is that so?" Uzumaki Mido chuckled, nodding as she observed the red-haired youth engaged in battle. "It is all thanks to Ying Ye, who has aided me in honing my martial arts, significantly strengthening my physique." Upon hearing this, Tobarama's lips twitched, and he reproached lightly, "Sister-in-law, why do you divulge everything? You are just as much of a blabbermouth as your husband." At this moment, the intelligence that Ying Ye could assist ninjas in their martial training and enhance their physical prowess was firmly etched in the minds of the Konoha elite present, igniting a fervent anticipation within them. "Is that true?" Uzumaki Mido chuckled softly and urged, "Tobarama, I wish to quietly observe the children. We can discuss matters later." "Very well." Tobarama sighed, feeling somewhat helpless against Mido's wishes. As he noticed her affectionate gaze directed at Ying Ye, his resentment deepened. A doting mother often leads to a wayward child. After the war, he must personally guide Ying Ye, for he embodies the hope of the Senju clan's revival. Moreover, he represented the aspirations of those fervent clansmen who had sacrificed their lives for the establishment of Konoha. Tragically, even Tobarama's own nephew had been rendered incapacitated, clinging to life, uncertain of how many more years he had left. The toll of sacrifice was overwhelming, so immense that it instilled within Tobarama a profound fear, despair, and a deep sense of shame towards his ancestors. On the playground, a white humanoid spinning top whirled like a vortex. The secret technique of the Hyuga clan, the 8 trigrams palm, returning heaven. It was renowned for its formidable defensive prowess, capable of dissipating and rebounding chakra-based attacks. Haha, Senior Lindgren. No matter how thick your turtle shell, it is utterly useless against absolute power. Ying Ye let out a wild laugh, forming hand seals before striking the back of the wooden figure, rapidly depleting his own vitality. Blood escape, blood shadow clone technique. Senior Lindgren. Witness as I shatter your turtle shell with a single punch. In an instant, the 5-meter-tall wooden figure compressed, its wooden form suffused with a crimson hue, transforming into a 1-meter-80-tall red-haired youth, resembling a larger version of Ying Ye. A strong scent of blood wafted from the blood shadow clone. An original ninjutsu? Or perhaps a specialized ninjutsu combined with Wood Release. Hyuga Lindgren narrowed his white eyes, a hint of fervor igniting within his snowy pupils as he anticipated the ensuing battle. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath the red-haired youth erupted, fissures grotesquely marring its surface as he charged towards the humanoid spinning top with incredible speed. He bent his knees, thrusting his right foot forward with great force. With a whoosh, Hyuga Lindgren soared into the air, akin to a flying top. Not good. The sensation of weightlessness struck him, causing his expression to shift drastically. In his line of sight, the red-haired youth leapt back, grinning maniacally. He delivered a ruthless kick beneath Lindgren, nearly causing him to lose control of his chakra. The speed was astonishing, while his Byakugan could see it. His reflexes could not keep pace. Bang! Another insidious, shameless kick sent Hyuga Lindgren soaring even higher. Ying Ye, you deceived me. Senior, all is fair in war. Do you not understand? The red-haired boy brushed aside a stray lock of hair obscuring his vision, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied. While you play with your turtle shell, I shall play with a flying top. It seems quite fair, does it not? It was indeed a humiliating sight for a high-ranking member of the Hyuga clan, who, after showcasing his family's ultimate technique, was reduced to being a mere plaything for a 10-year-old. Let the top spin for a while. I need to recover my depleted vitality. One could not deny the efficacy of the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines. Their stamina and chakra felt inexhaustible. Yet, ultimately, their potential was confined beneath the 6 paths. Ying Ye sat cross-legged on the ground, his dark, piercing eyes fixed ahead, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. He then tilted his head back with a soft sigh. Though my talent and bloodline are formidable, my aspirations lie in achieving immortality. Reborn into the ninja world as one of the outcomes of the Senju clan's Wood Release experiments, bearing 2 powerful bloodlines. But what of it? Without the Uchiha bloodline, awakening the Rinnegan and becoming a semi-Otsutsuki was an impossibility. A century hence, I shall be but a handful of dust. Will I ever reach the other shore in this lifetime? Ying Ye whispered softly to himself. Approximately 10 minutes later, Ying Ye stood upright, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed upward, filled with anticipation for Hyuga Lindgren, the genius he had personally forged. His talents extend beyond mere physical prowess and ninjutsu. They predominantly lie within the realm of vital energy and martial arts. The Byakugan grants him the ability of internal sight, allowing for microscopic perception of chakra flowing through the meridians. Each member of the Hyuga clan is nearly a master of the intricate control of bodily techniques, possessing profound knowledge of the circulatory pathways. In Ying Ye's vision, the martial arts of vital energy are an extension of the physical techniques within the ninja world, and his current accomplishments affirm the correctness of this hypothesis. 3 years prior, he nearly faced death while establishing the method of channeling vital energy based on the foundational techniques of Konoha, achieving mastery to the 3rd level. However, the following 2 years yielded no progress, leaving him in a state of despair. Thus, he came to realize that there is strength in numbers, rather than straining himself. He decided to persuade others to join in his research. He intentionally revealed his Wood Release lineage, spreading rumors of the vital energy martial arts capable of enhancing one's bloodline. Many ninjas fell for the ruse, yet only a few succeeded in grasping the fundamentals, resulting in the unfortunate demise of a few elderly figures. Hinata Lindgren entered the fold within 3 days, achieving the 1st level of vital energy cultivation in 3 months. Within less than a year, he astonishingly elevated his mastery to the 3rd level. A prodigy indeed. My years of painstaking anticipation were not in vain. This time, I hope someone among us can take that crucial step. Ying Ye withdrew his hopeful gaze, the mirth in his dark eyes transforming into a sharp, murderous intent. It was time for true combat. Though at the same 3rd level of vital energy, the talent was distinct, and only through martial prowess could one glimpse the path ahead. On the training ground, the figure of the red-haired youth moved with the swiftness of a hawk, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. The violent wind tousled the fragments of his crimson hair cascading behind him, leaving the audience with a slender, youthful, yet profoundly striking silhouette. At merely 10 years of age, he had mastered Wood Release, independently developed new forms of ninjutsu, and his combat prowess overshadowed even that of Jie Nin. Is he truly human? The Whirlpool clan's chakra recovery capabilities were indeed remarkable. Within less than 10 minutes, all lost vital energy was restored. Ying Ye flicked his right hand and gazed skyward, jesting. Lindgren-senpai, how much chakra do you have left? I'm fully restored, probably equivalent to 10 Jie Nin with cataracts. This remark left Hinata Lindgren trembling with anger. Yet he found himself unable to retort, for he was still enduring the onslaught. With his Byakugan, he had a clear perception of chakra levels and was acutely aware of the monstrous chakra hidden within the striking red-haired youth. The rumors surrounding the Whirlpool clan's chakra capacity were no mere fabrications. In the dense forest, the aged form of Hinata Tenrin suddenly trembled, his fist tightening slightly as he glanced at a man and woman in the forefront, slowly relaxing his grip. What outrageous truths is this child speaking? Chuckled Uzumaki Mido, covering her mouth in amusement. Immediately, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan felt beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, expertly suppressing their discomfort. Lindgren's tenacity is commendable. He has managed to endure this long. By chakra volume alone, he likely possesses 1/3 of my own. His future is immeasurable. As the Hokage, Senju Tobarama timely intervened to alleviate the awkwardness among the Hyuga clan ninjas, subtly reinforcing their camaraderie. As for the truth of his words, it suffice to say that one should listen with a discerning ear, for this old man's heart was quite devious. The unique ninjutsu developed by Ying Ye appears to be a novel technique that amalgamates the shadow clone technique, Wood Release, and the characteristics of blood and martial arts. At merely 10 years of age, he possesses such extraordinary talent. It is likely that he will achieve at least half of what his elder brother has accomplished in the future. Indeed, the Senju clan has a promising successor, which brings me great comfort. However, it is regrettable that he does not belong to my elder brother's lineage. Senju Tobarama, with a stoic demeanor, felt a surge of joy within as he instinctively recalled Ying Ye's illustrious lineage, rooted and pure, a quintessential prodigy of the clan. His spirits were lifted. Suddenly, a humanoid gyroscope descended from the heavens, crashing onto the training ground and creating a crater half a meter deep. The ground was riddled with cracks extending for dozens of meters, stirring up clouds of dust. Coughing, Hyuga Rin stepped forth from the swirling sand, wiping the blood that dripped from the corner of his mouth. The 8 trigrams palm, renowned for its defensive capabilities, has its limitations. This time, he had sustained significant injuries. Yet he could not afford to tarnish the reputation of the Hyuga clan's young branch leader. Ying Ye, you have triumphed. I have gained much from this battle. And next time, I shall not be defeated. With a firm step forward, Ying Ye fixed his piercing black eyes on Hyuga Rin, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. Raising his right hand, he beckoned with a finger. Let us continue. The real performance has only just begun. If the illustrious Hyuga clan possesses only this level of skill, I shall have no choice but to chastise the Uchiha. A clear provocation. An unabashed challenge, invoking the clan's reputation. Should Hyuga Rin choose to retreat, it would affirm the notion that the Hyuga is inferior to the Uchiha. He could not afford to back down. After all, he, as a distinguished genius of the main family, could not concede. Ying Ye, why persist? I do not comprehend the rationale behind your desire to continue this confrontation. Hyuga Rin assumed his stance for the 8 trigrams palm, his intent unmistakable, though confusion flickered in his eyes. From his perspective, Ying Ye was not a reckless youth lacking an understanding of human relations. On the contrary, Ying Ye maintained amicable ties with various ninja clans of Konoha, even with the haughty Uchiha. In response, Ying Ye slightly raised his head and, with an earnest and wild laugh, exclaimed, "It has been 3 years. I have been stuck at the 3rd level of blood in martial arts for 3 years. The feeling of longing is maddening, akin to being teased by a heartless seductress. Rin, I can sense your martial prowess and blood strength. In this battle, there is no escape for you." Taken aback, Hyuga Rin's expression shifted, and a gleaming smile revealed his bright white teeth, imbued with a bloodthirsty glint as he licked his lips, brimming with provocation. He had been exposed. There was no need for pretense now. He had to maintain a faade, lest he find himself kneeling in the clan's ancestral hall for an eternity. Ying Ye, truly, I understand you. It has been 3 days, 3 long days. I have been trapped at the 3rd level of blood and martial arts for 3 days. Do you know how I have endured these 3 days? No one can know. It must remain buried deep within my heart, such torment. Ying Ye, you are truly my reflection. This declaration was a dagger to the heart. Gasping, Ying Ye inhaled sharply, his fair and handsome face contorting into a fierce expression. His eyes twitching as he took a deep breath. Gritting his teeth, he slowly uttered 7 words in response. The 8th gate of the 8 gates, opened the 1st gate. In the next instant, boom. The air was violently ruptured, producing a thunderous sound as Ying Ye nimbly maneuvered, almost as if teleporting. In a mere instant. That delicate visage was but a hair's breadth from Hinata Lindgren, with an even closer presence being the blood-red chakra-infused fist. This punch could shatter the very air itself. Ha! Ying Ye, you have indeed fallen for it. Hinata Lindgren cackled madly, his right hand transforming into a palm that ensnared Ying Ye's striking fist. A blood-colored line surged forth, clamping down on Ying Ye's wrist. Subsequently, the other blood-red lion on his hand crashed toward Ying Ye's chest. Ying Ye, moving with greater swiftness, did not flinch. Instead, he raised his other hand and struck fiercely towards Hinata Lindgren's smugly grinning right cheek. Bang! Slap! The sounds of flesh meeting flesh echoed from their chests and faces, simultaneously accompanied by the chilling crack of bone fractures. The immense impact generated a powerful rebound, causing both to clutch their wounds and recoil. The ground trembled as they landed with heavy thuds, cracking under the force. A mere mortal wound? Not a chance. With a swift motion, Ying Ye sprang back to his feet, his black pupils glimmering with a wolf-like, ravenous gaze as he charged at Hinata Lindgren. His chest was bare, revealing a striking crimson fist mark, akin to a branding iron, a sight to behold. His internal organs roared in tumult, his vital energy surging. He sensed the opportunity in the fusion of his chakra, a moment where martial prowess could be born. At this instant, retreat was not an option, even if it meant death. Bring it on. Hinata Lindgren straightened his posture, his snow-white pupils flashing with visions of his father amidst the dense forest. A flicker of conflict and concern appearing. Yet, this soon succumbed to the excruciating pain radiating from his right cheek, causing him to grimace. The agony was overwhelming, making it feel as though his right cheek was no longer his own. This was a life-or-death struggle. So this was the essence of martial arts. Ying Ye, at merely 10 years old, was indeed pursuing such perilous endeavors. Hinata Lindgren forcefully slapped the ground, propelling himself upward with a fierce bloodlust and madness gleaming in his white pupils. But it feels so exhilarating. This is the true allure of physical techniques. My Hinata clan shall be the foremost in the ninja world. Come, let us battle. The blood-colored lion surged forth from his clenched fists, charging boldly at Ying Ye. On the sandy ground, dust swirled chaotically as a figure dashed like lightning, exhibiting strength akin to 1,000 junctures. Meanwhile, another figure moved with an ethereal grace, as if embodying profound principles. Boom, boom, boom. The figures clashed, punches landing without restraint, each combatant holding nothing back. The vivid crimson energy, infused with chaotic chakra, erupted from their bodies, leaving spectators breathless with awe. Amidst this chaos, Senju Tobarama voiced a reprimanding tone, yet before he could act, a voice halted him. Tobarama, look on. Fear not. I shall manage the aftermath. The aged voice of Uzumaki Mito resonated, tinged with a hint of pleading. Why? Tobarama inquired, puzzled. This child possesses a spirit akin to Tsunade's father. It cannot be contained, Mito's sorrowful tone echoed, causing Tobarama to pause, ensnared by painful memories. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. As the roaring gradually subsided, a gentle breeze swept through, revealing the two figures on the sandy ground. Hinata Rinto collapsed onto the ground. His face bruised and swollen like that of a pig, his body occasionally twitching. It seemed he was not yet satisfied and was quite unwilling to concede. In contrast, another figure sat cross-legged on the ground, red locks fluttering in the wind. His hands dangled limply, his once fine garments now tattered, resembling those of a beggar. His originally fair skin bore numerous bruises, and he sat on the ground in a most ungraceful manner. This battle had been exceedingly brutal. Ha! This esteemed one has triumphed. A youthful yet manic laughter echoed across the playground, causing Hinata Rinto to widen his swollen eyelids and with great effort tilt his head at a 45-degree angle. He cast a glance at Ying Ye, and his swollen lips moved slightly, mumbling incomprehensible words. At that moment, Ying Ye had no interest in the so-called genius of the Hinata clan. The blood-colored aura condensing within his dantian brought him such joy that he felt on the verge of soaring into the clouds. A violent suction erupted from the blood-colored aura, greedily devouring the chakra within Ying Ye, causing it to grow ever stronger. Absorbing, transforming, it formed a type of advanced energy distinct from the chakra system. He fervently shouted in his heart, "Inner power, it has been forged." In this second life, though he could not cultivate immortality, the path of martial arts could still lead to divinity. While the rewards of the golden finger were enticing, they remained distant, not achievable in a day. However, if approached from both angles, he was certain to achieve great success in the future. In that moment, Ying Ye felt a glimmer of hope for eternal life. As the dust settled, the higher-ups of Konoha in the dense forest appeared contemplative, their eyes shimmering. Was Ying Ye's aim to perfect his self-created body technique? Senju Tobarama, resting his chin on one hand, displayed a knowing glint in his sharp red eyes. It was not difficult for him to discern the essence of the blood and martial arts techniques, especially when the two special forbidden techniques, the 8 gates and the monstrous strength, were unleashed. Tobarama confirmed his suspicions. He was merely 10 years old and had acted rather recklessly. Nonetheless, the outcome was rather favorable. Tobarama's eyes narrowed as he discreetly surveyed the Konoha higher-ups behind him, his gaze sharp as that of a snake fixated on its prey. The successful advancement of the blood and martial arts forbidden techniques could very well enhance the effects of bloodline enhancement. Such benefits were sufficient to prompt action from the clans with bloodline limits, particularly the inherently sinister Uchiha, who required close scrutiny. Reflecting on this, Tobarama's resentment towards his sister-in-law deepened. Yet, with the situation as it stood, he needed to consider how to address the aftermath. "Sister-in-law, I apologize for the trouble." Tobarama turned and spoke to the figure of Uzumaki Mito. The blood of the Uzumaki clan possessed healing properties. The stronger the bloodline, the more effective the healing. Mito's earlier remarks about dealing with the aftermath naturally referred to this. At that moment, Tsunade was still a 5-year-old little girl, her medical ninjutsu not yet developed. Suddenly, a steady, somewhat aged voice emanated from behind Senju Tobarama. "Hokage-sama, Hinata Rinto has been practicing the forbidden techniques of the Senju clan without permission. He ought to be imprisoned and await Lord Ying Ye's judgment." The speaker was Hinata Tenjin, the current head of the Hinata clan and also Rinto's father. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama turned, the crisp sound of clashing armor catching the attention of the Konoha higher-ups present. A pair of crimson eyes, sharp as blades, fixed their gaze upon Hinata Tenrin for a while. A satisfied smile graced the corners of his mouth. The Hinata clan, as always, demonstrated their understanding of propriety in the ebb and flow of circumstances. Given this, it was not unreasonable to extend a gesture of goodwill. Stealing forbidden techniques indeed warranted punishment. Thus, Hinata Lingren would henceforth accompany Ying Ye, seeking atonement by his side. Senju Tobarama feigned contemplation, and after a brief moment, he rendered a final verdict on the matter. Simultaneously, he slyly relegated the bloodline martial arts to the ranks of forbidden techniques, implicitly designating them as the exclusive domain of the Senju clan. Should one wish to learn, they would require his consent. It appeared that Konoha had acquired a potent means to restrain the Uchiha. Senju Tobarama slightly turned his head, a smile illuminating his face as he observed the ashen visage of Uchiha Shana. Their gazes met, and both understood the unspoken thoughts swirling in each other's minds. The inherently malevolent white-haired old ghost would not succeed in making the great Uchiha his dog. Uchiha Shana cursed inwardly. Simultaneously, he cast a resentful glance at Hinata Tenrin. Musing, how could such a vast clan as the Hinata be filled with such spineless individuals, so quick to kneel? The sordid exchange quietly transpired amidst the few words shared between Senju Tobarama and Hinata Tenrin. However, when wealth beckons, it is inevitable that some would falter. With a thud, a pale middle-aged man from Konoha's upper echelons emerged from the shadows of the dense forest. Before uttering a word, he knelt before Senju Tobarama on one knee. His voice trembled slightly, yet his words flowed coherently. Lord Hokage, what achievements or sacrifices must one make to learn the forbidden techniques of bloodline martial arts? This attitude bordered on supplication. Senju Tobarama recognized that this matter would not be easily resolved, yet he did not anticipate that within less than a minute, a rebellious spirit would surface. Anger coursed through him, yet he restrained it, mindful of the individual before him. The Inuzuka clan, renowned for their remarkable bloodline limit, faced significant drawbacks. It would not be an exaggeration to say that their use of ninjutsu came at the cost of their lives. Presenting an opportunity to rectify a flawed bloodline was a daunting prospect for Inuzuka Tenma to forsake. This clan exhibited unwavering loyalty to Konoha, serving as a genuine backbone of the village. In terms of illusion techniques, they were slightly superior to the Uchiha clan. Thus, Senju Tobarama found himself in a quandary. He was uncertain of the specific effects of the forbidden techniques of bloodline martial arts and was reluctant to establish rules at this juncture. Suddenly, a youthful figure materialized in the dense forest, standing half a step behind Senju Tobarama. Ying Ye, with his vibrant red hair billowing in the wind, bore a complexion marked with bruises of various hues, casting a languid glance over the assembly with his dark eyes. Bloodline martial arts, in my conception, are temporarily divided into 9 tiers, with each 3 tiers representing a realm. Each advancement signifies a qualitative transformation, significantly enhancing the potency of the bloodline. As of now, I have ascended to the 4th tier, refining my martial arts inner energy. Taking a step forward, Ying Ye approached Senju Tobarama and raised his right hand. Instantly, a fiery energy, reminiscent of burning blood, ignited in his palm, captivating all who beheld it. This is inner energy, a synthesis of chakra and the power of blood. In terms of quality, it is at least 5 times that of chakra, and the two can be interconverted. In essence, once the inner strength is refined, the quantity of a ninja's chakra can surge by at least 5-fold. The tender words seem to possess an unparalleled penetrating power, leaving the high-ranking officials of Konoha captivated. Their gazes fixated on Ying Ye's palm. Doubt, desire, and greed manifested in their eyes, accompanied by the sound of swallowed breaths, a continuous stream of anticipation. After a moment, a steady and solemn voice dispelled the musings of Konoha's elite, even that of Tobarama. It is true, I stake the reputation of the Hyuga clan on it. Hyuga Tenkai, veins bulging at his temples, inhaled deeply and spoke in a grave tone. Instantly, the crowd's gazes ignited with fervor, instinctively drawing closer to Ying Ye. With a resounding boom, a fierce chakra flow erupted from Senju Tobarama, the turbulent energy swirling violently, impacting all directions. Many ninjas found themselves overwhelmed, retreating in haste as their greed transformed into fear. Ying Ye, proceed, came a chilling voice from behind him. Very well, great-grandfather, Ying Ye replied, a confident smile blooming on his youthful face. He then turned to the assembly of Konoha's leaders, articulating his resolution. Indeed, it was a resolution. As a time traveler, Ying Ye was well aware of the majority of the plot lines surrounding the Hokage. His lineage was unmistakably advantageous. With vibrant red hair and the awakening of Wood Release, living beside Uzumaki Mido, whom he affectionately called Grandma, and having a gambling enthusiast sister named Tsunade, there was no mistaking it. He was undoubtedly the grandson of Shinja Hashirama. There was no doubt about it. Regrettably, his aspiration to cultivate a twin-tailed blonde powerhouse was utterly dashed. He could not bear the thought of Tsunade lamenting, Oni-chan, I am your sister. Thus, upon awakening his Wood Release, Ying Ye stood resolute before Senju Tobarama. With his noble roots, he felt untouchable. Especially since the white-haired elder bore no heirs, he was destined to roam Konoha unrestrained. Little did he know, upon hearing the term great-grandfather, Tobarama's stern demeanor momentarily faltered. Observing the confident smile on Ying Ye's youthful face, a subtle smile crept across his lips. He mused to himself, not bad, returning from battle to gain such a fine grandson. Delightful. At that moment, no one noticed the subtle gestures of Senju Tobarama. All attention from Konoha's elite was riveted on Ying Ye, eagerly awaiting a crucial answer. The bloodline martial arts were, after all, a thoroughly forbidden technique. Without innate talent, attempting to learn it was tantamount to courting death. Ying Ye's tone abruptly halted. And then a sinister smile crept onto his lips as he declared, "However, I know that few ninjas fear death. Thus, I have decided to grant every clan in Konoha an opportunity. Each ninja clan shall have one internal recommendation slot per year, which distinguished ninjas may redeem based on their achievements. Furthermore, I will personally select exceptionally talented civilian ninjas for training. The location will be Konoha Academy." Upon concluding his speech, Ying Ye turned to Senju Tobarama, his eyes reflecting inquiry. "Very well, let it be so." Tobarama nodded with a satisfied expression, as this decision aligned perfectly with his intentions. Not only would it consolidate the talents of Konoha's ninjas, but it would also cultivate a group of loyal civilian ninjas for the village. Regarding the distribution of the forbidden techniques of chi and blood martial arts, a compromise was reached, and the major ninja clans of Konoha dispersed. Soon, only two figures remained in the dense forest, one large and one small. Ying Ye, the embodiment of the chi and blood martial arts, was approached by Senju Tobarama, whose icy presence resonated in the forest. "Very well, my dear grandnephew," he said. Ying Ye responded with a radiant smile, his youthful face adorned with a pure innocence that softened the gaze of the battle-hardened Senju Tobarama. After all, this was a scion of the Senju clan, the strongest prodigy of this era, and a beacon of hope for the future. Ying Ye swiftly performed hand seals, summoning a scroll that he tossed to Senju Tobarama. He elucidated, "The chi and blood martial arts is, in essence, an extension of physical techniques. Its core lies in unlocking the latent potential within the human body as blood and meridians, serving as a pathway to internal strength." As Senju Tobarama absorbed the scroll as contents word by word, his initially stern demeanor transformed into one of astonishment. After a considerable pause, he solemnly tucked it away. Raising his gaze, he regarded Ying Ye's handsome visage, his eyes reflecting a hint of awe. He mused, "A genius, truly a figure capable of ushering in a new era. And the most critical factor, he is merely 10 years old. Fortunately, Ying Ye is a descendant of my Senju clan. Now, I have 3 questions." Senju Tobarama inhaled deeply, his eyes sharpening as he focused intently on Ying Ye, his tone grave. "First, how many are aware of the effect of the Nine Tails chakra on the accelerated training of the chi and blood martial arts?" In response, Ying Ye promptly replied, "Apart from you and me, only Granny Mito is aware." "Excellent, a wise decision," Senju Tobarama beamed, nodding in approval. "Next, the second question." He paused, his gaze turning somewhat playful, his expression unyielding as he inquired, "Ying Ye, what do you intend to do?" This question, while seemingly an inquiry, was, in fact, a test, a measure of Ying Ye's loyalty to Konoha and his trust in Tobarama, which would ultimately determine how he would be treated. The forbidden techniques of chi and blood martial arts were of paramount importance, directly impacting the stability of Konoha. As Hokage, it was crucial to maintain tight control over such power. At the very least, if one were to delegate authority, it must be to someone trustworthy. At this moment, Ying Ye lifted his youthful face, unguarded and displaying a sincere smile, before solemnly stating, "First, human potential is limited. I require more geniuses to refine the martial arts. Second, the allure of the chi and blood martial arts for ninjas is undeniable. With this, Konoha can unify the major ninja clans, effectively addressing internal strife. Third, to enhance my own prestige, foster a loyal faction, and lay the groundwork for inheriting the position of Hokage." This forthrightness left Senju Tobarama momentarily speechless. How blunt. Inheriting the Hokage title? The boy could at least have been a bit more tactful, perhaps weaving in some phrases about the will of fire and the bonds of ninjutsu. This child truly trusts me. Yet, his honesty is a trait that could use refinement. Senju Tobarama stroked his chin, feeling a surge of satisfaction as he regarded Ying Ye with the warmth one might bestow upon a beloved grandson. "Ah, I comprehend your thoughts," he acknowledged, nodding slightly. "The third question awaits." In his mind, Tobarama had already earmarked Ying Ye as a potential Hokage candidate, endowed with talent and strength. Alongside the prestige and capability to command the Leaf Village ninja clan, he was merely hindered by his tender age. Yet, Tobarama mused that he could live for another 7 or 8 years. By then, Ying Ye would have matured enough to assume the mantle of Hokage. As for his achievements, were they truly a concern? The grandfather would personally escort him to the battlefield to earn them. Now, for the third question, did you awaken your wood release due to the cultivation of the blood chi martial arts forbidden techniques? As he posed this query, a flicker of anticipation ignited in Tobarama's eyes, his voice trembling slightly. I awakened my Wood Release 3 years ago when I reached the 3rd level of blood chi cultivation. Consequently, I concluded that the blood chi martial arts possessed the ability to refine one's bloodline. Ying Ye, upholding his virtue of honesty, responded without reservation. With a lineage as pure as his, he felt no trepidation. To others, Senju Tobarama was an imposing figure, yet to Ying Ye, he was akin to family, an elder approaching the twilight of his years. The more talented, loyal, ambitious, and ruthless Ying Ye proved to be, the more Tobarama found favor in him. After all, with age comes the need for a worthy successor to safeguard the legacy of the Leaf Village. Once the 3 questions were concluded, Tobarama took his leave. The gentle rustle of the wind in the forest caressed Ying Ye's blood-stained, handsome visage, offering a slight chill that dissipated the tumult of emotions within him. I suppose I have passed this test, he murmured softly, rising to his full height, though his steps felt somewhat heavy. With a quiet smile, he reflected, youth is indeed a blessing. Such severe injuries have nearly healed within half an hour. It seems that the combination of Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines significantly enhances recovery beyond my expectations. As he tread upon the withered leaves of the forest floor, his stride grew increasingly assured. Though his stature was not particularly imposing, he emanated a palpable aura of pressure that commanded attention, as if he were not merely a boy, but a young-tailed beast traversing the woods. With his dark eyes cast downward, thought swirled within him. Regardless of the blood chi martial arts, my innate talent within the ninja hierarchy undoubtedly ranks among the finest. As I age, my chakra reserves will swell tremendously, rendering the jutsu and forbidden techniques of the Leaf Village virtually unguarded against me. Should I desire to learn, it would merely require a single word. If all proceeds as anticipated, by the age of 15, I shall possess strength rivaling that of a Kage, and this estimate does not even account for my martial prowess. Contemplating this, an expression of eager anticipation blossomed upon Ying Ye's face, a confident smile gracing his lips. To traverse an extraordinary world without striving for exceptional power is akin to living as a mere swine. Should I expend energy merely to pursue romantic entanglements? To play the role of a sycophant? A beam of light pierced through the shadows of ancient trees, illuminating Ying Ye's striking features. A diminutive figure materialized before his eyes. With her long, light golden hair styled into 2 adorable buns, the remaining locks cascaded down, forming charming twin ponytails. Her delicate and endearing visage radiated a hint of mischief. Upon hearing a sound, the sharp-eyed golden-haired girl swiftly turned her head, her bright, large eyes fixating on Ying Ye. In an instant, her face lit up with a dazzling glow, brimming with eagerness akin to that of a fervent fan. Brother Ying Ye, you are incredible. You actually defeated a Jonin. And not just any, but a genius Jonin from the Hyuga clan. I want to learn the art of chi and blood. Please teach me. Little Tsunade chirped like a lark, hastily approaching Ying Ye. With a sudden leap, her petite legs bent as she sprang up, nimbly landing on his face. Smack! Ying Ye raised his right hand and playfully patted the back of the little girl's head, using a gentle grip to flip her over and carry her on his neck. How old are you? You'll have to wait a few years before I can teach you, he said indulgently, offering a smile to the students and teachers of the Ninja Academy of the Hidden Leaf as he walked under the setting sun with little Tsunade. The crimson twilight stretched their shadows, one large, one small, intertwining behind them, while whispers of envy and admiration filled the air. Ah, if it were Tsunade, a romance wouldn't be out of the question. Unfortunately, she is truly my sister. A sigh escaped Ying Ye's young heart, with a sense of helplessness etched upon his handsome face. As a time traveler, he still harbored some romantic notions. The Hokage building, situated at the heart of Konoha, symbolized the epicenter of power within the village. Its design resembled a 3-story can, with the rooftop fashioned as a platform. Standing atop it provided a magnificent view of much of Konoha. Jonin adorned with the Leaf Village's emblem traversed the corridors on the 2nd floor. Brother Ying Ye, hurry. I must tell Mom and Dad the good news about your awakening of Wood Release. Little Tsunade urged excitedly, tilting her face upwards, her small hands energetically patting the shoulders of the red-haired youth beneath her. Rest a moment. You know even an older brother can tire, Ying Ye remarked, lifting his right hand to steady her wriggling waist, preventing her from tumbling to the ground. Oh, all right, the golden-haired girl responded in a soft voice, her restless big eyes scanning around until they landed on the old man atop the Hokage building. Monkey. Brother Ying Ye, the monkey is back. Smack. Monkey? Is that what you dare to call him? Sarutobi Hiruzen is the disciple of the 2nd Hokage and a hero of Konoha. Ying Ye raised his right hand, playfully admonishing little Tsunade. At that moment, standing at the window of the building, the young Sarutobi Hiruzen, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, wore a friendly smile as he exhaled smoke towards Ying Ye. In his eyes, Ying Ye had once been the second host of the Nine Tails and required careful treatment. However, his significance had escalated to an irreplaceable level, one that must not be tainted. Wood Release was a forbidden technique in Konoha, and any attempts by the Senju clan to meddle would lead to certain death. I foolishly touched my pocket. It's time for you to head home and do your homework. Ying Ye waved at Sarutobi Hiruzen as a greeting, then hurried off towards the Senju clan's domain, carrying little Tsunade, whose face was scrunched in displeasure. The task of completing assignments is truly detestable. The golden-haired little girl pouted with a troubled expression, murmuring her grievances. The Senju clan's territory spans an area twice that of the prosperous Uchiha district in Konoha. Now, it is the 16th year of the Hidden Leaf, and Senju Tobarama has not yet passed away. Daring to strike against the forlorn Senju clan would be akin to courting death. However, the Senju clan's own reckless actions have led to their demise. Less than a year after Hashirama's passing, the first great ninja war commenced. With Konoha facing the land of lightning, the Senju ninjas, inheriting the beliefs of their late patriarch, fought valiantly on the front lines, with casualties that are all too predictable. More absurdly, the initiation of the Wood Release Awakening project, proposed by Senju Tobarama, resulted in a grim outcome that led this Hokage to erase the ninja title of the Senju clan with his own hands. Without a decade or so of recuperation, the Senju clan cannot hope to restore itself. Tobarama, you have underestimated the fervor and madness of your kin. Ying Ye gazed at the courtyard imbued with a chilling stillness. The clan emblem on the wall spoke of past glories, while the withered yellow branches of an old tree drooped, its desiccated leaves dancing in the air. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a tall and graceful woman clad in a white and red Miko outfit, her blue eyes radiating a glimmer of surprise. She stepped towards Ying Ye, gently lifting little Tsunade into her arms. Sigh. Ying Ye paused, his vision gradually engulfed in soft darkness, before the light returned, prompting a deep, contemplative sigh from within. Ying Ye, I must trouble you again, came the melodious and captivating voice, which only added to his sense of helplessness. Raising her delicate face, she smiled innocently. Aunt Tsukiyo, it is no trouble at all. It is my duty, after all, for Tsunade is my sister. Senju Tsukiyo nodded her snow-white head slightly, her smile growing even warmer as she cradled little Tsunade in one arm, while taking Ying Ye's right hand with the other, leading him into the courtyard. As they walked, the crisp and melodious sound of her earrings chimed, reminiscent of a beautiful pastoral tune, tranquil and soothing to the heart. In the world of shinobi, it is customary for a woman to take her husband's surname. Thus, despite her status as the daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Senju Tsukiyo is no exception. Ying Ye raised his gaze, casting a glance at the elegant woman beside him, who was both affluent and generous, before lowering his head once more. He mused to himself, what splendid genes! Tsunade's future is boundless. In his heart, he regarded Tsunade as his own sister, making Tsukiyo's identity all the more evident. Within the courtyard, beside a small pond, a middle-aged man reclined in a wheelchair, turning his head to glance at Tsunade. After a brief pause, he looked towards Ying Ye, his eyes filled with profound contentment. Ying Ye has arrived. Would you like to stay here with your uncle tonight? Uncle, Granny Mito has instructed me to return home promptly. It seems there is something important to discuss. By the way, the Hokage has returned and should be at the Hokage building now. Ying Ye scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he declined. Your second uncle has returned? It appears the war may soon come to an end. Truly remarkable, that second uncle. Senju murmured, his gaze shifting to his frail, powerless legs, his expression darkening with a hint of sorrow. At that moment, a crisp and exuberant voice shattered the desolate atmosphere of the courtyard. Father, Brother Ying Ye has mastered Wood Release. He is truly remarkable. Having single-handedly defeated a jonin of the Hyuga clan, little Tsunade exclaimed, wrapping her arms around her mother's neck and lifting her small head in excitement. Excellent. Our Senju clan finally has a successor, responded Senju with a cough. Releasing his hand from his mouth and carelessly flicking the blood mixed with wood shavings into the pond. Ying Ye, let us have a meal before you leave. All right. Ying Ye nodded, realizing that further refusals would be impolite. He had already informed Senju of his awakening to Wood Release, a pivotal figure in the revival of the Senju clan, the son of the first Hokage and the nominally most legitimate leader of the Senju clan. Senju Senju Tsukiyo. And I am known as Ying Ye. Sighing softly, Ying Ye leaned against the wall of Tsunade's room, his vivid red hair being playfully tousled by her small, delicate hand. Brother Ying Ye, are you unhappy? The innocent concern echoed in his ears. Tsunade, call me Oni-chan and let me hear it. Ying Ye remained silent. Such personal matters were not to be shared with others, as he did not wish to suffer social embarrassment. Oni-chan, little Tsunade obediently chimed, her lively and melodious voice bringing him some comfort. Good girl. A proud smile crept across Ying Ye's lips as he playfully pinched his little sister's cheek for a while before leaving, feeling satisfied. In truth, this was not so bad. A young prodigy was indeed more suited for the path of martial arts. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night descended upon the depths of the Senju clan's territory, within a concealed wooden cabin, two figures, one old, one young, stood facing each other. Elder, will the war truly come to an end? In 3 months, Tobarama will meet with the Raikage to discuss the terms of a ceasefire, replied Senju Mugen, his voice bearing the weight of age, providing Ying Ye with an answer. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ying Ye formed hand seals and produced a sealed scroll. Its cover emblazoned with a prominent character for Marshal. Senju Mugen's eyes widened in surprise. The enemy cannot be trusted. Elder, please deliver this bloodline martial arts forbidden technique to the leader of the Uzumaki clan. Additionally, inform them of my wood release and the information regarding the Uzumaki bloodline. What are your demands? I require the strongest forces of the Uzumaki clan, an elite team of jonin capable of sealing at least one shadow-level ninja, to assist in ensuring the successful conclusion of the ceasefire agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, Ying Ye's figure erupted in a cloud of smoke, vanishing from sight. Senju Mugen picked up the sealing scroll, a thoughtful expression crossing his wise eyes. After securing it, he hurried to Senju Ying's courtyard. Elder, the Uzumaki clan is the eternal ally of the Senju. We shall proceed according to Ying Ye's wishes. Senju Ying nodded, tapping his fingers on the wheelchair with a smile. Young clan leader, I understand. 10 minutes later, at the Hokage building, Tobarama remarked, what is it that you hold back regarding this forbidden technique, young clan leader? Your actions are for the sake of Konoha and the necessary sacrifices for peace. Senju Mugen let out a cold laugh, his words and demeanor brimming with dissatisfaction towards Tobarama. This scoundrel is the root cause of the Senju clan's downfall, and yet he dares to disband the clan. How utterly outrageous. Even in the absence of my elder brother, Senju Tobarama, can still subdue the hidden cloud village. With a sudden slam of his palm upon the table, Senju Tobarama bellowed. Then what purpose does your wood release awakening plan serve? Senju Mugen retorted with another cold laugh, his eyes glimmering with derision. Senju Tobarama fell into silence. After a prolonged moment, the tense atmosphere dissipated, and Senju Tobarama yielded. In a grave tone, he declared, if no unforeseen circumstances arise, the Uzumaki clan shall not interfere. The Uzumaki clan is not foolish. Why would they exert themselves for something that comes free? Senju Mugen mocked once more, leaping backward and vanishing into the thick darkness of the night. In the residence of the Senju clan, there dwelled but 2 souls, Uzumaki Mito and Ying Ye. Since the dissolution of the Senju clan by Senju Tobarama, Mito had reverted to her Uzumaki surname. As for Ying Ye, he chose to forego his surname entirely, resembling an ordinary ninja. As Ying Ye approached the main entrance, the door swung open, revealing Mito's ever-adoring smile, a comforting presence that belied her age, appearing to be in her 30s yet with strands of silver threading through her hair. The tragic news of her late husband and their son had taken a heavy toll on this goddess of the ninja world, leaving her withered and weary. Grandmother Mito, is Lindgren still alive? Ying Ye inquired, raising his delicate face, his crimson locks cascading behind him as he walked. His stride was steady and full of vitality, as if the battle of the day had occurred months prior. Such resilience could only be deemed extraordinary. Lindgren will be fine. He'll be up in a month or so. But you must be so reckless next time. Come, let me check if you've been hurt, Mito said, raising her hand to examine Ying Ye. After a moment, her concern dissipated, replaced by a sense of pride. Indeed, you are a child of both Uzumaki and Senju. Your vitality is remarkably robust, akin to that of a small-tailed beast. However, you still fall short compared to your father. At her words, Ying Ye's lips twitched. Having grown accustomed to such remarks, he promptly pulled Mito inside and closed the door behind them. Grandmother Mito, I've already dined at Aunt Tsukiyo's. If you have something to discuss, please do so quickly. I still have training to attend to. He bore the visage of a training enthusiast, a persona he had maintained for many years. Training again? Mito murmured, shaking her head. It's nothing of great urgency. The Ninetales wishes to see you. Instantly, Ying Ye halted, his eyes widening in disbelief, a glimmer of excitement dancing in his dark orbs. The Ninetales was something he had longed for. Had it not been for the unique bond between Jinchuriki and tailed beasts, he would have implored Mito to allow the Ninetales into his body long ago. The thought of being a Jinchuriki for the Ninetales was exhilarating beyond imagination. Ying Ye, will you see it? Mito urged. Yes, of course, he replied, nodding vigorously. In the training chamber, Mito sat cross-legged as a brilliant golden chain extended from her abdomen, linking to Ying Ye's wrist. Within the confines of his mental space, a vast crimson prison stood, separating a fiery red fox, whose curious scarlet eyes fixated on the red-haired youth outside. Boy, to what extent has your wood release grown? A gruff voice resonated within the mental realm, inquiring. How would I know? Ying Ye responded, raising his hands in exasperation. When he awakened his wood release, Hashirama had already passed away, and all relevant information had been sealed by Tobarama, leaving him with no means of comparison. The Ninetales' furious breath reverberated. Struggling to suppress the rage accumulated over years of confinement, its fox-like eyes swirling with unspoken thoughts. At that moment, the Ninetales felt an overwhelming sense of desolation and anger, for he was acutely aware that Ying Ye was the second Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. With the combination of Wood Release and the Uzumaki bloodline, he had no chance of resistance. This unfortunate fox must have been terrified by Hashirama, nearly suffering from Wood Release PTSD. Kurama, it is not the Wood Release that is formidable, but Hashirama himself. Ying Ye shook his head. He had no desire to waste time with the Ninetales. He had a singular purpose today, to extract a substantial amount of Ninetales chakra. In the past, Ying Ye merely consumed the remnants of chakra that leaked from the Uzumaki household. However, having entered the spiritual realm this time, he intended to indulge himself thoroughly. With purposeful strides, Ying Ye approached the prison door and formed a series of hand seals. Wood Release, carnivorous flower. In an instant, a dark red vine extended from his right hand, blossoming into a blood-red man-eating flower in the palm of his hand. Its menacing teeth bared, it stretched out a long, crimson tongue, measuring nearly a meter in length, covered in sharp, red barbs. The comical sound it emitted drew the Ninetales' attention. What are you doing, little brat? The Ninetales roared in fury, his massive claws striking the sea of chakra, creating tumultuous waves. Ying Ye remained unfazed, laughing maniacally. Pure. So very pure. Little brat. The Ninetales bellowed, incessantly complaining. What is wrong with collecting a consultation fee? If you have questions, ask quickly. I'll leave once I'm full. Ying Ye responded irritably, casting his gaze upward. Damn you, red-haired brat. The Ninetales cursed, fully aware of Ying Ye's intentions, as he knew everything that the Uzumaki did. This included the dynamics of Hashirama's strength and the duration of time. All the Ninetales desired was one thing, freedom. Yet Ying Ye could neither grant him that nor had the ability to do so. Thus, it was unnecessary to engage further, focusing instead on maximizing his own gains. Ying Ye formed another series of hand seals, summoning a second carnivorous flower, a product of Wood Release, which possessed the ability to absorb chakra, including that of the tailed beasts. At that moment, 9 Wood Release shadow clones encircled Ying Ye's main body, systematically absorbing the Ninetales chakra he had seized and storing it within the Wood Release clones. Approximately 10 minutes later, within the spiritual realm, Ying Ye's complexion had turned pale, a clear indication of severe mental strain. Indeed, simultaneously employing Wood Release and sealing techniques to invade the Uzumaki's spiritual space proved to be excessively taxing for him, especially considering that this was under the condition of the Uzumaki's non-resistance and active acceptance. Standing upright, Ying Ye prepared to withdraw. The Ninetales, keen-eyed, sensed this shift and a flicker of urgency appeared in his vertical pupils. Little brat, you have pioneered a new cultivation system, marking you as the greatest genius in the shinobi world. Though I am a tailed beast, I genuinely admire you. Cease your Wood Release training. That technique inflicts too much harm on the human body. It will accelerate your growth, but also hasten your decline. The malevolent and powerful Hashirama Senju met his end this way. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye raised an eyebrow, smiling. Thank you for your information, Ninetales. I shall heed your advice. Moreover, I look forward to our next opportunity for collaboration. Humph. The Ninetales emitted a soft snort, retreating into its doghouse, vanishing from sight. It muttered quietly, this little brat is surprisingly polite. In the training chamber, Ying Ye opened his eyes, forming hand seals to withdraw the wood release chakra that had been entwined around the adamantine chains. A look of gratitude graced his handsome face as he turned towards Uzumaki Mido. With heartfelt sincerity, he expressed, "Thank you, Mido-sama, for all your assistance thus far. Foolish child. Simply being able to witness you and Tsunade grow up healthy is enough to satisfy me," Mido replied, a hint of weariness surfacing in her clear eyes as she shook her head with a smile. "Yes, I understand. I will protect Tsunade well." Rising to his feet, Ying Ye raised his right hand, clenching his fist with unwavering determination, as resolute as if he had sworn off lust. In the ninja world, the ideals of the elder generation were remarkably simple: a secure stronghold, a lasting source of tasks for sustenance, and the hope for children to grow up safely and healthily. Figures like Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido embodied these values. It must be said, compared to the power they wielded, their aspirations were modest. Yet they represented the most genuine desires of ninjas throughout nearly a millennium of warfare. Hashirama's achievements were limited by his perspective, but I shall not be confined. My ambition is to become Hokage, to develop Konoha, and then to unify the 4 great ninja villages. Ultimately, I shall elevate the status of the ninja aristocracy and realize a united ninja world. By that time, Konoha might no longer need to exist, for I, possessing the purest Otsutsuki lineage, shall become the eternal deity of the ninja realm. Leaning against the window, he gazed up at the luminous moon, a faint smile playing on his lips. He murmured, "It is truly a pity that such a skilled artisan as Otsutsuki Kagaya is not engaged in cultivating trees." As midnight approached, the wind outside grew slightly colder. Seated at his desk, Ying Ye held a brush in his right hand, inscribing the final character on the scroll. A chill breeze swept in through the window, brushing against his cheeks and calming his racing thoughts. Indeed, the cultivation path through the first 3 tiers of blood and martial arts was finally perfected. Ying Ye gazed at the scroll on his desk, nodding in satisfaction as memory surged within his dark eyes. Being reborn into the world of Naruto was undoubtedly an absurd affair, an unknown that sparked fear, especially during his infancy, when he spent the majority of his days in the pitch-dark confines of the chamber. The adult mind, coupled with such an environment, over years of confinement, could drive a normal person to madness. The only solace during this time was the occasional visits from a graceful red-haired woman who came to see him. At the age of 3, Ying Ye emerged from the shadows of his previous existence to live with the red-haired woman, learning her name, Uzumaki Mido. At that moment, Ying Ye deduced his identity as a member of the Uzumaki clan, a survivor of some sinister experiment in Konoha. The red hair served as undeniable proof. Half a year later, any lingering fear and suspicion towards Mido evaporated, leading him to express a desire to learn ninjutsu. She smiled with delight and agreed. Thus, within a span of less than 2.5 years, Ying Ye showcased his extraordinary ninja talent. A child not yet 4 years of age had astonishingly reached the level of a Nin in just over 2 years. The Whirlpool Water household marveled, exclaiming that the union of the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines could indeed give rise to such a remarkably gifted child. It was nothing short of miraculous. I must protect this child, they thought. Ying Ye was struck dumb. Do I possess the Senju bloodline as well? Could Tsunade be my sister? What then is there to fear? He was aware that Senju Tobarama was still alive and that Tsunade had only recently been born, with the Senju clan remaining the foremost clan in Konoha. Thus, Ying Ye began to delve into forbidden techniques, exploring avenues that might grant him the ability to cultivate immortality or transcendence. Regrettably, it could not be said that he failed. Rather, he had accomplished nothing at all. Establishing a cultivation system was a task for the ancestors. What concern was it of a mere youth like him? Ying Ye slapped himself, resigning to his fate, muttering a curse under his breath. Bah! This immortality is not worth pursuing. In the end, Ying Ye shifted his focus to the extraordinary energy known as chakra. The source of a ninja's chakra could be categorized into 3 origins: cellular refinement, spirit, and nature. These 3 corresponded precisely to physical techniques, ninjutsu, and senjutsu. Naturally, chakra could be applied across various techniques and transformations. After a thorough investigation, Ying Ye stumbled upon a revelation that left him astounded. The chakra of ninjas could circulate through the vast majority of their meridians, and astonishingly, the legendary ninja clans possessed meridians that could function at incredible speeds. What manner of human was this? Were their meridians innately open? A congenital martial arts physique? Martial arts. Ninjas were inherently meant to pursue martial paths. This discovery drove Ying Ye to the brink of madness. Consequently, He embarked on a prolonged period of self-mutilation, daily manipulating chakra to surge violently through his meridians, forcibly merging chakra with his vital energy to give rise to strands of martial essence. This concept stemmed from the final technique of the 8 gates, Night Guy. Might Guy's Crimson Dragon, a magnificent embodiment of a martial artist's life-risking strike, resembled the ultimate fusion of chakra and vital energy. After all, how else could one inflict substantial damage on the immune ninjutsu of the 6 paths of Edo? Ultimately, ninjutsu is dependent on chakra. The two are inextricably linked. The pinnacle of physical techniques is martial arts. Ying Ye was utterly convinced of this and successfully validated it at the age of 7. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing Ying Ye's contemplations as his sharp black eyes scanned the moonlit scenery outside. The silvery glow of the moon rendered the earth akin to a frosty realm. It was merely a touch of frost. With this foundational tome on martial arts, Konoha was poised to usher in an era of martial prowess, providing boundless inspiration for the ascension of my martial emperor. Konoha, may you blaze fiercely for your martial sovereign. Ying Ye's lips curled into a grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf. At that moment, the prominent ninja clans of Konoha convened a high-level meeting regarding the matter of the vital energy martial arts forbidden techniques. In the Uchiha clan's council hall, a middle-aged man of commanding presence, exuding a cold demeanor and adorned in a Konoha J-nin vest, occupied the main seat. His tattered sleeves bore irregular dark brown markings, emanating a pungent stench of blood. Eldest elder, please share the intelligence regarding the vital energy martial arts with everyone present. Uchiha Chijan surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately settling on Uchiha Shana's face. The information at hand confirmed that cultivating the blood and chi martial arts secret technique could significantly increase the likelihood of the clan members awakening their Sharingan. Furthermore, reaching the pinnacle of this practice would at least quintuple their chakra reserves. Uchiha Shana succinctly highlighted the most crucial point. As her words echoed, the Uchiha clansmen in the hall, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust, seemed to react instinctively, their eyes instantly turning crimson, adorned with 3 tomo. A solemn atmosphere subtly enveloped the room. Others, seemingly influenced, harmoniously activated their Sharingan. With no exception, each bore the 3 tomo. The total count stood at 20. Great Elder, are you certain? A spirited female ninja, wielding a long blade, was the first to step forward, her voice grave with inquiry. Humph, this is no secret. The leaders of various clans in Konoha are well aware, Uchiha Shana retorted with an irritated snort, yet a smile bloomed on his aged face like a flourishing chrysanthemum. Immediately, the hall resonated with waves of excitement and fervent chatter. With this secret technique, even my inept son could awaken his Sharingan and become a worthy Uchiha clan member. The earlier the Sharingan awakens, the greater the possibility of evolving into the 3 tomo form in the future. Our clan currently comprises over 500 members. Given time, we could potentially have 500 3 tomo ninjas. I can scarcely fathom the strength of a clan boasting such numbers, each akin to elite jonin. The allure of awakening the Sharingan without injury is incalculable for the Uchihas. With that inherently malevolent white-haired old fiend around, transforming the entire clan is far from simple. Moreover, Uchiha Shana's disgruntled remarks slightly dampened the clansmen's fervor. Uchiha Chijan rose, declaring the meeting's conclusion, setting aside other difficulties. The efficacy of cultivating the blood and chi martial arts for the Uchiha still requires verification. Since this intelligence was procured by the Great Elder, I have decided that the first clan member to embark on the path of this martial art shall be determined by him. It was evident that Uchiha Chijan and the Great Elder had reached an understanding, likely having discussed this matter beforehand. As anticipated, in the next moment, Uchiha Shana finalized the candidate, his only granddaughter, Uchiha Genzi. Though she was already 15 years old, a legal adult, her petite figure resembled that of a delicate young girl. Her silver hair, reminiscent of Senju Tobarama, drew much commentary from the clan, especially as she had yet to awaken her Sharingan. Truly, she was a standout among the Uchiha, often regarded as a paragon of ineptitude. Her only distinguishing feature was a charmingly exquisite face that, despite its allure, emanated an oddly seductive aura, leaving many youthful souls yearning in the quiet hours of the night. In the main residence of the Thousand Hand clan, within a clandestine underground chamber, a figure resembling Ying Ye fragmented with a sharp crackle, disintegrating into wood shavings scattered across the floor. A strand of crimson energy surged from Ying Ye's palm, coursing through his meridians and converging in his dantian. A hissing sound, reminiscent of a serpent's hiss, emanated from within Ying Ye's body, originating from the location of his dantian. This marked the emergence of his sixth multiple shadow clone. Ying Ye opened his eyes, a flicker of red light spilling from his dark irises, which subtly distorted into a vertical pupil. Absorbing an excessive amount of Ninetales chakra was nearly pushing Ying Ye towards full transformation into the Ninetales. At this moment, he had assimilated 6 portions of chakra from the Ninetales, each equivalent in volume to all the chakra he possessed prior. Typically, a shadow clone would encompass merely half the chakra of its original. However, Ying Ye's multiple shadow clones incorporated a new form of ninjutsu that combined wood release with blood techniques. To be precise, it should not be termed a shadow clone, but rather blood release, wood clone. The result was a synthesis of the characteristics of shadow clones and wood release, along with a remarkably similar physical form, achieving a parity with the original. How astonishing! Chakra, this enigmatic energy, has enabled me to reach a level akin to the techniques of clone creation in the realm of immortality through its core evolution into martial arts. Ying Ye rose to his feet and approached a blood release wood clone with his hands tucked into his pockets, his crimson vertical pupils shimmering with astonishment as he scrutinized it. Yet, there were drawbacks. All sensations experienced by the clone would return to the original upon its dissolution. This included even illusions, and should the numbers accumulate, it could drive one to madness in an instant. The clone with hands in pockets shook its head, expressing regret. Indeed, that remark was not unfounded. The blood release wood clone has its limits. Another clone emerged from the shadows, one hand tucked in its pocket, exuding an air of arrogance and a rather unpleasant demeanor. It then turned its gaze toward the original Ying Ye. With one hand in its pocket and the other propped under its chin, it warned in a grim tone, "Original, you must exercise caution." The blood release wood clone possesses all the attributes of a living being. Most crucially, it has its own consciousness and the ability to absorb chakra through wood release to sustain its existence. Right now, I can't stand that pompous individual. Why should it steal my pose? How tiresome. The clone with both hands in pockets glanced at the one with a single hand in its pocket, nonchalantly returning its gaze with a light chuckle. It then tilted its head slightly, skillfully positioning itself to catch the moonlight streaming through the window, illuminating half of its handsome face. Of course, it remained with both hands in pockets, exuding an air of stylish nonchalance. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed. The last blood release wood clone approached from the edge of the bed, its youthful face etched with despair, looking gravely at Ying Ye. It cried out, "Original. I can't move. I feel as though I am rendered useless." Just then, 2 figures darted past like red lightning, covering the mouth of the third blood release wood clone. "What the heck? You're only 10 years old. Are you a dropout from 9 years of compulsory education? Foolish fellow. You truly bring disgrace to our blood escape wooden clones. The main body should quickly consume him." 2 frustrated voices echoed, abruptly dispelling the contemplative thoughts within Ying Ye's mind. Alas, I never anticipated that endowing the wooden clone with flesh and blood would lead to such severe drawbacks. Ying Ye shook his head as he gazed at the 3 clones. Compared to the previous 6, they could only be described as insufficiently mad. Otherwise, he would not have left the task of handling them until the end. "Main body, hurry up. I can't afford to lose this one," urged the clone with hands tucked into its pockets. "Hold on a moment. Let me digest the feelings of those previous ones." Ying Ye inhaled deeply, raising his right hand to rest against his forehead, his fingertips penetrating through the vivid crimson strands of hair, as he turned to gaze out at the bright moon. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth, a solitary grin forming as he murmured, "I never expected that while I have yet to attain immortality, I have indeed cultivated my inner demons. How intriguing." In an instant, 3 pairs of eyes fixated upon the main body. Among them, 2 pairs gleamed with varying emotions. Wow. That posture, those words. Why didn't I think of that? Truly, the main body is remarkably stable in its performance. Ugh, how frustrating. Woe is me. Gee. The following day, the bright moon departed, and the sun began to rise. The morning sun, accompanied by the crowing of roosters, roused the sleeping leaves of the village. Ying Ye opened his eyes, the gentle sunlight streaming through the window, tenderly caressing his face, intensifying the embarrassment already etched upon it. Tobarama was not mistaken. The technique of multiple shadow clones is indeed a forbidden art, not to be trifled with. Ying Ye rose, his gaze falling upon the ceiling scroll beside the bed, where 3 wooden orbs were depicted. Streams of malevolent crimson chakra spilled forth, detectable even by a perceptive genin. Each wooden orb represented a substantial amount of Nine-Tails chakra. Ying Ye estimated that each orb contained at least the equivalent chakra of 100 J-nin, particularly those as talented as High Ga Hinata. Prior to refining his martial arts inner strength, Ying Ye's chakra was approximately 10 times that of High Ga Hinata. After refining his inner strength, the quantity of his chakra remained largely unchanged, yet its quality surged tenfold. Thus, each blood escape wooden clone contained at least such an abundance of chakra. I wonder if my current chakra level has reached that of a Kage? Ying Ye mused with anticipation. He then reached for the sealing scroll, tucking it into his bosom. The Nine-Tails chakra, derived from the 10 tails, is the essence of the divine tree cultivated by Kagaya Otsutsuki. Its chakra not only possesses will, but also has an innate ability to convert other forms of energy into chakra. This capability, however, has extended the time required for energy conversion considerably after losing the guiding will of the Nine-Tails. Moreover, it can be absorbed and refined by the human body. The tailed beasts can be regarded as quantum life forms, existing both as energy and transforming into corporeal beings. This implies that tailed beast chakra also embodies flesh-like properties. As long as the tailed beasts endure, their chakra will remain inexhaustible, continuously supplying the high-quality energy essential for cultivating vital energy and martial arts. Nine-Tails, to me, you are the epitome of excellence. Once I master the art of wood release, I shall reward you with a gentle rub on your furry head. Kai-bai. For this lifetime, consider yourself my loyal companion. Rest assured, you shall have 8 siblings by your side. You will never know loneliness. Ying Ye's words seemed to flow abundantly, and a glimmer of anticipation, almost frenzied, danced upon his handsome visage. Suddenly, hiss, has the influence of those 9 clones persisted through the night? Ying Ye inhaled sharply, startled by the drawbacks reminiscent of a celestial enigma, resolutely vowing never to indulge in such treacherous forbidden techniques again. With the prospect of transcending martial prowess within reach, there was no need for reckless gambles. The urgent priority was to facilitate Tobarama's cultivation of bloodline techniques to bolster his strength and fortify his physique, thus striving for a longer life. Moreover, it was imperative to swiftly reconstruct the Senju clan and establish my own prominent family within Konoha. Ying Ye's dark eyes glimmered as he reviewed his plans. He then performed a hand sign to summon a mere shadow clone to escort Tsunade to school while he, having completed his morning routine, made his way directly to the Hokage building. The chakra of the 9 tails, contained within 3 wooden spheres, was specifically prepared for Tobarama. Being well acquainted with the storyline, Ying Ye would not allow Sarutobi Hiruzen the opportunity to ascend as the 3rd Hokage in a moment of crisis. At the Hokage building, 3 Umbu ninjas concealed themselves in the shadows, observing the approaching crimson-haired youth through their animal masks. Wordlessly, they watched as Ying Ye dashed inside. TSK. Wood Release. The signature ninjutsu of the 1st Hokage has indeed resurfaced within the Senju clan, mused the Umbu captain. The news of Ying Ye awakening Wood Release and pioneering an extraordinary forbidden technique had become common knowledge among the CH Nin and J Nin of Konoha. After 5 years, the glory of the Senju clan once more illuminated the village. Captain, shall we not inform the Hokage? Inquired a tiger-masked Umbu ninja, stepping forward with a hushed voice. Inform? You fool, consider Lord Ying Ye's status, the Umbu captain muttered under his breath. The team member lowered his head in dejection, refraining from further comment. Before the Hokage's office, Ying Ye lifted his right hand and knocked upon the door. Knock, knock, knock. Within moments, a steady and crisp voice resonated from within. Enter. Ying Ye pushed the door open, revealing Tobarama Senju, who had set down his pen. A naturally stoic expression softening into a gentle smile as his gaze fell upon Ying Ye. Shifting his attention, Ying Ye noticed the towering stacks of documents covering the expansive desk. Tobarama is indeed diligent. It appears he has not slept a wink. Ying Ye sighed inwardly, reflecting on the burdens of leadership. Second granduncle, is being Hokage truly this arduous? Ying Ye raised his head, a look of concern gracing his handsome features, prompting a slight easing of Tobarama's brow. Haha, one cannot grasp the affairs of the position without occupying it. Being Hokage is no simple task. Upon reflection, during the time when my elder brother was clan leader, I assisted him with clan matters. When he became Hokage, I managed most of the administrative duties. Now that I am Hokage myself, I still handle everything. Indeed, it is rather exhausting. Konoha's Tobarama shook his head, lamenting his unfortunate fate, as he scarcely had the time to seek a partner. His gaze shifted to the handsome visage of Ying Ye, and a wave of solace washed over him, reigniting his motivation. The Wood Release manifested once more. Being a pureblood descendant of the Senju clan, Tobirama felt a sense of obligation to his kin and elder brother. Ying Ye, speak your mind. What brings you here? He inquired, steering the conversation to its crux. Hey, it seems I cannot hide anything from you, Granduncle, Ying Ye replied, unfurling a sealing scroll from within his robe with agility. With a resounding clap of his hands, a cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a scroll inscribed with the characters for martial arts, which he presented to the desk. Granduncle, this is the blood chi martial arts secret technique I organized last night. The other one is the Ninetails chakra. It should suffice for you to swiftly break through to the third level of blood chi. At these words, Tobirama's eyelids flickered, his eyes brimming with keen interest. The latest version of the blood chi martial arts forbidden technique, coupled with the Ninetails chakra capable of facilitating rapid breakthroughs, intrigued him immensely. Renowned as a master of forbidden techniques within the ninja world, Tobirama harbored a particular fascination for novel jutsu, especially those that could purify a ninja's bloodline power. The most compelling aspect was the near absence of drawbacks, which seemed almost surreal. Approximately half an hour later, Tobirama emerged from his reverie, his gaze settling on the sealing scroll. The 3 wooden spheres depicted upon it evoked a note of admiration from him. At merely 10 years of age, you adeptly wield wood release and sealing techniques. Ying Ye, you are a true genius. Granduncle, would you like to learn? I can teach you, Ying Ye smiled, graciously accepting Tobirama's praise and eagerly proposing the idea. Konoha boasted numerous prodigies, yet Tobirama undoubtedly belonged to the upper echelon. His inclusion in the blood chi martial arts endeavor might very well yield a delightful surprise for Ying Ye. Old man with white hair, ignite my passion for martial arts. Tobirama chuckled, recalling the myriad benefits chronicled within the martial arts canon, anticipation glimmering within his icy gaze. Unbothered by the dirt, he settled cross-legged upon the floor. The blood chi martial arts offered not only the strengthening of the body and the elimination of latent injuries, but also the potential to extend one's lifespan. Moreover, it could enhance a ninja's explosive physical power. Tobirama had witnessed the intensity of Ying Ye's battles against Hinata Rin firsthand. The prospect of cultivating internal energy that could amplify chakra by at least 5-fold was undeniably enticing. Excellent. It seems I've successfully persuaded you. Ying Ye nodded in satisfaction, standing nearby as he recited the critical information regarding the cultivation of blood chi martial arts. The first level involves utilizing a ninja's chakra as a medium to traverse the 8 extraordinary meridians, stimulating the cells within the body to disperse into the meridians, intertwining with the chakra. This initial stage is not overly difficult. Any ninja can accomplish it with time. However, to achieve rapid results, one must bear the risk of expelling blood, as chakra is no docile creature. The challenge lies in the ninja's control over their chakra, with the Hyuga clan possessing a distinct advantage in this regard. Approximately 2 hours later, Tobirama opened his eyes and raised his right hand into a fist. He marveled. Ying Ye was not mistaken. The pinnacle of physical techniques lies within martial arts. Having merely cultivated to the first layer of vitality and blood, he had at least doubled his explosive speed and strength. Such an enhancement verged on the extraordinary. It is essential to note that he was Tobirama Senju, a figure whose prowess surpassed that of ordinary shadow-level ninjas. Unbeknownst to him, it was Ying Ye who was truly astonished. Internally, he mused, Tobirama is indeed a seasoned powerhouse. His mastery over chakra alone obliterates the advantages of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, surpassing it by an unfathomable margin. Hyuga Niji, despite his genius, required 3 days to reach the first layer of vitality and blood, whereas Ying Ye achieved it in a week. Even Naruto Uzumaki needed 2 days for the same. Thus, Ying Ye concluded that with sufficient talent, one could attain shadow-level strength without the necessity of a bloodline limit. Ying Ye, I owe you much. Tobirama thought as the energy surged within his meridians, revitalizing him with an invigorating sense of vitality and a fervent desire to cultivate martial arts. Second grandfather. This is my duty. Ying Ye took a deep breath, clapped his hands together, and summoned a wooden sphere sealed with the chakra of the 9 tails. He commanded, Wood Release, Thorn Spider Cocoon. Instantly, the wooden sphere fell to the ground at Tobirama's feet and, upon being stimulated by the Wood Release chakra, erupted. It swiftly transformed into a 2-meter-tall green thorn bush. The unique trait of the Wood Release absorbed the 9 tails chakra from within the wooden sphere, changing the color of the branches to a vivid green interspersed with red hues. Ultimately, under Ying Ye's control, the branches unraveled, forming countless threads that spiraled around Tobarama, weaving into a cocoon of emerald on the outside and crimson within. The fine threads, born from the fusion of Ninetales chakra and Wood Release ninjutsu, penetrated Tobarama's major meridians. Second grandfather. The essence of the second layer of vitality and blood is chakra. It represents the initial amalgamation of the two energies. Simply put, it is the blending of the chakra and vitality energies intermingled within the meridians. Without the Ninetales chakra, achieving this stage would require the manipulation of both energies to circulate wildly within the meridians, forcibly binding them together. The Ninetales chakra is not merely an energy. It is an integral part of the Ninetales flesh and blood, containing its primal will. Its effect is to devour and transform energy into Ninetales chakra. This Wood Release technique also possesses the capability of absorbing chakra and converting it into my own chakra. It will engage in a mutual absorption and conflict with the Ninetales chakra, vying for the vitality and chakra within your meridians. Ultimately, this leads to a delicate balance, settling into your power and allowing you to successfully complete the initial blending of chakra and vitality energies. As time passed, with Ying Ye's assistance, Tobarama progressed like a disciple receiving teachings from an elder, smoothly completing his cultivation of the second layer of martial arts. The cost, however, was the complete consumption of the Ninetales chakra that Ying Ye had meticulously prepared. As the thorn spider cocoon dissipated, revealing Tobarama within, a lingering shock surfaced in his typically cold eyes. Ying Ye, you truly astonish me. To have developed such a comprehensive and synergistic ninjutsu related to vitality and martial arts is remarkable. Your talent is now on par with my own, he exclaimed. At these words, a hint of pride blossomed on Ying Ye's exquisite face. He, second grandfather, observing the secrets of vitality and martial arts is entirely different from personal cultivation. You're quite startled, aren't you? In the presence of Senju Tobarama, Ying Ye showed no pretense. It was no jest. Given his current display of Wood Release and talent, he was undoubtedly the finest candidate for the position of the third Hokage. For Tobarama had aged and sought a worthy successor, preferably one capable of decisively subduing the malevolent Uchiha clan. If this formidable individual hailed from the Senju clan, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. This was utterly insane. No, absolutely not. It would lead to demise. Senju Tobarama shook his head vigorously, his cold, piercing gaze fixed upon Ying Ye, filled with confusion and skepticism, as if regarding a madman. Second grandfather, trust me, I will not perish. Ying Ye stepped forward, his handsome face alight with excitement, his eyes shimmering with fervor as he stared intently at Senju Tobarama. The elder and the youth locked eyes for a considerable moment. Ying Ye, let me ponder the likelihood of success. Tobarama sighed deeply, rising to his feet, shaking his head once more. His gaze slightly dazed as he regarded Ying Ye's countenance. 20 minutes prior, after Senju Tobarama had achieved the second level of vitality cultivation, Ying Ye cautiously formed seals to cast a sealing technique, isolating the transmission of sound from within and without. Tap, tap, tap. Second grandfather, I must tell you, the knowledge recorded in the secrets of vitality and martial arts is not exhaustive. I have withheld a significant secret. Until today, only I and Granny Mito were privy to this information. Ying Ye bent slightly, leaning towards Tobarama's ear, his tone brimming with excitement. Instantly, Tobarama's interest was piqued. It was entirely reasonable for the creator of a forbidden technique to leave behind a few contingencies. He chided playfully, "Speak quickly. Do not keep your grandfather in suspense." Upon hearing this, Ying Ye stepped back, straightening his posture, raising a hand to adjust his attire, his expression solemn yet mysterious, a proud smile gracing his fair lips. Second grandfather, the blood in the 3 levels of vitality martial arts recorded in the secret tome essentially revolves around the dantian, circulating through the major meridians of the body. Through prolonged training, one achieves a profound integration. Once the vitality and chakra merge to their utmost, a thread of inner force will emerge, unlocking the gates of martial cultivation. However, what I am about to reveal is the supreme secret of vitality martial arts. As Ying Ye spoke, he tightly grasped the hem of his garment and pulled it fiercely, exposing his fair chest. In an instant, a powerful heartbeat resonated, escalating from a gentle thrum to a thunderous roar. His small heart seemed to harbor a tempestuous spirit, vibrant and full of life. The heart. The greatest treasure of a warrior is indeed the heart, Ying Ye declared. In the realm of vitality martial arts, the blood signifies the very essence of one's lifeblood. When one masters the art of manipulating the flow of blood, It marks the inception of the martial path of vital energy. The heart, as the commander of blood circulation within the human body, begins to merge with the nascent chakra, causing a surge of vital energy to strike the heart. Through relentless refinement and adaptation, it forges a formidable heart suited for practitioners of this martial discipline. Ultimately, the blood coursing through the heart will embody the characteristics of vital energy and chakra, enhancing every organ and cell within the body, including the brain. I have named this secret technique refining the heart, with the aim of cultivating a robust and vigorous warrior's physique. After speaking, Ying Ye struck his heart forcefully, his gaze fixed intently on the expressionless Senju Tobarama seated on the ground. After a long pause, Tobarama coldly remarked, "You will perish." Ying Ye responded, How pessimistic. It seems my persuasion has failed. As expected of a master of human experimentation and forbidden techniques, he immediately discerned the dangers of the refining the heart technique. Alas, Tobarama is far too intelligent and rational, making him much harder to deceive than the elders of the Uchiha, Hyuga, or Sarutobi clans. So far, only Mito, possessing the Uzumaki bloodline, has succeeded. Given Tobarama's vast experience, the likelihood of his success is substantial. At the very least, I can ensure his survival. Ying Ye furrowed his brow, yearning to witness a third successful case. He will not die, will he? Time has now progressed. Ying Ye, tell me why you are so obsessed with the forbidden techniques of the martial arts of vital energy. Senju Tobarama stepped toward the desk with a somewhat heavy gait. Supporting himself with his left hand on the table and his right hand on his forehead, he squinted at the talented junior before him. Why? Upon hearing this, Ying Ye momentarily paused, then raised his head, his black eyes radiating determination as he provided his answer. At the age of 3, my grandmother Mito rescued me from a dark and desolate place, providing me with delicious food, splendid clothing, and a position of respect. However, she lived a miserable life, often lamenting and blaming herself for not caring for her husband's clan and her only child. Uncle Ying sacrificed everything for the glory of the Senju clan, constantly reminding me that if I had the ability in the future, I must rebuild the Senju clan. I promised him. Ying Ye's voice, though youthful and tender, carried the weight of his 10 years, yet the unwavering light in his eyes pained Tobarama's heart. Memories of the past surged forth, compelling this venerable figure of the ninja world to avert his gaze from the vibrant, passionate youth. At that moment, the spirited declaration of the young warrior echoed. The glory of the Senju clan shall endure forever. This fervent and resolute voice rekindled the fighting spirit within the old man, reminiscent of words that often surfaced in his dreams. Suddenly, Senju Tobarama turned sharply, his once cold gaze transformed into one of ferocity and wrath, embodying the essence of a ruthless warrior emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. This was the true visage of a man who had endured the tumult of the Warring States era. A gentle breeze swept through the room, tousling Tobarama's scattered white hair and stirring Ying Ye's vibrant crimson locks, as their fearless gazes met in a clash of wills. The sturdy desk, crafted from expensive materials, shattered, yet its instigator remained unmoved. The ferocity in his eyes gradually dissipated, as if stained by the desert winds, turning a shade of crimson. In a moment of reverie, as he gazed upon the visage of the Senju clan's Tobarama, visions of the not-so-distant Warring States period emerged. A time of clan strife and ceaseless warfare, where 5-year-old children were thrust into the brutal hell of battle. The Senju clan, glory eternal. This phrase, the first Tobarama ever heard, echoed from his brother's lips as he valiantly charged against the malevolent Uchiha ninja to secure his younger sibling's safety. A memory forever etched in his heart. In the years that followed, amidst the carnage, this declaration often lingered on Tobarama's lips, a testament to the final words of many fallen kin. The deep-seated hatred was indelible. Today, while the Uchiha clan still thrived, flourishing in this era of peace, the Senju clan had met its demise through its own hand. At this moment, Tobarama's eyes were thoroughly bloodshot. The heavy footfalls, accompanied by the clinking of armor pieces from the Warring States era, approached Ying Ye. The old man, with eyes aflame, bent down to align his gaze with that of his clan's younger generation. The fierce glare softened into a sorrowful smile. In this age of peace, how can the Senju still produce a little madman like you? Ying Ye replied, I'm quite normal, actually. Nonsense. The Uchiha are not as mad as you. Tobarama retorted, nearly laughing in exasperation at his own words. Yet, one must ponder, who among the geniuses is not a bit mad? Ying Ye halted on the path to the Ninja Academy, his gaze fixed on the Hokage building, a wave of sentiment washing over his youthful, clear eyes. Tobarama's words were not mere fabrications. They resonated deeply within Ying Ye's heart. Having been granted a second chance at life, everything felt so vivid and beautiful. His lineage and the warmth of his family enveloped him in a long-forgotten embrace. In contrast, his previous existence had been one dominated by financial supremacy, where love was reserved for those with wealth. The relentless pressure of poverty could gradually shatter familial harmony. Perhaps there was a tinge of nostalgia, but it was fleeting. After all, in his past life, he had merely been a humble goblin, navigating the steel jungle. Though he had some charm, his rigid demeanor prevented him from kneeling. Ying Ye chuckled softly, shaking off the thoughts that clouded his mind. In the deep of night, beneath a resplendent moon, within a hidden building in Konoha, scattered bottles lay strewn across the floor. The esteemed Hokage raised his gaze to the moonlit sky, his eyes tinged with a hint of redness. Brother, since your departure, war has returned. The enemies are more numerous and more brutal than ever, yet Konoha's children shall not tread the battlefield. This is our shared wish. I must tell you, a genius of Wood Release has emerged from our clan. Though somewhat eccentric, it is of no great concern. Once the war concludes, I shall personally nurture him to restore the Senju clan. Moreover, with Ying Ye wielding Wood Release, he will be capable of suppressing the Uchiha for at least 50 years, allowing me to worry less. That night, Tobarama had indulged a bit too much, his words flowing freely as he lay unceremoniously on the floor, the moonlight safeguarding his dreams. This time, the kin in his dreams no longer reproached him. The following day, at the entrance of a grand mansion in the Senju clan territory, the auburn-haired youth gently grasped the hand of a golden-haired little girl. Aunt Tsukiyo, we are leaving, he called, waving goodbye to the woman at the door, his smile occasionally flickering towards the beautiful woman's abdomen. Tsunade was nearly 6 years old, and if one considered the timeline, it wouldn't be long before SH and would be born in Konoha. Be careful on your way, and don't run too fast, Tsukiyo admonished with a tender gaze. She was, after all, the daughter of a noble family, and the title of Tsunadeheim derived from her. Every gesture she made radiated the elegance of a lady from a prestigious lineage, distinctly different from the demeanor of a kunoichi from Konoha. Clad in a robe of red and white, reminiscent of a shrine maiden, the hidden intensity beneath her loose white attire reminded Ying Ye of a fateful priestess from an anime of his past life. Unfortunately, she could not wield the sacred arrows. Mom, Dad, I'm off to school, Tsunade chirped, waving at her gentle mother, her voice carrying into the courtyard and eliciting a response from Senju Ing. It was a brief yet sonorous reply from the middle-aged man. Oni-chan Ying Ye, let us wager on who will arrive at school first. The little blonde suggested with a raised chin, her penchant for gambling quite evident. You little gambler, Ying Ye chuckled, affectionately tousling Tsunade's small face. His expression radiating a delightful charm as he declared, you can start with a 40-meter lead. With that, a swift whoosh resounded. Tsunade, barely a meter tall, burst forth with an unexpected velocity that belied her age, resembling a golden little rabbit darting away. Ah, quite self-aware, aren't you? Ying Ye grinned as he observed her retreating figure, unhurriedly nodding at Tsukiyo before swiftly following. The Senju clan territory was not vast, yet it could comfortably accommodate over 1,000 inhabitants. Consequently, among those residing here were several families of considerable status, which sometimes left even Senju Tobarama feeling exasperated. After approximately half a minute, Ying Ye halted, the flustered silhouette of Tsunade reflected in his view. He then turned to apologize to an elderly one-eyed man. This child has no understanding of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Elder Mizushima, please don't take offense. I shall surely educate Tsunade properly later. Mizushima, a venerable figure of the same generation as Tobarama's father, was a name that spoke volumes. His blind eye was an evident remnant of a past battle. That reckless little princess, does she not fear being late? The old man grumbled, yet his face bore a benevolent smile. Moreover, his solitary eye was filled with appraisal and anticipation, fixed intently upon Ying Ye. With measured steps, Ying Ye approached the wild boar beside the one-eyed elder, licking his lips in temptation. The boar's carcass was remarkably intact, weighing approximately 200 pounds, with one of its tusks broken and its face smeared with blood, as if it had been brutally slain. Elder Mizushima, you are carrying a wild boar weighing 200 pounds along this 3-meter-wide pathway, standing at a height of 1.70 meters. A young girl managed to collide with a wild boar, striking its soft belly with remarkable precision. Wasn't that a tad too coincidental? Ying Ye bent down, his palm sharpened like a blade, as he concentrated azure wind chakra into a cutting edge, which he brought down upon the boar's carcass. As he sliced through the flesh, he playfully teased, seemingly unfazed by the old man's reaction. The elder from the Senju clan twitched his weathered face, a hint of awkward laughter escaping him. After all, she was just a child, recklessly charging forward, unable to halt her momentum, and could easily crash into a wall. But wait, youngster. That wild boar was painstakingly hunted by me. What are you doing? What am I doing? Engaging in a bit of coercive trading, of course. The meat of a wild boar is a rare delicacy, and for Ying Ye, who practiced the art of blood and energy, there existed an insatiable craving for fresh meat. In a flurry of blue light, within mere seconds, the sizable wild boar was expertly divided into 3 substantial portions. Half of the pig's body, its legs on either side, the head in the middle, and the innards piled atop its belly. The boar's blood was a precious resource, not to be squandered. Ying Ye murmured softly, as if he had not heard the one-eyed elderess words. With the technique, Wood Release, carnivorous flower, a towering 2-meter crimson man-eating flower emerged, its roots sprawling into the ground, extending into the carcass of the wild boar. Soon enough, the pungent scent of blood in the air began to dissipate. As the boar's blood was absorbed into the flower, settling into clumps, Elder Mizashima, would you consider selling me a portion? After finishing his task, Ying Ye turned to the one-eyed elder, his smile radiant and innocent. Indeed, it was Wood Release. The elder's eyes glazed over in astonishment. His face flushed with excitement as he eagerly responded, take it all, take it all. Oh dear. That seems too generous, half will suffice, Ying Ye chuckled. Calmly forming hand seals as smoke erupted, revealing a sealing scroll. He then stored half of the wild boar within. Elder Mizashima, I must escort Tsunade to school, so I shall take my leave. With that, Ying Ye executed the body flicker technique, vanishing in an instant. Within mere seconds, he disappeared from the one-eyed elder's sight, chasing after the gamble-prone little rascal. At just 10 years old, he had triumphed over a jonin from the Hyuga clan, invented a forbidden technique, awakened the Uzumaki lineage, the Senju bloodline, and even mastered Wood Release. Could it be that Tobarama's experiment to awaken Wood Release had indeed succeeded? The one-eyed elder halted, lost in thought for a considerable time, before making his way towards the remaining boar meat, his gaze shifting to his silver note. A smile crept upon his face, yet his eyes held a profound depth. This lad surpasses Tsunade by leaps and bounds. He is destined to be the leader of my Senju clan, the Hokage of Konoha. Subsequently, the one-eyed elder finished processing the leftover boar meat and returned to the home of the Senju elder, busying himself with some unknown task. Konoha Academy. Established 3 years prior, saw Ying Ye as its inaugural student, a legendary figure who graduated in a single day. The original intention was to cultivate the talented ninjas of Konoha, compelling various clans to enroll all their young talents for training. This vision, proposed by Tobarama Senju, was enforced despite receiving considerable criticism and resistance from many ninja clans within the village. Uchiha, you expect me to have my Uchiha child brainwashed to serve as a mere dog for Konoha? Dream on. The other clans of ninjas share similar sentiments, yet, out of respect for the Hokage's reputation, they occasionally send a few of their lesser members to the academy each year. The majority of students here are the children of commoners. There are 3 classes in total, and among them, a few exceptionally talented youngsters have emerged, such as Jiraiya and Orochimaru. As for Tsunade, she does not fall into the category of commoners. With small legs in motion, the golden-haired little girl, with her cherry-like lips, gasps for breath as she dashes forward, her legs flailing like phantoms. Her large eyes radiate the fervent desire of a gambler hoping for a comeback. With a determined glint reflecting her thoughts, she makes a bold dash towards the school gates. Almost there. This time, I shall surely triumph over brother Ying Ye. Hee. Little Tsunade takes a step forward, her radiant smile blooming and fading within the span of a mere second. In that fleeting moment, she plummets from the heights of joy to the depths of despair. She is lost. For at that instant, a pair of large hands encircled her waist, lifting her off the ground, and her defiant gaze shifted downward to see a large foot crossing the threshold of the school entrance. Instantly, her petite face tightened, her small legs kicking the air in frustration. Boo-hoo. Once again, in the final moment, brother Ying Ye, you naughty rascal, always bullying me. Does that count as a tie? Huh? Is it really so? That is utterly unfair. Overwhelmed with anger, little Tsunade burst into tears, struggling fiercely in Ying Ye's embrace, her cheeks puffing up in indignation. Alas, her strength was insufficient to break free. This only fueled her frustration further, her chubby cheeks nearly puffing up like dumplings. With measured steps, Ying Ye carried little Tsunade to the front of the class, gently setting her down before leaning in to inquire. Tsunade, tell your brother, what is the secret to victory? Prudence, anticipate all potential failures and evade them in time. Decisiveness, foresee all possible failures and seize the moment to secure victory, little Tsunade replied rapidly, almost without thought. Ying Ye raised an eyebrow, puzzled. If you know this, why didn't you anticipate my attack and find the right moment to enter the school gates? Upon hearing this, little Tsunade puffed up her cheeks in anger, lamenting, because every time, brother Ying Ye, you predict my predictions. I've lost so many times already that I decided to take a gamble. You little gambler, don't you know that gambling can lead to losing everything in the end? Ying Ye chuckled while playfully nudging her back, pushing her into the classroom. Inside Ninja School, Class C, a loud voice echoed. Tsunade, why are you late again? The Chunin teacher, Ikitsai, held his forehead in exasperation as he gazed at little Tsunade, while the eyes of numerous students in the classroom remained calm, with many indifferent. The reason was simple. They had grown accustomed to it. It had become a daily spectacle. I am at fault. Little Tsunade raised her head, pouting her lips, and confessed in her sweet, childish voice. This scene only deepened Ikitsai's headache. Oh dear, can't you refrain from doing this every single day? In this instance, it was I who overslept, and I do not blame Tsunade. As I turned the corner by the classroom door, a red-haired youth emerged, his right hand rubbing his forehead, apologizing with a rather awkward tone. In light spirits today, I decided to take the fall for little Tsunade. As soon as the words left my mouth, I instantly transformed my demeanor, shifting from the irritable class instructor back to the ordinary Konoha Shichinin, lightly touching my forehead and speaking with a softened tone. Huh? Is that so? Tsunade, please return to your seat promptly. With a haughty demeanor, Tsunade raised her head, batting her eyelashes at Ying Ye, then swaggered toward the front row seats like an arrogant swan. I appreciate your help. Tsunade has indeed been spoiled, I remarked, especially with her penchant for gambling. All thanks to that old rascal Hashirama. Ying Ye cast a glance at the proud, golden-haired little girl, a smile gracing his lips as he subtly mocked the first Hokage's lack of discretion in his private affairs. Ha ha ha, I turned away, feigning ignorance of the conversation. I dared not engage. The first Hokage is revered in Konoha as a divine figure. Who would dare to speak against him? That was a direct quote from Granny Mito. Not my own words. Ying Ye chuckled lightly, shaking his head. He then surveyed the classroom, his gaze sweeping over two white-haired youngsters and a brooding, elegant youth. Instantly, a flurry of infatuation erupted among the young girls, causing the classroom atmosphere to grow lively. The girls of the ninja world are indeed precociously mature. Is he paying attention to me? The golden-eyed boy by the window, resting his chin on one hand, wore an expression of astonishment as he straightened his posture, fixedly gazing at the doorway. Alas, the individual had already exited, led away by me. Was it merely an illusion? The young Orochimaru furrowed his brow, a flicker of urgency igniting in his eyes as he yearned for contact with the senior known as Ying Ye. What illusion? Orochimaru, huh? You must be dreaming, exclaimed the boisterous Jiraiya, awakened by the commotion in class, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth and carelessly flicking it to the floor while wearing a mocking expression. Fool, stay asleep and do not interrupt my contemplation. Orochimaru retorted, uncharacteristically irritated, which sparked Jiraiya's competitive spirit. I shall challenge you, defeating you so thoroughly that you'll be left searching for your teeth while winning the hearts of the women in class. He rambled on. Unfortunately, Orochimaru chose to ignore him, a fortunate soul reborn into adulthood, consumed solely by thoughts of women. That was Orochimaru's internal assessment of the bumbling Jiraiya. Orochimaru, you are mistaken. He truly was looking at us just now, spoke the white-haired boy seated behind. Instantly, Orochimaru turned sharply, gazing at his male classmate, whose eyes revealed determination and excitement. Confirming his suspicion, Mario, your perceptiveness rivals my own. It must be true, Orochimaru remarked, his slit pupils glimmering with the fervor of a serpent fixated on its prey, enveloped in an emotion named excitement. It was not just you and I. There was also that white-haired gorilla. Bailuhu cast a glance at Jiraiya, which only deepened the latter's confusion. What on earth are you two discussing? Jiraiya asked, his fighting spirit waning as he rubbed his hands together, glaring at Bailuhu with a growing sense of indignation. He felt as though he had been cast aside, a victim of the subtle cruelty of social exclusion. Regrettably, the two paid him no heed. Orochimaru, in 3 days we shall graduate, the frail, white-haired boy remarked, casting a significant look at Orochimaru. seemingly reminding him of a crucial piece of information. I must find a way to connect with him. Orochimaru's eyes lit up with understanding, his serpentine gaze shimmering as he devised a plan. However, he refrained from elaborating, instead focusing on a girl in the front of the class, idly playing with her hair, exuding an air of ennui. Bailuhu, what do you think of Tsunade? Orochimaru inquired with a sly smile. She's formidable, stronger than I, Bailuhu replied earnestly. Instantly, Orochimaru's interest in Bailuhu waned, and he turned his attention to the nearby white-haired youth. What if we send this fellow to gather information? He suggested. Excellent idea, Bailuhu responded, his eyes brightening as he glanced at Jiraiya. A minute later, laughter erupted. Ha! Orochimaru, you are all too kind to me. I, Jiraiya, swear that you shall be my dearest brothers henceforth, he declared, wiping away tears of gratitude. The three then turned their gaze towards Tsunade. A shiver ran down Tsunade's spine as she sensed malice, prompting her to seek its source. Ultimately, she discovered 3 pairs of eager, youthful eyes fixated upon her. A question mark appeared above her head as she muttered, "What are these 3 up to? Have they a death wish?" Meanwhile, in a corner of the ninja school's playground, beneath a resting pavilion, Ying Ye observed with interest as a Chiraku, burdened with a hefty watermelon, approached. It was the autumn equinox, not the season for ripe watermelons, and acquiring a 10-pound specimen would require Ichiraku to expend half a month's wages. You seek something from me, don't you? Ying Ye raised an eyebrow, accepting the offering with grace. After some time, Ying Ye casually discarded the rind, wiping his mouth with his sleeve before turning to Ichiraku. What troubles you? Speak freely. At this, Ichiraku coughed, having choked on the watermelon juice, and after a moment of recovery, looked at Ying Ye with a gaze filled with helplessness and astonishment. This is no ordinary 10-year-old. He possesses the acumen and intellect of a seasoned elite shinobi, he thought, feeling a chill at the brilliance before him. Haha, young master Ying Ye. The situation is as follows. Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi approached me yesterday with a request. Ichiraku quickly recounted the events, conveying that Hiruzen wished to take on a disciple, specifically Tsunade, while also asking Ichiraku to introduce 2 other promising children. As a Chunin instructor at the ninja school, appointed by the second Hokage himself, he was firmly entrenched in the Hokage's faction. Yet, Hiruzen Sarutobi was a direct disciple of the second Hokage, undeniably a figure of authority. Logically speaking, he should not refuse, nor would he dare to. After all, this is a matter of reason and unspoken rules. Sarutobi Hiruzen taking on Tsunade as a disciple is beyond reproach. However, it is only prudent to consult Tsunade as family and elders. Ideally, the second Hokage's approval would be sought, but he felt a twinge of cowardice and hesitated. To refuse Sarutobi Hiruzen would mean that the Senju clan would abstain from ninja affairs, a decree established by his great-uncle. Moreover, Tsunade was determined to teach personally, as she held great promise in awakening Wood Release. Ying Ye confidently provided his response. Great-uncle? Awakening Wood Release. Upon hearing these 2 pieces of information, Ikurai was drenched in sweat, wishing he could cover his ears. As a nin of Konoha, he was acutely aware that some knowledge could cost one their life. Fool. Why did you ask Ying Ye? Directly inquiring with the Hokage would be far more prudent than consulting this child. He is merely 10 years old, not a ninja, and knows little about the importance of confidentiality. Ikurai scolded himself inwardly. Indeed, teaching one is akin to teaching many. I have my eye on those 2 white-haired youngsters in your class. The brooding, serpent-eyed boy seems promising. I intend to take them on as my disciples, Ying Ye remarked, revealing his premeditated plans. A trifling matter. It is the greatest opportunity of their lives to be accepted under your tutelage. Ikurai readily agreed, yet considered them merely 3 orphan commoners who would likely go unnoticed. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was not for him, a mere nin, to worry about. Indeed, Ikurai, you are quite astute, Ying Ye nodded, preparing to reward Ikurai. The reconstruction of the Senju clan necessitates talent, particularly the kind that common orphans can carry forth under the Senju name. Orochimaru and Jiraiya need no further mention. As for Bairuha, he is a character from the anime film series, a boss-level entity whose talent and abilities speak for themselves, making him an ideal candidate for the first batch. With Bairuha's existence, it is plausible that the Uchiha matriarch is lurking in some corner of the ninja world, waiting to break free from her seal. A Sharingan user harboring hatred towards the Uchiha is a solid fallback option, but there is no rush to unlock that potential just yet. Ying Ye lifted his gaze towards the Uchiha clan's direction. The Uchiha of this era in Konoha did not possess the Mangeki Sharingan and thus did not warrant his immediate attention. Ikurai, I am in a good mood today. Feel free to voice any other request you may have, Ying Ye said with a smile, taking a bite of watermelon and speaking softly. Upon hearing this, Ikurai's eyes brightened, cautiously glancing at the red-haired boy devouring the watermelon, feeling a surge of confidence within. The half-month of salary had not been in vain. Benefits were indeed forthcoming. Ying Ye, I seek your recognition. Ikurai knelt on one knee, earnestly requesting. Recognition? What do you mean? Ying Ye paused, a flicker of understanding dawning in his eyes. He felt somewhat speechless. Ikurai, you wish to learn the chi and blood martial arts, yet fear being discovered, hence your desire for my approval, correct? Hee. But has the Hokage designated the chi and blood martial arts as forbidden techniques? Practicing them privately is a criminal offense. With an awkward smile, Ikurai readily admitted his predicament. Let us change the subject. Ying Ye's lips curled with amusement as he playfully teased the diligent and eager Chunin. Ah, Ikurai exclaimed, his mouth agape, a wry smile adorning his face. Lord Ying Ye, I have already reached the first level of my training. I truly do not wish to give up. The first level of chi and blood martial arts is not particularly challenging. A ninja, if willing to dedicate time to rigorous practice, can typically succeed within a year. Ikurai, what I mean is that you have already qualified for training. You need to change your approach. Ying Ye lifted his gaze, casting an appreciative glance at the unremarkable Chunin instructor. When did this happen? Ikurai scratched his forehead, deep in thought for a long while. But alas, he could not grasp a clue. Thus, Ying Ye patiently clarified. The training venue for chi and blood martial arts is the ninja school, and the participants include everyone here, even the teachers instructing the students. Otherwise, how could those without any understanding qualify to teach? Upon hearing this, Ikurai's eyes widened in realization as he slapped his forehead, lamenting his own foolishness for not considering this aspect. Hiki, I did not expect being a teacher at the ninja school would be such a lucrative opportunity. Joy blossomed within Ikurai's heart, though he struggled to think of any other requests. Surely, he could not ask Ying Ye for money to help him marry a wife. Lord Ying Ye, my only request is this. If it is not too much trouble, please provide guidance to the students. In 3 days, they face their graduation exams. If they fail, the common orphans will have to toil as farmers, and the children of the ninja clan may never gain acceptance from their kin. Ikurai raised his head, earnestly beseeching. Hearing this, Ying Ye set aside the uneaten slice of watermelon and fixed his dark eyes on Ikurai for a long moment. After contemplating the Chunin instructor seriously, he could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Approaching 30 years of age, Ikurai wore clothes patched in several places, hastily sewn together, clearly indicative of a man unable to afford a wife. Historically, the salaries of ordinary teachers have been low, though their status and relationships may be of higher regard. Ying Ye looked at Ikurai and was reminded of Irika from the original story, who once lent Naruto a helping hand, causing his smile to soften considerably. Ikurai, I will not take your watermelon for free. Gather the students from the school. Within 10 minutes, the third cohort of students from Konoha had assembled in the viewing area of the training ground, their innocent, pure eyes fixated on the red-haired youth beneath the tent. Only Tsunade, with her clear, light yellow eyes, was drawn to the watermelon on the stone table, licking her lips in anticipation. She craved it. Yet, with so many classmates around, the golden-haired little girl dared not seize a piece for herself. Fearing embarrassment, she could only longingly envision the fruit. She thought to herself, how infuriating. After school, I must squeeze every last coin from that stingy older brother to buy one. No, 2 large watermelons to devour. With a lively stride, Ikurai approached Ying Ye and reminded him, Lord Ying Ye, all 65 students and 6 teachers are present. Very well, Ying Ye replied. Ying Ye nodded, extending his right hand to grasp a handful of pitch-black watermelon seeds. Subsequently, with a single hand raised before his chest, he instantaneously appeared at the center of the playground. The body flicker technique. How astonishing. He has cultivated to the level of formless ninjutsu, executing it at least 3 times within a second. Otherwise, he would not have traversed such a considerable distance, murmured Ikurai in awe. Dear juniors, I trust you are all familiar with my name. Today, at the invitation of teacher Ikurai, I am here to impart knowledge to you. This is a rare opportunity, so I urge everyone to pay close attention, diligently learn, and strive to become a genin of Konoha in 3 days. A smile graced Ying Ye's lips as his gaze swept across the eager faces of the students. Those youthful, exuberant visages might one day transform into the merciless harbingers of death, defending Konoha against its foes. The body technique comprises the clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique, forming the foundation of most ninjutsu and essential for your successful graduation. Today, I shall sequentially demonstrate the key principles, chakra manipulation, and their advanced versions. Ying Ye lifted his right hand, casually scattering the watermelon seeds upon the ground, and then positioned both hands to form a seal. With each seal explained in detail, he declared, "Clone technique." As he spoke, a cloud of white mist erupted beside him, forming a perfect replica of a red-haired youth. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the clone technique. Its advantage lies in confounding the enemy's judgment, proving invaluable for ambushing foes or making a swift escape. However, its drawback is that it can only conjure a single clone, which will dissipate upon taking damage. Yet, its advanced variant, the shadow clone technique, overcomes the limitations of quantity and fragility, albeit with significantly greater difficulty in mastering. Sufficient contributions to Konoha will grant access to its training methods. Ying Ye refrained from elaborating on the seals and chakra flow of the shadow clone technique, as such advanced ninjutsu is a treasured heritage of Konoha, and freely disseminating it would undermine the established order. A brief explanation sufficed. As for the multi-shadow clone technique, it was unnecessary to delve into further detail. The instruction consumed nearly 3 hours, a testament to Ying Ye's sincerity. Lord Ying Ye is truly formidable. Not only was his explanation meticulous, but he also selflessly shared methods to simplify the sealing techniques. "Even I have gained immensely," remarked Akinari, his eyes glistening with gratitude as he gazed at Ying Ye. Ninjutsu, particularly advanced forms, has always been a closely guarded treasure among the various clans. Even among kin, without a certain status or talent, accessing such knowledge can be exceedingly challenging. Even in Konoha, the situation has only slightly improved. It remains difficult for ordinary ninjas to attain such skills. With the explanation of ninjutsu concluded, I shall grant you half an hour to digest and experiment. Feel free to discuss amongst yourselves, and should you have any questions, do not hesitate to approach me. Taking a deep breath, Ying Ye instructed before settling down cross-legged to restore his energy. 3 hours of uninterrupted ninjutsu practice imposed a considerable strain on his psyche. As for chakra consumption, it was not entirely negligible. One could say it paled in comparison to that of the multi-shadow clone technique. A minute later, the first brave soul approached Ying Ye. With disheveled white hair, his appearance could not be deemed unattractive, but rather rough around the edges. "Senior Ying Ye, I am Jiraiya, and I wish to discuss the development of the transformation technique and clone technique with you." Little Jiraiya possessed an extraordinary thick skin, boldly initiating a rather delicate inquiry. The transformation technique could indeed conjure the appearance of a woman, and when combined with the shadow clone technique, it was hardly a challenge. However, I have no intention of delving into it, nor will I impart this knowledge to you, remarked Ying Ye with a smile. Why? Little Jiraiya was taken aback and perplexed. Because I value my reputation, Ying Ye replied quietly, yet firmly, inciting Jiraiya to erupt in protest. He shouted not to underestimate the bond between himself and ninjutsu, exclaiming phrases like, "Don't belittle me," and, in a huff, he stormed back to his seat to study alone. "Hey, white-haired brat, are you leaving already? Have you mastered the shadow clone technique?" Ying Ye called after Jiraiya's retreating figure, feeling rather helpless. "Humph, I've already mastered it. I just couldn't be bothered to mention it to my teacher," Jiraiya retorted, not bothering to look back as he walked away. This statement left Ying Ye momentarily stunned, pondering whether the intelligence he had on Jiraiya was flawed. If he could perform the shadow clone technique, why was he languishing at the bottom of the class? In truth, the information was accurate. In the anime, Jiraiya indeed struggled during his early years. However, this fellow, leveraging the natural advantages of youth, would sneak off nearly every night to the bathhouse or an adult inn. By day, he would arrive at school and immediately fall asleep, conserving his energy. When teachers posed questions, it was no surprise that he was at a loss, and it would be strange if his grades were anything but dismal. Yet, those endowed with talent often acted with impunity, as was the case with Jiraiya. After Jiraiya departed, a melancholic and enigmatic young man swiftly approached Ying Ye. Clad in blue and white attire with oversized sleeves, he bore an almost childlike resemblance, adding an air of youthful pretentiousness reminiscent of Orochimaru. Orochimaru. No. It should be termed the youthful, fair-skinned incarnation of Orochimaru. During this period, his beauty and charm could easily captivate the hearts of many. Ying Ye smirked, intrigued as he scrutinized Orochimaru. Meanwhile, the brooding youth with golden slit-like eyes quietly observed his target, analyzing the situation like a serpent eyeing its prey. "Senior Ying Ye, I wish to become your disciple, Orochimaru stated earnestly, kneeling before Ying Ye. This display caught Ying Ye somewhat off guard. However, upon reflection, he recognized that his demonstration of wood release, martial prowess, innate talent, and his extraordinary status as the Prince of Konoha were all irresistibly appealing to Orochimaru. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru was aware of this Leaf Village Jonin, yet he had little understanding of him. Why? Ying Ye inquired, raising an eyebrow. Curious to uncover Orochimaru's true intentions. To study ninjutsu, to delve into wood release, and to explore the essence of life, Orochimaru declared, tilting his head upward. His typically cold slit eyes shimmering with a fervent desire for knowledge. Isn't it immortality you seek? Ying Ye's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. But he quickly suppressed it, gazing at Orochimaru with a smile. Show me your talents. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's heart leaped with joy. A serious expression crossed his handsome visage as he swiftly demonstrated the shadow clone technique. Subsequently, a technique known as the Shadow Serpent Hand was executed, showcasing his remarkable aptitude for ninjutsu. Indeed, the Shadow Serpent Hand is a rare technique, difficult even for mid-level ninjas to master. Orochimaru, I acknowledge your talent. Ying Ye, taking advantage of the situation, consented to Orochimaru's request for mentorship. This scene was vividly reflected in the eyes of the observing students and teachers, many of whom were young boys and girls brimming with excitement. Among them was a slight, white-haired boy, exceptionally agile and remarkably swift. Senior Ying Ye, I too wish to be your disciple. The boy, Baloo, emulated Orochimaru's earlier display, demonstrating the body replacement technique and his diligently honed kunai-throwing skills. Gazing earnestly at Ying Ye, although his talent was slightly inferior to Orochimaru's, it was sufficient to attain the rank of a genin, marking him as a small prodigy. However, Baloo, the movie arc's antagonist, possessed the greatest potential in his bloodline limit, yet it remained undisclosed due to his tender age. Another white-haired boy? His potential appears commendable. He may very well ascend to the rank of J-nin in the future. If you can bring back that earlier white-haired boy, I shall gladly accept both of you as my disciples. Ying Ye nodded, presenting a condition. Jiraiya? Baloo looked up, his eyes glimmering with confusion. Unable to comprehend why Ying Ye would value a lagging classmate. I have encountered lustful youths, but one who is both talented and shameless, and who aspires to the path of the ninja. Such a phenomenon is rare indeed. Ying Ye kindly offered a hint, suggesting that he should approach Jiraiya's character. Before long, the two white-haired boys returned together, both kneeling on the ground. Teacher, will you truly teach me the shadow clone technique? Little Jiraiya raised his head, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he inquired. In that instant, Ying Ye realized Baloo's ruse to entice Jiraiya. This little lecher had not abandoned the notion of transforming his clones into beauties, and he had even set his sights on the tangible shadow clones. As long as you can learn it. Ying Ye shook his head, chuckling helplessly. Thus, Ying Ye's plan to take on disciples concluded splendidly. He merely awaited the reconstruction of the Senju clan to bestow upon these three the Senju surname, ensuring the future prosperity of the Senju lineage. When considering it, alongside Tsunade, the new generation's Konoha F seemed to be taking shape. The observing students grew increasingly restless, their clear, bright eyes filled with eagerness. No, Brother Ying Ye is mine alone. I cannot allow any other women to successfully become his disciples. A certain golden-haired little girl noticed the rising commotion, her desire nearly overcoming her timidity and shyness. A woman's innate sense of crisis surged within her heart. With swift agility, little Tsunade hopped over seats and barriers, leaping gracefully like a nimble rabbit into the training ground. Then, she shouted in a sweet voice towards the observing area. The half hour has passed. School is over now. Hurry home for lunch. Wait, what? The astonished mid-level ninja raised his right hand, glancing at his most prized watch to confirm the accurate time, inwardly chuckling. I'm mused. It seems this young lady is rather envious. What has become of this world? A mere 6-year-old girl already exhibits such possessiveness. How intriguing. A middle-aged man nearing 30 lamented the coldness of society, reflecting on the bygone warmth of human nature. Yet, I, Ikurai, found myself quite pleased. With Orochimaru's trio voluntarily seeking my mentorship, it would be far easier to report back to Lord Sarutobi. Given the circumstances, I might as well abuse my authority just this once and allow the students to return home. With a gentle sigh of relief, I was about to speak when I noticed a crimson-haired youth rising in the center of the playground. His dark eyes briefly met mine. As you all know, I have awakened the Wood Release, a renowned ninjutsu of the first Hokage. However, The catalyst for my awakening was the unique martial arts technique I pioneered. Upon reaching the third level of my physical prowess, the Wood Release manifested within me. This revelation confirmed a significant truth. The martial arts greatly enhanced the awakening of bloodline limits. 5 years ago, the second Hokage disbanded the Senju clan, integrating them into the common populace of Konoha. Those present here are all under the age of 6. This implies that one among you may very well be a descendant of the Senju clan. Should you excel in the martial arts, you too might awaken the Wood Release in the future. I deliberately amplified my inner energy to ensure my voice reached the spectators and beyond, allowing more villagers and ninjas of Konoha to hear. The allure of the Wood Release holds a fatal charm for the ninjas of the Leaf Village. It symbolizes the legendary prowess of the ninja, Hashirama Senju. Expanding the appeal of the martial arts has long been my ambition, a path I am determined to pursue with fervor. The talented ninjas of Konoha ought to ignite the flames of my martial arts. The entirety of the ninja world must burn brightly in response. Taking a deep breath, my clear black eyes glinted with an air of indifference and intensity. I then clasped my hands together, swiftly forming the necessary seals, and struck the ground with force. Wood Release, Birth of the Floral Realm. This technique, derived from Hashirama Senju's Birth of the Floral World, is a modified version, enhanced by my Wood Release. It employs chakra to induce the growth of root-like plants. The greater the chakra consumed, the wider the range of the technique. Upon my awakening of the Wood Release and informing Senju, he entrusted me with the entirety of our father Hashirama's Wood Release legacy. This moment signifies a continuation of our bloodline, showcasing the foundation of a prominent clan within the ninja world. It is a declaration to the entire ninja realm that the Senju clan has not perished. This generation's genius, who awakens the Wood Release, possesses talent on par with Hashirama Senju. Behold, this is the Wood Release. I bellowed, my voice resonating throughout the vicinity. With that proclamation, a thunderous rumble ensued. 9 watermelon vines erupted from the barren sand, each taking form in rapid succession, wildly extending 10 meters in all directions. Their verdant leaves invading the earth like a swarm of locusts. Within mere seconds, they enveloped the entire playground, a colossal expanse of 3,000 square meters, and showed no signs of ceasing their conquest. The earth trembles as watermelon vines grow at an extraordinary rate, transforming into 9 towering plants that reach heights of over 100 meters, reminiscent of ancient mythical beasts that leave one awestruck. Flowers bloom, dancing in the incoming gusts, dispersing their pollen before they fall away, giving rise to countless small watermelons. In a remarkably brief span, the cycle of flowering, pollination, and fruiting unfolds with wild abandon. Is this the Wood Release technique? Orochimaru gazes upon the red-haired youth standing atop the colossal vines, a pale yet strikingly handsome face tinged with a sickly yearning. Such strength, fearsome strength. Hiruzen's mouth hangs agape, his frail body trembling with excitement. Thud! Jiraiya collapses to the ground, staring up in awe at the divine-like figure. Rendered speechless by the beauty before him, it is as if he has been transported to a realm of immortals. The golden-haired girl with twin pigtails gazes with wide, sparkling eyes, reminiscent of the stars above, shimmering with wonder and longing as she gazes at the red-haired boy at the pinnacle of the flowering vines. This breathtaking scene is forever etched in Tsunade's heart, a memory to cherish for a lifetime. Before long, swish, 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 a flurry of figures rushes towards the thunderous sounds emanating from the ninja school, only to be met with a stunning spectacle akin to a paradise on earth. The wind howls, petals flutter, creating a fragrant sea of blossoms. The red-haired youth stands majestically at the summit, as if a deity has descended upon the mortal realm. Granduncle, today, I shall treat the entire village to watermelon. Please, do not hold back. The boy's clear, hearty laughter shatters the silence, the celestial youth descending to earth. The former ninja school playground has transformed into a primordial jungle of watermelon fields, with vines bearing hundreds of melons, leaving everyone astonished. The rich floral fragrance lingers, petals dancing and carried by the breeze, drifting down upon every household in Konoha. Swish! Ying Ye forms a hand seal, landing gracefully upon the tender green leaves of the vines. His dark eyes fixate on a watermelon the size of a millstone, and he strides over. Crack! With a swift motion, he slices open the watermelon, vibrant red juice flowing forth, leaving pieces quietly resting on the ground. Not bad, the quality exceeds my expectations. Ying Ye picks up a slice, taking a hearty bite, a look of delight crossing his face. The taste is pleasant, though slightly less sweet than summer watermelons. This is indeed the correct way to utilize wood release in peaceful times. Alas, as long as ninjas exist, true peace will elude the shinobi world. Ying Ye shakes his head, quietly admiring his grand creation. Suddenly, Russell, from the lush, expansive field of melons emerges a golden-haired girl, her lively orange eyes expressing excitement and hope. As she darts into Ying Ye's embrace, chattering incessantly, she says, "Ying Ye, brother, you're amazing. My heart is racing with excitement. I want to learn wood release. Please teach me, I beg you." Well, the watermelon is truly delicious, yet my grandfather, that old man, has never once grown one for me to enjoy. It is my brother Ying Ye who is truly kind. The little girl's mood shifts swiftly, captivated by the exquisite taste of the watermelon, her cherubic face adorned with seeds. Has Tobirama never engaged in such frivolities? Ying Ye furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it, shaking his head, pondering that perhaps he simply lacked the inclination to do so. The wood release, flower realm birth is essentially a simplified version of the flower realm tree birth. It forgoes aggression while enhancing the effect of nurturing plants, resulting in a miraculous event that astonishes Konoha, all bolstered by an immense chakra. At this moment, Senju Tobirama stood at the edge of the primordial melon grove, his expression grim, cold eyes searching for Ying Ye's whereabouts. Regrettably, the grove was saturated with the same source of chakra, making it exceedingly difficult for even his remarkable perception to discern the target. He muttered an angry curse, "That troublesome little brat, always causing me trouble." The awakened wood release of Ying Ye, coupled with his ability to alter terrain, indicated that he was a prodigy possessing the foundational strength of Senju Hashirama's wood release techniques. A notion not to be taken lightly. Tobirama was certain that the other 4 great shinobi villages would stop at nothing to assassinate or even capture Ying Ye. Such a genius ninja could incite a conflict that would see the 4 great villages besiege Konoha. The peace agreement with the Cloud Village now seemed tenuous. Tobirama's mood was heavy as he sighed deeply. "Teacher, I am willing to guard Lord Ying Ye day and night, nurturing the towering ancient trees of Konoha," Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested. Kneeling on one knee, his expression solemn. This scene profoundly shook him, revealing to him the unparalleled significance of Ying Ye to Konoha. Perhaps in the original narrative, while Senju Tobirama's influence still lingered, Hiruzen had not yet aged, and this ninja world bear was still a worthy inheritor of the will of fire. Perhaps, power combined with time truly has the capacity to alter everything. The monkey, with both strength and strategy, possessed an exceptional perspective of the battlefield. His presence was indispensable. Tobirama's icy gaze flickered as he resolved to prioritize the greater good. Subsequently, Tobirama turned, his scrutinizing gaze falling upon the assembled clan leaders, ultimately resting on Hyuga Tenjin. "Hyuga clan leader, how is that child's injury?" This inquiry appeared to be merely a question but was, in fact, a demand for personnel from the Hyuga clan. In terms of safeguarding important figures, no ninja could surpass the Hyuga clan. Both were astute individuals, and a single phrase sufficed to convey their intentions. "It will take at least half a month for him to regain his mobility," Hyuga Tenjin replied, his demeanor unyielding, his gaze drifting toward the grove behind Tobirama. A glimmer of resolve evident in his pure white eyes. "I see," Tobirama nodded, seemingly indifferent as he remarked. "Surely there are others in the Hyuga clan who practice the forbidden techniques of blood and chi, beyond just Hyuga Rinrin." Upon hearing this, Hyuga Tenjin stood tall. Responding in a steady tone, the branch family Jonin, Hyuga Renyuki, was apprehended yesterday for practicing to the 3rd level of blood and chi without permission, and has been detained. Awaiting the decision of the Hokage. On the cold visage of Senju Tobirama, a smile emerged as he cast an appreciative glance at Hyuga Tenjin. His voice icy yet resolute. "In that case, let Hyuga Renyuki be tasked with guarding Senju Ying Ye, day and night, without respite." "As you command," Hyuga Tenjin replied, recognizing that the outcome of this investment would eventually reveal whether the Hyuga clan would reap substantial rewards. With the objective achieved, the concerns in Senju Tobirama's eyes diminished slightly, and he unexpectedly displayed a warm smile towards the gathered higher-ups of Konoha, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us not squander the goodwill of that child Ying Ye. Watermelons are a rare delight in this season." Following his words, the ninjas sprang into swift action. Sarutobi Izashi maintained his usual demeanor, leading a team of shinobi to rescue the children trapped in the melon grove and returning them home one by one. The nearly 100 large watermelons would suffice for the approximately 100,000 residents of Konoha, allowing each household to share 1 or 2. In the Uchiha clan's assembly hall, a round table at the center bore 9 perfectly round watermelons. How could that old rascal Hyuga Tingen be so spineless? Not only sending a talented member of the main family, but now also a female elite shinobi? Uchiha Shana's frustrated growl echoed throughout the hall. The Uchiha clan members present, rare in their silence, paid little heed to the elders' complaints. About 20 Uchiha elite shinobi remained mute, their eyes flashing with crimson light, betraying their inner turmoil. Wood Release. Having ended the warring states period of the ninja world, it ushered in a new era of equilibrium among the 5 great ninja villages. A unique ninjutsu belonging to the god of ninjas. In the hands of a 10-year-old prodigy, it now radiated a magnificent brilliance. If allowed to develop, he might very well become the next Senja Hashirama. What fate would then await the Uchiha clan? To be frank, I find myself somewhat envious of the Hyuga clan, who could dispatch a beautiful female elite shinobi to accompany the young, would release genius day and night. Given time, she would undoubtedly gain access to the core secrets of bloodline martial arts. What heights would the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan reach by then? Elder, what do you think? Uchiha Chikusen gazed at Uchiha Shana with a knowing smile, his eyes laden with meaning. Are you suggesting that the Uchiha should also send a female shinobi to guard that red-haired brat? Uchiha Shana's brows furrowed deeply, his gaze growing increasingly fierce. Protecting the honor of the Uchiha was this obstinate old man's creed, and this statement evidently struck a nerve with Uchiha Shana. Nonsense. The Uchiha have no need to rely on women to survive. If it comes to that, I might as well end it all. Uchiha Shana roared, his rough hand slamming down on the table. Elder, you speak too harshly. Uchiha Chikusen shook his head with regret, feeling exasperated by the old stubborn man. They had yet to even ascertain whether the young prodigy would regard such a gesture favorably. Everyone, let us enjoy the watermelons. Uchiha Chikusen took the lead towards the round table to savor Ying Ye's creation, and the others, long curious, eagerly joined in. After some time, it was declared, any matters concerning Senju Ying Ye must be personally addressed by me before any decisions are made. Those who defy this order shall face death. Uchiha Chinshan casually uttered a couple of sentences, holding half of a large watermelon as he turned to leave, leaving behind a group of red-eyed individuals gathered around a square table, lost in thought. I won't eat it. This melon is utterly tasteless. Uchiha Shana exclaimed angrily before storming out. Forget it. Let us eat and drink. After that, I will spend some time with my family. The war has not yet concluded. Uchiha Q's somber voice resonated, followed by his focus on consuming the watermelon. A week later, on the bustling streets of Konoha, the flow of people was considerable, and one could frequently catch glimpses of figures darting past rooftops and shadows. As the sole ninja village of the Land of Fire and the largest military base, Konoha was never short of ninjas who moved with the swiftness of the wind. However, today, the number of rushing ninjas had significantly increased. Is something major happening? A red-haired youth clad in a white uniform and draped in a blue cloak inquired, turning to a tall woman beside him. This female ninja, known as Hinata Renyuki, had been merely a branch family chunin before the First Shinobi World War. Yet after years of life and death battles, she had ascended to jonin through her accomplishments. A true powerhouse whose strength was proven through bloodshed, yet her origins constrained her. At the age of 23, unmarried, she was an undeniable beauty. With an adorable oval face, she nevertheless exuded a cold and aloof demeanor. Her pure white eyes, when directed at others, were often icy and seemed to penetrate the innermost thoughts of those she gazed upon. A woman of frosty demeanor, yet her mature figure was strikingly alluring. Standing at 1.75 meters, she possessed a pair of athletic, curvaceous long legs, concealed beneath tightly fitted trousers, leaving one yearning to catch a glimpse. My subordinates are unaware, but I have heard some rumors, Hinata Renyuki replied softly. It is said that the second Reikage has invited the Tsukage, and F-Kage to the Land of Lightning's feudal lord's estate, and the topic of discussion is, you, my lord. Oh, now that is indeed significant news. Are they truly so terrified of Mokutan? Ying Ye's lips curled into a smile as he leaned back slightly, his shoulder brushing against a soft expanse. Hinata Renyuki blinked her pure white eyes, leaning in a fraction closer, her rosy lips parting slightly as her icy tone softened. It seems that you, Lord Ying Ye, are not concerned at all. Do you possess some form of assurance? In response, Ying Ye raised an eyebrow and chuckled. After the death of the first Hokage, the 4 great ninja villages united to assault the Land of Fire, only to be defeated one by the second Hokage. Subsequently, the Land of Lightning took years to recuperate and declared war on Konoha, yet now they seek peace. In the past, they could not prevail. Now, they are even less likely to succeed. Upon hearing this, Hinata Renyuki's pure white eyes glimmered with contemplation. recalling the 7 days she had spent at home under the personal instruction of the second Hokage. The gate was her post. During those 7 days, what exactly had Lord Ying Ye and Lord Tobirama been engaged in? The cultivation of forbidden techniques? Or perhaps the development of Mokuton ninjutsu? Upon reflection, Hinata Ringshu's delicate face momentarily froze as she suddenly cast her gaze downward upon the red-haired youth beneath her. His handsome visage bore a smile imbued with unwavering certainty, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of the first great ninja war's recurrence. The art of chi and blood. Indeed, Lord Ying Ye was assisting Lord Tobirama in the swift mastery of the secret techniques of chi and blood. Hinata Ringshu inhaled deeply, her breath becoming fervent with excitement. A warm breeze sweeping across Ying Ye's face. From her understanding, the first 3 levels of the chi and blood technique offered significant benefits to a ninja, including the purification of bloodlines, the healing of hidden injuries, and the enhancement of physical strength, elevating the ninja's explosive power to a new tier. Yet, what of the 4th level, inner power? Would chakra expand at least 5-fold, alongside numerous other enhancements? It was beyond her imagination to contemplate the terrifying chemical reactions that would unfold should these augmentations be bestowed upon the second Hokage. Suddenly, a light slap on her slender waist brought her back to reality, the gentle caress snapping her from her reverie. She heard the youth languidly remark, "Ringshu, do not underestimate me and granduncle. The bond of the Senju bloodline is formidable." "Ah, yes. Lord Ying Ye is the strongest." Hinata Ringshu blinked her pure white eyes, her gaze shimmering with admiration as she looked upon him. After returning from the battlefield, she had initially dismissed the notion of a mere 10-year-old defeating Hinata Renin. But having personally endured a brutal experience, she was now thoroughly convinced. "Let us go. I am utterly exhausted from these past few days. Come, let us wander about." Ying Ye yawned and strolled leisurely down the street. Suddenly, a voice behind him exclaimed in shock, "Heavens! Is that the emblem of the Senju clan upon his clothing? The red hair, could it be the long-missing Senju Ying Ye?" A rather theatrical moment unfolded as he turned to smile at the astonished youth before quickening his pace into the depths of the street. Senju Ying Ye, indeed. Just 3 days prior, the second Hokage had announced the reconstruction of the Senju clan. A cohort of villagers from Konoha had settled in the Senju territory and adopted the Senju surname. Among these were the likes of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the young Bairu. Utilizing Wood Release in the honor of the clan as leverage, they sought to sway Tobirama into rebuilding the Senju clan. Meanwhile, I would bide my time, waiting for the opportune moment to unveil the true power of Wood Release, decisively severing any remaining escape routes for Tobirama. The plan to revive the Senju clan was successful. Senju Ing was appointed as the clan leader, while I assumed the role of the junior clan leader. Once he returned, my loyal faction would have likely matured as well, paving the way for my ascension to the position of third Hokage. Yet, all of this hinged upon Tobirama's ability to resolve the first great ninja war and survive unscathed. As Ying Ye treaded deeper into the bustling street, a contemplative glint flickered in his obsidian eyes. He felt no remorse for manipulating Tobirama. After all, he had placed all the chips squarely in Tobirama's hands. If Tobirama hesitated to seize them, then he would no longer be the second Hokage who had single-handedly faced 4 opponents, dragging Konoha into the fray of overtime. After the war's conclusion, I could finally immerse myself in the study of martial arts. With this thought, Ying Ye's spirits lifted considerably. Suddenly, a figure emerged, standing before Ying Ye, and upon raising her gaze, she beheld a ninja with pure white eyes. The identity was unmistakable. "Lord Ying Ye, Miss Lin Shui. Master Ling Ren wishes to invite you for a gathering. Please, lead the way." Upon hearing Ling Ren's name, a smile involuntarily graced Ying Ye's handsome visage. This prodigious talent of the Hyuga clan was his beloved companion, a brother by blood. Without his sacrifice, Ying Ye would likely still be trapped in the 3rd level of blood energy, unable to perceive the path ahead. At the Hyuga clan's ancestral grounds, before the Grand Gate, Lin Shui's long legs came to a halt. A dazed expression flickered in her pure white eyes as she stood frozen, gazing blankly at the ancient and imposing entrance. "Lin Shui, what troubles you?" Ying Ye turned, inquiring with surprise. The latter remained silent, instead casting a cautious glance at the guiding Hyuga ninja and tentatively asked, "Am I permitted to enter through here?" Hearing this, Ying Ye furrowed his brow, recalling the traditions of the Hyuga clan. He opened his mouth to speak but suppressed the words, directing his gaze towards the guiding Hyuga ninja. The esteemed elite of the branch family could not even walk through the front door of their own home. Such family rules were quite extraordinary, devoid of any semblance of humanity. "Miss Lin Shui, today you are a guest," Hence it is only fitting you enter through the main gate. The clan leader has decreed that you are no longer a member of the branch family, but rather a ninja of Konoha, a member of the Hyuga clan. The guiding ninja articulated clearly, evidently having received prior instructions. I never anticipated I would have the opportunity to walk through the main entrance in this lifetime. Lin Shui stepped back, gazing at the red-haired youth whose height barely reached her throat, a feeling of estrangement swirling in her pure white eyes. The disparity in their statuses was immense, a chasm that seemed more distant than life and death itself. Let us proceed. I detest wasting time. And he turned, grasping Lin Shui's delicate wrist with his right hand, stepping towards the grand entrance. As they walked, Lin Shui's initial heavy steps gradually transformed into a light-hearted rhythm, as if an invisible restraint had vanished. How foolish I was, feeling resistance to pledging my loyalty to him just 7 days ago. This opportunity would undoubtedly drive countless branch family members to madness with envy. Lin Shui smiled gently, her once icy eyes now shimmering with a spark of vitality. Her gaze towards the red-haired boy imbued with newfound warmth. Chapter 18. Ling Ren's Request, the Transaction. The Hyuga clan, one of the foremost ninja clans in Konoha. In terms of strength, they rank just below the Uchiha, yet in heritage and history, they are arguably the finest in the ninja world. With a legacy that stretches back through the ages, who knows what secrets of the ninja realm are concealed within their deep mansion. As Ying Ye held Lin Shui's hand, they followed the guiding ninja through a series of left turns and convoluted paths, traversing courtyards and alleys. Taking a full 5 minutes to reach the residence of the Hyuga clan leader, Ling Ren, the direct heir and only son of the current clan leader, was destined to become the clan leader himself. However, following his battle with Ying Ye, he had lost that qualification, effectively sold out by his own father. Given that man's disposition, he would undoubtedly be reluctant, likely contemplating how to gain further advantages. Ying Ye relinquished the soft wrist of Hinata Rinyu, his gaze penetrating through the window to behold an old acquaintance reclining upon the bed. "Young master," a gentle voice wafted from within, drifting through the window and gracing Ying Ye's ears. "TSK, TSK. The private life of the scions from noble families is indeed rife with decadence." Shaking his head in lamentation, Ying Ye entered the room, where he beheld Hinata Lingren, mouth agape, contorted in discomfort as he tasted the millet and red date porridge fed to him by a maid. Upon hearing the voice, P-Feth, Hinata Lingren, taken by surprise, spat out the contents onto the maid. His pure white eyes fixated intently on the red-haired youth at the door, veins protruding at the corners of his eyes, landing deep within Ying Ye's essence. Instantly, his eyes reflected a blend of 3 parts astonishment and 7 parts yearning. This is inner strength. The purity of this energy is simply terrifying. It is a power far superior to chakra, a flawless force. Hinata Lingren's eyes widened like brass bells, utterly oblivious to the maid's mutterings. "Oh dear, young master. How could you be so excessive? You've made quite the mess of me." The beautiful maid's lamentations seemed to emerge from the depths of her throat, resonating melodiously. "Oh my, Senior Lingren, who would have thought you had such tastes? Truly, a scion of a noble family indulges in the finest," Ying Ye quipped with a teasing tone, provoking a tremor throughout Hinata Lingren's form, his handsome visage flushing crimson. After a brief interlude of cordiality, only the two remained in the room. "Lingren, speak. What brings you to me?" Ying Ye closed the door behind him, turning to gaze warmly upon the reclining Hinata Lingren, clad in white loungewear, his right thigh encased in a thick layer of plaster, reminiscent of a golden ham. The skin exposed on his chest and abdomen was shrouded in white bandages. "This injury is undeniably severe. I have 2 inquiries, the method to condense inner strength and the potential for the evolution of the Byakugan." Hinata Lingren leaned against the headboard, his eyes fixed intently upon Ying Ye. In response, Ying Ye chuckled, not shying away from the queries. "Focus your spirit, channel your intent to its zenith. And only then can you achieve the perfect amalgamation of chakra and blood vitality. At that point, your inner strength will manifest. As for the second question, I am unaware. I possess no Byakugan." With those words, silence enveloped the room, as the weight of contemplation filled Hinata Lingren's gaze. After a lengthy pause, he mused, "Indeed, I have been deceived, enduring a beating for naught. Moreover, I have lost the qualification to inherit the clan leader's position. It is a dismal fate. This insidious red-haired brat makes my skin crawl." Internally cursing vehemently, Hinata Lingren maintained an expression of contemplation, pondering what advantages he might still procure. "This beating cannot go unavenged. I must at least secure some benefit for the Hinata clan. Truly, the prodigious Jonin of the Hinata family exhibits remarkable control over his facial expressions. Ying Ye gazed at Hinata Lingren with a smile, recognizing that Lingren had now become his follower. In the past, when Ying Ye struggled to progress in the martial path of blood vitality, he had no choice but to set his sights on the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan. Endowed with the Byakugan and adept in physical techniques, possesses the remarkable ability to perceive and observe the flow of energy within the human body, naturally making them his primary target. He showcased Wood Release, hinting at the potential of blood techniques to enhance one's lineage. Simultaneously, he left the Hyuga clan with a thought-provoking remark. If the Sharingan has its distinctions among 1, 2, and 3 Tomo, could the Byakugan also evolve? Perhaps the condition lies within the purity of the bloodline. Although the Hyuga clan may lack the legacy pertaining to the Rinnegan, it is undeniable that over the past millennium, they have likely conducted similar experiments. There must be some inklings, speculations, and results that have emerged from such endeavors. Consequently, Hyuga Rin, a talented scion of the clan with grand ambitions, unwittingly fell into Ying Ye's sweet trap, relishing the experience. Ying Ye, you have reaped tremendous benefits from me. Yet the Hyuga clan has sacrificed a future clan leader, a beautiful female Jonin. With only 10 Jonin in the branch family, the cost of nurturing one is exorbitant. This is unjust, Hyuga Rin stated solemnly. In response, Ying Ye nodded, acknowledging the truth of this assertion. The crux of the matter is that the development of blood techniques cannot proceed without the assistance of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Furthermore, considering the loyalty of the Hyuga clan to Konoha and their prudent demeanor, it is only reasonable to offer additional benefits. This point had been thoroughly discussed between Ying Ye and Tobarama, leading to a general plan of action. Very well, I shall grant this request, Ying Ye declared, lifting his head to provide an affirmative response. Firstly, the forbidden techniques of blood techniques shall be accessible to all members of the Hyuga clan. Secondly, the secret arts of blood techniques that I possess may be exchanged by the Hyuga clan at a certain cost, such as completing specific tasks, merits, or wealth. However, any research achievements of the Hyuga clan regarding blood techniques must be shared with me. Thirdly, the location for training blood techniques in Konoha shall be at the Ninja Academy, where the Hyuga clan must send 3 to 5 Byakugan users to assist the students in their training, including at least 1 Jonin from the main family. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Rin took a deep breath, excitement coursing through him as he swallowed hard, astonished by these 3 advantages. His initial intention had merely been to acquire a suitable secret technique for training blood techniques. Yet now, the benefits received far exceeded his expectations. The first benefit required no elaboration. It was an unequivocal boon. The second granted the Hyuga clan access to the core secrets of blood techniques, which was a reasonable condition. Otherwise, he would not have dared to believe it. As for the final point, it appeared as though the Hyuga clan was making a concession. However, what is the Ninja Academy? It is an institution established by the second Hokage to cultivate loyal ninjas for Konoha, especially after the release of blood techniques. One can surmise that most talented ninjas from Konoha would inevitably enter for further training, with the goal of mastering blood techniques. This arrangement serves as a channel to cultivate future talents of Konoha, and in due time, even the proud Uchiha will have to acknowledge the mentorship of the Hyuga clan. Ying Ye, can you take charge of this? Hyuga Rin inquired, taking a deep breath, his tone tinged with eagerness. Indeed. This was the outcome of my discussions with my second grandfather. My ambition simply extends further, Ying Ye replied. Ying Ye chuckled lightly, his expression sincere. Very well. If you can persuade the second Hokage, I, Hyuga Lingren, shall undoubtedly serve you loyally henceforth, without any complaints. The glimmer of anticipation shone in Hyuga Lingren's eyes as he made this promise without a moment's hesitation. Ha! Lingren, you are being too formal. You are my dearest friend. A brother to me, Ying Ye remarked upon witnessing the oath of allegiance from this talented member of the Hyuga clan, a sense of accomplishment flickering in his dark eyes. He stepped closer to the bedside, extended his right hand, and gave Lingren a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Then, he opened his palm, prompting Lingren to pause for a few seconds, bewildered, and ask, "What is it?" "Hand it over." The fruits of the Hyuga clan's research on the blood and chakra martial arts, Ying Ye tilted his head in surprise as he replied. At these words, the corners of Lingren's eyes twitched violently, inwardly cursing, "You wicked red-haired imp, is this how you treat your dearest friends and brothers?" Approximately half a minute later, the silver-haired Hyuga tenor arrived. After confirming the results of the previous negotiation with his son, a rare look of satisfaction appeared on his usually stern face. He comforted Lingren. saying, "Rest assured, our clan will remember your sacrifices." "Father, this is the last thing I can do for the clan," Lindgren lamented, tears streaming down his face as he clutched his father's wrist tightly, his pure white eyes seemingly yearning for something. Hyuga Tenrin, wise with age, could easily discern his son's unspoken desires, his expression darkening immediately. "Lindgren, it is fortunate you were born into the main family. Otherwise, your grave would be overgrown." Ying Ye observed the imposing gates of the Hyuga clan and shook his head, chuckling softly. The secrets hidden within the main family of the Hyuga clan did not concern Ying Ye. After all, no mystery could rival the power of the Rinnegan. Not even the Sharingan. "Lord Ying Ye, what brings you amusement? Have you gained something beneficial?" Hyuga Linshui approached, curiosity sparkling in her pure white eyes. In response, Ying Ye's lips curled into a smile as he fondly stroked the scroll nestled in his arms, saying with significant intent, "A marvelous advantage that will cultivate a plethora of talent in Konoha, bringing me one step closer to realizing my dreams." On the bustling streets of Konoha, a tall figure accompanied by a smaller one halted before a barbecue stall. "Young Master Ying Ye, your taiyaki and grilled squid are ready. That will be a total of 100 ryo," the stout proprietor said, his face beaming with a hearty smile as he handed over 2 paper bags. As autumn's chill set in, the air turned crisp and dry. A wisp of steam rose from the paper bags, enveloping a beautiful kunoichi, her icy demeanor slightly softened by the warmth. "Come, indulge in this. In this world, one must never neglect beauty and good food," Ying Ye said with a cheerful grin. Upon hearing this, the stunning kunoichi, her face slightly flushed from the warm vapor, lifted her snowy gaze, seemingly giving the audacious red-haired youth a playful yet reproachful glare. After a brief moment of hesitation, Hinata Ringsha cast aside the rigid doctrines she had adhered to since childhood. With her alabaster wrist raised, she swept aside the cascading tresses that framed her face. Leaning forward, her delicate features were accentuated as she took a small bite of the taiyaki. The scene captured the attention of the male shinobi and villagers who had long been observing Senju Ying Ye, stirring memories of their lost youth. Even Ying Ye, with his youthful and clear black eyes, was momentarily taken aback. However, before the kunoichi with her egg-shaped face could lift her head, he quickly suppressed his surprise. "Huh. Little do you know, woman, the tenacity of a seasoned time traveler entwined with 9 years of compulsory education," Ying Ye silently mocked, his gaze unwavering yet steady as a seasoned observer. At that moment, Ringshu was struck by a surge of competitive spirit. Impressive. This genius, renowned for initiating the forbidden techniques of the bloodline martial arts, truly exemplified the martial will he often spoke of. A martial artist must not be swayed by feminine allure. And for a shinobi, is it not the same? Ringshu felt greatly enlightened and deeply admired his resolve. Yet, she could not shake off the feeling of indignation, sensing that her dignity as a beautiful jounin had been challenged. Adjusting her bag, she prepared to make her way to the Hokage building. Ying Ye signaled briefly, freeing his hands to retrieve payment from his pocket. Subsequently, the two strolled leisurely, their consumption drawing the gaze of numerous villagers and shopping shinobi. Information regarding Ying Ye's actions that day was relayed to various superiors by those with keen observation, seeking opportunities for engagement. Among them were members of the Umbu, a team that nearly perpetually shadowed Ying Ye. In the Hokage office, Senju Tobarama sat resolutely upon his throne, his icy demeanor as formidable as ever, yet considerably more vigorous than before. The signs of age that had once marked his countenance had subtly receded in recent days. The Hinata clan's aim was the bloodline martial arts, but their true pursuit likely lay within ancient legends. The older the family, the more ignorant they tended to be. If celestial beings truly existed, how could this world be rife with conflict, hatred, and bloodshed? Even if such beings were present, they might not herald good fortune. Rising from his seat, Tobarama approached the window, gazing out at the flourishing landscape of Konoha. As he felt the robust beating of his heart within his chest, a surge of audacity stirred within him. He had not succeeded in refining his inner energy amidst the multitude of responsibilities that burdened the second Hokage, which left little room for him to grasp the fleeting moment of unity of essence, energy, and spirit. The secret art of heart refinement was indeed miraculous. He sensed his physical conditions swiftly reverting, estimating that in merely a month, he would return to his youthful prime. Ying Ye was truly a treasure bestowed upon the Senju clan, albeit somewhat unhinged. Leaning against the window ledge, Tobarama's cold gaze reflected upon the past 7 days of training, sending a chill through his heart. The volatile energy formed by the fusion of blood and chakra repeatedly surged through his heart, causing him to envision his elder brother beckoning to him time and again. Great uncle, you must believe in the bond with the Senju bloodline. Do not give up. Try once more, for the final time. The youthful voice, brimming with excitement, seemed to resonate in Tobarama Senju's ears, compelling him to clench his fists. Truth be told, had it not been for Mito's intervention, Tobarama would have undoubtedly given Ying Ye a sound thrashing. Humph, that inherently reckless red-haired brat, Tobarama muttered under his breath, shaking his head as he returned to his desk. With a poised posture, he lifted his gaze to the slowly opening door. His striking visage was framed by disheveled crimson locks that danced with his movement, while behind him, Hinata Renyuki walked away. The ensuing conversation was not meant for her ears. Great uncle. Today Ying Ye enthusiastically recounted the dealings with the Hyuga clan and the results of the negotiations in great detail. After a considerable pause, Tobarama let out a deep sigh, shaking his head as he spoke. Ying Ye, you have given too much. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with the negotiations' outcome and was prepared to wield the power of Hokage to issue a veto. No, Ying Ye retorted, producing a scroll from his robe and placing it on the desk. Taking a deep breath, he declared with solemnity, Great uncle, the Hyuga clan is worth this price. Approximately 10 minutes later, Tobarama slowly set the scroll down, a glimmer of surprise illuminating his otherwise cold gaze as he nodded in agreement. Indeed, this transaction is quite advantageous. The scroll, a product of the Hyuga clan's secret research, contained a technique for the safe circulation of energy while cultivating the martial arts of vitality. In Ying Ye's words, it was a martial arts method that significantly minimized the risk of turbulent energy damaging the meridians during training. I began disseminating the martial arts of vitality 3 years ago, and in such a brief time, the Hyuga clan has perfected it to this degree. If ninjas are born warriors, then the Hyuga clan are truly prodigies of martial arts. Ying Ye mused, clenching his fists with a tone of envy. With this technique, even novice ninjas, who have yet to proficiently control their chakra, could embark on the path of martial arts, much like Tsunade and Jiraiya. Ying Ye, do you believe the Hyuga clan is trustworthy? Tobarama inquired with a hint of a smile. Great uncle, don't you already know the answer in your heart? Ying Ye shrugged, disinterested in providing such a simplistic response. The Hyuga clan sought but 2 words, stability. Moreover, with the Uchiha exerting pressure from above, enhancing the strength of the Hyuga clan to counterbalance them would significantly contribute to maintaining stability in Konoha. Tobarama was eager to see such a scenario unfold, hardly contemplating issues of trust. Great uncle, absolute power is the true reliance of a Hokage. It does not require 10 years. Just grant me 5 years, and even if the Uchiha evolve with their Sharingan, I am confident I can subdue them. A confident smile graced Ying Ye's handsome face. You are aware of the intelligence regarding the Mangekyo Sharingan? Mito? No, it was Ying who informed you. That rascal, constantly teaching a child such matters. In a fit of rage, Tobarama Senju cursed aloud, recalling the persistent pressure exerted upon him by the obstinate elders of the Senju clan, leading to the reluctantly announced reconstruction of their lineage, a stifling memory that ignited his ire, prompting him to rise abruptly. Yet, the image of the wretched and incapacitated Ying lingered in his mind, causing him to shake his head in resignation and retake his seat. He berated himself, acknowledging, ultimately, it is I who have brought this upon him. Observing Tobarama's despondent demeanor, Ying Ye could not help but sigh inwardly. Even someone as formidable as Hashirama cannot evade the sorrowful fate of his wife and children after death. What hope is there for you? Second grandfather, it is time to finalize matters regarding the Ninja Academy, Ying Ye interjected, interrupting Tobarama's mental turmoil. Very well. I entrust it to you, Tobarama replied, rolling up the scroll of martial arts techniques and tossing it to Ying Ye, thereby relinquishing a portion of his authority as Hokage. In the training ground of the Senju clan, the crimson twilight painted a breathtaking evening scene, crafting a picturesque sunset for the villagers of Konoha who had toiled throughout the day. Young boys and girls, adorned with the emblem of the Senju clan on their garments, gathered around the training arena, their eyes fixated on a red-haired boy at the center. Senju Ying Ye, a prodigy who had awakened the Wood Release, had, at merely 10 years of age, triumphed over a formidable Jainin, an exceptional talent from the Hyuga clan. Power was his defining characteristic. He was indeed the rightful second Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. In the world of ninjas, strength equates to status. With a resounding thud, 2 fists collided. A slender, white-haired boy, his expression grave, gritted his teeth as he was forced back by the impact. His gaze remained vigilant, scanning for potential attacks from all directions. Suddenly, the figure opposing him erupted into a cloud of white mist. Alarmed, Baruhuo exclaimed, instinctively channeling chakra to his legs, his speed dramatically increasing as he swiftly distanced himself from his original position. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion echoed across the training ground, reminiscent of a bomb detonating, causing Baruhuo's eyelids to twitch. He swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his back soaked through. Before his eyes stood a red-haired boy, approximately 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall, casually rising to his feet and shaking his right hand. Beneath him, heavy stones lay shattered, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. "Teacher, do you intend to kill me?" Baruhuo whimpered, tears brimming in his eyes, as he stood on one foot and hugged himself, seeking a semblance of safety. Regrettably, Ying Ye remained silent, his expression calm, his dark eyes reflecting Baruhuo's form. With a sharp command, he uttered, "Body flicker technique." Upon hearing this, Baruhuo's face blanched, his eyes widening in alarm as he sprinted frantically to the right front. In his haste, he shouted, "Teacher, you promised not to use any ninjutsu other than the body technique before the battle. In the realm of ninjas, combat was a matter of life and death. Only a fool would adhere to the rules of engagement. Baruhuo, remember this. In battle, one must disregard everything to vanquish the enemy. Only then can one survive." With that, Ying Ye appeared as if he had teleported behind the frail white-haired boy, delivering a swift slap. A puff of white mist erupted, revealing it to be a clone. In an instant, a sharp projectile surged from the ground, aimed directly at Ying Ye's abdomen. Clenching a shuriken was none other than Baruhuo's slender form, his eyes gleaming with the joy of imminent victory. With a resounding thud, Ying Ye vanished, replaced by a wooden stump. A sudden gust of wind swept through, and a large hand grasped Baruhuo by the nape of his neck, lifting him as one would a chick. Ying Ye raised his right foot and delivered a forceful kick to his disciple's rear. "Ow, ow, ow." The white-haired boy, clutching his backside, soared toward the spectator area, his cries echoing in the air. "Jiraiya, it's your turn now." Ying Ye turned, his dark eyes glimmering with eager anticipation. Jiraiya, with his rugged appearance and prominent nose, suddenly felt a shift in his demeanor, the earlier gleeful expression vanishing as he approached Ying Ye with a serious countenance. The enigmatic Himiko bore a resemblance to Naruto, sharing a similar fate as an orphan, his frail physique having made him a target for bullies, thus igniting a fervent desire for strength. The sole divergence lay in his somewhat ruthless and extreme personality, suggesting that a suitable educational approach would involve periodic discipline to instill resilience. Ying Ye smiled softly, reflecting on his limited knowledge of the theatrical villain, Himiko, and reaching a conclusion. In the original narrative, Himiko yearned for power but, due to insufficient talent, delved into forbidden techniques, ultimately betraying Konoha. However, as Ying Ye's disciple, Himiko would not be destined for such a fate. With the Senju name, the vast resources of jutsu from Konoha would be readily available to him. In terms of status, he would undoubtedly belong to the upper echelons of Konoha, ensuring that such misfortunes would not befall him. After all, the essence of a child's desire for strength stems from a quest for recognition, and Ying Ye's acceptance as his mentor represented the highest form of acknowledgement. Tailoring education to the individual is indeed the ultimate truth. Ying Ye nodded, casting a wary gaze towards Jiraiya. This little rascal was in dire need of guidance, for not only was he slacking in his training, but his inherent nature also led him to sneak into Konoha's baths to indulge in voyeurism, severely tarnishing Ying Ye's reputation. A wayward disciple, Ying Ye had no desire to be associated with a lecherous teacher in Konoha. It would be utterly disgraceful. "Jiraiya, what is your nindo?" A fundamental question posed by Ying Ye, resonating with the challenges of the Ninja Academy. A verbal examination? Young Jiraiya was taken aback, his face lighting up with excitement as he pondered the question. After a moment of internal conflict, he uttered words that felt insincere: to inherit the will of fire, to become an exceptional ninja, and to protect the village of Konoha. A commendable resolve. Allow your teacher to witness the fruits of your training, Ying Ye remarked with a smile. Instantly, Jiraiya was left speechless, trembling as he pondered the connection between protecting Konoha and enduring beatings. "Teacher, let me be honest with you. In truth, I aspire to grow up, become a ninja, earn money, and then visit the tavern for the older sisters," Jiraiya confessed, raising his hands in surrender to his innermost ambitions. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye nodded, contemplating for a moment before responding with a grave tone. "Jiraiya, Konoha's taverns do not provide the services you envision. While such establishments exist beyond the village, the ninja world is ruthless. The lives of Konoha ninjas are highly valued. In other words, if you lack strength, even if you acquire wealth in the future, you will not be able to comfortably seek out the older sisters to discuss life. At these words, Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock, the gravity of the situation sinking in. After a moment, he declared, "Teacher, I understand now. I must grow stronger." A determined smile graced young Jiraiya's face as he charged towards Ying Ye, only to receive a thorough beating in return. Clutching his face, the young Jiraiya dashed back to the observation area, and upon seeing Orochimaru's serious golden-slit eyes, he couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude, muttering, "Hee. Orochimaru. You're in for it now." Clad in a blue-green attire, the oversized sleeves accentuated the youthful figure of Orochimaru, who, at merely 5 years of age, resembled a miniature adult. His golden-slit pupils cast a fleeting glance at Jiraiya before he inhaled deeply and swiftly approached Ying Ye. With hands clasped in reverence, he respectfully announced, "Master, please bestow your guidance upon me." Before his words had fully escaped, a dozen azure tendrils erupted from Orochimaru's sleeves, darting directly towards Ying Ye's face. In an instant, a puff of white mist burst forth, revealing Ying Ye's figure 2 meters away, eyes glimmering with admiration. Cold and decisive, this was the essence of a true ninja. Shadow clone technique. Orochimaru shouted, swiftly forming hand seals as an identical clone manifested beside him, both rushing towards Ying Ye in unison. With a swift motion, a kunai shot from Ying Ye's fingertips, striking Orochimaru in the abdomen. The white mist exploded, revealing it to be a mere clone. Seizing the moment, the real Orochimaru lunged, grasping the kunai to thrust it towards Ying Ye's midsection. A resounding thud echoed as the white mist erupted again, forcing Ying Ye to utilize his substitution technique. The flaw of the substitution technique lay in its inability to be employed again within a short span, thus necessitating immediate action. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with determination as he honed his senses and charged towards the left front. Just then, Ying Ye's figure reemerged, a gleaming kunai aimed deftly. With impeccable timing, a hint of admiration surfaced at the corner of his lips. He swiftly retaliated, striking Orochimaru's wrist, sending the kunai clattering to the ground. With a clenched fist, he delivered a powerful blow to Orochimaru's chest, a solid impact resonating through the air. This was not a mere clone, but a shadow clone. The singular Orochimaru on the battlefield dissipated into white mist, leaving Ying Ye momentarily stunned. His gaze fell upon the fallen kunai, which had transformed into the youthful visage of Orochimaru. "Master, you have been outwitted," came a chilling yet exhilarated voice as the small fist struck towards Ying Ye's chest. Ying Ye raised a hand to his chest, instantly employing the body flicker technique to appear at Orochimaru's side, delivering a palm strike to his waist. Thus, the skirmish concluded. Ying Ye's form erupted into a blood mist, revealing that throughout the encounter, he had merely been battling with a blood clone. At that moment, within the main residence of the Senju clan, in a room situated further inside, Ying Ye lifted his head, pausing his right hand that had been diligently inscribing matters regarding the Ninja Academy, and offered a word of praise. He then produced a pristine sheet of white paper, inscribing a message thereupon. The blood clone summoned within half an hour will not undergo transformation. The limit of time remains unknown. However, should it contain a substantial amount of Nine-Tails chakra, it will immediately exhibit peculiar character alterations. The blood clone technique, a creation of Ying Ye, amalgamated the essence of chi and blood martial arts, rendering it unique, a rare martial skill of exceptional quality. Having invested considerable effort, Ying Ye was resolute in not relinquishing his endeavor. Harboring great expectations, this instance was merely a modest trial. The pursuit of truth mandates progress. Stagnation is not an option. Shaking his head, Ying Ye returned to his contemplation regarding the Ninja Academy, as this matter was pivotal to the future trajectory of Konoha's chi and blood martial arts. The deep night was serene, illuminated by the resplendent moonlight. In the depths of an expansive mansion, within a secluded chamber, the flickering candlelight danced, elongating the silhouette of a red-haired youth standing by the window, stretching beyond the threshold. A strikingly beautiful woman, her oval face framed by a delicate light green ninja attire, gracefully entered the room, one slender hand holding a wooden lunchbox. She gently placed a robe embroidered with the emblem of the Senju clan upon the table. "Lord Ying Ye, the hot water is prepared," she announced softly. "Lord Mizuto instructed that you should finish your late-night meal to avoid hunger later." Hinata Renyuki, accustomed to her role as a maid, spoke gently to Ying Ye's back. Ying Ye replied softly, raising one hand to his chest, summoning a shadow clone that materialized beside him. He whispered, "Go, deliver this scroll to my second grandfather." At this, Renyuki's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise, and she cautiously inquired, "Lord Ying Ye, have the arrangements for the ninja school been made?" Ying Ye nodded, offering no further words, and returned to the table to indulge in his meal. Beside him, the maid-like Renyuki attended to him with delicate care, prompting him to reflect on the decadence of life for those born into prominent families. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that it was likely only he who could have a Konoha J-nin attending to his daily needs. Even the Hyuga clan, whose branch families were often treated as lesser beings, would not indulge in the luxury of having a J-nin perform menial tasks. "Renyuki, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Especially this squid sauce over rice. It is both fragrant and enticing." Ying Ye praised her cooking while savoring the delightful dish. Women, after all, rarely resist compliments from men, particularly from someone of Ying Ye's esteemed status, a prodigy with terrifying potential destined for greatness. "Oh, not at all," came her demure yet melodious response, eliciting a faint smile from Ying Ye. Suddenly, he paused with his chopsticks, gazing at Renyuki's slightly flushed face, and inquired, "By the way, how is your training in the chi and blood martial arts progressing?" At this, Renyuki suppressed her joyful emotions, adopting a serious demeanor as she gratefully replied, "With the perfect martial arts technique, I am confident I can reach the first level within a week." The martial arts technique originated from the research of the Hyuga clan. As a member of the branch family, Renyuki was not initially entitled to access it, yet her proximity to Ying Ye allowed her this privilege. The saying about the Prime Minister's door and the third-ranked officials applies here as well. The claim made by Hinata Tenrin, that Renyuki had privately practiced chi and blood martial arts to the third level, was indeed a fabrication, merely a pretext to invest in the promising Ying Ye. Furthermore, Renyuki had only returned from the battlefield within the past fortnight. Even with her exceptional talent, it was unrealistic to expect her to reach the third level in such a short time. A week? The Hyuga clan indeed possesses extraordinary talent in the chi and blood martial arts, Ying Ye remarked, shaking his head, a glimmer of envy flickering in his dark eyes. The ability of the Byakugan to perceive one's own meridians was undeniably somewhat overpowered. He felt a twinge of envy, yet not excessively. After all, the J-nin kneeling beside him was a living testament to nature's bountiful gifts. "Renyuki, if you can attain the third level of chi and blood within a year, I shall impart to you a secret martial arts technique." Ying Ye pondered for a moment, then opened his mouth to illustrate a grand vision, enticing the beautiful female upper ninja, the formidable strength, the 8 gates of Duanjia, and the heart refinement secret technique were the 3 martial arts secrets currently mastered by Ying Ye. The first 2 were treasures preserved by the Senju clan, once spoils of war belonging to the legendary Hashirama Senju. The monstrous strength was a forbidden technique that integrated chakra into cells, significantly enhancing one's power and physical prowess. For the Senju clan, it was indeed a priceless gem. The 8 gates of Duanjia, on the other hand, was a perilous forbidden technique that forced one's body to unleash explosive growth in a short span, with an extremely high risk factor and difficulty in its cultivation. In the original narrative, it was quite astonishing, nearly allowing Might Guy to kick his way to the conclusion. As for its origins, it certainly was not a family inheritance of the Might clan. His father, Might Due, was merely a lowly ninja of common birth, lacking the qualifications to possess such a high-level forbidden technique. All of this was merely a scheme orchestrated by the higher-ups of Konoha. The heart refinement secret technique, however, was a product of Ying Ye's own exploration and dedication. "Secret technique? My lord Ying Ye, I shall not disappoint your expectations," said Hinata Rinyu, her beautiful eyes widening with excitement and joy. Bowing respectfully, she expressed her gratitude in an animated tone. As Ying Ye cast a glance, he beheld the smooth peaks of the mountains, abruptly revealing a bountiful, elevated basin, majestic and awe-inspiring. The traveler blinked, instinctively raising his right hand, only to reluctantly lower it again. "I am but 10 years old, still a child, unable to bear such immense pressure." Taking a deep breath, Ying Ye indulged in 2 more bowls of rice, before donning his bathrobe and striding towards his private bath. The sound of cascading water resonated with warmth, washing away the fatigue from the red-haired youth's body, bringing a refreshing glow to his handsome visage. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Hinata Rinyu, clad in a loose bathrobe and holding a towel, entered, her delicate toes gliding over the heated floor like pearls. Step by step, She approached Ying Ye with an air of calmness. Instantly, Ying Ye sensed an abrupt shift, his brow furrowing slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced down at his little brother, lost in thought. Little brother, the opponent won T-play fair, ganked the top lane, ensure the first blood. The 10-year-old miracle worker is still farming the jungle? Is he not developing well? An hour later. How disgraceful. Humph. Woman, you underestimate the bond between me and martial arts. Ying Ye scoffed inwardly before bolting out the door. Inside the bath, Hinata Rinyu's damp hair cascaded over her crystal white skin, her pure white eyes sparkling as if she had stumbled upon a great treasure. Gurgling sounds emanated as she reminisced with a blush, submerging herself beneath the water's surface, uttering indistinct murmurs that released bashful bubbles. Moments later, her snow-white head emerged from the water, and Hinata Rinyu muttered to herself, This is truly shameless. He is still a child. But, Lord Ying Ye, I desperately wish to improve. At this moment, Hinata Rinyu realized a significant truth. Regardless of how remarkable Ying Ye's performance was or how high his intelligence soared, he was merely 10 years old. This endeavor was indeed hasty. As expected, one cannot expect success without effort. The following day, 2 pieces of news spread throughout the entire Konoha. 3 days later, the Senju clan officially announced its reconstruction, along with the revelation of its members. The second news pertained to the expansion of the ninja school, which grew from 3 classes to 10. Furthermore, a new mandatory course, the martial arts of vitality, was introduced, receiving strong support from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. In light of this, the Hyuga clan proposed that 9 middle-ranking branches and 1 elite clan instructor serve as teachers at the ninja school. Uchiha Shana vehemently opposed this, asserting that no one was more suited to teach than the Uchiha themselves, and even presented 2 highly experienced elite instructors as an alternative. Ultimately, the Hokage dismissed Uchiha's proposal, reducing the Hyuga's teaching staff from 10 to 5, with the remaining positions to be filled by the Hokage himself. At the ninja school, Wood Release, Great Tower Technique, Ying Ye exclaimed, as a surge of chakra emanated from his hands, causing 2 towering wooden structures, each 20 meters high, to rise from the ground. Wow, brother Ying Ye, you're amazing. You can build houses with just a clap of your hands. The youthful voice of Tsunade rang out, her large, sparkling eyes filled with admiration. Tsunade, from today onwards, you can learn the martial arts of vitality, Ying Ye said, looking down at the little girl with golden pigtails who had clung to his leg, a smile gracing his lips. Really? I can awaken Wood Release too? She asked, her eyes wide with excitement. Silly girl, if it were that easy, Wood Release would be commonplace, Ying Ye teased, playfully pinching Tsunade's pert nose. In Tsunade's imagination, mastering the martial arts of vitality would allow her to upgrade her bloodline and awaken Wood Release, especially since Hashirama was her grandfather. Why not? Isn't that how you awakened Wood Release, brother Ying Ye? Little Tsunade frowned, her curious eyes filled with confusion. Humph. That's because you're too reckless, a little gambler at heart. Your temperament is unstable. You might not even reach the 3rd tier of vitality, Ying Ye chuckled, gently squeezing her cheek. Is that really a possibility? Little Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock, displaying an adorably astonished expression. Then, biting her silver teeth, she struggled internally, her chubby cheeks reflecting her determination. Brother Ying Ye, is it too late for me to change my ways? Of course not. Just learn more from your mother, Ying Ye encouraged, his eyes lighting up. Okay, I will definitely become a lady from now on, little Tsunade declared, recalling her mother's graceful and gentle demeanor, her tone resolute as she voiced her ambition. Thus, the future renowned martial arts lady, Tsunade, took her first step. 3 days later, at the Konoha school, 2 5-story buildings stood proudly on the ground, forming the ninja school. The 2 structures, constructed from wood, appeared as if they had organically sprung from the earth, leaving the assembled elite shinobi in awe. The towering structure stands nearly 20 meters high, a testament to the miraculous art of Wood Release. A middle-aged man, leisurely in his stride, arrives with his kin to partake in the Konoha assembly. Clad in uniform black form-fitting attire, the group comprises roughly 100 individuals, mingled with an almost equal number of long-haired individuals sporting a unique style. An emblem of a fan signifies their clan's name, Uchiha, the foremost ninja clan of Konoha. One of the 2 key agendas of this assembly is the revival of the Senju clan, once dominant over the Uchiha, presided over by the current Hokage, Shinshan. You are mistaken. The miracles brought to Konoha by Lord Ying Ye have only just begun. A steady voice emanated from nearby Uchiha Shinshan, Upon hearing this, over 30 pairs of crimson eyes instantly fixated on the speaker, only to avert their gaze upon recognizing his face. Brother Tianren, you dare to converse with me openly today. You seem to be in good spirits, Uchiha Qianshan remarked, a grin spreading across his face as he raised his right hand, feigning an approach to engage further. A series of footsteps echoed, led by a man with a rather comical expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Following him were 4 other disciples of the Hokage, among whom was an Uchiha Jonin, Uchiha Kagami. This poor child, Uchiha Qianshan thought, casting a sympathetic glance at Uchiha Kagami, abandoning the notion of conversing with Hinata Tianren. If Uchiha Shana was the radical leader within the clan, then Uchiha Kagami epitomized the conservative faction, holding considerable esteem among the Uchiha. Uchiha Shana scoffed, casting a contemptuous glance at Uchiha Kagami before turning away. Approximately half an hour later, the 3 great clans of Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inuzuka, along with Sarutobi, Shimura, and Yamanaka clans, all began to arrive, each seeking a vantage point to gaze upon the school entrance, awaiting the arrival of the day's protagonists, the Senju clan. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, as a chilling and formidable presence descended upon the empty high platform at the center of the arena, clad in white battle armor. The figure surveyed the surroundings with a piercing gaze that ultimately settled on the school entrance. A procession of about 100 individuals, led by a red-haired youth, approached slowly. Ying Ye, what about the seating arrangements? It would be improper for everyone to stand during such a momentous occasion at Konoha, Senju Tobarama remarked, his brow furrowed, a hint of discontent lacing his cold voice. As he spoke, a striking young figure seemingly teleported into the arena, surveying the previously cultivated field. With a manic laugh, he exclaimed, seating? That is a trivial matter. With that, the red-haired youth flicked his fingers, propelling a seed into the ground beneath his feet. Then, with hands pressed together, he struck the earth with force. In an instant, a cacophony erupted as dozens of green plants burst forth from the soil, rapidly spreading in all directions to form chairs of vines, delineating the space for the Konoha ninja clans. In every region, there stands a wooden monument 2 meters in height, inscribed with the names of the prominent ninja clans. At the forefront lies the Senju clan. Following closely behind are the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, each occupying their own rank, with the various large and small ninja clans of Konoha further behind. Ying Ye, why is there only seating for ninja clans? Senju Tobarama, with a smile gracing his lips yet his tone remaining icy, called out towards the gathering throng. Hokage-sama, the Senju clan has long integrated with the common folk of Konoha. Thus non-ninja individuals may take their seats amongst us, Ying Ye proclaimed, raising his head and declaring with a cheerful voice. Upon hearing this, a hearty laugh escaped Tobarama's lips, clearly in good spirits. Well, this arrangement is quite reasonable, he commended. Such a clumsy ploy to win hearts is beneath me. Uchiha Shana gritted his teeth, glaring intensely at Tobarama, convinced that all this was his orchestration. Internally, he cursed, that naturally cunning and malevolent white-haired old fool. How dare he place our esteemed Uchiha clan alongside the Hyuga? Please take your seats. Uchiha Chijan seemingly ignored the tension, leading his clan members toward their designated area. Before long, Uchiha Shana realized he had fallen behind, his aged eyes betraying a flicker of confusion as he gazed toward his clan members ahead. Whispers floated to his ears. The clan leader speaks the truth. Wood Release is truly remarkable. If I had such a teammate during missions, it would be a delight. Senju Ying Ye is formidable. If not for the clan leader's prohibition, I would have challenged him. Our Uchiha clan is the strongest, except for the Senju. In an instant, Uchiha Shana was taken aback, noticing his proud granddaughter. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed intently at the mischievous red-haired boy, seemingly eager to engage. A sense of unease about the unknown began to rise in his eyes, as the Konoha ninjas gradually took their seats. After 2 hours of immersion in the will of fire philosophy imparted by Senju Tobarama, the formal announcement of the Senju clan's reconstruction was made. Senju Ing was declared the clan leader, with Senju Ying Ye as the junior clan leader. The modest team of fewer than 100 stepped onto the stage, enduring the gaze of Konoha's populace, heralding the glorious resurgence of their clan. Tsunade, arms crossed over her abdomen, legs trembling, reminded herself, remember, you are Tsunadeheim, the princess of the Senju clan. Do not bring disgrace to your lineage. Ying Ye, looking down with a smile, gently coached the golden-haired little girl. I am a lady. I am a lady. Little Tsunade's smooth forehead glistened with cold sweat as she incessantly reminded herself, seemingly oblivious to Ying Ye's teasing. Are you that nervous? Ying Ye raised an eyebrow, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he turned his gaze towards the Konoha ninjas below. In his dark eyes, a glimmer of anticipation shone forth. The chakra-based ninja physiology is indeed peculiar, with their meridians fully open from birth, making them the most suitable for martial cultivation. Among them, the Hyuga clan stands out prominently. Now, the Hyuga clan had been effectively secured by Ying Ye, establishing a relationship of offensive and defensive alliance, a true community of shared interests. With the Konoha ninjas yearning for the martial path of vitality and blood, they would be bound to maintain the stability of Konoha. On one hand, it fulfilled the long-held aspiration of Senju Tobarama, educating the children of the great ninja clans and instilling the concept of the will of fire in Konoha. On the other hand, it would elevate the strength of Konoha to new heights. In my pursuit of the martial path, I am poised to take the most significant step forward. Konoha, rich in talent and fertile ground, is destined to allow the art of blood and vitality to shine brilliantly. Ying Ye's eyes sparkled with intensity, and his spirits soared. As for whether his actions would alter the narrative, Ying Ye was indifferent. Based on his potential within the ninja system, he was assured a future at least at the level of a Kage. Only through strength can one be fearless. Konoha, and indeed the entire ninja realm, must fervently ignite for my martial journey, and anyone who dares to obstruct my path to divinity shall meet their end without exception. With a smile, Ying Ye gazed down at the ninjas gathered, all of whom were his beloved friends and kin, his expression sincere yet fierce. Tap, tap, tap. The Senju clan, led by the elder at Senju Mizushima, gradually returned to their seats. The new generation, spearheaded by Tsunade, began to shed their tension, casting glances at the red-haired youth on the platform. The children's eyes sparkled with clarity, wide and full of an innate curiosity about the world beyond. Next, I announced the second matter. Senju Tobarama stepped forward, moving to the forefront of the stage, his cold gaze sweeping over the Konoha ninjas below. A slight smile graced his lips, tinged with joy. He proclaimed loudly, "The foundation upon which Konoha was established is the pursuit of peace within the ninja realm, ensuring that children need not tread the battlefield. The establishment of the Ninja Academy aims to provide Konoha's children with a perfect and harmonious environment for growth. After discussions with the leaders of various ninja clans, we have decided to increase the number of students. The original 3 classes will expand to 10. Classes 1 through 6 will be ninja classes, while classes 7 through 9 will be martial arts classes. The final class, named the Ninja Martial class, will have no limits on enrollment, and age restrictions will not apply. Even jonin may apply for admission. The new teaching staff will include individuals such as Kakashi Hitaki and Akimichi Yamada, totaling 20 members, with the ninja martial class overseen by Senju Ying Ye, who will manage all matters related to the cultivation of blood and vitality martial arts." As these words settled, nearly 1,000 pairs of eyes turned toward the red-haired boy on stage, their expressions filled with confusion and skepticism. "Lord Hokage, while it is true that the art of blood and vitality martial arts was indeed pioneered by Lord Ying Ye, his youth raises concerns about his ability to bear such a significant responsibility," voiced a worried jonin from a ninja clan. Instantly, this remark stirred a tempest of dissent, the voices of opposition swelling. Many of these ninjas were chunin, particularly jonin, who had recently returned from the battlefield. Their perceptions of Ying Ye were clouded by subjective assumptions. Moreover, for those who had survived the brutalities of war, accepting a mere 10-year-old as their instructor was a challenging notion. Yet, the remarkable effects of the techniques of blood and vitality martial arts were undeniably alluring, making relinquishment seem a lamentable waste. Senju Tobarama maintained a calm demeanor, well aware that this situation was within his expectations. However, he had no intention of utilizing his authority as Hokage to compel compliance among his subordinates. "Ying Ye, the outcome now rests in your hands." In the cold, piercing voice lies a palpable sense of anticipation. Though the volume is modest, it eludes the keen hearing of the ninjas. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye's lips curled into a slight smile as he shrugged and stepped forward to stand alongside Senju Tobarama. His calm, dark eyes swept over the crowd below, revealing no trace of joy, anger, or sorrow. Gradually, he raised his right hand, palm flat against his chest. A powerful surge of chakra erupted from his still youthful form, emanating a terrifying aura reminiscent of a monstrous entity. It was as if he were a diminutive-tailed beast, instilling fear in all who beheld him. A strand of energy, akin to blood flames, ignited in his palm, radiating a dazzling brilliance. In that instant, countless gazes were drawn to him, silencing the murmurs of skepticism below. All were poised, awaiting Ying Ye's next words. Esteemed guests, behold. This is inner strength. Witness how magnificent this energy is. It is a new power that merges chakra and vital essence. Its potential is sufficient to overturn this era. Ying Ye's gaze remained steady. His tone as calm as an iceberg, yet the glimmer in his dark eyes revealed a fervent madness that even the Uchiha could not ignore. For a moment, the Konoha conference hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, a stillness akin to death itself. The fourth level of the blood and chi martial arts, inner strength, grants a ninja the capacity to quintuple their chakra. This alone is enough for a nin to wield power comparable to that of a nin. Humans are innately driven to seek power, and ninjas are no exception. Do you desire this strength? Ying Ye raised his head, looking down upon the assembly of ninjas, his voice chillingly calm, yet no one responded. After a prolonged silence, Ying Ye retracted the blood flames with a hint of disappointment, shaking his head. He had anticipated that a Uchiha with the Sharingan would emerge to challenge him, yet alas, it was not to be. Resigned, he continued, only those who reach the elite nin level will graduate from the ninja martial arts class, with the reward being the choice of any martial arts secret technique. The graduation examination will not take place in the school or Konoha, but across the entire ninja world. They will be the representatives of the village. The shortcut to refining martial arts' inner strength lies in the life and death combat of taijutsu, achieving a harmonious unity of essence, energy, and spirit to give birth to chakra and the perfect amalgamation of vital energy. I fear no challenge. Those who dare to contest me should come forth swiftly. However, I advise you all to know your limitations. At the very least, you must possess strength exceeding that of Hyuga Hinata. Otherwise, prepare to languish in bed for months. As his words fell, the atmosphere remained heavy with silence. The perceptive ninjas scrutinized the expressions of the nin, discerning the thoughts of the leaders of various clans. In the end, none stood to answer. Thus, the matter was settled. The nin murmured amongst themselves, though it irks me to have a mere child as my teacher. I am not foolish. This is the very monster who nearly bested the Hyuga clan's head nin. The nin's channels of information were evidently more extensive than those of ordinary ninjas, aware that Ying Ye had not surpassed Hyuga Hinata in their previous confrontation. His current strength must surely be even more formidable. Ahem. Ying Ye, you have gone too far. Peace and kindness are the tenets of Konoha. Must you engage in battles every day, frightening the children? Konoha's Hokage, Senju Tobirama, felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back as he reprimanded sharply. He was acutely aware of the true nature of his impetuous grandson, who transformed into a veritable lunatic whenever matters of chakra and martial arts arose, rivaling even the Uchiha in fervor. However, the current situation did not warrant excessive scolding. Achieving their objective was paramount. Tobirama believed he could manage future developments. Indeed, the teachings of the Hokage were sound. Ying Ye reigned in the surging chakra from his entire being, a charming smile gracing his handsome face. You may proceed, he said. Tobirama's heart softened, accepting the burden and stepping into the role of enlivening the atmosphere of the Konoha assembly, showcasing his vocal talents publicly. As evening descended, the moon shone brightly amidst a scattering of stars. Various clans of ninjas had expended considerable effort to successfully enroll their kin into the Ninja Academy, bringing a plethora of radiant smiles to the village of Konoha. Even the Uchiha clan radiated an atmosphere of joy. In the council chamber, approximately 20 individuals with the iconic three-tomo Sharingan either sat or stood within the room, their gazes fixed upon Uchiha Chiyama, who occupied the main position at the discussion table. Elder, today is indeed a momentous occasion. I never anticipated the Hokage to be so magnanimous, he proclaimed, his voice bursting with excitement. To secure a spot at the Ninja Academy, only a B-rank mission is required. Not only has your granddaughter benefited, but also a significant number of our clan members, age 15 and yet to awaken their Sharingan, have qualified to train in chakra martial arts. Given time, the day when every Uchiha possesses a pair of Sharingan is within reach. Uchiha Chiyama joyfully grasped Uchiha Shana's wrist, laughter echoing throughout the chamber. That wicked white-haired elder has finally done something commendable, yet I can't shake off a sense of foreboding, Uchiha Shana remarked, her brow furrowed with unease. Meanwhile, in the elder's abode, a silver-haired young woman, a grown member of the Uchiha clan, cradled the martial arts manual awarded for enrollment. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. Truly, a genius of the Senju clan has awakened, Wood Release, and created such an extraordinary forbidden technique. How much effort must have been poured into refining the martial art to such an extent? She pondered, curiosity and admiration etched in her gaze. in the Senju clan's main residence, which now served as the home of the current clan leader, Senju Ying. A warm atmosphere filled the kitchen as the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law engaged in lively banter. Outside, a resolute middle-aged man gazed towards the kitchen, the sounds of laughter evoking images of his wife and mother harmoniously coexisting. A long-lost sense of happiness blossomed at the corners of Senju Ying's mouth. "Uncle Ying, you should have returned long ago," Ying Ye whispered to herself, leaning against a willow tree in the courtyard with her arms crossed, her thoughts drifting. "The knot in my heart remains unresolved. You are still young, Ying Ye. You wouldn't understand," Senju Ying replied after a moment of contemplation, his tone tinged with melancholy. As the words hung in the air, Ying Ye pouted slightly, refraining from further comment and instead directing her gaze towards the entrance, a hint of anticipation curving her lips into a smile. In the depths of his heart, he pondered, what emotional knot is this? Ultimately, it seems the only outcome is self-destruction, leaving one too ashamed to face their elderly mother. Two elderly men, each brimming with pride. At this moment, the other proud elder, the one in Ying Ye's company, was charmed and cajoled by Tsunade, reluctantly agreeing to dine at the water household. The puppet master orchestrating this entire affair was none other than Ying Ye himself. Beneath the willow tree, the red-haired youth wore a calm and contented expression, silently gazing upon the bright moon. A wave of thought stirred within his dark eyes. It had been nearly 11 years since his arrival in this world, during which he had successfully awakened the Wood Release and restored the Senju clan. Yet, this so-called father, Senju Ying, had yet to confide in him. Perhaps it was for the best. Suddenly addressing someone as father could be quite startling. Ying Ye shook his head, contemplating that the only one in Konoha who possessed both the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines was Tsunade's elder brother. This speculation had once troubled him for quite some time. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. Senju Ying raised his gaze, and in an instant, his pupils contracted, his expression visibly tightening. For the newcomer, aside from his daughter, was a relative, the current Hokage, Senju Tobarama, his own uncle. Since the day Senju Ying disregarded Tobarama's orders and conducted unauthorized research on Wood Release, leading to the demise of his clansmen and jeopardizing his own future, Tobarama had not crossed paths with him until today. In a moment of haze, as Senju Ying turned and beheld the smiling red-haired youth beneath the moonlight, he suddenly understood. Cursing inwardly, he thought, "This rascal is always concocting schemes that drive me to the brink of stress." Before Senju Ying could devise a proper way to welcome Tobarama, a familiar, bone-deep scoff shattered his thoughts. "Humph, Ying Ye, you little brat, this is all you're doing, isn't it?" Senju Tobarama huffed, feigning a desire to leave, as he truly wished to avoid confronting his incapacitated nephew. Upon seeing him, his heart became tumultuous, a blend of complexity and confusion. Just then, a figure clad in a red robe appeared behind Tobarama, as if conjured from thin air. A delicate hand rested lightly on his shoulder, her tone soft yet laced with an imploring quality. "Tobarama, since you've come all this way, let us share a meal together." Elder sister-in-law, you Senju Tobarama sighed, relenting. He was a traditional man, holding deep respect for Mido, his brother's wife, and generally would not decline a request as long as it did not cross any boundaries. After all, it was merely a meal, nothing too significant, he reassured himself. Haha, two old proud men. Ying Ye mused with a sly smile, instantly attracting two sharp, icy gazes from the elders. With a flurry of movement, Tsunade, draped in loose loungewear and exuding an air of elegance befitting her noble lineage, dashed towards them. One hand covered Ying Ye's mouth while the other wrapped around his neck, embodying the protective demeanor of a mother concerned for her mischievous child, dragging him towards the kitchen. Tsunade glared with her large, expressive eyes, watching this scene unfold with a silly smile, blissfully unaware of what was amusing her. Subsequently, she was pulled into the kitchen by Mido, leaving the space for the two relatives. The autumn evening breeze is refreshing and cool, yet it fails to disperse the awkward atmosphere between two proud old men in the courtyard, both of whom take great pride in their dignity. Bottles of strong liquor vanish down their throats, one after another. After a considerable time, the banquet finally arrives, with Tobarama maintaining a stern expression, as if someone owed him money. "Brother Ying Ye, what are you laughing at?" A youthful, innocent voice rings out from the table, which bears the weight of a tumultuous past. "Oh, I have encountered something delightful." Ying Ye's lips curl into a slight smile as his gaze sweeps over the two disparate old men. "What is it? Do share with me." Little Tsunade shakes Ying Ye's arm, her large eyes filled with curiosity. "No way. I would be beaten for it." Ying Ye shakes his head. ignoring the glare from Mito and the stern look from Tsukiyo. Humph. If you don't want to say it, then don't. I don't want to hear it anyway. Little Tsunade turns her head, adopting an adorably sulky demeanor. Suddenly, Senju-ing raises his cup, sitting up straight, and sincerely addresses Tobarama, his tone heavy with remorse. Uncle. It was my fault. My reckless actions have led to the decline of the Senju clan. With that, he drinks deeply. Tobarama's eyes flicker as he glances at the mischievous, snickering red-haired boy, seemingly loosening the knots within his heart. Nodding slightly, he finishes his drink, rising to his feet. A faint smirk plays on Tobarama's lips, hinting at a cunning intent as he looks toward Ying Ye. In this rare gathering, we shall decide upon an important matter. The lineage of Wood Release must continue. Today, we shall arrange the marriage between Ying Ye and Tsunade to be solemnized upon their coming of age. At these words, Ying Ye abruptly raises his head, instinctively lifting it even higher. Confusion, disbelief, and a dazed expression fill his dark eyes as he stares at Tobarama. Ah, indeed. Let us heed Uncle's words. Senju-ing nods, seemingly having anticipated this decision. Tsunade is indeed the most suitable choice. Mito smiles, her tone reflecting approval. In an instant, Ying Ye's heart is thrown into turmoil, as if struck by an arrow of moral conflict, leaving him somewhat unable to accept this revelation. With a sudden flash, the sound of thunder echoes as Tobarama employs the flying thunder god technique, vanishing from the spot. The remaining individuals at the table turn their gazes toward Ying Ye. The golden-haired little girl's face flushes a deep crimson, remarkably bold yet shy. Drip, drip, cold sweat beads on Ying Ye's forehead, as he experiences for the first time the absurdity, the farcical nature of the moral framework within the ninja world. He muses inwardly, after all, this is a realm where bloodlines reign supreme. In the Hokage's office, a refreshing laughter resounds. Humph, this little brat probably thinks he is the grandson of the elder brother. Tsunade's real brother, doesn't he? He dares to scheme against me. He ought to be taught a lesson. Tobarama leans against his desk, laughing heartily. As he chuckles, his gaze gradually becomes profound, reflecting on the miraculous birth of Ying Ye. He softly murmurs. Who would have thought that a union between the Senju and Uzumaki clans would yield a child with the potential to awaken Wood Release? However, the probability remains exceedingly low. After all, throughout history, numerous individuals from the Senju clan have intermarried with the Uzumaki clan, yet there is still value in attempting. Tobarama resolved to secure a few matrimonial alliances between the dwindling youth of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. The techniques of the bloodline martial arts, a formidable bargaining chip, could be instrumental in this endeavor. In the stillness of the night, Ying Ye sat by the window, his dark eyes devoid of focus. Seemingly lost in thought, the soft sound of footsteps approached, and the door was gently pushed open by a pair of delicate hands. Hinata Renyuki, clad in a blue and white bathrobe, peeked in, her pure white eyes gazing intently at the red-haired youth below, lowering her gaze to the meticulously prepared battle attire. She furrowed her brows slightly and softly reminded, Lord Ying Ye, it is late. You should rest. Implicitly, this suggested that Ying Ye ought to visit the bathhouse. Upon hearing her words, Ying Ye turned to look at Hinata Renyuki, who stood by the door. The loose blue and white robe accentuated her alluring curves, revealing ample fair skin, which gradually drew his vacant gaze into focus. Renyuki, is it customary within your Hinata clan to intermarry among your kin? The abrupt inquiry left Hinata Renyuki momentarily stunned, her crystalline gaze reflecting contemplation before she replied, generally, yes, though there are instances of marriages with the branch families as well. Is that so? Such traditional customs are truly quite unfortunate. Ying Ye sighed deeply, his expression tangled with complexity, causing Hinata Renyuki to furrow her brow, instinctively sensing a possible misunderstanding. Yet, the topic of the main family was one she approached with caution. After a moment's thought, she continued, it is rumored that the Uchiha clan permits marriages between cousins. No wonder the Uchiha often produce eccentrics, Ying Ye murmured, his gaze growing increasingly bewildered as he muttered a soft curse. Hinata Renyuki replied, isn't that quite normal? In bloodline limit clans, aside from prohibitions on marriages between direct siblings and cousins, it is customary for nearly every generation to see unions among relatives to ensure the better inheritance of their bloodline. After a pause, Ying Ye said, Renyuki, I wish to be alone for a while. You may go rest. He turned his gaze to the bright, serene moon outside the window, his silhouette appearing somewhat solitary. The events of the day had suddenly made him acutely aware of the cultural and perceptual chasms that existed between himself, as a transmigrator, and the ninja world. A sense of melancholy washed over his dark eyes. Feeling a weight of pressure, Ying Ye was uncertain how to address his predicament. Very well. Hinata Renyuki tightened her bathrobe, reluctantly closing the door behind her, and the soft sound of her footsteps echoed down the corridor, gradually fading away. 3 hours elapsed. As the troubled transmigrator lay restless, unable to find sleep, it appeared that insomnia would be his companion this night. Perhaps I should practice, Ying Ye mused, shaking his head before sitting upright on the floor and slowly closing his eyes. After a while, his mind began to clear, and he became attuned to the energy permeating the air. Much of it was natural energy, wild and untamed. This energy required the unique and arduous training of Sage Mode to be assimilated into one's being. Ying Ye had attempted this before but had ultimately failed. Due to the fact that the Sage Mode of the Thousand-Handed Pillar has not been passed down, the records within the clan's text are scarce. Containing merely a single line, the first Hokage attained this understanding while practicing Wood Release. This is quite absurd. The opportunity to cultivate Sage Mode seems to rest upon the shoulders of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Ying Ye mused. Subsequently, he focused his mind to sense the condition of the chakra and internal energy within his body. Within his dantian, a blood-red vortex spun incessantly, drawing chakra from the meridians. While vital energy surged into it, a formidable will descended, guiding the chakra along the meridians, with the dantian serving as the core, flowing toward the limbs and myriad veins. As the chakra surged into his heart, the heart, having been refined long ago, erupted with vibrant vitality, causing the blood throughout his entire body to circulate with unprecedented vigor. Intertwining with the chakra, as it traversed the blood-red vortex in the dantian, it was transformed into pure internal energy. The Hyuga clan truly possesses an innate talent for martial arts. This perfected technique of vital energy significantly reduced the time required for me to refine my internal energy. Compared to the previous crude method of channeling vital energy and chakra, the efficiency had increased by at least 5-fold. Moreover, it was considerably safer, greatly diminishing the difficulty of cultivation. Ying Ye felt a surge of admiration, eagerly anticipating the future research achievements of the Hyuga clan. 3 hours later, Ying Ye opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise radiating from his dark gaze. At this moment, the blood-red vortex within his dantian had expanded by more than half, and a droplet of blood-red liquid had dripped down, emanating a more profound and pure energy than that of internal force. This is true essence? A name flashed through Ying Ye's mind, along with a multitude of concepts. The fourth level of the vital energy martial arts, internal force, creates a blood-red vortex within the dantian, akin to the chi refinement of cultivators. The fifth level, true essence, represents a more refined internal force with even greater intensity. Then, could the sixth level perhaps allow for the condensation of true essence and attempt to form a golden elixir? Ying Ye took a deep breath, the desire for cultivation blossoming once more from the depths of his heart. No, that's incorrect. Forcibly blending them is meaningless. It wouldn't truly be a golden elixir. Perhaps it could be referred to as a vital energy elixir. This speculation invigorated Ying Ye. For the vital energy elixir, while it may not rival the golden elixirs of eminent cultivators, would undoubtedly suffice to dominate the ninja world. The future holds great promise. Regrettably, Ying Ye's knowledge on the matter was limited, relying almost entirely on imagination. The probability of success seemed exceedingly slim. Whether it would work or not could only be determined through endeavor. Ying Ye inhaled deeply, his dark eyes sparkling with anticipation and yearning, momentarily casting aside distractions to earnestly explore the feasibility of crafting the elixir. As time passed, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Ying Ye remained mostly secluded, venturing out only once to bring the recovered Hyuga Rin to the Ninja Academy, where he engaged in discussions about life with Uchiha's red-eyed prodigy from the ninja martial arts class. I was not mistaken. The characteristics of Wood Release chakra have indeed integrated into the true essence. This implies that my true essence can devour the chakra of tailed beasts. Thus, if my true essence reaches a certain pinnacle of strength, I could attempt to refine tailed beasts. Through quantitative changes leading to qualitative transformations, one might unexpectedly reach the elixir of life. The tousled-haired youth with crimson locks clenched his right palm, his excitement manifesting in exuberant gestures. However, it was incorrect to presume that beyond the realm of true essence, there existed yet another tier, true gang. This true gang could be forged from the fusion of tailed beast chakra or various elemental chakras. A ninja who attains this level, relying solely on martial prowess, should be capable of manipulating the elements, summoning winds and commanding thunder. At this moment, within Ying Ye's dantian, a fierce and immense nine-tails chakra swirled vigorously, its crimson vortex straining as it absorbed the chakra. It was evident that this endeavor was somewhat strenuous. No matter, the concept had been conceived, and thus, he would pursue this direction. What if it succeeded? Ying Ye rose, inhaling deeply, resolved to share this notion with Hinata Rinin. He intended for this cherished companion, this brother-in-arms, to persuade the Hinata clan to assist him in overcoming any obstacles and ascertaining the feasibility of his plan. Forcing oneself proved less effective than motivating others, a lesson learned from Ying Ye's own experiences. In the Ninja Academy, it was astonishing to discover that beyond inner force, there were 3 additional realms: true essence, true gang, and the elixir of life. My heavens, to what degree will my bloodline be refined by then? Hiss. It is likely I could even revert to an ancestral state. Hinata Rinin inhaled sharply, his pure white eyes glimmering with astonishment, casting a gaze towards Ying Ye that bore more affection than that of a father. Yet, he was not one to harbor arrogance. He understood the daunting challenge of theoretically completing the remaining 3 realms. Ying Ye, can we truly achieve this? Hinata Rinin inquired gravely, locking his gaze on Ying Ye. Rinin, do not underestimate the bond of vitality in the Hinata clan, Ying Ye proclaimed, his voice resonating like a clarion call. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata Rinin clenched his jaw and declared, I understand. This opportunity must not be squandered. Rinin, do not let me down, Ying Ye urged. Observing the hurried silhouette of Hinata Rinin as he departed, the clan's emblem emblazoned upon his back, fluttering in the breeze. The triad of vitality, inner force, and true essence, alongside the 5-tier martial realms, had been solidified as feasible by Ying Ye, who himself served as evidence of this assertion. The subsequent true gang realm represented the direction the Hinata clan currently needed to explore. Over the past month, I have refined 5 drops of true essence. Yet the limits of what my dantian can sustain remain unknown. However, it is anticipated that it will not be less than a 4-digit figure. The journey ahead is arduous, necessitating diligent accumulation of foundational strength. Ying Ye's expression grew solemn, his gaze imbued with a hint of anticipation. In Konoha, the path of a ninja's growth had long been categorized into systematic timeframes. Prior to the age of 5, nutrition is paramount. One simply needs to eat and sleep well, with Naruto's reincarnation as an Asura being an exception. From 5 to 12 years of age marks a period for laying the groundwork, during which knowledge, ninjutsu, and character development are critically important. Otherwise, one might unintentionally produce a figure akin to the Uchiha prodigal. The ages of 12 to 18 signify a period of growth, during which a ninja's strength surges, representing the optimal training phase. From 18 to about 30, a ninja's growth rate gradually slows, although strength can still be enhanced, exemplified by Kakashi from the original narrative. From this point onward begins the pinnacle of combat prowess, yet the potential for further enhancement is virtually non-existent. Around the age of 45, a ninja's physical condition begins to decline, resulting in a decrease in strength by approximately 1 tier. In pursuit of the profound art of vital energy martial arts, Ying Ye meticulously scoured the treasures of the Senju clan. The vast array of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques was laid bare before him, overflowing with creative ideas, his mind brimming with countless treasures. This was the essence of the prestigious family's direct descendants. At the tender age of 10, bolstered by 2 powerful bloodlines in the vigor of vital energy martial arts, I already possessed strength rivaling that of a shadow-level ninja. While I may not reach the 6 paths level of Naruto and Sasuke as depicted in the original narrative upon reaching adulthood, I am confident in my ability to grasp the threshold of that level. Ying Ye's obsidian eyes glimmered as he envisioned the trajectory of his future ninjutsu development. First and foremost, I must diligently unearth the potential of Wood Release, striving to attain the level of Hashirama. Additionally, I aim to swiftly acquire the Flying Thunder God technique and the training methods for Sage Mode. By the time I come of age, it shall be the moment to dismantle the feudal aristocracy of the ninja world. I will obliterate Konoha and forge a magnificent empire, reaping the rewards of my endeavors. Even if the pure Otsutsuki constitution does not grant me immortality, it should at least ensure a lifespan of 1,000 or 800 years. With the accumulated wisdom and efforts of generations within the ninja world, I have no reason to doubt my path in martial arts. Reflecting on this, Ying Ye's eyes sparkled, and he felt a profound clarity wash over him, as if he had attained enlightenment. The fatigue from a month of seclusion and research dissipated in an instant. Suddenly, The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from around the corner. A silver-haired girl, approximately 1 meter 50 tall, came rushing towards him with a piece of bread dangling from her cherry-red lips. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down to her waist, shimmering with a moonlit radiance, and her porcelain skin gleamed like milk. With a delicate oval face and slender willow-like brows, she donned a form-fitting black outfit, embodying the essence of a silver-haired beauty. A member of the Uchiha clan? I haven't encountered her before. She is heading straight for me. Ying Ye raised an eyebrow, a smile flickering in his dark eyes as he slightly broadened his shoulders. As anticipated, a classic scene of romantic fate from an anime unfolded before him. Hey, what are you doing? Why don't you move aside and let this young lady pass? The Uchiha girl's silver eyes widened, her haughty words faltering as she caught sight of Ying Ye's face, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, her tone losing much of its earlier bravado. Oh, a tsundere young lady, I see. She appears to be around 11 or 12 years old, likely a student from the martial arts class next door. Ying Ye gently stroked his chin, his dark eyes fixated on the silver-haired girl who had stumbled to the ground. The sweet strawberry jam bread had landed precisely on her strawberry-patterned pants. Classic. Ying Ye silently gave a thumbs up in his mind. The silver-haired girl, realizing Ying Ye's gaze upon her, instinctively looked down, discovering her forbidden territory exposed. Her shrill scream conveyed her embarrassment, and she hurriedly closed her legs, feeling as though her mind was about to short-circuit. Can this bread still be eaten? Ying Ye shook his head, stepped forward with his left foot, and bent down in a gentlemanly manner to assist her in getting up. With a gentle tone of consolation, he reassured, "Little sister, there is no need to hurry. You are already late. Moreover, I saw nothing. Farewell." After speaking, Ying Ye raised one hand to his chest and vanished from the spot, having employed the instantaneous technique. After a moment, I pondered, am I truly that small? No, that little imp took advantage of me. When we meet again, I shall ensure he pays for it. Uchiha-in kicked away a soiled strawberry bread, muttering fiercely under her breath. She was not a member of the martial arts class, but belonged to the ninja martial class, as ninjas at the age of 15 were considered adults. Even if she had not awakened the Sharingan, she could not enter the martial arts class, which was designed for elite warriors of Konoha aged 12 and under. At this moment, the ninja martial class, occupying an entire building, welcomed the arrival of the foundational figure of blood and martial arts for the first time. Bang! The door was slammed shut violently, and a handsome red-haired youth smirked, casting his gaze over the gathered Konoha ninjas. In a spacious area of approximately 500 square meters, over 60 individuals were divided into several factions, with the upper ninjas from various clans leading their respective groups. At the center stood a group of 26 proud and strikingly handsome individuals clad in tight black attire, all of whom bore the surname Uchiha. It has been a month, classmates. Allow me, your martial arts head instructor, to assess your cultivation results. The reward shall be the choice of any martial arts secret technique. By the way, you may all attack together. The last one to defeat me will receive the ultimate reward. His cold words resonated throughout the expansive training room, immediately drawing the attention of many with red eyes. Arrogant. Observe my shuriken. A hot-tempered Chunin, just returned from the battlefield, launched a sneak attack on Ying Ye from behind, disregarding the rules of martial ethics. Whoosh. The sound of rushing wind was followed by a violent crash as a figure smashed into the wall, and the red-haired youth shook his head regretfully. In a solemn tone, he stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the educational approach of the ninja martial class. The strong are king. This examination occurs once a month, and the generous rewards are reserved solely for the first place." As his words settled in, the crowd grasped the gravity of the situation, recalling the terrifying tales of the red-haired youth's formidable prowess. There is no need for teamwork. Konoha's Chunin, Uchiha Deng alone is more than sufficient. In response, a fist, as large as a cannonball, was thrown. What terrifying speed! Is this the explosive power bestowed upon ninjas by the 4th level of martial arts? The Nara clan's upper ninja, with a serious expression, signaled his old partner to take action. A shadow extended, connecting to Ying Ye's feet, binding his movements in an instant. A massive figure resembling a mountain leaped up forcefully, crashing down. Bang! The sound of a ferocious punch echoed, accompanied by the cries of an Akimichi clan ninja being thrown across the room. The two red-haired youths exchanged provocative glances at the crowd. Shadow clone? How could this be possible? I clearly had him under control, the Nara clan's upper ninja exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. The 4th level of blood and martial arts, internal force, did not require hand seals, It allowed chakra to circulate through the body's meridians solely by the power of will. In other words, it allows ninjas to perform ninjutsu without hand signs. Nara, my dear classmate, it seems your family's ninjutsu is in dire need of modernization. A voice resonated in the ears of the elite ninja from the Nara clan. He glanced aside at his old comrade from the Yamenkai clan, who was swiftly subdued beneath the foot of a red-haired youth, rendered unconscious before he even had a chance to react. Teacher, I've taken note of this information. Also, be gentle. Rest assured, I know my limits. Take a deep breath. Do not be afraid. With those words, the elite ninja from the Nara clan suddenly felt a surge of energy in his abdomen, his vision darkened, and he fainted. In an instant, the ranks of the pig deer butterfly team were shattered, particularly at the level led by an elite ninja from the Nara family. A monster. Within the arena, an experienced Chunin trembled in disbelief as he beheld over 20 red-haired youths, all of them mere shadow clones. The sheer volume of their chakra instilled a faint sense of despair within him. A monster, indeed. The Uchiha clan's elite ninja straightened his posture, the three tomos swirling in his eyes as he scrutinized each of Ying Ye's battles, searching for the true body. Unfortunately, the endeavor proved fruitless. Shadow clones could only be discerned through experience, and even the Sharingan could not identify them with a mere glance. In a moment of reflection, he recalled the family legends he had encountered upon becoming an elite ninja. The Uchiha lineage was not devoid of prodigies who, in their teenage years, possessed combat prowess far exceeding that of elite ninjas. A contemporary figure of note was none other than Uchiha Madara. Indeed, the Senju clan's capability to contend with the Uchiha for centuries was not without justification. Uchiha's son, squinting his eyes, murmured gravely, "That is the technique of multiple shadow clones. Each clone possesses chakra comparable to that of a Chunin, a forbidden jutsu researched by the second Hokage." Hinata Hana stepped forward, her voice steady as she elaborated, "I understand. Hinata Hana, you wish to join forces with me, do you not?" Uchiha's son furrowed his brow, aware that the purpose of his family's dispatch was to supervise their kin, not to suffer embarrassment. Losing would be even more humiliating, would it not? Hinata Hana seemed to see through Uchiha-sen's thoughts and replied with a grave tone. "You are correct, but I require a reason. The value of any one of the three great martial arts secrets rivals, if not surpasses, that of the multiple shadow clones." After a moment of contemplation, Hinata Hana revealed a piece of information. Instantly, Uchiha-sen's pupils constricted, evidently intrigued. As for the matter of distribution, it was quite simple. The victor claims all, and that is only fair. Their conversation lasted no more than half a minute. The air was filled with the anguished cries reverberating throughout the expansive training room, as Ying Ye swiftly dispatched the remaining fodder. Ultimately, only 3 elite ninjas, 8 fortunate individuals, and ninjas from the Uchiha and Hinata clans remained. I concede. Suddenly, a lower-ranking female ninja knelt on the ground, her sharp voice capturing the attention of all. Concede? A chorus of puzzled voices echoed from over a dozen identical red-haired youths, all casting their gazes upon the woman who had spoken, their dark eyes glinting with a chilling light. With a resounding crash, a fist shot forth, unleashing a blood-stained arc as the lower-ranked woman was hurled away with great force. On the battlefield, do you kneel and surrender, begging your enemy for mercy? How foolish. A voice, imbued with fury, escaped the lips of a crimson-haired youth who had just sent a female ninja sprawling. He then turned his gaze towards the remaining survivors and spoke solemnly. The purpose of establishing the ninja martial arts class is to cultivate elite jonin. If you seek merely the superficial benefits of physical strength from martial arts, then you might as well just bear a name. Remember, do not set foot in this school again, for you may encounter me. Now, let the battle resume. If one wishes to advance in martial arts, they must embrace combat, for the door to martial arts cannot be opened by the weak. The boy's chilling words carried an unwavering resolve, and none present dared to think he was jesting. A mere 10-year-old? What a jest! He was clearly a monster, a prodigious talent from the Senju clan, appearing once in a century. Let us unite. The 3 jonin, who had previously defeated a shadow clone of Ying Ye, exchanged glances and shouted in unison. With a swift motion, a jonin from the Hitaki clan unsheathed his long blade, forming hand seals with one hand, and executed the body flicker technique. In an instant, his figure vanished, and the next moment, a cold gleam sliced through the air, aimed directly at Ying Ye's face. This strike would not be held back. Simultaneously, the other 2 jonin sprang into action. Ninjutsu, vacuum wave, secret technique, insect manipulation technique. In an instant, a torrent of black insects erupted from the body of the Oil Woman clan's Jonin, their wings producing an eerie and discordant sound. Anyone who heard this felt their perception of chakra and sound become instantly chaotic. 3 air bullets, as large as fists, shot forth, sealing off Ying Ye, who had spoken earlier. It must be said, the Jonin of Konoha were truly formidable. A mere glance conveyed their mutual understanding, showcasing their close coordination. However, you have miscalculated. The center of the assault, Ying Ye, grinned widely and burst into white mist, causing the expressions of the three to shift dramatically as they sensed a rapid gust of wind approaching from behind. It was the shadow clones. What a disgrace! The 3 Jonin thought, a bitter smile forming in their hearts. But suddenly, flames erupted. Fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, water dragon bullet. Mist technique, 8 trigrams, air palm. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. A flurry of figures surged forth, joining the 3 Jonin and intercepting the onslaught of several shadow clones of Ying Ye. Fireballs clashed against water dragons, creating a thick cloud of mist. Uchiha-sun had even utilized the mist technique, a ninjutsu specifically developed by the second Hokage to counter the Sharingan. How intriguing! Uchiha was actually willing to cooperate with others. Ying Ye's delighted laughter echoed from within the dense fog, seemingly very pleased. The friendships forged in battle are the most robust. And this spectacle was one of Ying Ye's aims, facilitating Uchiha's quicker integration into Konoha. Within the ninja martial arts class, many ninjas were descendants of the elite Jonin from various clans, even of clan leaders. Particularly, families like the Uchiha, known for their bloodline limits, were willing to invest heavily to awaken their seemingly inept offspring's abilities. This was precisely why so many elite Jonin from various clans were present. To put it bluntly, the Jonin like Uchiha-sun were merely there to oversee the development of their clan's child prodigies. Their own strength was not particularly formidable, weak, representing a high degree of plasticity, capable of thriving, battling, and forging bonds of friendship within the same environment. The village of Konoha is in dire need of unity. Even if it means being a colossal infant, I shall not abandon you. After all, your lineage is commendable, and as ninjas, you must ardently ignite the flames of martial prowess. Ying Ye, in an unusually good mood, formed a rare hand seal and proclaimed, Ninjutsu, blood-duplicating wood clone. Upon the utterance of these words, 3 ancient trees erupted violently from the ground, coalescing into 3 identical forms of Ying Ye. Strands of crimson, like blood, intertwined with chakra, permeating the wooden clones. These 3 entities were capable of utilizing Wood Release, their combat potential mirroring that of Ying Ye himself, essentially creating another version of him. The principal drawback, however, was the propensity for betrayal over time, coupled with significant personality flaws upon their summoning. Are we to trample the weak? The original pondered, knowing full well the capabilities of his clones. The leftmost clone sprang forth into the crowd, eager to engage in battle, seeking enlightenment through combat. How intriguing. The middle clone chuckled softly and charged into the throng. I may be a bit heavy-handed, mused the original. The final clone, with a glint of ferocity in its dark eyes, exuded a menacing aura. Observing this fierce clone, Ying Ye felt a twinge of exasperation, reflecting inwardly. What a troublesome personality to have. He commanded, You, go and confront the Uchiha. Just do not maim or kill. The fierce clone nodded and surged into the crowd. Moments later, the ninjas, under the command of the Hyuga clan, prepared to ambush Ying Ye, utilizing the thick mist as cover. Their terrified voices echoed, Would release. That is the true body. He is absorbing my chakra. Is this the secret of Wood Release? No, I am the true body. He can perform Wood Release. My arm is broken. 10 minutes later, a gust of wind swept through the expansive training ground, dispersing the mist and revealing the scene within. 4 red-haired youths stood their ground, one gripping Uchiha-sen's neck, a savage grin dancing in his dark eyes. You are truly human. In a world where strength is paramount, only power matters. Everything else is inconsequential, is it not? The fierce clone, satisfied, licked the corner of its mouth and casually discarded Uchiha-san at its feet. Then, forming hand seals, it dispelled the ninjutsu and vanished from sight. That was utterly insane. I'd wager it ranks among the top 5, Ying Ye remarked with a resigned shake of his head, turning to the remaining 2 clones and instructing, Come. Let us tend to the injured students. Wood Release possesses the remarkable efficacy of healing bodily injuries, and within approximately 3 minutes, the treatment concluded, leaving Ying Ye as the sole figure standing in the arena. The awakened students regarded him with expressions that ranged from astonishment to a blend of reverence and fear. Creaking open, the door revealed a silver-haired girl with an oval face, her jet-black eyes widening in shock at the scene before her. Startled, her delicate hand trembled, causing a half-eaten dorayaki she had purchased to tumble to the ground. Her wide eyes blinked in disbelief, fully absorbing the surreal spectacle. "Little sister, how have you lost your way again? It's fortunate that you came here. Please inform Yazili to have their family come to retrieve you. Oh, and prioritize notifying Uchiha, as they have sustained the most severe injuries." Ying Ye turned and, using a body flicker technique, appeared before the silver-haired girl. He raised his right hand to ruffle her hair, a charming smile gracing his handsome face as he cheerfully remarked. Moments later, he vanished from sight. The silver-haired girl asked, "Uncle Son, what has happened?" The young lady, "It is fortunate you arrived late. Otherwise, you would have endured a severe beating." Elder Shana was correct. That fellow is indeed a naturally wicked red-haired imp. Uchiha's son gasped in shock, his eyes filled with fear and trepidation. "Are you referring to Lord Ying Ye? But that can't be right." He smiled so gently. Uchiha Ainzi tilted her head, her large eyes brimming with confusion. Upon grasping the general situation, her confusion transformed into astonishment and admiration. The martial arts class is situated in the heart of 3 teaching buildings, encompassing 6 classes. 5 instructors from the Hyuga clan, with 3 assigned here, assist students in their training in the art of chi and blood. The students are predominantly around 7 or 8 years old, and based on their ninja prowess, most possess the strength of a lower ninja. These individuals are the prodigies upon whom the various clans of Konoha have pinned their hopes. The elder Tobarama established the ninja school to concentrate the new generation of Konoha's talents, creating a sense of belonging from scratch, akin to a tool for indoctrination in the will of fire. After several arduous years, Tobarama managed to coax a few misfit students from the clans, but ultimately, it still relies on my chi and blood martial arts. Otherwise, how could those clans have so swiftly acquiesced? With a proud smile, Ying Ye stepped through the doors, intending to inquire about the educational outcomes from the martial arts class over the past month. As he ascended to the top floor of the faculty building, he overheard an intriguing conversation. "Grandma Yu, I want you to teach me. Those from the branch family do not deserve it. My dear granddaughter, this is not home. Behave yourself. You must understand how many students in the martial arts class yearn for one-on-one guidance from the Hyuga clan's instructors. No. Otherwise, I will be mocked by those rascals when I return." The girl's imploring voice carried a hint of arrogance, causing the nearby branch family ninja to grit their teeth in silence, unable to voice their anger. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A boy with striking red hair entered, his sleeves adorned with the Senju clan emblem, signifying his identity. "Hyuga-yu, children who harbor resistance in their hearts will never learn swiftly. In the future, you must exert some effort and teach your own granddaughter." How old is she? Why does she still have black eyes?" Ying Ye remarked in surprise, noticing that the girl beside Hyuga-yu possessed distinctly black pupils. While this might be understandable for a member of the branch family, it was utterly unreasonable for a member of the main Hyuga clan. It was nothing short of a disgrace to the Hyuga name. "By the way, what is your name? How old are you this year?" Ying Ye asked with genuine curiosity, directing his gaze toward the girl and inquiring specifically. The girl's delicate face flushed crimson, embodying a sense of humiliation while refraining from retorting. She was well aware of Ying Ye's esteemed identity, being a prominent figure in Konoha. "Siener, quickly respond to Lord Ying Ye." Hyuga-yu cast a swift glare at her granddaughter, acutely aware that she could not afford to displease the illustrious Senju Ying Ye. "Hyuga. Sien." The young girl bit her lip, stammering under her grandmother's stern gaze. "Hyuga Sien? What a lovely name," Ying Ye remarked, momentarily taken aback, as memories of his turbulent journey in cultivation resurfaced, prompting a complex yet polite compliment. Then, turning towards the timid members of the Hyuga branch, Ying Ye offered a gentle smile, saying, "You may leave now and focus on your tasks. There's no need to worry about anything else. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek assistance from Qiu Daoshan." Qiu Daoshan, a direct descendant of the Qiu Dao clan, was a prodigious talent who, like Hyuga Lingren, had cultivated the blood chi martial arts to the 3rd tier in recent years. He was a reliable ally, held in high regard by Ying Ye. "Hyuga-yu, I do not mind your favoritism towards your close students, but there must be a limit. Otherwise, perhaps your granddaughter should return home. After all, the Hyuga clan is capable of cultivating blood chi martial arts as well," Ying Ye remarked, stroking his chin while casting a cheerful glance at Hyuga-yu. This woman appeared to be around 30 years of age, with a curvaceous figure and fair skin, exuding a certain charm that suggested a graceful maturity. No, I don't want to go back to the clan. They will mock me. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Xian's eyes brimmed with tears, presenting a pitiful sight. Xianer, you should return to the classroom. We shall discuss your punishment later. Hyuga Yu admonished her granddaughter before apologizing. My apologies, Lord Ying Ye, for the embarrassment. In response, Ying Ye waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was unperturbed. I recently visited the ninja martial arts class. Aside from a few commendable students, the rest are rather lackluster. This past month has been akin to training a dog. Hyuga Yu, I hold great expectations for the martial arts talents among the ninja clans. Do not let me down. Furthermore, I must advise you, the 5 of you must patiently teach the students and foster good relations between the Hyuga clan and other ninja clans in Konoha. Such alliances may well serve as your enduring support in the future. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Yu's demeanor shifted to one of formality. Her gaze towards Ying Ye no longer that of a mere 10-year-old boy's innocence. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Ying Ye. I shall remember it. She nodded earnestly, her tone serious. Stepping forward, she quietly inquired, Lord Ying Ye, did you come here to discuss the list of students who have performed well this month? Ying Ye conveyed his purpose, his tone imbued with anticipation. Hyuga Yu, being of the main branch of the Hyuga clan and a capable jonin, was nearing the 3rd tier of blood chi martial arts. She diligently taught her students and naturally assumed a leading role among the teachers, well aware of the outstanding students. After a moment of contemplation, she provided her answer. Hyuga Sake, Hyuga Hikari, and Uchiha Daisuke have all reached the 1st tier of cultivation. Moreover, Hinata Daichi, Hinata C, Akadu Dwandi, and 11 others are rapidly approaching the 1st layer of their cultivation. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye could not help but feel a surge of excitement. This revelation was truly delightful. It is worth noting that even with comprehensive martial arts techniques, achieving such progress at the tender age of 7 or 8 within a mere month is indeed a formidable challenge. The initial 3 layers of chi and blood martial arts demand an exceptionally high level of chakra control from ninjas. Even for elite jonin, attaining the 1st layer of chi and blood within a month is no small feat, let alone for these young children. Konoha undoubtedly stands as a bastion for prodigious talent in the ninja world. It is truly remarkable. By the way, are there any students who, despite lacking progress, show exceptional diligence? Ying Ye inquired, his brows arching with interest. There is one, named Might Dai, hailing from a common background. His father is an ordinary chunin, and his mother is a civilian. Hinata Yu answered promptly, for the impression that student left on her was significant. Regardless of the weather, be it stormy or sweltering, he persistently trains his body. When fatigued, he attempts to cultivate chakra. However, Might Dai's control over chakra is severely lacking. He often injures himself, requiring assistance from teachers like them for treatment. Fortunately, due to his poor chakra control, the injuries sustained from his meridians being impacted are not grave. Might Dai? He is indeed a commendable role model. You should pay close attention to him. Ying Ye's dark eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. He had finally discovered another pivotal character from the original narrative. Might Dai, the father of Might Guy, is renowned as the eternal genin of Konoha, with remarkable achievements, including the opening of the 8 gates and single-handedly defeating the 7 ninja swordsmen. I understand now. Hinata Yu quickly grasped the situation and prepared to extend special attention to Might Dai, establishing him as an exemplar for the martial arts class. Before departing, Ying Ye provided the martial arts instructor with a directive. Within 3 months, at least one of the exceptional students, including Hinata Hikari, must ascend to the 2nd layer of chi and blood martial arts. Thus, Ying Ye's purpose for visiting the ninja school today was thoroughly fulfilled. With a smile illuminating his face and a buoyant spirit, he strode towards the entrance of the ninja school, his steps lighter than before. The talents of Hinata Hikari and the other ninjas were indeed a significant gain. However, what brought Ying Ye the greatest joy was acquiring information about Might Dai, a character from the original story. The 8 gates can be regarded as the pinnacle of physical techniques in the ninja world, while martial arts serve as an extension of those techniques. The fact that Might Dai can cultivate to the final move, the Death Gate, indicates that his martial arts aptitude is undeniably remarkable. The issue of poor chakra control is not overly concerning. After all, the very essence of my chi and blood martial arts was to allow chakra to surge chaotically through the meridians. It took thousands of experiments to establish a rough prototype. Did it not? I shall discreetly provide support to this talent, Might Dai, and when the time is ripe, I will reveal myself to earn his unwavering loyalty. In the future, I may have a general under my command who possesses strength nearing the 6 paths level, and one who is fiercely loyal at that. With this thought, Ying Ye felt an even greater surge of happiness, relishing the advantages that came with knowing the plot as a traveler. With the aid of tailed beast chakra, as long as Ying Ye is willing to invest the effort, he could elevate Might Dai to the 3rd layer of Qi and blood martial arts. The latter merely suffers from a deficiency in chakra perception, rendering control difficult. This does not imply an absence of chakra or perception. Tailed beasts are remarkable entities, providing an inexhaustible source of chakra energy, not only suitable for nurturing prodigious warriors, but also greatly beneficial to my martial arts cultivation. Although the Ninetales is the most formidable, possessing the highest quality of chakra, Mito is growing old. While she can allow me to enter her spiritual realm to extract chakra once or twice, repeated occurrences could jeopardize her life. My respect for Mito, the woman who rescued Ying Ye from a life of darkness, is profound. To cultivate with integrity of heart is essential for a long journey. A heart devoid of emotion is unsuitable for Ying Ye. As he walked, resting his chin in contemplation, he pondered how to acquire a tailed beast, ideally, to raise one and extract chakra at regular intervals. In a little over a month, Tobarama intends to negotiate a peace agreement with the Second Reikage. I have sent the Uzumaki clan to seek assistance. The outcome of the negotiations is bound to be favorable. After all, the offerings I provide are too enticing for anyone to refuse. Stopping, Ying Ye leaned against the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy, his dark eyes glimmering with scheming light. In the original narrative, Tobarama met his demise during this meeting. The bizarre duo of Kin and Jin, dissatisfied with the Second Reikage peace policies, ambushed and killed their own leader, subsequently framing Tobarama and assaulting many in Konoha. In the end, Tobarama, gravely injured, sacrificed himself to ensure the safety of his disciples, taking Kin and Jin down with him. With the support of the Uzumaki clan and myself alongside Tobarama in his prime, victory is assured. The plan to hold the Second Reikage hostage, demanding compensation in the form of a tailed beast from Kumogakure, boasts a high likelihood of success. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Ying Ye couldn't help but raise his head, clenching his fist in excitement. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a golden-haired, twin-tailed girl concealed beside a boulder not far away, pulling his thoughts back to reality. Tsunade? Ahem. Tobarama, that rascal, actually intends for Tsunade to marry me once she reaches adulthood. Ying Ye swallowed hard, inwardly cursing Tobarama's lack of ethics. Surely, it is not in his wicked nature to propose such a thing, having forgotten the lessons of 9 years of compulsory education. In truth, the blood relation between Ying Ye and Tsunade is rather faint, having long surpassed the 5th degree of kinship, and even in a past life, their marriage would adhere to propriety. Over the past month, I have come to understand that matters of the future can wait. Tsunade is only 5 years old now, and according to the customs of the ninja world, she will not reach adulthood for another 10 years. In 10 years, I will be 20. Well beyond the threshold of shadow-level strength. As the Hokage of Konoha, a dominant force in the ninja world, who would dare to question me? However, the decision will ultimately rest with Tsunade. For now, it is imperative to ease our relationship. It would be foolish to allow a single remark from Tobarama to create a rift with the charming little Tsunade. Ying Ye's gaze shifted thoughtfully, and he took a deep breath, raising one hand to his chest. Ninjutsu, body flicker technique. In a silent instant, Ying Ye vanished from his position. In the next moment, she found herself standing behind a golden-haired, double-tailed little girl. Her dark eyes widened slightly, a smile of indulgence gracing her lips as she delightedly observed the adorable scene of the steam-emitting girl. At that moment, little Tsunade was clutching a large lunchbox, her upper body resting on the wooden lid, her chubby hands playfully fiddling with a wildflower by the roadside, murmuring the words to go and not to go repeatedly. Her exquisitely cute face had already turned a deep shade of crimson. With each petal she plucked, her cheeks flushed a little more, while her bright orange eyes sparkled with a mix of conflict and longing. Her pale golden twin tails danced incessantly under the morning sun, mirroring the lively rhythm of her emotions. A curious white mist wafted from her little head, prompting one to wonder if this little girl was an extraterrestrial. Perhaps it was the unique constitution of the ninja world's little girls that set them apart from those of other realms. This appearance reminded me of Hinata from the original work. I never imagined that Tsunade, in her childhood, would exhibit such a side. Speaking of Hinata, it brought to mind a certain matter. I had inquired about the Hyuga clan and discovered that there were no twins named Hinata Hizashi or Hinata Hayashi. Hinata's cousin. The prodigious Hyuga was of main family descent, a genin of considerable strength, and the sole heir of the current clan leader. Could it be that he would one day become Hinata's grandfather? Ying Ye's thoughts began to drift, and the whimsical notion brought a smile to his face, stirring a complex array of feelings within him. As a time traveler, though his penchant for collecting was not as severe as others, he could not help but be drawn to Hinata, his younger brother's unyielding insistence making it impossible to dismiss. In the midst of it all, little Tsunade's bets with herself had reached their climax. Why have I lost again? She lamented. To lose consecutively 3 times, even when gambling against herself, was infuriating. Rising in frustration, she gazed plaintively at the heavens, vowing fiercely, I, Tsunade, shall never be in league with gambling or poison in this lifetime. The inclusion of poison in her oath stemmed from Ying Ye's tall tale that Hashirama had succumbed to poison after battling Uchiha Madara. As for the true cause of Hashirama's demise, only Tobirama and Mito knew, yet none had disclosed it publicly. The Nine Tails had claimed that practicing Wood Release would shorten one's lifespan, and Ying Ye had only half believed it. After making her oath, little Tsunade picked up her large lunchbox, but after taking just 3 steps, she halted, standing shyly in place. She wore an adorably conflicted expression, muttering to herself, perhaps I shouldn't go, it's too embarrassing. Why did great-grandfather have to say such things? How will I ever face Brother Ying Ye? Yet, her grandmother had instructed her to deliver breakfast to Brother Ying Ye, warning that skipping meals would hinder her growth. What should she do? The golden-haired, double-tailed little girl sought help online. Oh, is that so? That old man Senju Tobirama is quite the troublemaker. A teasing laugh erupted from behind little Tsunade, the words resonating with her. Yes, it's all that old man's fault. I've been too scared to find Brother Ying Ye for an entire month. Tsunade had always been an enthusiastic child, easily striking up conversations with street vendors in Konoha. However, upon turning around and catching sight of the person in question, she let out a startled cry and fled. Little gambler, you dropped your breakfast box. Ying Ye lifted his head and called out loudly to the golden-haired little girl sprinting under the morning sun. You mischievous Oni-chan, that is your breakfast. Her tender, adorable voice was laced with a hint of youthful shyness as she ran, steam rising from her head. How could this happen? It seems I can't eat this breakfast now. Today's amusement will suffice to fill me up. Ying Ye picked up the lunchbox, resting it against his waist, and chuckled softly. Then, with one hand raised to his chest, he executed a technique of instantaneous movement, swiftly catching up with the fleeing owner in mere moments. With a swift motion, he encircled the little girl's slender waist and effortlessly hoisted her onto his right shoulder. Yay! A shrill scream echoed around, drawing the attention of passers-by, who gathered curiously. Approximately 5 or 6 individuals, primarily ninjas of considerable strength, nearly all elite shinobi, approached. Their garments were adorned with the insignias of their respective clans. They had come to retrieve their children from the ninja martial arts class, who had just received a lesson from Ying Ye. Ah, little princess of Konoha, what mischief have you committed? One of them jested. Tsunade, offending Lord Ying Ye will surely bring you great trouble. Oh, why is your little face so flushed? So adorable. Let me give you a kiss, Moa. Lord Ying Ye, my useless offspring is grateful for your guidance. Should you ever feel inclined, feel free to discipline them thoroughly. I, the leader of the Kurama clan, will have no complaints. The Kurama clan leader stepped forward, thumping his chest and declaring earnestly, rest assured, everyone, the injuries of the ninja martial arts class students are not severe. I've already used Wood Release techniques to heal them. A few days of rest at home, and they should be able to resume their training. By the way, while I do not oppose you sending your children to the ninja martial arts class, as it is within reason, I must remind you of one thing. Do not forget to study the techniques of chi and blood martial arts yourselves. The Hyuga clan has already produced more than one individual with 3 layers of chi and blood. The power of the Byakugan's ocular technique has been significantly enhanced, symbolizing the purification of their bloodline. It is a well-established fact that cultivating the chi and blood martial arts to the 3rd layer will enhance the strength of one's bloodline. So cherish this opportunity. With that, Ying Ye carried Tsunade away, reminiscent of a mountain bandit seizing a bride. A few bloodline limit ninjas gazed at Ying Ye's retreating figure, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of yearning. Lord Kurama, your child was thrashed by Lord Ying Ye, and you harbor no thoughts about it? A Chunin woman, who had playfully kissed Tsunade's cheek, mused with a smile. In response, Kurama-Tenma scoffed and declared, what nonsense. How could I not have thoughts? I am overwhelmed with admiration and loyalty. Had I encountered Lord Ying Ye in my youth, the Kurama clan would not have suffered such heavy losses in war, and our ancestral bloodline limit would not be nearly extinct, if not for mundane matters. I would wish to join the ninja martial arts class and learn directly from Lord Ying Ye. Haha, I share your sentiments. Who wouldn't want to learn such precious secret techniques? Who wouldn't desire to be personally taught by the genius who created them? One elite shinobi lamented, shaking his head with a meaningful sigh. They were all astute individuals. No words were necessary. It was evident that Ying Ye possessed remarkable treasures. After all, even a master will keep a few tricks up his sleeve for his direct disciples. Who among us does not wish to draw closer to Ying Ye and earn his favor? On the bustling streets of Konoha, a red-haired youth leisurely strolled, carrying a golden-haired little girl on his shoulder. Occasionally pausing at vendors, he would indulge in some grilled delicacies and snacks. Bad Oni-chan, I'm not running anymore. Let me down. The little Tsunade pouted, her sweet voice ringing out, though her youthful face bore a hint of rosy hue. Her amber eyes no longer sparkled with the usual fluster and shyness. Why, you ask? Quite simply, over an hour had passed since Ying Ye had begun carrying her. And by now, the raw rice had long since become cooked. Do not underestimate a ninja's adaptability to harsh environments, even if she is merely a little lower-ranked ninja. Oh, really? Ying Ye raised an eyebrow, teasingly smiling. Really? Just trust me this once. After all, I can't escape your grasp, little Tsunade grumbled. Her nose wrinkled in defiance. Fine, my shoulder is sore, Ying Ye conceded, releasing his grip. With a deft shake of his right shoulder, the golden-haired girl executed a flawless somersault to land gracefully on her feet. That landing was quite elegant. You resemble a little princess of Konoha now. Ying Ye remarked with a nod, handing her a skewer of dango with a cheerful smile. This is a reward for you, my martial arts lady princess. Humph. You are just a little better than Tobirama-sensei. Little Tsunade retorted, hands on her hips and her head held high, indignantly chastising him. Then, with a playful bite, she sank her teeth into one of the white glutinous rice dumplings. After chewing a couple of times, her big, lovely eyes squinted in delight, and a blissful smile spread across her face. It was unclear whether it was the dumpling's deliciousness or Ying Ye's generous feeding that brought her such joy. This scene caused the vendor to widen his eyes in astonishment, thinking to himself, did I hear that correctly? Someone is insulting the esteemed second Hokage on the streets of Konoha? Oh, it's Lady Tsunade. Then, it's nothing to worry about. After their indulgent feast, Ying Ye paid for the treats, compensating for carrying little Tsunade for over an hour. Children are easily satisfied, and she was no exception. Besides, she did not harbor any dislike towards Ying Ye. In fact, her heart secretly cherished him. Bad Oni-chan. Why were there so many old men and jonin heading to the ninja academy just now? Little Tsunade inquired curiously, walking alongside Ying Ye, clutching her dumpling tightly. Given her special status, she was familiar with most of Konoha's high-ranking figures, including the leaders of various ninja clans and jonin. That, you see. I visited the ninja academy to give a lesson to the students in the ninjutsu class. The people you encountered on the way were likely their parents or relatives. Ying Ye replied lightly, eliciting laughter from the little girl. Well, indeed, you are a bad Oni-chan, using Wood Release to bully children. I wouldn't stoop to such antics. Little Tsunade exclaimed with feigned indignation. Humph, I'm going to tell Grandma, and have her scold you, she declared, her playful spirit ignited, as her short legs seemed ready to dash home. Yet, upon recalling Ying Ye's terrifying prowess, she raised her head with a deflated demeanor, her bright, sparkling eyes blinking at him. In a flustered whisper, she uttered, Brother Ying Ye, what I just said was not true. I won't report you. Could you please refrain from punishing me? This golden-haired little girl, though somewhat foolish, was not entirely so. Upon hearing her words, Ying Ye crouched down, extending his hands to grasp the little one's cheeks. With a gentle tug, he savored the long-forgotten sensation, and his spirits lifted considerably. With a cheerful smile, he remarked, the students of the ninja martial arts class are all over 15, not mere children. Therefore, it is they who bully the smaller ones, ganging up on me. Unfortunately, they were too inept, and I dispatched them all with ease. What? How despicable! A group of them ganging up on a 10-year-old. She exclaimed indignantly. I must inform Tobirama-sensei and have them locked up. With that, the little one, brimming with fury, began to stomp towards the Hokage building. However, a large hand seized the back of her collar, pulling her back with force. Ha ha ha, what is the rush? Am I not standing here quite well? Those fellows are all dealt with, and your brother has suffered no losses, Ying Ye chuckled, his gaze filled with affection as he explained. Oh, then it's fine, she replied. Momentarily dazed, before returning to her dumplings. In her understanding, the victor in a fight surely reaped the most benefits. If Ying Ye had not been harmed, all was well. After all, who hadn't engaged in a scuffle? It was only the losers who would cry for their parents. Suddenly, a voice, filled with youthful rage, pierced the air, aimed directly at Ying Ye. How infuriating! This scoundrel, beating someone and still so arrogant? Dad, it was he who struck me. That punch was brutal, aimed right at my kidneys, and it still hurts terribly. Old man, you must avenge me with your Chunin strength. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye turned to see a robust man, approximately in his 30s, gradually releasing the grip on his son's shoulder. He then swiftly raised his hand and brought it down with force. Smack! The resounding slap sent the dark-haired youth sprawling onto the ground, his frail body bouncing twice before. Astonishingly, he leaped back up. This spectacle left the strong Chunin momentarily stunned, before he delivered another resounding slap. Dad, you, the dark-haired boy began. But his words were cut short as he was slammed back to the ground, bouncing twice again, face down, seemingly contemplating the meaning of life. What a waste. You've been coddled by your mother, lounging at home all day, not even recognizing Lord Ying Ye. I toil on the battlefield, risking my life to earn a B-rank mission reward, initially intending to redeem it for ninjutsu. Yet, I thought I'd send you to learn the secret arts of vitality, hoping you'd achieve something worthwhile, but after a month, you don't even know the creator of the secret arts. Have you been learning nothing of worth? Damn it. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. Just watch. I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson today. The robust Chunin exuded an unmistakable temper. Yet it was likely a fade put on for Ying Ye's benefit, not wishing to jeopardize his future due to a moment of folly concerning his inept son. This particular Chunin, I must say, it is rather inappropriate to admonish one's offspring in public, as it disrupts the commerce of others. Observing his physical prowess and resilience, one might surmise he is well suited for the mastery of Qi and blood martial arts. Ying Ye, with a smile, uttered a remark that diffused the tedium of the farce. As the scion of the Senju clan and the future Hokage, it was imperative to maintain a relatable image. Thank you, Lord Ying Ye, for your magnanimity. I shall take this useless child away now. The robust Chunin expressed his gratitude, lifting his son and departing. Bold yet meticulous, calm in the face of adversity. It was no wonder he survived the First Shinobi World War. This Chunin likely embodies the essence of the lower-tier ninjas of Konoha. Ying Ye cast a glance at the retreating figures of father and son, instinctively offering an assessment before breaking into a gentle smile. Ying Ye, brother, are you not angry? A puzzled Tsunade inquired. Angry? Why would I be? He insulted you, and yet, to not recognize you in our village is simply foolish enough to provoke my ire. Tsunade furrowed her brow, her wide eyes filled with increasing confusion. Silly girl, he only lashed out because I bested him, and did not his father just reprimand him? Moreover, even the naturally charming Princess Tsunade has garnered considerable fame in Konoha, yet there are still children unaware of your identity. It is not unusual. Ying Ye, with affectionate indulgence, ruffled Tsunade's hair, his tone gentle as he imparted the essence of the will of fire. Tsunade, Konoha was founded by your grandfather and great-grandfather. This is your home. The villagers of Konoha are but a few among many who reside within this family. Thus, barring significant transgressions, we must be sufficiently forgiving. This is the hallmark of great individuals. Upon hearing this, Tsunade pondered deeply for a while, before nodding in a somewhat bewildered manner, raising her head to proclaim. I think I understand. Without villagers like him, I would not have access to delicious dumplings. This response momentarily stunned Ying Ye, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, before he nodded thoughtfully, his gaze profound, to impart lessons of tolerance and generosity. She discerned the very essence of capitalism. This young girl, without a doubt, possesses great potential, truly deserving of her lineage from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Before the Hokage building in Konoha, a large and small silhouette, hand in hand, confidently strode through the entrance, making their way towards the Hokage's office. The darkened corners, where the Umbu ninja stood guard, seemed oblivious to their presence, as faint whispers echoed in the shadows. Have you heard? Lord Ying Ye visited the shinobi combat class this morning, single-handedly challenging the entire class. Remarkable. Those in attendance were either the children of Jonin and Chunin, or the ineffectual scions of clans like Uchiha and Sarutobi. Indeed, it is only Lord Ying Ye who dares to undertake such a feat. The Umbu ninja, adorned with a tiger mask, murmured in admiration. Suddenly, another voice from a teammate broke in, curiosity evident in their tone. Captain, If you were to face Lord Ying Ye, would you emerge victorious? At that moment, several gazes turned towards the man wearing the ghostly mask, eagerly anticipating his reply. It would be a 50-50 chance, came the cold, serious voice, causing a few team members to gasp in astonishment. Goodness! Lord Ying Ye is only 10 years old, and yet he possesses such prowess as the captain. What will he achieve in the future? In 5 minutes, I am confident I can escape. After 5 minutes, I would have to kneel and plead with Lord Ying Ye to go easy on me, or else I would need to take a medical leave, the masked man said gravely. Upon hearing this, the discussions in the shadows abruptly ceased. At this moment, the door to the Hokage's office creaked open. Senju Tobarama lifted his head, and upon seeing the newcomer, his icy gaze softened slightly. He then keenly noticed the golden-haired little girl hiding behind the red-haired youth. It's been a month since we last met, and why are these two together? Tobarama raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. Tsunade, why are you hiding? Come and greet your great-grandfather, Ying Ye said with a cheerful smile, pulling the golden-haired girl forward. That naturally wicked old Tobarama, I have no desire to meet him. Little Tsunade pouted, her small nose scrunched up, and her lips forming a defiant pout. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye's smile widened, causing Tobarama's expression to darken, his gaze becoming dangerously fixated on him, as though contemplating how to punish the instigator. Tsunade, who taught you that? Tobarama could not restrain himself and attempted to salvage the grandfather-granddaughter relationship, only to receive an adorable grimace in return. It's because great-grandfather is so mean, bullying me and brother Ying Ye, causing me to have a month of poor eating and sleeping. Little Tsunade made a face before leaping out of the window and darting home. Ying Ye, did you teach Tsunade that? Tobarama said coldly, visibly displeased. The phrase naturally wicked had unexpectedly landed on him, and to be scolded by his granddaughter in person left him feeling as if he had been struck by a cart full of mud. Little Tsunade understands nothing, only that red-haired rascal would act this way. As for the reason, Tobarama had a general idea, merely the matter of their engagement. He had initially intended to privately inform Ying Ye that Tsunade was not her biological brother, but now, this little rascal had been brooding over this issue for a month, genuinely caring for Tsunade. Despite being pleased with Ying Ye's character, Tobarama maintained a stern demeanor out of pride. Great-grandfather, how could I, Senju Ying Ye, be someone who disrespects my elders? Tsunade is still young. Her temperament is mischievous. Great-grandfather, you are magnanimous. So please do not hold this minor incident against her, Ying Ye said, beaming. Oh, then tell me, what constitutes a major matter? Furthermore, running to the ninja martial arts class this morning and dominating the crowd was indeed impressive, but such actions do not contribute to the unity of Konoha. As the conversation shifted, Senju Tobarama's piercing gaze conveyed an underlying challenge, seemingly prepared to seize the opportunity to admonish Ying Ye. Dear granduncle, isn't it your fault? Overseeing all matters of the ninja martial arts class is my responsibility, as we previously agreed. Moreover, I am indeed a teacher of that class. It is quite normal for me to impart guidance to the students, Ying Ye explained, a hint of feigned grievance playing at the corners of his mouth. Enough. You may have a point this time, so I shall spare you. However, should I hear Tsunade berating me again as inherently evil, you will surely face the consequences, Tobarama replied dismissively, uninterested in engaging in a verbal spar with Ying Ye, as his duties as Hokage demanded his attention. Indeed, Tobarama's irritation stemmed from this very matter, such a petty grievance. Ying Ye couldn't help but mock internally, before forming hand seals to enact a silent sealing technique. A formidable surge of chakra enveloped the entire office. Witnessing this, Tobarama's impatience evaporated, and he straightened his posture, fixing his cold gaze on Ying Ye's handsome face, awaiting further details. With purposeful strides, Ying Ye stepped forward, placing his hands on the polished wooden desk. His eyes burned with intensity as he spoke gravely. Dear granduncle, the negotiations with the Cloud Village are unlikely to proceed smoothly. I have received word that the second Raikage has already reached out to the other 3 major ninja villages. Furthermore, dissent within the Cloud Village is rampant, led by the formidable duo of Kin and Jin, and the war may not yet be over. There is even a possibility of escalation. Upon hearing this, Tobarama's eyes flickered with interest as he contemplated, then inquired with a smile, what should Konoha do then? Should we abandon negotiations and forsake this rare opportunity for peace? Abandon? How could that be an option? What I mean is, dear granduncle, you must proceed with caution and bring more people along. For instance, a certain prodigy from Konoha, one who is both powerful and skilled in wood release and sealing techniques. Ying Ye continued, Kin and Jin, those 2 anomalies, survived after being devoured by the Ninetales, ultimately thriving by absorbing its flesh and blood, thereby assimilating its characteristics. Their physique is remarkably unique and holds immense research value. If we can capture them for study, Konoha might just unlock the secrets to creating an artificial Ninetales. At this, Tobirama smirked, a look of realization dawning upon him. You young rascal, are you intrigued by the peculiar physique of Kin and Jin? Hehe. Not just that, with your current strength combined with mine, we would be more than capable of overpowering the Cloud Village's 3 major forces. In doing so, we could take the second Reikage hostage, compelling the Cloud Village to exchange a tailed beast, thus significantly diminishing their strength and ensuring a period of peace, a true win-win situation. Ying Ye chuckled, revealing his innermost thoughts. Tailed beasts? Tobirama furrowed his brow, a myriad of thoughts flitting through his mind as he shook his head. Ying Ye. The tailed beasts were originally allocated to each ninja village by my elder brother. While anyone else may seize them, Konoha cannot. However, if you are curious about the secrets of Kin and Jin, I could certainly capture them for your research. Upon uttering these words, Ying Ye could not help but sigh deeply within. Should Konoha attempt to seize the tailed beasts, it would undoubtedly incite rumors among the great ninja villages regarding the first Hokage, as well as a decline in trust towards Konoha. After all, the tailed beasts were allocated by Senju Hashirama, and other villages had acquired them through monetary means. During Senju Tobirama's era, Konoha stood at the pinnacle of prestige among all ninja villages. What mattered most to Senju Tobirama was likely, Granduncle, I understand your intentions. You wish to prevent grandfather from being remembered infamously after his demise. However, while others may speak ill, Konoha remains transparent. We can also propagate our narrative. For instance, the first Hokage's capture of the tailed beasts and their sale to the great ninja villages was in the interest of peace within the ninja world. Yet, the Land of Lightning has instigated war, lacking integrity, and has retracted the tailed beast as punishment. This allows Konoha to maintain a stance of moral superiority as the guardian of peace in the ninja realm. Justice is indeed on our side. Ying Ye took a deep breath, articulating his thoughts in one go, which prompted Senju Tobirama to ponder deeply for a considerable time. Finally, he stated, Ying Ye, if we can successfully sign the peace treaty, then all shall be well. If not, it will depend on the circumstances. Granduncle is aging and truly wishes to witness no more war. As for you, should you accomplish a task before my departure, I shall permit you to accompany me. Senju Tobirama set forth a condition, extracting a red booklet from the multitude of documents on the table. The cover bore a striking crimson letter A, signifying an A-rank mission that only a Jonin could undertake. Very well, I shall prepare and will depart shortly. Ying Ye seized the booklet, briefly scanning its contents. His dark eyes shimmered as he comprehended the true intent of Tobirama's old age. The mission's destination lay on an island at the border of the Land of Water and the Land of Whirlpools, a distant journey, under normal circumstances. It would take over 2 months for a round trip. The task was a mere pretense. In truth, it was to keep Ying Ye from venturing into danger. When had this elder become so indecisive, even deeming my shadow-level prowess unnecessary? Ying Ye silently lamented before shaking his head. In front of the main residence of the Senju clan, a red-haired youth paused at the entrance, clad in the attire of a Konoha ninja, with a forehead protector adorning his brow. His fiery locks were tousled, adding an air of audacity and youthful fervor to his demeanor. Beside him stood Hinata Rinyu, equally attired, her icy beauty now interlaced with an aura of cold elegance and sharp intensity. Today marked Ying Ye's first venture away from Konoha. Tasked with a mission personally assigned by the Hokage, his companion was a Jonin from the Hyuga clan, ensuring both safety and elite support. Moreover, Ying Ye's destination was backed by the Land of Whirlpools, and with his connection to Mito, he anticipated substantial assistance, not least due to his striking red hair. Ying Ye, brother, take care on your journey. I will miss you. Little Tsunade clutched her mother's hand tightly, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. Senju Tsukiyo comforted her daughter, her beautiful eyes reflecting her own concern, aware that the journey ahead was indeed quite distant. Child, should you encounter difficulties, seek help from the Uzumaki clan. They will assist you. Mito Uzumaki, draped in a water-white robe, wore a face marked by age and worry, gently brushing a dry leaf from Ying Ye's head. Grandma Mito, with my strength, I shan't require assistance. You should not fret so. It will only hasten your aging, Ying Ye replied, lifting his chin with a cheerful demeanor to lighten the atmosphere. You cheeky rascal, are you implying that I am old? Do not forget, I possess the sealing technique that maintains eternal youth. Mito shot him a playful glare, her worries easing considerably. I have yet to see you employ it. Who knows if it is as formidable as you claim? Ying Ye lightly countered with a laugh. Impudent. Lord Hashirama has passed. Who would I demonstrate it to? Mito retorted, flicking her finger against Ying Ye's forehead protector, chiding him to hurry along and remember to bring back some local specialties from the Uzumaki clan. All right, I promise. Ying Ye blinked, his gaze lingering for a moment on Mito's raised arm, catching a glimpse of her fair wrist, as pure as jade, reminiscent of a youthful maiden in her prime. Truly, it seemed only Hashirama could inspire Mito Uzumaki to forever maintain her youthful visage, showcasing her most beautiful self. Indeed, the ancients were wise. A woman adorns herself for the one who delights her. 3 minutes later, as Ying Ye made his way to the exit of Konoha, he suddenly muttered under his breath, "How fortunate is the Great Pillar, enjoying good food and all. I envy him." Ying Ye-sama, who is the Great Pillar? Hinata Rinyu inquired softly, leaning closer to him with a gentle curiosity. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye looked up to find a sweet smile gracing the icy beauty of her face, prompting a knowing smile from him in return. However, I am not lacking. The Great Pillar would not fare as well without me. Suddenly, a figure intruded upon their moment. Kneeling with one knee on the ground, hands holding a letter sealed with the Hokage's exclusive emblem. Ying Ye-sama, please deliver this letter to the head of the Uzumaki clan. It is an order from the Hokage. Furthermore, kindly refrain from opening it, as it contains village secrets. The captain of the contemporary gatekeeper F4 spoke gravely, offering his admonition. Understood, Ying Ye replied, tucking the envelope safely into his bosom before leading the charge into the forest. Hinata Ringsha cast a glance at the messenger ninja before promptly following suit. A week later, on a night where the moon shone brightly amid sparse stars, in a secluded corner of a dense forest, the aroma of roasted rabbit meat wafted from a campfire, enticing weary travelers. A stunning female ninja, with hair cascading down to her waist, crouched beside the fire, meticulously applying oil, cumin, and chili powder to the meat. Her enchanting large eyes shimmered with fatigue, shadowed by deep dark circles. After a moment, she called softly, "Lord Ying Ye, it is ready to eat." Hinata Ringsha rose and turned towards the resting red-haired boy. 3 meters away. Upon hearing her, Ying Ye opened his eyes, the weariness swept away by the pangs of hunger. And he swiftly approached to gnaw on the roasted rabbit like a famished wolf. "Rin, Shui, you should eat," he stammered between bites. Only then did Hinata Ringshu grasp a half-piece of roasted rabbit, devouring it eagerly, evidently just as hungry. 10 minutes later, she suggested quietly, "Lord Ying Ye, we've only rested 2 nights in a week. If this continues, our bodies cannot endure." She took a sip of clean water, her voice barely above a whisper. "Are you tired? Very well, we shall find an inn tomorrow night and rest soundly on a large bed," Ying Ye replied, nodding in agreement to his companion's request. "Yay!" Hinata Ringshu exclaimed, jumping up in excitement like a little girl, momentarily shedding the demeanor of a seasoned Jainin. It was hardly surprising, as Ying Ye had been pushing himself excessively. In just a week, he had only rested 2 nights, consuming merely 2 meals each day within a strict hour. The rest of the time was spent running at an astonishing speed. Even she, under such intensity, felt utterly exhausted. At merely 10 years of age, his energy was already so abundant. One could only imagine how he would be as he grew older. Hinata Ringshu's cheeks flushed slightly as she pondered this, her thoughts drifting until she succumbed to slumber. "You blush like a teapot," Ying Ye mused inwardly, reluctantly taking on the responsibility of keeping watch for the first half of the night. In the wilderness, ninjas must travel in teams, otherwise, if one were to fall asleep without a watch, they could easily be ambushed by enemies. With a creak, Ying Ye leaned against the ancient tree behind him, gazing up at the luminous moon with dark eyes that flickered with a hint of anger and overwhelming urgency. The inherently malevolent Tobarama had devised a long mission merely to divert him. What was meant to be a leisurely journey filled with beauty had morphed into a grueling ordeal. Time was of the essence. According to the schedule set by the elder of the Uchiha clan, it was likely that negotiations with the Uzumaki clan had already commenced, and they were en route to the meeting place. Ying Ye calculated the time in his mind. At their current pace, if they traveled in a straight line, they could reach the Uzumaki clan within half a month. Following that, he would complete the task in a short time and then take a shortcut to the meeting venue. Time should suffice. Ying Ye nodded slightly, his mood lifting just a fraction. That A-rank mission was titled Search for Survivors. The Land of Water is a nation surrounded by the sea on all sides, neighboring the Land of Whirlpools across several large islands, among which lie 3 secret bases of Konoha. Their sole purpose is to gather intelligence on the Mist Village and relay it back to Konoha. However, over 2 months ago, An inexplicable frenzy gripped the Mist Village, prompting them to mobilize a large portion of their ninjas to scour the land for these hidden bases. As of now, the number of surviving ninjas from Konoha has dwindled perilously, with those who remain trapped within the encirclement of the Mist Village, their lives hanging by a thread. This dire situation can only be explained by one conclusion. Konoha's espionage ninjas must have uncovered significant secrets from the Mist Village. The Uzumaki clan has been quite forthcoming, relaying this intelligence, but it is implausible to expect them to engage in battle with the Mist Village solely for the sake of a few Konoha ninjas. Thus, the responsibility falls solely upon Konoha. This mission is of utmost importance, and I must devise a way to see it through. At the very least, I must find a suitable justification. With a deep breath, Ying Ye rose and began to pace under the moonlit night, determined to avoid succumbing to slumber. Chapter 33. Uzumaki Asuna. He has given far too much. Half a month later, they arrived in the land of whirlpools. This nation is neither large nor small, but rather a moderately sized territory. Thanks to the Uzumaki clan's exceptional sealing techniques, they have produced numerous sealing scrolls, amassing untold wealth for the Whirlpool village. In comparison, the feudal lord of the land of whirlpools is less affluent than the Uzumaki clan and is significantly constrained in various aspects, making him little more than a mere mascot. The entrance to the hidden village towers at a height of 10 meters, with the surrounding walls adorned with intricate tadpole-like patterns, seemingly related to a powerful sealing technique. Have you never seen such a thing? Nonetheless, it is clear that the focus lies on defensive sealing techniques, encompassing the entire ninja village. Truly, it is the stronghold of the Uzumaki clan, possessing remarkable attributes. A red-haired youth rested his chin on his hand, his keen gaze scrutinizing the patterns on the walls, brimming with curiosity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing wind pierced the air as two male ninjas and one female ninja surrounded the two outsiders. Friends from Konoha, you have come for your companions on 4-Star Island, have you not? The female ninja spoke first, her eyes fixed on the red emblem behind Hinata Renyuki, tentatively confirming their identities. This emblem is the crest of the Uzumaki clan, which only adorns the vest of Konoha's jonin. However, clothing can be easily replicated. Dear friends, we kindly ask that you remove your hats so we may verify your identities. Otherwise, I fear you shall not be permitted entry into the village. The female ninja advised gently. Upon hearing this, Hinata Renyuki removed her hat, revealing her fair visage and captivating eyes, which immediately caused the three to lower their guard. The Byakugan, the hallmark of the Hyuga clan from Konoha. Moreover, this strikingly beautiful Byakugan user is someone they recognize during the First Great Ninja War. Hinata Renyuki was stationed on the battlefield of the Land of Water, fighting alongside the Uzumaki clan against the Mist Village. The Byakugan's exceptional insight proved to be a strategic asset on the battlefield, having turned the tide in numerous encounters. Thus, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan became some of the most esteemed allies of the Uzumaki clan. You are Lady Renyuki, do you remember me? I am Uzumaki Koiki. The female ninja, filled with excitement, stepped forward and grasped Hinata Renyuki's elegant wrist, embodying the demeanor of an adoring fan meeting her idol. Upon hearing her words, Renyuki's beautiful eyes flickered as she swiftly searched her memory for a matching visage, quickly recalling the name of Uzumaki Koya. Taking a step closer, she greeted warmly and inquired gently, Koya, has your leg healed? Hiki. It was merely a scratch from a shoe akin to the thigh bone, nothing serious. A few weeks of rest did the trick, replied Uzumaki Koya, bouncing on the spot, jumping several feet high. This display of robust vitality evoked a sense of envy in Hinata Renyuki. Moments later, Ying Ye interjected, lightly chuckling. Renyuki, we must attend to more pressing matters. At his words, Renyuki immediately understood and turned to Uzumaki Koya, speaking in a serious tone. Koya, I have a task at hand and need to meet your clan leader. Please assist us in notifying him. Upon hearing this, Koya and her companions simultaneously glanced at the petite figure of Ying Ye, whose youthful voice belied his true identity. However, his striking red hair was concealed beneath a black hat, prompting the question, did this enigmatic youth hold a higher status than the elite ninja of the Hinata clan? Ninjas are duty-bound to follow orders and understand that certain inquiries are best left unasked, such as the identity of this mysterious boy. All right, I will notify the clan leader. Please follow me, and let us first rest in the village. Koya responded with a bright smile before turning, her waist-length red hair trailing behind her like a vibrant arc. As they entered the village, the architecture reminiscent of Konoha was comforting to Ying Ye, particularly the sight of alluring red-haired beauties clad in light attire. which made him feel as if he had returned home. Before long, they were led to the guest house's top-floor suite. How delightful! If only I could linger here a while longer, mused Ying Ye, sipping his tea and shaking his head in wistful contemplation. The Uzumaki clan always welcomes friends from Konoha. Koya chimed in cheerfully before dashing toward the clan leader's office. Thus, Ying Ye and Ryuki remained, sharing tea and casual conversation. The Uzumaki clan is truly splendid. It feels like an entire village, providing a sense of security, Ryuki reflected. There's no intricate scheming here, is there? Ying Ye chuckled softly, articulating the thoughts of his close female companion, only to receive a playful eye roll in return. Having spent considerable time together, Ryuki had come to understand Ying Ye's character well, allowing their relationship to evolve into that of close friends during their private moments. The only source of Ying Ye's silent frustration was Ryuki's habit of bathing without clean clothes while they sought lodging for rest. Exhausted, he often found himself tasked with delivering her garments, which felt rather unorthodox for a mere servant. Master Ying Ye, after we complete our mission, could we possibly stay a few extra days? This time has been overwhelmingly exhausting, even more so than being on the battlefield, Ryuki implored. Her eyes wide and lips pursed in earnest appeal. Very well, if you wish, you may remain here for up to 2 weeks. When the time comes, you can return to Konoha on your own, Ying Ye replied, his eyes calculating the duration before happily acquiescing. Lord Ying Ye, please do not abandon me. It would be more merciful to end my life. Upon hearing these words, Hinata Rinyu immediately panicked, hastily retracting her rare display of affection. Suddenly, a hoarse cough echoed from outside the door, and moments later, the door was pushed open. Both Ying Ye and Rinyu ceased their conversation, aware that the shadow of the hidden nest village had arrived. Vortex Lanming, an ancient figure who had survived since the Warring States period, must now be over 70 years old. In a world where the average age of ninjas is below 30, he is truly a relic of the past. Moreover, he is the father of Vortex Mizuho. The elderly man entered, his hair as white as snow, held in place by a wooden hairpin, and his posture slightly stooped. Lord Lanming, I trust you can deduce my identity, Ying Ye said as he descended from his seat, offering a respectful greeting to Vortex Lanming while removing the hat that obscured his features. Instantly, Vortex Lanming's pupils constricted, and a warm smile graced his face as he scrutinized Ying Ye, as if he were gazing upon a rare treasure. After a brief pause, the old man lamented. What a pity. You were so young. How could you not leave behind an heir? At these words, Rinyu's pupils narrowed, her delicate face suddenly as frigid as snow. Her Byakugan activated, readying herself for battle. Rinyu, please step outside, Ying Ye turned, addressing the beautiful Jainin, her veins visibly tensed. But Rinyu hesitated, clearly reluctant. Do not worry, Ying Ye replied, the smile fading from his face as seriousness took its place in his dark eyes. With no other option, Rinyu reluctantly stepped outside, standing by the door to eavesdrop. Regrettably, Ying Ye clapped his hands together, and a blue light enveloped the entire room, muffling their conversation. Rest assured, Lord Lanming, I will fulfill my promise. After all, it is written in black and white. How could I retract it without losing the trust of the people? Grasping the old man's hand, Ying Ye spoke earnestly. Good lad, I knew you were as trustworthy as Hashirama. You are indeed his grandson. Yet, will Konoha truly agree to allow the Wood Release bloodline to flow into my Vortex clan? Vortex Lanming expressed his concerns. In response, Ying Ye pounded his chest, his expression resolute as he declared, absolutely. I am the designated third Hokage. What is wrong with being a little flamboyant? Who would dare speak ill of it? However, he added, this matter must wait until I am older. I need a reason to invite the Vortex clan for a visit to fulfill my promise. With the assurance he desired, Vortex Lanming's eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm. A forbidden technique with an uncertain success rate was not worth risking the elite power of the Vortex clan against the Cloud Village. However, if a child with the Wood Release bloodline were added to the mix, it would be exceedingly valuable. Vortex Lanming thought to himself, there is no alternative. What Ying Ye offers is simply too enticing. Indeed, what Ying Ye had initially sent to the Vortex clan through Senju Mukane was not merely a foundational blood-based martial arts technique, but also a secret letter, the contents of which would have made Senju Tobarama stomp his feet in frustration. Old man of the Warring States, you may have profited, but I shall never incur a loss. Ying Ye gazed at the weathered visage of the elder from the Uzumaki clan, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The following day, on the island of Four Spirits, 3 ninjas arrived at the shores near the Uzumaki clan's territory. The four major islands situated between the land of whirlpools and the land of water served as a buffer zone akin to that between the land of rain and the land of grass, with the sole distinction of their sparse population. Each island boasted a territory tenfold that of the land of waves, collectively ample enough to establish a moderate nation. Aside from the ninjas from both countries, the area was occasionally frequented by fishermen and maritime traders. However, in recent months, apart from the presence of ninjas, the once bustling locale had fallen silent. My lord Ying Ye, following the last war, the clan leader reached an agreement with the Mist Ninja Village. Thus I can only escort you this far, spoke a young man, approximately 23 years old, bowing apologetically to the red-haired boy who scarcely reached his chest. This individual was known as Uzumaki Kusa no Ake, the grandson of Uzumaki Irumi, destined to become the shadow of the Uzumaki hidden village, currently rated as an elite jonin. Upon hearing these words, Ying Ye turned to face him, slightly lifting his chin. He noticed the bruises adorning Kusa no Ake's face, a flicker of mockery dancing in his eyes as he chuckled lightly. Kusa no Ake, you have worked hard. This matter is indeed a private affair of Konoha, and the Uzumaki clan has done enough to reach this point. Were it not for my unsuitable identity, I would defy my grandfather's confinement and accompany you to confront the Mist Ninjas, my lord Ying Ye. The mere Mist Ninjas. We of the Uzumaki clan can triumph over them once, and we shall do so again, Kusa no Ake exclaimed passionately, his eyes gleaming with a fervent resentment. After a recent defeat at the hands of Ying Ye, he had reluctantly accepted the outcome. It was precisely due to this that Uzumaki Irumi consented to Ying Ye's venture into the encirclement of the Mist Ninjas, providing detailed intelligence in the process. I understand your sentiments, but the mission is of paramount importance. We must part ways here, Ying Ye replied, his dark eyes narrowing slightly, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his gaze as he stood to bid farewell. The First Ninja World War unfolded in two phases. The initial stage saw the four great ninja villages besieging Konoha. The Uzumaki clan, as a staunch ally of Konoha, united with the Konoha ninja forces to repel the invasion from the land of water. They emerged victorious, yet the war was brutal, breeding an irreconcilable animosity that persisted endlessly. The second stage featured the rejuvenated Cloud Village challenging Konoha, while the Rock and Mist villages seized the opportunity to plunder the resources and wealth of the Fire Country amidst Konoha's struggles. Ultimately, due to a dispute over the spoils, both the second Otsutsuki and the second Mizuki met their demise in a mutual destruction. As Ying Ye waded through the water, his deep, contemplative eyes reflected his thoughts. Behind him, Hyuga Linshue's eyes twitched with tension, ever vigilant of their surroundings. She speculated that the information regarding the mutual destruction of the second Mizuki and the second Otsutsuki was unknown even to the Uzumaki clan, likely having remained undisclosed. Moreover, the recent massacre of Konoha's spy base by the Mist Village may have been an attempt to uncover this information. Regrettably, despite Ying Ye's knowledge as a time traveler of the ninja world's narrative, he still needed to venture into the fray. Mere conjecture would not suffice to convince others. The two central islands of the Four Spirits were precisely where the Mist Village mounted their main offensive. Following the intelligence gathered, Ying Ye and his companion meticulously scoured the secret locations where Konoha's spies might have left traces of their information. After half a day's search, they continued their quest. Hinata Renyuki pointed towards the shadow of the mountain gorge, where fragments of black pebbles were scattered in the flowing water. With a glimmer of excitement, she exclaimed, Lord Ying Ye, this is a communication trace left by the ninjas of the Hinata clan. What intelligence? Where are they? Ying Ye inquired, his demeanor suddenly brightening, as the monotony of his emotions dissipated in an instant. The route leads northward, Renyuki quickly replied, springing into action towards their destination. Ying Ye rose to follow, anticipation flickering in his dark eyes. If they could find any survivors, he would no longer have to tread cautiously. He could unleash his full potential and assess his own strength in the process. Half an hour later, Renyuki navigated through the winding paths according to the indicated route, utilizing the exceptional long-range observation capabilities of her Byakugan to evade the searching ninja teams from the Mist Village. Eventually, they arrived at the edge of an island. The white waves crashed against the coastline, and as she gazed into the distance, the color of the waves transitioned from white to blue, merging seamlessly with the sky, an awe-inspiring sight. Have the clues run dry? Ying Ye furrowed his brow, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features as he turned to Renyuki, asking with concern. Not at all. We found our companions, right beneath the surface of the sea, Renyuki replied, shaking her head, her youthful face illuminated with joy. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye's understanding dawned. He exerted forceful energy into his legs and leapt from the 30-meter-high cliff. As he neared the water, Ryuki, who had followed closely, dove beneath the surface, revealing a dark, intricate underwater corridor. They traversed through the depths, finally emerging from the briny waters into a damp underground cavern. Following the traces of human activity, they at last located their target. Who goes there? A voice filled with murderous intent erupted from a middle-aged man with a pallid gaze. Konoha, Hinata clan, Ryuki stated, looking at her clan member, who was gripping a kunai with hostility, and activated her Byakugan by channeling chakra. Instantly, the veins around her eyes bulged. This was the most compelling proof of her identity. Interestingly, while the hostility in the eyes of Hinata's steel diminished, it remained vigilant. Are you telling me you do not recognize the Byakugan? The only plausible explanation is that there is a traitor among our ranks, and it is likely also a ninja from the Hinata clan, Ying Ye remarked, his expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity as he tentatively questioned. Impossible. How could a member of the Hinata clan betray us? This is all a lie. A lie, Hinata's steel bellowed, as if provoked by those words. His voice strained and desperate. This scene left both Ying Ye and Ryuki momentarily stunned, both thinking in unison that this man must be mad, spouting nonsensical phrases. Stay focused. I am Ryuki of the Branch family, a jonin of the Hinata clan. This beside me is Lord Ying Ye, who has awakened the Wood Release. You must have heard of him. Ryuki shouted, attempting to reason with him. Wood Release? Show it to me, or I will immediately detonate my shadow clone and take my own life. The malevolent Uchiha Madara shall never uncover the secrets of the Byakugan. Hinata Steel exclaimed, desperation etched in his voice as he sought evidence fervently. On the face of Ying Ye, a look of horror immediately surfaced, nearly prompting him to flee at the utterance of those words. The secret of the Byakugan? Uchiha Madara? Here, in the land of water, adjacent to the hidden mist village, where the newly appointed third Mizukage, an almost inconspicuous figure within the original narrative, holds sway. Could it be possible? Even if the third Mizukage had succumbed to the control of Uchiha Madara, as speculated by the great minds of the previous Life S forums, this progression seemed alarmingly swift. Moreover, what could Uchiha Madara possibly want with the Byakugan? Ying Ye's dark eyes whirled rapidly, his mind racing to uncover a highly plausible answer. Yet, one certainty remained. Why did this individual believe that Uchiha Madara was still alive and had even laid eyes upon him? Would release? Would clone technique? Ying Ye whispered, as chakra surged from his palm into the ground, birthing a life-sized wooden figure reminiscent of the Buddha, a signature ninjutsu of Hashirama Senju. Wood Release. It truly is Wood Release. Upon witnessing the wooden figure, Hinata Gang's Byakugan, laced with blood, filled with overwhelming excitement, tears streaming down his face. He then performed hand seals to disperse his shadow clone, transmitting memories instantly to his original self. A minute later, Hinata Gang's original form arrived, promptly kneeling before Ying Ye, relaying all the intelligence he had gathered. Ying Ye's earlier conjectures proved accurate. A Konoha spy had acquired information regarding the mutual demise of the second Mizukage and the second Suchikage, but had exposed this intelligence, leading to a frenzied assault by the Mist Ninja Village. Of the 3 ninja squads, totaling 15 members, only he remained. His survival was attributed to a fateful encounter with a man, a legendary figure in the shinobi world. More precisely, it was a shadow clone adorned with a mask. You encountered Uchiha Madara, who, curious about the evolution of the Byakugan, subjected you to inhumane torment through Jinjutsu, endangering the lives of your comrades, ultimately failing and regrettably departing last night. Ying Ye, gritting his teeth, fixed a steely gaze upon Hinata Gang and spoke in a low, grave tone. Lord Ying Ye indeed. Uchiha Madara is utterly malevolent. How dare he covet the Byakugan of my Hinata clan? Hinata Gang exclaimed in rage. Lower your voice. Do not disturb my thoughts. Ying Ye bellowed, urgency lacing his tone, forsaking his usual composure. Uchiha Madara departed last night? And Ying Ye had only just arrived at the Uzumaki clan yesterday. What a remarkable coincidence. This was undoubtedly a trap. He should not have left Konoha. He should not have revealed Wood Release so soon. Nor should he have approached the border of the hidden mist village. Ying Ye loosened his clenched fists. Yet the tension in his dark eyes only intensified. He now felt as though he were under Uchiha Madara's watchful gaze. That man was likely lurking nearby, spying upon him. At this moment, the pressure upon Ying Ye was palpable. Within the depths of the cavern beneath the cliff, Ying Ye's dark eyes flickered restlessly, spinning in a frenzy. A stifling atmosphere enveloped him, rendering the 2 seasoned Hinata clan ninjas silent, fearful of inciting his ire. After approximately 10 minutes, Ying Ye took a deep breath, striving to quell the urgency churning within him. A smile of relief flickered in his eyes, as if he had unraveled some intricate knot of the heart. 10 minutes had passed. Even if Uchiha Madara was scheming, the immediate danger seemed to have subsided. Moreover, my identity within Konoha was nearly common knowledge, being the beloved grandson of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and a prodigy who had inherited his Wood Release. Given Madara's infatuation with Hashirama, he would likely refrain from taking my life unless absolutely necessary. The original text stated that Uchiha Madara awakened the Rinnegan just before his lifespan was about to end, approximately during the latter stages of the Third Great Ninja War. Thus, he was undoubtedly preoccupied with this endeavor. It was likely that only a shadow clone would come, perhaps merely to observe the differences between my Wood Release and that of Hashirama, reminiscing about the fervent days spent with his dear friend. With this contemplation, Ying Ye lifted his gaze toward Hyuga Steel and coldly remarked, "Foolish one, Uchiha Madara has long since perished. Even if he were alive, he would not regard the Byakugan with any esteem. After all, he is a figure of great renown, on par with the first Hokage. What you encountered was at most a descendant or a fervent member of the Uchiha clan who secretly defected from Konoha. Presently, refuting the information that Madara is alive would significantly increase our chances of survival. Moreover, invoking Senju Hashirama to praise the king of dance in the ninja world would be a wise course of action. However, my lord Ying Ye, I saw those eyes." Hyuga Steel attempted to retort, but was abruptly silenced by Ying Ye. Although the Manjiki Sharingan is rare, it is worth noting that throughout Uchiha history, it has not been possessed by Madara alone. It is understandable that you could not discern the authenticity of such a powerful genjutsu. I do not hold it against you. Our immediate priority is to relay the information regarding the demise of the second Water Shadow and the second Earth Shadow back to Konoha. Hyuga Steel, do not let your comrades' sacrifices be in vain. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, both Hyuga Steel and Hyuga Ringshu displayed expressions of shock, their hearts tumultuous. Those eyes, so it was indeed called the Manjiki Sharingan. The rumors of the Sharingan's evolution were, astonishingly, true. No wonder that impostor was so intrigued by the Byakugan. Even uttering foolish words about its evolution, he must have recently achieved the evolution of his own Sharingan and was merely curious to experiment. After some contemplation, Hyuga Steel soon found himself persuaded by Ying Ye's words. After all, the notion of Uchiha Madara being resurrected was utterly ludicrous. The most crucial point was that he had not even seen Madara's face. Even if he did, he likely would not recognize him. Suddenly, Hyuga Ringshu's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a look of puzzlement gracing her beautiful face, the veins at her temples subtly protruding as her gaze scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Unfortunately, her efforts yielded nothing. The beautiful Jonin hesitated for a moment, then turned to her fellow clan member and earnestly stated, "Brother Steel, I cannot shake off this strange feeling of being watched. Are you truly certain that impostor has let you go? Lady Ringshu, you must be mistaken. The formidable abilities of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan are well known throughout the ninja world. How could we be oblivious to being spied upon? However, Lord Ying Ye is correct. We must leave promptly and return to Konoha to report." Hyuga Steel activated his Byakugan, surveying the vicinity for any anomalies. After boasting about the prowess of the Hyuga clan, he acquiesced to Ying Ye's words. For the sake of this intelligence, he had sacrificed too many companions. He must return it to Konoha. The woman's suspicions weighed heavily. First, he would take Hinata Renyuki to the Uzumaki clan to heal her injuries, and then they would return to Konoha together. However, the brutality of the Mist Village was intolerable, and they must pay a price before he departed. Ying Ye extended his right hand, grasping Hinata Renyuki's delicate wrist, pulling her swiftly away as if fearing that the beautiful Jonin would inadvertently attract the attention of someone undesirable. Who was lurking, if not Uchiha Madara? Before leaving Konoha on a mission, Ying Ye had expended a portion of the Nine Tails chakra to elevate Hinata Renyuki's martial prowess to the 3rd tier. An increase in strength equated to a greater assurance. Consequently, Hinata Renyuki's bloodline had been enhanced, particularly manifested in her Byakugan. It now seemed she had also gained an augmentation in her perceptual abilities. Oh, perhaps my intuition is misguided. Hinata Renyuki keenly sensed a subtle abnormality in Ying Ye and murmured in agreement. As a Jonin of Konoha, a woman who had risen through the ranks in the First Shinobi World War, she was no mere vase that would become flustered at a man's touch. Assessing the situation, she effortlessly aligned her thoughts with Ying Ye's. In a secluded corner of the island, a mysterious masked figure observed Ying Ye's demeanor upon entering the island. Scrutinizing every detail of his conversation, the enigmatic figure remained motionless. Their crimson eyes, adorned with an oval black pattern, surveyed the scene. This boy bore little resemblance to Hashirama in his youth, yet he bore a striking resemblance to Mido. No wonder he was born with the Uzumaki bloodline and later awakened Wood Release. Hashirama, I find myself missing you. Uchiha Madara, moved by nostalgia, expressed his sentiments. Suddenly, two spirit beasts resembling great eagles descended from the sky. One emerged from within the island, tasked with conveying intelligence from the Jonin of the Mist Village. The other originated from the Mizukage Tower, delivering an order that cascaded down to the elite Jonin of the Mist Village, summoning the 7 ninja swordsmen to assemble. The current members of the Otsutsuki clan and other bloodline limit families set off together, their destination being the island where Ying Ye resided. With the chakra of the 3 tails and 6 tails now in hand, he hoped it would aid in awakening his Rinnegan. Before departing, he wished to witness just how great the potential of this Generation S Wood Release wielder was. The name seemed to be Senju Ying Ye. Let us hope he does not tarnish the Senju legacy. Uchiha Madara, arms crossed, observed with the detached curiosity of an adult watching children bicker. At this juncture, he was far from being too old to move. In terms of strength, he could still take on all of Konoha single-handedly. However, it was neither worthwhile nor necessary. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Ying Ye and the others surfaced from the water, their expressions immediately turned grave. 3 figures from a ninja squad stood upon the water's surface, their faces alight with surprise as they turned to fix their wolf-like gazes upon them. Lord Ying Ye, we have been discovered. I will hold them off. You all escape. Hinata can swiftly step forward, a twisted glare of hatred shining in his eyes as he fixated on the 3 Mist Village ninjas. No, we are surrounded. Hinata Renyuki took a deep breath, drawing a kunai from her waist pouch as she charged towards the 3 adversaries. Ying Ye stood upon the water's surface, lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a creature resembling a hawk, perched upon a withered tree on the cliff. Its crimson eyes fixated on him. A kaleidoscope. The appearance of this summoned creature's pupils unmistakably resembled that of Uchiha Bido. The inherently malevolent Uchiha clan had toyed with him during his youth, a detestable act indeed. Old Bido, if you wish to play, let us engage in a grander game. Although Ying Ye lacked the Byakugan, his vision extended farther than Hinata Renyuki's, fully aware of the encirclement imposed by the Mist Village's shinobi. Beneath the cliff, the tumultuous sea echoed with the sound of footsteps, each step creating a splash. A strikingly beautiful kunoichi from the Mist Village, her Byakugan activated to its fullest, bore an icy expression on her face. The chilling intent to kill radiated from her like the glint of a blade, captivating all who beheld it. In a flash, a glimmer of cold light appeared. With a swift motion, one of the Mist Shinobi, the first to notice Ying Ye and his companions, clutched a severed throat and collapsed into the sea, his terrified and wide-open eyes gradually sinking beneath the surface, descending into eternal darkness. Vivid crimson stains marred the water beneath Hinata Renyuki's feet, only to be swiftly dispersed by the crashing waves. Within mere seconds, all traces of the deceased Mist Shinobi vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Yet, during these fleeting moments, the slaughter continued unabated. Whoosh! The kunai flew from Hinata Renyuki's grasp, striking one of the surviving 2 with lightning speed, its sharp tip piercing the enemy's throat, claiming yet another life. Water style, water connection. The last remaining Mist Shinobi, a Chunin team leader among the trio, finally reacted after witnessing the swift demise of his companions. His fear morphing into profound rage, he rapidly performed hand seals, preparing to engage the formidable foe up close in vengeance for his fallen comrades. Alas, he found himself facing Hinata Renyuki, a Nin who had carved her path through the battlefield, her Byakugan granting her terrifying insight, and her robust taijutsu, honed to the 3rd layer of chakra, rendered her even more formidable. Her explosive power alone rivaled that of elite shinobi. Boom! A pale arm shot forth, unexpectedly swift, striking the Chunin's chest with tremendous force. The sheer power erupted, instantly obliterating the enemy's heart and shattering several ribs, piercing through the flesh at his back and entering the water. Within 3 seconds, 3 Mist Shinobi had lost their lives. In contrast, Hinata Renyuki's beautiful face remained frozen in coldness, her pure white eyes exuding a chilling calm. It was as if she had just slain 3 chickens rather than 3 living beings. Lord Ying Ye, you must leave quickly. I will hold them off. If anything happens to you, I cannot survive either. Thus, this is the best choice. After swiftly dispatching her foes, Hinata Renyuki rushed back to Ying Ye, urging him to depart. A resolute determination to face death glimmered in her white eyes. Upon hearing her words, Ying Ye lifted his gaze, regarding Hinata Renyuki's strikingly beautiful, ice-cold visage, and the flames of anger in his eyes diminished slightly. He murmured softly, "How wonderful! A woman so beautiful and powerful is willing to sacrifice herself for me. Lord Ying Ye, hurry and leave. If you do not depart soon, it will be too late." In the pure, white pupils of Hinata Renyuki, the tumultuous figures of the fog-laden ninjas from the Mist Village were reflected, among them several elite jonin. Once Ying Ye's identity was revealed, even the Mizukage would undoubtedly take to the field personally. The allure of the Wood Release bloodline was truly unparalleled, surpassing even the legendary Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. At this juncture, Renyuki, do you still not comprehend? From the moment we set foot on the island, or more precisely, upon entering the domain of the Uzumaki clan, we have been under scrutiny. The mastermind behind this is a rogue Uchiha with a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and his target is none other than me. You must leave and seek refuge with the Uzumaki clan. Additionally, through their channels, relay the intelligence regarding the 14 lives sacrificed by our leaf ninjas back to Konoha. Do not let the sacrifice of our comrades be in vain. Ying Ye shook his head resolutely and turned away, leaving behind 4 words that echoed in the waves, lingering long after. This is an order. Upon hearing this, Hinata Renyuki's crystalline eyes were moistened by tears. She quickly lifted her head and fixed her gaze on Ying Ye's not-so-tall figure for a long moment before resolutely turning away. In a cold voice, she declared, "Hinata-kan, if you defy this order, I shall not hesitate to kill you." With that, she dashed towards the Uzumaki clan, pouring every ounce of her strength into her flight. Given her understanding of Ying Ye, as long as the shadow-level forces of the Mist Village did not intervene, her life would be relatively secure. What troubled her most was the unseen hand lurking in the shadows. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan represented a power from another dimension within the ninja world, and its wielder could instantly attain shadow-level prowess. "It is I. I have brought misfortune upon Senju Ying Ye, the heir of the first Hokage." Tears streamed down Hinata-kan's face, filled with profound remorse. Yet the only path to redemption lay in obeying Ying Ye's command. Recklessness and impulsiveness were not the thoughts one would expect from a mere chunin of the Hinata clan. Not everyone is a destined child like Naruto. At this moment, on the coastal cliffs, over 50 figures clad in the garb of mist ninjas emerged from the forest. They stood in unison atop the precipice, and among the 3 elite jonin at the forefront, a voice burst forth in ecstatic laughter. "Ha! The intelligence was accurate. It truly is the Prince of Konoha, Senju Ying Ye. No wonder Lord Mizukage personally ordered all ninjas to mobilize. After today, the Wood Release bloodline will belong to the Mist Village." Kisame Jinsetsu trembled with excitement, recalling one of the 2 legendary figures who had dominated the era and brought an end to the Warring States period. Today, the noble bloodline of one of those titans would fall into the hands of the Mist Village, specifically the Kisame clan. The splendor of our clan is imminent. We must capture him alive. Then, we shall breed him, allowing only 3 days of rest per week. Jinsetsu-sama, 2 individuals have escaped. They likely seek help from the Uzumaki clan. I suggest we dispatch a team of ninjas to pursue and capture them alive, so we may leverage the lives of their comrades to compel Senju Ying Ye to submit. One of the subordinates proposed, stepping forward to voice what their superior wished to hear. Indeed, that is a prudent course of action. A satisfied smile spread across Jinsetsu's weathered face as he turned to the jonin of the Mizuki clan beside him. "Ice, I leave this to you." As the words reached her, Mizuki's eyes flickered with a hint of anger. Fully aware of the Gizuki clan's intentions to monopolize the Wood Release bloodline, not wanting the Mizuki clan to seize the credit, however, constrained by orders, she reluctantly suppressed her emotions. Swiftly assembling a team of subordinates, they leaped off the cliff, aiming directly at the direction of Hinata Renyuki and her companion's escape. Simultaneously, with a commanding voice, Gizuki Jinjetsu rallied the remaining 40-odd mist shinobi, who surged down the cliff like a torrent, charging toward Ying Ye. The red-haired youth's dark eyes glimmered slightly as he calmly gazed at the oncoming foes, his gaze fixated on the majestic eagle summoned, its eyes reflecting the kaleidoscope of the Sharingan. He murmured, "Truly, this feels rather like a desperate situation." A long-forgotten pressure spread across Ying Ye's lips, curving them into a savage smile. The martial way was not a path for the virtuous. To kill as one would drink water was an inevitable process for every warrior. And now, Ying Ye was finally ready to indulge. To him, Konoha represented a treasure trove, a sacred ground teeming with prodigies. Yet, it was overly comfortable. A desperate situation? Aha. Thousand-handed Ying Ye, you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Surrender willingly, and you might suffer less. Gizuki Genjutsu, with keen ears, caught the murmurs of Ying Ye and excitedly urged him to reconsider. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye's gaze shifted to Gizuki Genjutsu's aged face, a scornful smile curling his lips. You lot, are you even worthy? As the words fell, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from Ying Ye's still slender frame, his mouth swelling as he unleashed a raging sea dragon. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. It is well known that Uchiha Madara's fire techniques differ fundamentally from those of other ninjas. The core disparity lies in the volume of chakra. Ying Ye's chakra was at least 100 times that of the genius Jonin Hinata Renyuki. Roaring, the water dragon spiraled through the air, resembling a mysterious behemoth emerging from the depths of the ocean. Soaring high, its furious maw charged toward the dense crowd like a voracious beast. Sharp-eyed ninjas fled in desperation. But the dragon was too immense. A distance of nearly 100 meters was mere moments for it to traverse. Apart from those at the periphery, the rest had no chance to evade. Boom. The water dragon collided with its target, its head, measuring 5 meters in diameter, brutally crushed those caught in its path against the cliff's edge. Subsequently, the torrent of chakra exploded, drenching the area in a deluge. Sealing technique, water prison formation. Ying Ye's voice echoed like a demon's in the ears of the mist shinobi, as another wave surged forth. A water prison 100 meters wide and 10 meters high firmly contained them all, including Ying Ye himself. A bunch of insignificant fish. You think you can force me into a desperate situation? The red-haired youth sneered, stepping atop the mutilated body of a mist shinobi. Water Release, Water Shark Technique. His chilling voice resonated in the ears of the surviving mist shinobi, their eyes fixated on the red-haired youth's hands striking the water's surface. Waves of turbulent water converged, forming a school of over 100 water sharks, each measuring 2 meters in length, their menacingly sharp teeth glinting ominously. Beneath the surface of the water, he swiftly darted beneath the gravely injured mist ninja, tearing him to shreds. Why? He had not performed any hand seals. Mizuki's icy pupils trembled violently, reflecting a look of sheer terror, as a shocking thought surged through his mind. No seal ninjutsu. To master a technique to such an extent is a feat only achievable through relentless training. Yet, the boy before him was merely 10 years old. Just 10. Why? How could he consecutively unleash 3 no-seal techniques? Are the prodigies of the Wood Release bloodline truly monsters? A glimmer of despair flickered in Mizuki's eyes. The chilling wails of agony echoed around him, but he dared not extend a helping hand, for a pair of murderous black eyes were already fixed upon him. White hair. A Jonin vest. Was this an elite of the Mizuki clan? Ying Ye murmured softly, his palms coming together, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Body flicker technique. Where could he be? At just 10 years old. Even if he could utilize the body flicker technique, it would be impossible to completely mask his presence. I will discover him, without a doubt, and counterattack. Mizuki's eyes widened, focusing all his attention on the slightest movements around him. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, jolting him from his concentration. Turning to look, he saw that the Jonin, who had been grievously injured by the water dragon bullet, had already met his demise. A hand had brutally crushed the neck of a former comrade. I have been deceived. I am a Jonin of the Mizuki clan, the pride of my clan, yet I have been intimidated by a mere 10-year-old. Mizuki's mind momentarily faltered, and then he suddenly lowered his head, glaring at Ying Ye with a face twisted in rage. His hands formed seals rapidly, and he struck the water's surface with force, causing ice crystals to emanate from his palms. In an instant, the water within a 10-meter radius of Ying Ye froze solid. The ice spread beneath Ying Ye's feet, hindering his swift movements. With a flash of cold light, the figure of Kaigetsu appeared from the flowing water, his right hand gripping a kunai that pierced Ying Ye's abdomen. The sharp blade broke through the skin, embedding itself within. Success! A look of joy spread across Mizuki's face. However, not a single drop of blood flowed from Ying Ye's abdomen, as if he were but a shadow. A thought quickly formed in Kaigetsu's mind, staining his vision red. He glanced down, witnessing the kunai's blade protruding rapidly from his chest, causing his pupils to constrict in horror. Following that, a fierce pain clenched his heart, making it nearly impossible to breathe. In despair, he turned his head, catching a glimpse of the red-haired boy behind him. The boy's gaze was as calm as ice, as if he were accustomed to taking lives. Coughing violently, Kaigetsu's eyes, now bloodshot, spewed forth a thick stream of blood, mixed with fragments of his innards, trickling down his mouth. It was a shadow clone. The incomprehensible words of regret escaped Kaigetsu's lips as his body fell heavily onto the water's surface. In his final moments, he could not fathom why so many no-seal techniques were wielded by a mere 10-year-old boy. In an instant, Ying Ye had dispatched 2 jonin from the Mist Village, his cold gaze now fixated on the last remaining one. Without a hint of superfluous words, with a swift clap of his hands, the technique of water release, Water Dragon Bullet, was unleashed. A colossal and magnificent water dragon, reminiscent of a divine beast, was birthed from the chakra expelled by Ying Ye. Subsequently, it rampaged indiscriminately, targeting all ninjas except for its master. Defeated in a mere 10 minutes. 3 elite jonin from the Mist Village, 16 chunin, and over 30 genin were utterly crushed by a mere 10-year-old boy. Is this the power of Wood Release? This is the true prowess of a genius with a bloodline limit. Ha ha ha, it is more despairing than the chasm between man and dog. Mizuki Bing formed hand seals, recklessly disregarding the drastic depletion of chakra, and charged madly towards Ying Ye. Ice crystals coalesced around him as he soared into the air, rushing towards the enemy. Accompanied by near-desperate cries. Roar! The water dragon howled past, sweeping away Mizuki Bing's form, its savage water-type chakra shredding him apart. The last of the elite jonin from the Mist Village perished in battle. At this moment, on an island, Uchiha Madara, with his true visage concealed beneath a mask, felt the corners of his mouth quiver slightly, transforming into his signature Uchiha maniacal laugh. Ha ha. Hashirama, you have a remarkable grandson. Fierce and decisive, both in potential and temperament. He is truly exceptional. What I admire most is that this young lad has no habit of spewing meaningless words before a fight. It is precisely to my taste. The Uchiha kaleidoscope turned, reflecting the images transmitted by the summoned creature. The red-haired boy stood upon the water's surface, the grand and otherworldly water dragon roaring, while the enemies cried out in despair, cursing their fate. Yet, his expression remained as calm as an iceberg, a cruel smile faintly lingering at the corners of his mouth. It appears this boy is inherently a battle maniac, a trait that somewhat mirrors myself. Uchiha Madara nodded in approval, increasingly appreciating Ying Ye. Suddenly, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from the forest behind Madara. He swiftly formed seals, blending eerily into the trees behind him. His cold gaze swept across the formidable forces of the Mist Village ninjas, revealing an anticipatory smile. He was genuinely eager to see if Ying Ye could achieve the feat of single-handedly confronting an entire ninja village. This young lad had yet to showcase his wood release abilities. Given his chakra reserves, he was likely capable of mastering Hashirama's signature technique. That technique was indeed nostalgic. Let us see how far he can go. Uchiha Madara held a profound appreciation for Ying Ye, willing to spare him a life as long as it did not impede his aspirations. After all, he was the beloved grandson of a close friend, inheriting the genius of wood release. Although Madara exhibited a hint of madness, he was, at his core, an extreme advocate for peace, possessing his own flexible boundaries and principles. The first wave of cannon fodder had been cleared. Everything was progressing along the anticipated path. Next, he only needed to drive the Mist Village to the brink of despair, to slay them into hopelessness, and then a great treasure would surely make its appearance. At that moment, the initiative would once more return to my hands. Ying Ye stood upon the surface of the sea, beneath him sprawling nearly 100 slender tree vines, which twisted and climbed upon the corpses of fallen ninjas, siphoning their chakra to replenish his own depletions. While a typical shadow-level powerhouse might succumb to being overwhelmed by a throng of J-nin and CH-nin, Ying Ye was unfazed. With the power of wood release, capable of devouring others' chakra to restore his energy, combined with the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines, he possessed formidable stamina and regenerative abilities, allowing him to engage a multitude of ordinary J-nin with an almost perpetual motion-like efficiency. In the realm of shinobi, who among the elite would fear a mass assault? With a clap of his hands, Ying Ye retracted the wooden vines he had conjured and turned his gaze toward the fog-shrouded army of the Mist Village, perched upon the cliff, their eyes wide with rage and disbelief. A glance revealed an endless sea of faces, numbering in the thousands. He scoffed coldly, "Fools. Today I shall demonstrate what constitutes the elite combat strength of Konoha." Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the Mist Village ninjas leapt down from the 30-meter-high cliff, their feet imbued with chakra as they trampled upon the sea's surface, encircling the sealing water prison with unyielding resolve. Eyes filled with gravity, hatred, and chakra fixed upon the red-haired youth. His familiar visage, coupled with the distinctive garb of a Konoha ninja and his striking crimson hair, made it evident to any ninja attuned to the outside world the reason behind the peculiar orders from Lord Mizuki. Ying Ye, the sole descendant of the first Hokage who awakened the Wood Release. Such a monumental opportunity, presented on a silver platter, would entice not only the Mist Village but even a singular clan like the Otsutsuki to seize the chance. Should they succeed in capturing him, their clan's glory would be within reach. With the deaths of the esteemed Otsutsuki members, Jinjin and Mizuki, both Jonin and wielders of their clan's Kekkai Jinkai, the shock resonated. How could this be? A young Otsutsuki Jonin gasped, his gaze drawn to the floating corpses within the water prison, identifying their identities through their appearances and attire. Fear spread like wildfire, emanating from the astonished voice of the Jonin. 3 Jonin, accompanied by nearly 30 Nin and Jonin, had been annihilated in mere moments by a 10-year-old boy. This outcome was nothing short of surreal. Is this the power of Wood Release? Terumi May squinted, her eyes narrowing at the dismembered corpse of her clan's Jonin. Realizing that merely yesterday they had shared drinks and laughter, yet today they were separated by death. Sealing team, assemble. Break the formation. Capture Senju Ying Ye alive. As commanded by Lord Mizuki. A voice, heavy with suppressed hatred, erupted from a young elite Jonin of the Otsutsuki clan. His gaze fixed intently on the red-haired boy who trampled upon the bodies of his kin, disdain evident in every fiber of his being. Without a moment's hesitation, they assessed the situation, and an experienced Jonin from the Mist Village quickly devised a combat strategy. Although their sealing techniques paled in comparison to those of the Uzumaki clan, they had learned much from their proximity to the techniques. Having endured the trials of sealing for years, through years of conflict, they had developed a comprehensive countermeasure. In an instant, from the 30 ninjas, lower-ranked shinobi stepped forth. Led by A Jonin, their hands moving swiftly to weave seals. Circles of bizarre chakra energy fluctuations subtly connected them, disregarding all notions of martial ethics. Ying Ye muttered a curse under his breath. He would not merely stand idly by as the Mist Ninja Village dismantled the water prison. With a decisive clap of his hands and a parting of his lips, he summoned a tempest of water chakra, transforming it into a colossal sea dragon. The creature roared as it surged forward, effortlessly penetrating the barrier with its watery essence, its ravenous maw aimed at the sealing team of ninjas. Water style, water barrier technique. A seasoned Jounin stepped forth, initiating a countermeasure against the dragon's might. Following suit, a cadre of mist ninjas formed seals, conjuring a series of water shields to intercept the dragon's assault. Remarkably, these ninjas operated in perfect synchrony, exhibiting an almost instinctive collaboration. A mere gesture from a comrade was sufficient for them to comprehend their next move. Within 10 seconds, a radiant blue glow cascaded across the surface of the sea, advancing towards the translucent water prison. Crack! The cubic visage of the prison shattered, its robust water chakra dismantled by an external force, collapsing entirely. Indeed, the rapid elimination of the 3 mist Jounin had been facilitated, albeit inadvertently, by their lack of intelligence and their underestimation of a seemingly youthful adversary. Ying Ye inhaled deeply, a cautious glint flickering in his dark eyes as he surveyed the throng of enemies surrounding him. With a clap of his hands, he proclaimed, water style, mist shadow technique. Instantly, moisture in the air coalesced, expanding into a thick fog that enveloped the vicinity. Centered around Ying Ye, the fog swiftly spread over 100 meters. Its presence imposing and relentless, ultimately shrouding the area within a radius of 1,000 meters in a dense haze. In the heart of the shroud, visibility diminished to mere inches. The numerical advantage of the Mist Village warriors was swiftly neutralized by Ying Ye's singular maneuver. Was this the technique devised by the second Hokage? The boy's ability to execute ninjutsu without hand seals was indeed terrifying. He was nothing short of a prodigy. Koji Miko's pupils constricted, coming to understand why his mist ninja comrades fell swiftly to a mere 10-year-old. Upon introspection, even he could not fathom that a child of such tender age could wield unsealed techniques that even elite Jounin found challenging to master. A moment's negligence could spell death. Ninjas were notoriously known for their high attack and low defense. Even a child wielding a sharp shuriken could pierce the heart of a Jounin, leading to their demise. Moreover, they faced a prodigious Wood Release talent from Konoha. The Jonin retreated from the mist, banding together to utilize wind release in an effort to disperse the fog. Meanwhile, the Chunin gathered around the Jounin, remaining vigilant against potential ambushes while forming a tightening encirclement to restrict the movements of Senju Ying Ye. Koji Miko shouted an order, swiftly devising a counter-strategy. Yes, In an instant, the Mist Ninjas responded, clearly indicating that Koji Miko held significant authority within the Mist Village. Even Jounin were compelled to heed his commands. Amidst the fog, Ying Ye's gaze flickered, briefly scanning the direction of the commanding voice. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from undertaking a risky assassination attempt and instead clapped his hands once more. Instantly, a multitude of identical shadow clones manifested around him, nearly 50 in total. Forbidden technique, multiple shadow clones. Capture me alive? If it were not for the impulsive intervention of the formidable Uchiha Madara, I would have long since utilized my Wood Release to eliminate the insignificant nuisances. Ying Ye scoffed lightly, stepping back to conceal himself within the thick mist. Relying on his heightened senses, he endeavored to evade the powerful chakra signatures of the Mist Village ninjas. Senju Tobarama, renowned as the master of water release in the ninja world, possessed the ability to turn the tide of battle with just this mist shadow technique. Most importantly, it was relatively easy to learn. Even a moderately talented chunin could master it. Yet, even within Konoha, only a select few jonin were deemed worthy of studying this technique. Thus, it had not yet spread widely, and Terumi may had merely encountered it without the opportunity for in-depth research. Naturally, corresponding countermeasures were non-existent. He is here. Damn it. Yamada has been killed. No. The little brat is here with me. Come save me. Damn it. Why are there so many shadow clones? How many powerful jutsus has that little brat mastered? Within the fog, Ying Ye's shadow clones wreaked havoc without the slightest hint of mercy. The numerical advantage of nearly 1,000 ninjas from the Mist Village became a liability. Ordinary chunins were no match for Ying Ye's shadow clones, with victories determined in a brief span. After all, shadow clones were unafraid of death and possessed chakra levels equivalent to that of chunins. The clones were indistinguishable from the original, and with their overwhelming numbers, coupled with the command to capture rather than kill, the combat effectiveness of the Mist Village ninjas was significantly diminished. The earlier strategy to encircle Ying Ye now seemed laughable. My allies surround me from all directions. You think you can tighten the encirclement to capture me? What a joke. Ying Ye lurked within the mist, swiftly snapping the neck of a Mist Village chunin with a single strike. The latter, before succumbing to death, had no clarity on whether his assailant was the original or a mere clone. Slurp. A blood-red man-eating flower extended its crimson tongue, piercing the unfortunate one's abdomen, voraciously devouring his chakra until not a trace of value remained. Wood Release, carnivorous flower. The chakra quantity of a chunin was still insufficient. Even with the thorough extraction of cellular energy, little was restored. Ying Ye gazed down at the lifeless body beneath him, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Here he was, a figure of princely stature from Konoha, reduced to the indignity of siphoning energy from the cells of the deceased. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the mist, and upon catching sight of Ying Ye's visage, he screamed frantically. Here is 5 seconds later, Terumi Mei, with eyes wide in fury, rushed forward, only to find 2 lifeless bodies. The terror and despair reflected in the wide, unblinking eyes of his fallen comrades were palpable. Damn it. Damn it all. That red-haired brat. Don't let me catch you. Terumi Mei fumed, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. As long as Ying Ye remained alive, the mist shadow technique could never be eradicated. The earlier decision to withdraw the lower-ranked ninjas from the battlefield had merely been a strategy to minimize casualties. After all, these children, none older than 15, represented the future of the Mist Village. I refuse to believe that your chakra is inexhaustible, regardless of the cost. The Wood Release bloodline is an absolute necessity for the Mist Ninja Village. After a furious roar, Terumi Mei charged into the fog, following the information relayed by her comrades, and unleashed a boiling release that dispatched one of the shadow clones. 10 minutes later, the ninjas of the Mist Village still saw no success in their strategy to capturing Ye. Those shadow clones proliferated like weeds, springing back to life with every gust of wind, proving nearly impossible to eliminate entirely. The most repugnant aspect for the higher-ranked ninjas of the Mist Village was that these shadow clones targeted their ch-nin, whose anguished cries echoed incessantly. The insidious effect of the mist shadow technique rendered many of the formidable ninjas of the Mist Village nearly blind, frantically rushing about to provide aid. Constrained by the order to capture alive, they could not afford to strike lethally. Their sentiments could be aptly summarized in 2 words: frustration. Who unleashed that fire release? Are you blind? Fool. Who ordered you to use lightning release? Don't you know that seawater conducts electricity? Shan Yan is dead. De Yi is dead. Senju Ying Ye is a monster. What use are we ch-nin here? As time elapsed, the untested ch-nin of the Mist Village could no longer withstand the terror of death, and their emotions began to spiral out of control. It would not be long before chaos ensued. In the heart of the dense fog, a figure approached Terumi Mei's side, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Lord Mei, the ch-nin cannot hold out much longer. Their lives should not be mere expendables to deplete Senju Ying Ye's chakra. A decision must be made." Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei cast a sidelong glance at Kirigakura's moon slash and asked gravely, "Speak your mind." This individual was the son of the esteemed Hozuki Genjutsu, a prodigy of the Hozuki clan, and one of the elite higher-ranked ninjas of the Mist Village. His words carried significant weight. Representing the Hozuki clan stands to a considerable extent. "Lord Mei, all we need are live captives, are we not?" Moon Slash's eyes gleamed with a vengeful light as he spoke fiercely. In an instant, Terumi Mei narrowed her eyes, listening intently to the agonized cries of her comrades. Her fists clenched tightly, her expression conflicted. As the commander on the battlefield during the First Shinobi World War, she understood the unspoken rules among the great ninja villages. Capturing Senju Ying Ye and incapacitating him were two entirely different concepts. The former held the possibility of reconciliation with Konoha. Moreover, it could compel him to leave the Wood Release bloodline within the Mist Village while reaping considerable benefits. However, if the sole Wood Release prodigy of the Senju clan were to be incapacitated or perish at the hands of the Mist Village, it would signal the onset of all-out war between Konoha and the Mist Village. Furthermore, the Mist Village would have to confront Senju Tobarama, a man devoid of mercy, whose singular aim was to annihilate the Mist Village. Having witnessed Tobarama's illustrious achievements in demolishing the four great ninja villages, how could Terumi Mei not be fearful? After a lengthy pause, she instructed Moonslash, gradually withdraw the ch-nin and coordinate with the lower-ranked ninjas in the village to form a perimeter. Remember this, do not let the flames of hatred consume the village. Capturing Senju Ying Ye and incapacitating him are two vastly different outcomes. It has been long enough. Even if Senju Ying Ye possesses the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, his chakra must be nearing depletion. Zhao Meiguang murmured softly, then fixed an intense gaze upon Guizhong Yuezhong, commanding him in an authoritative tone. Yes, Guizhong Yuezhong lowered his head, gritting his teeth as he accepted the order. Meanwhile, in a corner shrouded in thick fog, Ying Ye was surrounded by over 50 identical shadow clones, dashing forth in all directions. Their target remained the ninjas of Mist Village. He intended to inflict such pain that they would regret their audacity to encircle him. Those who dared to conspire against him must pay a price. His chakra was running low, with only 80% remaining. Indeed, it was imperative to eliminate a high-ranking ninja to balance the expenditure. Ying Ye narrowed his eyes, quickly arriving at a decision. This time, he rarely employed a dual-handed seal to execute a secret technique of his own invention. Forbidden technique, blood escape with clone technique. By integrating the martial prowess of blood and chi with shadow clones, this original ninjutsu of Wood Release granted the clones a corporeal form. While there were numerous advantages, the drawbacks were potentially fatal. These clones possessed distinct personalities, inheriting only one trait, and if they existed for an extended period, the risk of rebellion and the emergence of independent will loom large. After a brief moment, Ying Ye, his complexion pale from excessive chi and blood depletion, lowered his hands. At that instant, four towering wooden figures rapidly shrank, transforming into exact replicas of his appearance and stature, designed to sow confusion. With merely 5 chakra levels equivalent to that of a Hyuga elite, his true self was rather frugal. How could he burn through such limited resources? "For the sake of the village, I require more chakra," one clone pouted, its dark eyes gleaming with an almost fiery fervor. "I desire beautiful female ninjas. I wish to engage in sweet romance. True self, I'm charging forth. Should I perish, remember to summon me again." A pure-hearted youthful clone, having uttered this, was the first to dash out. "Huh, what interest is there in women? Today, I shall prove my path through slaughter," declared another clone, its eyes flickering with violent emotions, as it withdrew a shuriken from Ying Ye's pouch and vanished into the mist. "For clones are sufficient. This battle will not be brief. Whether we heed your words remains to be seen," the final clone cheerfully reminded Ying Ye. Ying Ye watched the direction in which the pure-hearted youthful clone departed, suppressing the urge to recall him, muttering, "Forget it. A 10-year-old body cannot achieve much. The disgrace of the clone has no bearing on my true self." With that, Ying Ye concealed himself within the fog, seeking to recover the lost chi and blood, while at that moment, tap, 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 one of Ying Ye's clones trod upon the water's surface, casting a disdainful glance at an unfamiliar male elite ninja, grumbling, "Why is he a man? Never mind. I need to gather some chakra first. This remark caused the male elite ninja to furrow his brow slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Then, suddenly alarmed, he shouted, He's coming at me. This guy isn't a shadow clone. This revelation spread, drawing nearby Mist Village elite ninjas to the scene. Unfortunately, when they arrived, they were met with the sight of a lifeless body, the heart pierced by a wooden spear, its flesh withered. Yama is dead. It was a special elite ninja. The clone of Ying Ye could not have slain him. His true self must be nearby. In the eyes of a seasoned ninja, anger transformed into astonishment as he called out to his companions. Meanwhile, at another location, 3 jonin from the Mist Village gazed at the lifeless body of their comrade. A shuriken embedded in his back, their hearts filled with rage. Damn it! I'm too late, one of the jonin berated himself. Suddenly, a calm voice pierced the air, accompanied by the sharp sound of a wooden spear erupting from beneath the water's surface, echoing in the ears of the trio. No, you have arrived just in time, said a red-haired youth, stepping out from the mist with a tranquil demeanor akin to a still pond. Observing the ninjas impaled by wooden spears, a smile gracing his lips. You, despicable! One jonin spat in dissatisfaction. Since ancient times, the victor has always reigned supreme. What talk of despicability is there? With a grin, Ying Ye, wielding a wooden spear, pierced the chest of the one who cursed him, swiftly absorbing the enemy's chakra before drifting away. On another front, a blood-soaked Ying Ye clone burst forth from the mist, exclaiming in excitement. With a clap of his hands, hundreds of wooden spears shot forth from the water's surface like a torrential downpour, eliminating over a dozen clustered mist ninjas in a single wave. Subsequently, he unleashed Wood Release to voraciously absorb chakra, charging toward his next destination, a true harbinger of death. In the waters near the island, seeds of trees were scattered everywhere, empowered by the 4 clones capable of performing ninjutsu without hand signs. Once they unleashed the Wood Release cutting technique, even elite jonin would meet a swift demise. It would not be long before the encirclement of the Mist Village crumbled. Perhaps it was time to ignite the flames further to extract the village's treasures. Rising to his feet, Ying Ye's complexion regained its color, and with a clap, he summoned a wave of shadow clones, commanding, Go, break through the encirclement, and attract as many high-ranking mist ninjas as possible. The indistinguishable nature of the shadow clones would surely draw the attention of the mist jonin if they fled in the direction where the 4 clones had breached the mist, thereby increasing the likelihood of success for the 4. In a secluded corner of the island, atop an ancient tree trunk, the masked Uchiha Obito displayed impatience. Coldly, he remarked, The Mist Village is truly pathetic. Nearly 100 jonin, including several elite ones, and yet not a single one proficient in large-scale wind release techniques. They are utterly flustered by that dog, Senju Tobarama's ninjutsu. The mere thought of Senju Tobarama stirred discontent within Uchiha Obito, for his brother's death bore an inescapable burden of responsibility on Tobarama. This was a deep-seated grudge. Had it not been for his promise to Hashirama, Obito would have long since crushed him underfoot. The dance king of the ninja world was not only proud but also a man of his word. Suddenly, the crimson eyes beneath Obito's mask widened in surprise as his summoned creature detected fluctuations of Wood Release chakra. It was peculiar, seemingly a ninjutsu that had never before existed. This young boy has even created a new Wood Release technique. His talent nearly rivals that of Hashirama. Obito nodded in approval, then widened his pupils, deepening the supply of ocular power to his summoned creature. Although the Mist Shadow technique was developed by Senju Tobarama, it was a special ninjutsu designed to counter the Sharingan. However, this phenomenon cannot withstand the kaleidoscope Sharingan, as it is predominantly composed of mist. With the perceptive prowess of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, one can distinctly sense the fluctuations of chakra within the dense fog. Huh? Why are there 5 versions of Ying Ye? Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows. With his years of combat experience coupled with recent observations, he could easily distinguish between Ying Ye's shadow clones and his true self. Yet, within the current shroud of mist, there genuinely existed 5 manifestations of Ying Ye. Moreover, 2 of the red-haired Ying Yes were engaged in fierce combat, blood visibly streaming from their wounds. It is well known that shadow clones do not bleed, leaving Uchiha Madara perplexed. Driven by curiosity, he continued to observe, ultimately drawing several conclusions. There must be only one true body of Ying Ye, while the remaining 4 are clones, albeit a new type of shadow clone he had never encountered before. They possessed the characteristics of a real person, could bleed, and were capable of utilizing Wood Release, suggesting they could absorb the enemy's chakra to enhance their strength. Furthermore, given sufficient time and chakra, they could potentially grow beyond the original strength. This young man has indeed developed a formidable wood release forbidden technique. Indeed, he is worthy of being the grandson of Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, a pragmatist, did not concern himself with whether it was forbidden or not. All that mattered was its efficacy. This discovery only deepened his satisfaction with Ying Ye. Interestingly, he could not escape the constant references to Hashirama. One could only say they were destined to be love-hate rivals. Young man, one must not misuse forbidden techniques, otherwise the backlash will inevitably follow. Uchiha Madara rested his chin on one hand, a smile creeping onto his lips. Upon discerning the distinct personalities of the four clones, he astutely recognized the drawbacks of this ninjutsu. The potential for infinite growth also implies limitless possibilities over time. These clones would surely become uncontrollable. They might even conceive thoughts of usurping the original or defecting. When he witnessed one of the Ying Ye clones clap its hands, causing hundreds of wooden spears to erupt from the sea, piercing through a group of unsuspecting ninjas, a nostalgic glimmer surfaced in his eyes. Wood release, insertion technique? This was one of the wood release techniques that Hashirama despised, claiming it to be excessively cruel, which he deemed rather antiquated. However, this young man was indeed a fierce character, adeptly utilizing it, swiftly eliminating foes to absorb their chakra without any hesitation. Excellent, excellent. I find this quite appealing. Uchiha Madara could not help but sing praises, increasingly fond of Ying Ye's disposition. As he continued to observe, Uchiha noted that Ying Ye executed his techniques with an almost instinctive precision. At times, he would not even utter a word before performing, resembling a true comrade. In Madara's memory, only Senju Hashirama could achieve such feats, even he had to form hand seals. Could it be true what Hashirama once said? That wood release indeed grants a special enhancement to the execution of ninjutsu without hand seals? Uchiha Madara mused. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze toward a red-haired youth ascending the island, followed by a throng of Mist Village ninjas brimming with murderous intent. Among them, the elite jonin, Kirigikurzeo, led a contingent of over 10 jonin, and with the chunin included, there were at least 100, their gazes toward Ying Ye heavy with bloodlust. Useless fools. Come. I await you all on the island. In Ying Ye's eyes flickered a ferocious light as he turned to mock Gui Dang Yuzhan and the others. Standing on the ground 200 meters away from the cliff, his gaze shimmered with anticipation. Swish, swish, swish. A throng of mist ninjas rushed forth, encircling Ying Ye at the center, hands clasped, ready to unleash their ninjutsu in unison to vanquish a formidable foe. You madman, I will see you dead. My son has just come of age, having only yesterday attained the rank of Nin, and yet you took his life. Even with the order from the water shadow, I shall ensure your demise today. Friends, attack. This lunatic is certainly not his true self. Gui Dang Yuzhan inhaled deeply, then roared, his pupils radiating a fierce light, resembling a beast that preys upon the unwary. He was the first to form hand seals, his body transforming into a cascade of water. Surging towards Ying Ye, the others, granted permission, immediately unleashed their ninjutsu or charged at Ying Ye with weapons in hand. This wretch deliberately targets groups of Nin, exhibiting unparalleled brutality. Each corpse bore a distinct withered state, as though their flesh and blood had been violently siphoned away. Haha, I am not my true self? If you wish to kill me, just say so. Why dance around the truth? Come. Today, it shall end only with death. Ying Ye let out a maniacal laugh, raising one hand to his chest, evading the ninja's assault in a flash. Then, clapping his hands together, his ecstatic visage contorted slightly with excitement as he shouted to the heavens. Wood release, birth of the tree world. As the words fell, the ground trembled, and trees erupted forth like wild dragons, growing uncontrollably. Centered around Ying Ye, a forest with a diameter of 200 meters was astonishingly created. This ninjutsu is a hallmark of Hashirama Senju, capable of manifesting a forest through the strength of a single individual, with all offensive and defensive capabilities within dictated by the caster. It is a rare wood release forbidden technique in the ninja realm that can alter terrain and environment. In an instant, the earth quaked, and towering ancient trees, brandishing their branches, ensnared all enemies within their territory. Branches infused with wood release chakra pierced into the flesh of foes. Ah, my chakra is draining away. What manner of jutsu is this? We are doomed. This madman is indeed his true self. How can a mere 10-year-old possess such power? Why? How can this be? The state of water transformation can still have its chakra absorbed? What on earth is this Wood Release ninjutsu? The mist ninjas were filled with fear, despair, and above all, a sense of unwillingness. Yet, Guo Dang Yuzhan did not relent, maintaining the state of water transformation, attempting to evade the attacking vines and escape the range of assault. Alas, Ying Ye's first target was none other than him. Escape? My dear sir, this is a fight to the death. Ying Ye, thirsting for blood, licked his lips, raising his right hand and lightly gesturing downwards. In an instant, countless vines surged forth, as though commanded, like ravenous locusts descending upon Guo Dang Yuzhan. Within mere seconds, his chakra was completely siphoned away. The talented scion of the Guo Dang clan met his end, and the fates of the other ninjas are all too predictable. At this moment, as Uchiha Madara observed the battle, he clenched his right fist, feeling an undeniable urge to engage in combat. However, considering his grand plan to awaken the Rinnegan, he restrained himself. Could it be that I misjudged this little imp? Indeed, he adeptly utilized the island's terrain to execute Wood Release, Birth of the Trees, suddenly rising to obliterate a substantial number of foes. Yet, the area of effect was somewhat limited, falling short of even 1/10 of Hashirama's. Madara quietly assessed the situation, then turned away with a hint of pride, directing his gaze towards the battlefield on the ocean surface. He was curious to see just how potent that peculiar doppelganger's combat capabilities truly were. Within the dense fog, only a blood clone remained. This clone wore a constant smile, exuding a friendly and approachable demeanor. However, when it came to striking down opponents, it did so with a disconcerting grin, sending chills down the spine. Swift, precise, and ruthless, it refined chakra in an instant. Most of the Mist Village ninjas that fell into its hands were mercilessly obliterated, leaving not even a single intact bone behind. With a swift motion, a wooden spear was extracted from the chest of a senior ninja from the Mizunatsu clan. And the clone, Ying Ye, seized the heart, a swirling mass of blood flames dancing in the palm, scorching the blood-soaked organ. Streams of blood were refined and absorbed into his body, ultimately transforming into charred waste, carelessly discarded. Such a sinister act, yet fortunately, no one bore witness. The clone Ying Ye stood upon the surface of the sea, slowly closing his black eyes. After a brief moment, he opened them again and called out, "True Qi, condense." Instantly, the temperature around him plummeted, and the water vapor crystallized into ice, cascading into the sea. The crisp sound of droplets was melodious, eliciting a slight smile of delight from the clone as he softly chuckled. Splendid, this method is indeed viable. It was evident that this was the proper approach to harnessing the true essence infused with Wood Release chakra. The blood of a Kekkei Genkai ninja contained extraordinary power. Refining and absorbing it facilitated the transformation of true essence, granting it unique attributes, known as true Qi. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind the clone Ying Ye, prompting him to slowly turn around, smiling warmly at the newcomer, whispering, "You're here." "Yes, I have arrived," Ying Ye nodded, his dark eyes reflecting the form of the doppelganger he most feared, his expression grave and solemn. Within the 20 minutes since its summoning, the clone had undergone a remarkable transformation, shifting from youthful appearance to an eerie visage of an elderly child with a shock of white hair, skin aged by decades. The reason for this change was clear to Ying Ye. After all, he was the original. The one who understands oneself best is oneself, even if one possesses a physical body. The essence of the shadow clone is predominantly composed of chakra, and one cannot circumvent the flaws of the life-consuming secret technique, Ying Ye mused. Having finally emerged, he thought it prudent to experiment, for he would inevitably perish in due time. The white-haired Ying Ye responded with a smile, each movement radiating an effortless serenity, as if no trivial matters could disrupt him. The forbidden technique, Life Ablaze, was crafted by a prodigy of the Senju clan centuries ago. This technique allowed its user to ignite their very life force to acquire formidable power, ultimately putting an end to the massacre of the Senju clan by a certain eternal Mangeki Sharingan wielder of the Uchiha clan. Following their final battle, both met their demise. I surmise that the two individuals within this tale are likely reincarnations of the Ashura brothers, marking a fateful confrontation. The silver-haired Ying Ye mused, recounting the narrative of the forbidden technique. The difficulty of mastering this technique is not particularly high. The sole prerequisite is a pure bloodline of the Senju clan. However, once one embarks on this path, there is no turning back. A practitioner is doomed to perish within a decade, thus it is classified as a forbidden art. Do the three of them share this notion? Ying Ye turned his gaze towards the island, where his volatile doppelganger was busy tallying the spoils of battle. Perhaps, but it may be that only I am willing to push the life ablaze technique to its utmost limits. I suspect that even if you do not seek me out, I would not survive beyond half an hour. The young Ying Ye chuckled lightly. Indeed, my conjecture was correct. You are the most unhinged and uncontrollable among the 4 doppelgangers. Ying Ye remarked with a shake of his head, reflecting on the matter. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired Ying Ye smiled and replied, "The divergence in our personalities leads to a disparity in our actions. We are merely the extreme version of you, or to put it more esoterically, a manifestation of your fervent desires." Upon hearing these words, Ying Ye furrowed his brow, not dwelling on this philosophical quandary, but rather continued to inquire. "Then what is your pursuit? See for yourself." The silver-haired Ying Ye grinned, revealing his weathered teeth, before forming hand seals and disintegrating into ash that cascaded into the depths of the sea. One of the advantages of shadow clones is that all memories and experiences from a deceased clone are instantaneously relayed back to the original in a flawless transmission. The overwhelming sensation in that fleeting moment could easily overwhelm even a ninja of average prowess. In an instant, hiss, Ying Ye gasped, as a multitude of memories flooded his mind, including the extreme emotions of the silver-haired clone, crashing into his consciousness like a tsunami. This clone had executed the life ablaze technique, and after a failed attempt, redirected his efforts towards the bloodline limit ninjas of the Mist Village, experimenting with methods to transform martial energies. The materials for such experiments were readily available, albeit somewhat lacking in capability. This fellow's ambition mirrors mine, seeking immortality through cultivation, albeit with a rather extreme approach. Ying Ye shook his head and turned towards the east, where a clone awaited at the edge of the dense fog. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed ominously as the red-haired youth traversed the water. Each step he took signified the imminent peril facing the ninja contingent from the Mist Village. Nearly 100 Mist Village ninjas, led by Terumi Mei, relentlessly cornered the impassioned clone, pushing him further into the fog. The numerical advantage finally became evident. Water style, water barrier. A resonant voice surged from all directions into the ears of the fervent clone, followed closely by the emergence of thick water barriers. Surrounding him from all sides, not a single gap remained, trapping him within a confined space. Monster, now your body flicker technique is rendered ineffective. A.J. Neen from the Mist Village sneered, concluding his taunt. The other ninjas from the Mist Village exhibited expressions of sheer terror. The combination of the no-seal body flicker technique and an astonishing martial prowess rendered even the elite J. Neen incapable of withstanding the assault of the red-haired youth before them. The force he wielded was terrifying, capable of delivering a devastating blow to a mere child. The moniker of monster was indeed well-deserved. This individual possessed strength that seemed almost inhuman, which elucidates why Shinji Tobarama would assign him tasks at the borders of the Mist Village. From the moment Terumi Mei gazed upon Ying Ye, the astonishment in her eyes had never wavered. The sheer volume of chakra he commanded was nothing short of incredible, and his proficiency in ninjutsu was remarkable, each technique executed without seals. Even his taijutsu surpassed that of elite J-Nin by a significant margin. It could be said that he was an invincible ninja, devoid of any weaknesses save for jinjutsu. Most astonishingly, Ying Ye was merely 10 years old. Furthermore, the monstrous presence before her was just one of his special clones, with at least 2 others of equal strength still engaged in the battlefield. His shadow-level combat prowess clearly marked him as a powerhouse comparable to a village leader. Lord Mizukage, your commands are sound, but can we truly capture Senju Ying Ye? Terumi Mei squinted, her eyes bloodshot and radiating fatigue. Yet, determination etched itself across her face as she charged toward the ensnared hot-blooded clone, forming hand seals. Boil release, steam explosion stream. At that moment, Ying Ye stepped out of the mist, his dark eyes reflecting the hot-blooded clone ensnared like a dumpling. A surge of scorching chakra coalesced into a crimson fire dragon, striking against the water barrier, which formed an oval prison of layers. In an instant, steam erupted from the boiling water, aiming to scald the hot-blooded clone to death. A flicker of confusion crossed Ying Ye's gaze as he murmured, "Why does the Mist Village's command believe that the water barrier ninjutsu can contain my blood release with clone?" Upon finishing his thought, he expressed his disinterest. How boring. A true man should confront challenges head-on. The hot-blooded clone reprimanded, and then a fierce wave of wood release chakra erupted from him. Seeds of trees, hidden within his sleeves, grew wildly and crashed against the water barrier. Break. With nearly 50 layers of water barriers stacked, the chakra was violently absorbed by the wood release creation, shattering it as the clone surged forward with an exuberant roar, successfully escaping from captivity. Subsequently, he raised one hand to his chest. In a swift motion, the hot-blooded clone activated the body flicker technique, appearing instantaneously beside the nearly depleted Terumi Mei. He lifted his foot and delivered a brutal kick to her chest. The sound of cracking bones reverberating through the air. A figure plummeted like a stone from a great height into the sea, stirring up a massive splash. "You old fool." Lacking martial ethics, the hot-blooded clone spat in anger, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at the surrounding Mist Village ninjas, vanishing from sight like a wraith. The slaughter had never ceased. As for the hot-blooded clone, there should be no issues on that front. Ying Ye stood at the edge of the dense fog, surrounded by a dozen identical shadow clones, concealing his identity. The 4 primary clones surged forth from the mist, preying upon the ninjas of the Mist Village to replenish their chakra. Utilizing formidable, formless ninjutsu, they fragmented the battlefield, each drawing a significant portion of the Mist Village's combat strength. Meanwhile, the numerous shadow clones seized the opportunity to flee, diverting the remaining forces of the Mist Village. A few of them had already escaped the outer encirclement of the Mist Village's lower-ranked ninjas, their whereabouts now unknown. "The notion of capturing me alive is nothing short of ludicrous," Ying Ye scoffed, shaking his head in derision. He then moved forward, unabashedly advancing toward the western edge of the fog, where the last battlefield of the bloodline-based Wood clone awaited. The power dynamics within the ninja world had indeed become somewhat distorted, generally categorizing into several major tiers: Elite J-Nin and below, Shadow Level, Super Shadow, and the 6 Paths. The disparity in strength between these stages was akin to the chasm separating man from dog. This was especially true for those like Ying Ye, who possessed a noble bloodline and mastery over numerous formidable forbidden techniques. With merely sufficient chakra and the acquisition of the Senju Hashirama's essence, Senjutsu, Wood Release, True Thousand Hands, one could instantaneously embody the power of a super shadow, and not just any super shadow. There were many such examples, including the Uchiha clan. In the original narrative, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Obito were all illustrious youths of the Uchiha lineage. The age at which they awakened their Manjiki Sharingan was comparable to Ying Ye's, if not slightly younger. Upon awakening, they instantly qualified for the high-tier shadow level, even reaching peak combat capabilities. The constraints of age could not bind the talents of the ninja world, where bloodline supremacy reigned supreme. To the west, at the edge of the fog, a group of approximately 100 Mist Village ninjas encircled the red-haired youth. Most of them were strikingly handsome individuals with white hair, exuding a chilling aura. Predominantly hailing from the Mizunatsuki clan, the 3 major bloodline limit families of the Mist Village, Terumi, Mizunatsuki, and Otsutsuki, assaulted Ying Ye's 3 primary clones. Such a formidable assembly was indeed a rarity in the ninja world. J-Nin were not commonplace, and elite J-Nin represented the seeds of shadow-level power across the 5 great ninja villages. Even in Konoha, prior to the First Shinobi World War, there were scarcely 30 such figures. The remaining 4 great ninja villages would be fortunate to boast more than 10 elite J-Nin. After all, Konoha's establishment brought together the mightiest clans of the ninja world. Any clan with aspirations would hardly prioritize violent organizations outside of Konoha. Presently, Konoha's total number of J-Nin exceeded 300, while the Mist Village's count was likely far lower. The only aspect that perplexed Ying Ye was the absence of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village. These individuals were undoubtedly among the village's most formidable assets. How curious. Even if the 3rd Mizukage had become a puppet of Uchiha Madara, the upper echelon of the Mist Village would not idly watch as I decimated numerous J-Nin and Ch-Nin without dispatching those 7. Unless they are not within the Mist Village at all. With this thought, Ying Ye suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of realization igniting in his dark eyes as he connected the dots to a specific location. At the location of the negotiations between Tobarama Senju and the 2nd Reikage, the formidable forces of the Mist Village have likely responded to an invitation from the 2nd Reikage, culminating in a nefarious scheme against Konoha. As Ying Ye pondered this, a dangerous glimmer flickered in his obsidian eyes, fixating on the Mist Village ninjas encircling the Blood Release Wood clone. With Orochimaru yet to reach his full potential, should Tobarama perish, who would assist Ying Ye in his scientific endeavors? Mist Village, you have already paved your path to demise. Initially, I had no intention of severing ties completely, planning instead to leave some remnants for the Mist Village. After all, these individuals are rare talents, particularly the 3 prominent bloodline limit clans. However, since you have turned your attention to Tobarama Senju, whom I currently hold dear, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Ying Ye surveyed the elite shinobi of the Mizunohara clan. Led by a superior ninja, numbering nearly 100, as murderous intent glimmered in his dark eyes. It was imperative to inflict pain upon the Mist Village, compelling the 7 ninja swordsmen and other elite forces to return for rescue. At this moment, a red-haired boy of roughly 10 years, with a charming visage adorned with a rosy smile, zipped through the ranks of beautiful female ninjas from the Mizunohara clan using the body flicker technique. Occasionally, he would launch a surprise attack on one of the lovely kunoichi, striking their chest with a powerful blow, only to vanish and target another. Suddenly, the red-haired boy froze, his eyes rolling back as if caught in a genjutsu, exuding a dazed demeanor akin to a malfunctioning automaton. A golden opportunity. Strike swiftly, eliminate this little rogue. A stunning female Janine, clutching her rear, shouted in anger, alerting her comrades. In an instant, figures surged forward like lightning, racing towards the entranced red-haired boy. Some swiftly formed hand seals to conjure formidable offensive jutsu, while others gripped shuriken and katana, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Suddenly, the red-haired boy's pupils quivered violently. His teeth clenched tight as he bellowed at several favored beautiful Janine. Wives, run. My true self has gone mad. You will perish. This scene left many Mist Village ninjas momentarily stunned, with most choosing to scoff, seizing the hard-won opportunity for revenge. During this period, many male companions had fallen at the hands of the pure-hearted boy's clone. Something is amiss. Cease immediately, submerge. A voluptuous, elegantly beautiful silver-haired woman recalled her numerous encounters with the pure-hearted boy's clone and screamed, "Kill! Avenge our comrades!" Ridiculous. To believe the enemy's words. Most Mist Village ninjas scoffed at the elegant woman's plea, unwilling to relinquish this rare opportunity. Dozens of gleaming shuriken pierced the body of the pure-hearted boy's clone. Crimson blood flowed, causing the beautiful kunoichi, who had followed the elegant woman, to furrow their brows in dismay as they peered from the water's surface, glaring indignantly at the lascivious little brat who had taken advantage of them and insulted them with his words. This scoundrel, not only does he exploit them, but he also dares to deceive and humiliate them. How outrageous. Hey, Mizunohara Chauchi, your foolishness brings shame upon the Mizunohara clan. An elderly man with silver hair withdrew a long blade that had pierced the chest of a pure-hearted youth's clone. He turned to a graceful and elegant woman, hurling a scornful rebuke, his eyes brimming with derision. Suddenly, a cerulean-like curtain blossomed behind him, enveloping the pure-hearted youth's clone within a 100-meter radius, forming a water prison seal. Immediately, a thunderous roar erupted from the center of the water prison, accompanied by chaotic and violent chakra fluctuations, shrouding the surrounding area in a palpable sense of impending doom. Not good. Run, cried the ninjas of the Mist Village, caught in the snare of the water prison. As elite Janine, they moved like the wind, their speed astonishing. Yet, the despair brought by the sealing technique's water prison was overwhelming. Escape. We cannot escape. Even if they combined their efforts to shatter the seal, time was no longer on their side. Quickly, everyone gather and perform defensive ninjutsu. The silver-haired Janine bellowed, prompting a flurry of frantic responses from the gathered ninjas. Alas, it was too late. With a resounding boom, the pure-hearted youth's clone contorted violently, the ferocious wood-style chakra erupting into tens of thousands of sharp wooden splinters, causing him to explode in a cataclysmic burst. In an instant, it was as if a torrential downpour had descended upon the sea, crimson rain cascading down from the ninjas of the Mist Village who had besieged the pure-hearted youth's clone. At the edge of the mist, Ying Ye lowered his clasped hands, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He muttered under his breath, "How embarrassing. I shall never summon this fellow again." Subsequently, he glanced at a few beautiful kunoichi who had narrowly escaped thanks to the warning from the pure-hearted youth's clone, curled his lip in disdain, and departed in a huff. On the island, a hearty laugh echoed. This little brat's special clone is truly amusing. Uchiha Madara chuckled at the recent spectacle, cradling his abdomen as tears of laughter threatened to spill. Reminiscent of his youthful infatuations with the beautiful women of his clan, his laughter gradually subsided. Who among the young was not a fervent and lustful boy? Had I not discovered the secret of the stone tablet, perhaps I would now be like Hashirama, surrounded by a multitude of descendants. With a soft murmur, Uchiha Madara shook his head, extinguishing that fleeting thought. He then turned his gaze towards the red-haired youth on the island, pondering, how wonderful it would be if this lad were my grandson. I, Ying Ye, the esteemed prince of Konoha, the future third Hokage. How could I have such a lewd clone? My reputation is nearly in tatters. Yet, he mused, The silver-haired woman's touch was indeed delightful. Ying Ye pressed his forehead, absorbing the memories and emotions transmitted upon the demise of the pure-hearted youth's clone. His right hand clenched into a fist before relaxing, a nostalgic glimmer surfacing in his dark eyes. How outrageous. I have been influenced by a mere clone. Indeed, forbidden techniques should not be trifled with. Ying Ye resolutely clenched his fist, deflecting all blame onto the clone, for he was certainly not a lecherous or indecent individual. Ying Ye, rarely seen with his hands forming seals, stood amidst the island, his volatile doppelganger lifting a sharp black blade with a fierce glint in his dark eyes, hastening towards the sea shrouded in ominous mist. At that moment, Mizuki Chaoshi, with a white bandage clenched between her lips, wrapped it around her round, fair left leg, momentarily staunching her wounds. Clattering footsteps echoed as 5 graceful female ninjas approached her, each bearing the scars of battle, their beautiful eyes brimming with tears. They had perished. In an instant, nearly 100 companions had been reduced to merely 6. The chaotic, razor-sharp wood shavings had turned the others into mere pincushions. A gruesome sight that would haunt them for a lifetime. Lord Chaoshi, what shall we do? We cannot even capture Senju Ying Ye. We cannot even defeat one of his special shadow clones. Over a dozen jonin and nearly 100 chunin have fallen in an instant. Lord Chaoshi, we must leave. Mizuki Chaoshi gazed at her tear-streaked kin, recognizing the trembling reflection of her own fear in their eyes. She bit down hard on her lip, crimson blood trickling from her full lips. We must find Terumi Mei. He must be held accountable for this mission. With a low exclamation, she steeled herself against the pain in her left leg and made her way towards the battlefield of the fervent doppelganger. Approximately 3 minutes later, chakra depleted, Terumi Mei, encircled by 3 jonin, beheld the red-haired youth, who resembled a war god, effortlessly dispatching comrades with a single, nonchalant punch, employing his remarkable body flicker technique. This scene ignited a flicker of despair in his eyes. Too many had already perished. This could not continue, or the mist village would face obliteration. Mizuki Chaoshi's voice, laden with anger and sorrow, echoed in Terumi Mei's ears. This is the order of the Mizukage. Ninjas are mere tools. Completing the mission is the utmost duty. All dead. They are all dead. On my battlefield, only a few of us remain. Senju Ying Ye is a monster. The son of the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. We cannot win. Mizuki Chaoshi cried out, tears streaming down her face in utter despair. After a moment of silence, Terumi Mei struggled to rise, glancing at Mizuki Chaoshi, whose emotional state was on the brink of collapse. The despair in his eyes vanished, replaced by a steely resolve. A second Senju Hashirama? If that is the case, he cannot be allowed to return alive. Otherwise, when he grows stronger, there will be no mist village left. With that, Terumi Mei formed hand seals, invoking a secret technique possessed by only 2 in the mist village, a technique that symbolized the terror of countless ninjas. Tail beast. Mizuki Chaoshi, do you understand what you are doing? She exclaimed, pointing in horror at the legendary figure from the first great ninja war. The second Mizukage had once instructed that when the village faced annihilation, it was time to employ the power of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Monsters must be used to destroy monsters. I shall not shirk responsibility for this failure. I will atone with my life when the time comes. Glancing fiercely at the fervent doppelganger of Ying Ye in the distance, he gritted his teeth and commanded, all Ch Nin and Jinin retreat to the village. All J Nin must fixate on that monstrous figure, Senju Ying Ye. At this moment, the objective of the mist village had shifted from capturing Senju Ying Ye to eliminating this 10-year-old threat to their very existence. Nearly 100 J Nin and over 300 Ch Nin found themselves utterly powerless against a mere child. The loss of nearly half their manpower was chilling. He is but 10 years old. Should Senju Ying Ye return to Konoha alive, the repercussions would be endless. This news swiftly spread in all directions, reaching Ying Ye's ears as well. Are they truly prepared to fight to the death? It remains uncertain whether they can compel the Mist Village to unleash their 2-tailed beasts. A flicker of anticipation glimmered in Ying Ye's dark eyes. His true concern was never the Mist Village, but the hidden hand of Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha clan was notorious for breeding madness, and Madara was the pinnacle of that insanity. Even with the lineage of Hashirama Senju, Ying Ye could not be assured that his adversary would not strike him down. From the very beginning, he had devised a plan for a miraculous escape. The only missing piece was a tailed beast. In the midst of the black mist, 2 red-haired youths stood side by side, surrounded by dozens of shadow clones, each tasked with obscuring the enemy's vision. A sealing technique dispelled any prying eyes and muted sound. Is this truly the main body? Inquired the red-haired youth, his eyes flashing with a ferocious intensity. You are the most suitable choice. From this moment forth, you shall become the main body, Ying Ye affirmed with a nod, casting a satisfied glance at his tempestuous doppelganger. Excellent. I shall take on this role. Once I acquire a tailed beast, Uchiha Madara shall tremble before me. The doppelganger, brimming with excitement, licked his lips, his dark eyes seemingly ablaze with the fires of battle. He then extended his right hand, patting Ying Ye on the shoulder with a grin. Clone brother, go forth. It has been 30 minutes. Eliminate that impassioned martial artist. If he develops a will of his own, he may attempt to seize my precious treasure. Understood. Now that you are the main body, your word is law. Ying Ye smiled and promptly set off towards the battlefield where the fervent doppelganger awaited. In a flash, the red-haired youth seemed to teleport, evading the ice release technique of Mizuno-yuki. Bring on more foes. The more, the merrier, exclaimed the fervent doppelganger, grinning as he positioned one hand on his chest. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind a lone J-nin who was rushing to the fray. With fists ablaze in crimson flames, he struck with devastating force. Boom. The unfortunate J-nin's chest was brutally pierced through, his heart shattered into fragments, blood gushing forth like a fountain. One punch was all it took to fell a J-nin. Stick together. At least 3 should form a team, never go alone. The speed of this fellow's body flicker technique is astonishingly rapid, and his strength is as formidable as that of a beast. Once struck, death is inevitable. As Kumeho conveyed intelligence to the approaching Jonin, Ying Ye reappeared at this location, accompanied by several shadow clones, standing at the edge of the dense fog, drawing the ire of several Jonin. These shadow clones, exceedingly bothersome, caused the Jonin of the Mist Village to disperse, each being vanquished by the various blood escape with clones. Is the difference in combat style attributable to personality variations? Ying Ye pondered, resting his chin in thought, recalling the words of the first fallen blood escape would clone. Whispering softly, the Wood Release not only possesses the ability to absorb chakra but also facilitates rapid recovery from injuries, effectively enhancing the cellular strength of the blood escape with clones. What is required is chakra energy. The growth direction chosen by the fiery clone evidently emphasizes physical martial arts. The terrifying power stems from secret techniques of immense strength. Conversely, the body flicker technique draws from the inner strength bestowed upon him by Ying Ye, enabling the instantaneous mobilization of chakra through sheer will, allowing for the swift release of ninjutsu. Perhaps each blood escape would clone inherits a fragment of my potential in a particular domain. This is certainly worthy of attention. Ying Ye's dark eyes glimmered with contemplation. The Wood Release blood clones are indeed the ideal experimental subjects for studying chi and blood martial arts, endless, fearless of death, and possessing limitless potential for growth. On this point alone, they might even surpass the value of the 6 paths of pain from the original narrative. The 9 Jonin from the Mist Village returned from the encirclement of the lower ninjas, their furious gazes landing upon the dozen or so shadow clones at the mist's edge. These clones boasted considerable combat prowess, ranking among the elite of the Chunin, composed of chakra rather than flesh. They could not endure the internal energy derived from chi and blood energy. Thus, they were unable to perform the body flicker ninjutsu. Yet they adeptly inherited Ying Ye's water release ninjutsu, which was no weaker. Eliminate these shadow clones first, then proceed to assist Lord Huiyan. A white-haired Jonin from the Mist Village commanded, swiftly forming hand seals, unleashing a sharp water blade. Boom. One shadow clone stepped forward, shielding Ying Ye, its form erupting into a cloud of smoke. This scene rendered several Jonin cautious, retreating 3 steps in alarm. Something is amiss. The shadow clone is willing to sacrifice itself to protect another clone? Could it be that this individual is the true body of Senju Ying Ye? The white-haired Jonin, who had cast the water blade, cried out, articulating his realization. Then, his pupils trembled, and the speed of his hand seals became a blur. In less than a second, a chilling aura emanated from his body. In an instant, icy white mist enveloped the area, transforming into numerous crystalline mirrors of equal size. Kill! An angry roar reverberated from the mouths of countless mirror-like shinobi, the layered sound waves causing Ying Ye's eardrums to ache. The bloodline limit of the Mizuki clan, perhaps? Truly. As expected of a Jonin, their reflexes are remarkably swift. A smirk curled at the corners of Ying Ye's lips, revealing a hint of arrogance. As he clapped his hands together and exclaimed, water release. Twin dragons playing with pearls. Water attribute chakra frantically gathered at Ying Ye's lips, then erupted forth. transforming into two enormous sea dragon manifestations. Upon their emergence, they coiled and spiraled along a predetermined path, swirling around Ying Ye in a frenzy. The ice needles shot from the darkness were entirely engulfed by the colossal bodies of the water dragons. With a resolute disregard for the individual before him, Ying Ye charged forward, intent on reaching the location of his fervent clone. In a matter of mere hundreds of meters, his speed would allow him to arrive in seconds. Alarm bells rang. His aim was to assist that formidable taijutsu entity. Swiftly obstruct him. The white-haired jonin of the Mist Ninja Village bellowed, urging his comrades to intervene. Unbeknownst to him, his shout betrayed his position. Suddenly, a swift whoosh echoed as a figure appeared, moving with an eerie swiftness to materialize behind the exposed white-haired jonin. A glimmering long blade sliced through the air. With a ripping sound, blood gushed forth as a head was sent soaring into the sky. The bloodline limit ninjutsu, merging ice release and illusion techniques, lost its chakra sustenance and disintegrated like a shattered mirror. Clone brethren, proceed as planned. This area is entrusted to me. The irate clone of the elder brother flicked the bloodied long knife, resting it upon his shoulder, while his other hand extended, summoning vine tendrils to ensnare the headless corpse. With brutal binding, it absorbed flesh and blood, returning chakra to its master. This is the true self. Quickly, gather together. His unmarked instant body technique is exceedingly swift. Never stray alone. A middle-aged man roared, and the remaining 7 swiftly regrouped, simultaneously conveying intelligence to the distant Terumi Mei. At this moment, Ying Ye had arrived at the battlefield of the fervent clone, where nearly all remaining jonin of the Mist Ninja Village, totaling around 50, had converged. In clusters of 3 or 5, they surrounded the fervent clone at the center, unleashing a barrage of water and ice ninjutsu. Alas, the unmarked instant body technique proved to be insurmountable, akin to a simplified version of the Flying Thunder God technique. In terms of strength, it surpassed the original's instant water stop. After all, Ying Ye required no hand seals. His formidable physique allowed him to endure the drawbacks of executing the instant body technique repeatedly. Thus, the pressing dilemma confronting the jonin of the Mist Ninja Village was how to restrain the fervent clone's movements. Otherwise, they could only watch helplessly as he slaughtered their companions. Suddenly, the fervent clone froze in place, as if experiencing a malfunction. Mizuki Tides, quickly, utilize ice release to freeze him, Terumi Mei exclaimed, her eyes widening with exhilaration as she commanded. This eerily familiar scene, reminiscent of the bloodshed among kin, enveloped the elegant silver-haired beauty's gaze. Frantic, she retreated while shouting to her comrades, "Fall back. This is merely a clone. It is about to explode. Do not approach that monstrous clone. It will automatically employ the sealing water prison to ensnare enemies. Submerge beneath the surface, quickly." Upon hearing her words, even the seasoned jonin of the Mist Ninja Village hesitated for a moment, and the others were even more hesitant. In a flash, Ying Ye raised one hand to his chest, instantly appearing at the center of the battlefield, his hands interlaced. A powerful surge of chakra transformed into 8 slender, pale golden vines, radiating in all directions. Sealing technique, golden vine enclosure, based on the formidable diamond sealing of the Uzumaki clan. Combined with the potent sealing techniques derived from Wood Release, it erupted in an instant, surpassing the majority of the Mist Shinobi Village and extending to its limits. Subsequently, it blossomed into radiant golden brilliance, interlinking to form a golden cage with a diameter of 100 meters, enveloping nearly 90% of the upper ninjas of Mist Shinobi Village. Mizuki Chauchi, once again, you have discerned correctly and promptly alerted your comrades. However, the sealing techniques at my disposal extend far beyond mere water prison techniques. Those who covet the bloodline of my Senju clan shall inevitably pay the price. Ying Ye stood upon the surface of the sea, a cruel, murderous intent glimmering in his dark eyes as he gazed at the silver-haired beauty, frantically smashing the golden cage with sharp ice spikes. He chuckled softly. That smile washed over the handsome visage of the red-haired youth, reflected in Mizuki Chauchi's enchanting eyes, reminiscent of the grin of a demonic progeny. Senju Ying Ye, I implore you, spare them. This time, we, the Mist Shinobi Village, have lost, and we are willing to make amends. Do not forget that Mist Shinobi Village has signed a peace treaty with Konoha. Do you wish to be the sinner who reignites the war? Mizuki Chauchi knelt upon the water's surface, his bloodied palm releasing the sharp ice spike that plummeted into the depths. His gentle, pleading eyes sought Ying Ye's, yearning for his mercy. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei, in a frenzy, formed hand seals, unleashing the feared boiling release, which shattered the golden cage with a searing gust, creating a fist-sized opening. Yet, within half a second, it swiftly healed. Regardless of his efforts and the chakra he expended, he could not create a sufficient breach for his comrades to escape the golden prison. Despair spread through the hearts of the people, and fear seemed to linger as a shadow in the trembling eyes of the few surviving ninjas of Mist Shinobi Village. A lifetime of memories would be difficult to forget. A peace treaty? When did Mist Shinobi Village become a bastion of pacifism? This world is ruthlessly unforgiving. The victors seize all, while the vanquished bear the consequences, an unchanging ironclad rule throughout history. Though I, Ying Ye, have inherited the wood release of the first Hokage, I have not inherited his naivety. Ying Ye scoffed, then raised one hand to his chest, instantaneously appearing at the edge of the golden cage, evading the desperate strikes of the Mist Shinobi. He then took a step forward, unobstructed, moving out, followed by a group of upper ninjas from Mist Shinobi Village. Their hearts gripped by terror. A quick count revealed at least 40 remaining. In this battle, the upper ninjas of Mist Shinobi Village had nearly met their demise. With over 90% lost. Restart the war? With only a handful of stragglers left in Mist Shinobi Village? With the death of the second Mizukage. What right do you have to declare war on Konoha? Ying Ye turned away coldly from the golden cage and, in a low voice, declared, "Wood release, blood weeping." As he spoke, a torrent of raging wood release chakra surged forth from his body, morphing into countless razor-sharp wooden shards, each the size of a needle, shooting forth like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. In the hidden mist village, the water-style defensive jutsu unleashed by the elite ninja resembled fragile sheets of white paper, pierced through by a chaotic torrent of wooden shards. Drops of blood, akin to a torrential downpour, were driven into the golden cage. Drip, drop, they cascaded down the smooth, sealing barrier, accumulating into a thick pool of crimson. "Ah, you devil! Perish, perish, perish!" Terumi Mei's fury reached a fever pitch as she lunged at Ying Ye. Brandishing a shuriken, with a resounding thud, a long blade struck her abdomen, sending her flying. The clone did well. Do you feel it? The presence of a tailed beast. The irascible clone, with ravenous black eyes, fixated intently on the depths of the island. That tumultuous chakra, akin to a bottomless abyss, was rapidly approaching. Finally, it has arrived. It seems the Three Tails is here, that's satisfactory. This Jinchuriki has likely sensed the commotion and is already on the verge of tailed beast transformation. Ying Ye cast a glance at the unconscious Terumi Mei and her companions, no longer inclined to squander chakra. A tailed beast transformed Jinchuriki is indeed a formidable adversary. Mizuki Chaoxiang, convey to the hidden mist village's new Mizukage there will be known next time. Begone! Ying Ye commanded coldly. Today's battle has thrust the elite forces of the hidden mist village into an era of disarray. To recover, it would require at least a decade or more. By that time, Ying Ye would likely have attained invincibility within the ninja realm. Deep within the island, a roar reminiscent of a colossal abyssal beast reverberated across the vast ocean. The tranquil sea surface churned violently, seemingly responding to its master. The Three Tails Jinchuriki? Underneath the mask of Uchiha Madara, his crimson eyes narrowed as he regarded the humanoid monstrosity in the distance, his gaze unusually imbued with a hint of respect. The tailed beasts, derived from the divine tree, possess an almost boundless reserve of chakra. However, their application of chakra is rather rudimentary. Aside from the highly concentrated tailed beast balls, they excel in their innate elemental jutsu. Yet, the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts are different. With a foundation of seemingly infinite chakra, they possess limitless potential for growth, much like the yellow flash, also known as Naruto Uzumaki. The prerequisite being, the Jinchuriki must have the ability to control the tailed beast within them. It appears that this youthful challenger of Ying Ye seeks to harness the power of a tailed beast for his own ambitions. He aspires to become a Jinchuriki. Using that to challenge me? The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth curled upwards slightly, his crimson eyes flickering with amusement, and after a moment, he burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, he remains just a child, easily prone to whimsical fantasies. As he spoke, a humanoid creature resembling a wild wolf, with its limbs crouched low to the ground, darted overhead, prompting Madara to gaze upwards, his attention drawn to the water-blue chakra tail extending from its spine. The Three Tails, with a total of 3 tails. This Jinchuriki must still retain a portion of their consciousness, not entirely lost to madness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With each landing, the rampaging Three Tails Jinchuriki caused the ground to fracture. A single step left behind a pit several meters deep, and the residual water-blue chakra far exceeded that of an elite J-nin. What a waste, Uchiha Madara murmured, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. He was eager to witness the extent of Ying Ye's capabilities. If he could experience even a modicum of pressure, it might aid in the evolution of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. On the battlefield by the cliffside, the weary and despairing figures of the Mist Village ninjas scattered like the tide under Mizuki Chaoshi's command. Was his intention, from the very beginning, to seize the tailed beast from the village? Standing upon the surface of the sea, Mizuki Chaoshi gazed into the distance at the silhouettes of two crimson-haired youths. Her chest heaving with agitation, she sensed that the Mist Village had been ensnared in a trap. The deaths of hundreds of comrades seemed merely a prelude to coercing the village into relinquishing its tailed beast, a cruel jest. What on earth did Ying Ye intend to achieve? Damn it, hadn't the Leaf Village already possessed the Nine Tails? Why then did they covet the tailed beast of the Mist Village? Mizuki Chaoshi, baffled, felt a tumult of anger intertwined with contemplation in her gaze. She resolved to observe from a distance, for without clarity, she would find no peace for the rest of her days. Perhaps there was a chance to reclaim the Three Tails. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the abyssal beast, crashing against the cliffside and stirring tumultuous waves. The relentless surf pounded against the cliff, shattering the remnants of the mist ninjas' bodies. A crimson sea of blood rippled within the azure gaze of the monstrous entity, further shattering its will. Another water-blue tail extended from its spine. The anguished roar of fury propelled the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails toward the enemy, with the first landing upon a rocky outcrop. Like a feral beast, it leapt high, charging toward Ying Ye, shattering the stones beneath its feet in an instant. Then, the beast landed upon the sea, generating waves that surged over 10 meters high. Its eyes, enveloped in the chakra of the tailed beast, radiated hatred and cruelty. Its arms transformed into claws, its legs into powerful limbs, while the white hair streaming from the back of its head danced wildly in the sea breeze. White hair. Was this one of the Mizuki clan? Ying Ye's dark eyes darted, swiftly analyzing the situation, his expression grave. The ferocious Jinchuriki of the tailed beast was not to be trifled with, akin to Naruto from the original tale, who had relied on the Nine Tails' raging power to confront pain of the Akatsuki. As the enemies crossed paths, the battle commenced immediately. Bang, bang, bang. Ying Ye's shadow clones erupted like wisps of smoke, while the three Jinchuriki moved with terrifying speed. Even Ying Ye, unless employing the body flicker technique, would find it difficult to evade their onslaught. Such speed and power were truly tantalizing. Taking a deep breath, Ying Ye suppressed his desire to seize the Three Tails and initiated the first strike. With a clap of his hands, the blood flame energy within his dantian ignited swiftly, guiding the chakra through his meridians along the pathway for ninjutsu. In an instant, he completed a complex high-level ninjutsu. Once a ninja cultivates the blood flame energy, they become a master of silent ninjutsu, capable of swiftly mastering even the most intricate techniques. The martial arts of vitality and blood represented a revolutionary achievement within the ninja system, and Ying Ye's accomplishments were destined to be recorded in history. This merely represents a fraction of the allure of the martial arts. In the future, within the shinobi world, it is not an exaggeration to predict that even those with modest martial talent can achieve the strength of elite J-nin. Wood release, cutting technique. As Ying Ye's voice resonated, the fragments of trees floating upon the surface of the sea seemed to be bestowed with life, rapidly sprouting and growing wild into sharp wooden spears. The chakra of wood release erupted violently, giving birth to a vast arena of wooden spears extending across a 100-meter radius, launching forth and then plunging into the sea, cascading down like rain from the heavens. A ferocious beast-like creature, propelled by its instinct for battle, unleashed a terrifying speed, swiftly distancing itself from the range of the wooden spear assault. Its cruel, blue eyes, filled with hatred, fixated intently on Ying Ye, who stood with hands clasped. Despite the looming forest of wooden spears nearly 10 meters high, seizing the opportunity, it surged forward with a piercing rush. Swish. The three Jinchuriki skimmed across the surface of the sea as if it were solid ground, hurtling toward Ying Ye like raging cannonballs. The waters beneath them exploding into waves over 10 meters high. Such power is indeed monstrous. The tailed beasts are deemed the nuclear weapons of the shinobi world for good reason. Even a shadow-level expert must tread carefully, lest they meet a bitter end. Body flicker technique. Ying Ye called out, evading the strike as his crimson hair billowed behind him, seemingly teleporting to the center of the wooden spear domain. In his dark eyes reflected the sea, torn apart by the claw of the three-tailed Jinchuriki, causing him to shudder involuntarily. In the face of such an adversary, a single misstep could result in being torn to shreds. In a clash of this intensity, relying solely on instantaneous physical speed to evade is becoming increasingly unrealistic. The tumultuous waves crashed around him, the cold sea spray striking Ying Ye's face, deepening his solemn expression. Beside him, the volatile clone of the older brother, burdened with a black longsword, gripped the hilt tightly, his arm trembling slightly. His heavy breaths betrayed a fierce desire for battle, yet he restrained himself. For there awaited an even more formidable foe, one that must be confronted after harnessing the power of the three tails. Without it, he would lack the qualification to challenge. As the heir de Mito, he was exceedingly skilled in sealing techniques, making him more than capable of dealing with the three-tailed Jinchuriki. Should he succeed, he would become the three-tailed Jinchuriki, endowed with the life-giving properties of the tailed beast's chakra. Perhaps he could further refine his corporeal form, evolving into a true human. That would mark the moment of his genuine ascendance. The volatile clone harbored such thoughts within. Beast, come, kill me. Ying Ye stood firm within the wooden spear domain, his hands tightly clasped, perpetually cultivating the chakra of Wood Release to sustain the field beneath him. Should the three-tailed Jinchuriki dare to charge in, he would be ready to pierce it like a hedgehog. The provocation ignited the fury of the three-tailed Jinchuriki, yet it had not succumbed to madness. The Mist Village allowing its release signified that the village was facing a crisis of life and death. Before him stood only this red-haired youth. He is formidable. Roar. The three-tailed Jinchuriki bellowed, raising its right arm high before bringing it down with ferocity. In an instant, a chilling bone spear, accompanied by a sonic boom, hurtled towards Ying Ye with an astonishing speed. Yet, its accuracy was considerably lacking, soaring past Ying Ye's abdomen. Upon contact with the ocean, the bone spear detonated in an eerie explosion, swiftly tearing apart the wooden spear domain that Ying Ye had painstakingly constructed using a substantial amount of Wood Release chakra. In a flash, the red-haired youth appeared 200 meters away, emerging from a 3-meter-high, 2-meter-wide coffin that had split open, revealing his form. His clear black eyes reflected the shattered wooden spear domain, filled with astonishment as a trickle of crimson blood streamed down his handsome visage. He bore injuries on his abdomen and arms, though they were not severe, primarily consisting of abrasions from the bone spear and splintered wooden shards. Had he reacted a mere half-second slower to that strike, he would have surely perished. Taking a deep breath, Ying Ye activated the body flicker technique once more. Vanishing from his original position, the sea was slashed apart by 5 azure claw marks, each spanning a full 10 meters in width. A humanoid creature, adorned with 2 azure tails, stomped upon the ocean's surface and charged towards its adversary. This creature was not of the Mizuno Kuni clan. It wielded bones as weapons, marking it as a member of the Take-Torai clan. How dared the Mist Village engage such a being? The Take-Torai clan, also known as the Kagaya clan, descended from the Otsutsuki clan of the Otsutsuki village. In terms of bloodline, they were distant relatives of the Ying clan, inheriting a diluted version of the Kagaya's Shikatsu Myaku. This lineage bore significant flaws, leading to shortened lifespans and severe mental repercussions. The bloodline limit could be executed without hand seals, akin to the Uchiha's Sharingan, enabling them to extract bones to strike at will. Moreover, the chakra of tailed beasts possessed flesh and blood characteristics, presenting an ideal pairing for a perfect Jinchuriki. However, how could the Mist Village dare to proceed? The Take-Torai clan was predominantly composed of lunatics. Could the Mist Village truly control such a Jinchuriki? Ying Ye found himself perplexed, yet the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. The pressing matter was to subdue the humanoid creature before him, sealing it and merging it with the volatile fragment of his body. As he continued to evade using the body flicker technique, his mind raced with strategies, ultimately directing his gaze towards the island. The Three Tails, a water attribute beast, would wield tremendous advantages in oceanic combat. Thus, a battlefield shift was imperative. An island adorned with ancient trees would be well suited for a wielder of Wood Release, like Senju Ying Ye. Consequently, Ying Ye incessantly activated the body flicker technique, while the Three Tails Jinchuriki withdrew the bone spear, relentlessly pursuing him. The chase ensued, leading them to the island. This spectacle elicited a smile from Uchiha Madara, who nodded in intrigue, murmuring, "A battlefield shift, a wise choice. I must reposition myself to enjoy the show." In the central region of the island, the red-haired youth instantaneously appeared amidst towering ancient trees. A thunderous explosion erupted behind him, reminiscent of a massive C4 detonation. Wood shards flew in all directions, interspersed with pale bone fragments. Ancient trees toppled, flames ignited from the explosion, coalescing into a burgeoning inferno that would inevitably culminate in a cataclysmic sea of fire. Unexpectedly, a being of the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines, would one day be treated as a primitive by others. Truly, fortune shifts like the tides. Dear brother, do not mock me. Ying Ye let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head before vanishing from sight. The tailed beast transformation of the Jinchuriki is nothing short of an unyielding monstrosity. With boundless stamina and an infinite supply of chakra, it can pursue Ying Ye to the ends of the earth. The critical aspect is that he may not be able to escape. However, the forest is the realm of Wood Release, and here, Ying Ye is undaunted by his adversary. Forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Ying Ye clapped his hands together and shouted, unleashing over 30 wisps of white mist that coalesced into shadow clones. The moment the first emerged, they dispersed in all directions. Suddenly, a bone spear, half a meter in length, shot forth, embedding itself into the ground. In an instant, azure chakra surged forth, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Bone fragments scattered, obliterating several shadow clones that were slow to form their hand signs. The bloodline limit of the Teiktorai clan enables instantaneous activation of skills, and combined with the outlandish physical capabilities of the berserk-tailed beast Jinchuriki, there was scarcely any time for the ninja to weave their seals. Fortunately, he had survived the onslaught largely intact. The Teiktorai clan, known for its prowess in close combat, unexpectedly evolved a long-range explosive capability after tailed beast transformation, serving as a noteworthy model. Indeed, tailed beasts are the greatest treasures of the ninja world. Hidden beneath the shadow of ancient trees, Ying Ye observed the shadow clones being pursued, a chill running down his spine at the sight of the explosive bone spears. He deduced the essence of these bone spears. They were crafted from the bloodline limit of the Teiktorai clan, infused with the chakra of the three-tailed beast, embodying a chaotic and violent fusion. Each spear was, in essence, an extremely unstable bomb, ready to detonate if it slipped from its master's control. Tailed beasts are remarkable life forms, possessing both flesh and energy life characteristics, potentially even bearing traits from the divine tree. Mysterious and unique, they are undeniably high-level extraterrestrial entities. The Otsutsuki clan's formidable strength, longevity, and ability to traverse the stars are not without reason. In essence, a being of the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines, am merely a lower-tier entity compared to the Otsutsuki. Taking a deep breath, Ying Ye reined in his chaotic thoughts, focusing intently on the increasingly frenzied three-tailed Jinchuriki. Should the third tail emerge, it would signify the Jinchuriki's demise, allowing the three-tailed beast to break free. At that point, sealing it within the volatile entity would become exceedingly challenging. Thus, he must resolve this battle swiftly. Wood Release, Wood Golem technique. Ying Ye clapped his hands together, uttering a command, and then struck the ground forcefully. A torrent of Wood Release chakra surged from his palms, nurturing the seeds of trees hidden beneath the earth. With a thunderous roar, a 10-meter-tall wooden golem erupted from the soil. Its form resembled that of the Buddha, radiating a verdant hue, with a small wooden dragon coiling around its right shoulder. This creation is part of the sage art, Wood Release, True Thousand Hands, representing Ying Ye's greatest achievement in Wood Release to date. Gundam represents the ultimate romance for men. Ying Ye exhaled a breath of murky air. Suppressing the exhaustion in his eyes, this ninjutsu consumed nearly 50% of his chakra. To put it in perspective, it was equivalent to the prowess of 50 elite jonin from the Hyuga clan, specifically Hyuga Lingren. The sole drawback lay in the lengthy casting time, necessitating the use of shadow clones to delay for a moment. A primal roar echoed, accompanied by a pair of ferocious aquamarine eyes fixated intently on Ying Ye, who stood within the head of the Buddha statue. A singular thought reverberated through his gradually fading consciousness. This foe was an enemy of the Mist Village. The principle of eliminating formidable adversaries of the Mist Village had been ingrained in him since childhood, and today was the moment for sacrifice. Beast, why roar so loudly? Ying Ye scoffed as the blood flames within his dantian bestowed upon him perfect control over his chakra, guiding the Buddha statue towards the rampaging three-tails Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki emitted a beastly howl, trampling the earth like a frenzied wolf. As it gaped wide, the furious aquamarine chakra wildly condensing, compressing into a dark energy sphere. Tail Beast Bomb, Ying Ye exclaimed, his expression grave. A prime opportunity. This technique requires time to erupt. While he is vulnerable, I shall strike. Ying Ye's pupils constricted as the blood flames in his dantian blazed rapidly, transforming into a release chakra that infused the Buddha statue beneath him, enhancing its agility. With a thunderous rumble, the 10-meter-high wooden giant charged forward, shaking the very ground beneath it. Its colossal size endowing it with an exaggerated stride that brought it within 10 meters of the Three Tails Jinchuriki in mere seconds. The release of the tailed beast bomb necessitated complete concentration to gather chakra, effectively immobilizing the user in place. The same applied to the frenzied Three Tails Jinchuriki. Otherwise, not only would the tailed beast bomb detonate prematurely, but the surging chakra would also spiral into chaos, leading to uncontrollable rampage. In essence, it was a devastating technique with a significantly lengthy preparation time. Ying Ye's gaze grew serious as he clapped his hands together and commanded, "Wood Release, Wood Dragon Technique." At his words, the wooden dragon on the right shoulder of the Buddha statue sprang to life, twisting and coiling, its form visibly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a ferocious wooden dragon, 10 meters long, with a mouth spanning 20 centimeters, fiercely clamping down on the nascent tailed beast bomb. Seizing the moment when the Three Tails Jinchuriki was momentarily stunned, the dragon ensnared its entire body, pinning it in place. The dragon's maw clutched the tailed beast bomb, delivering it directly into the mouth of the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Streams of pure chakra flowed along the wooden dragon, entering Ying Ye's body, alleviating some of his grave demeanor. The Wood Release, Wood Dragon technique not only absorbed the enemy's chakra, but also possessed formidable sealing capabilities, having once sealed the Nine Tails controlled by Uchiha Madara. Unfortunately, Ying Ye's chakra reserves were limited, preventing him from unleashing its true might. However, a mere Three Tails Jinchuriki, not at its peak form, was manageable. 3 seconds later, with a deafening explosion, the tailed beast bomb lost control, detonating at the mouth of the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Even with the protective mantle of tailed beast chakra, half of his body was obliterated, plunging him into a state of unconsciousness. The connection between Ying Ye and the wood dragon was severed, and even the Buddha wood man was reduced to mere fragments. The destructive power of the tailed beast ball rightfully earned its title as the nuclear weapon of the ninja world. Hold on, you must not perish. Otherwise, I shall eradicate the entire Mist Ninja village, sparing neither man nor woman, neither young nor old. Ying Ye, in a state of urgency, maneuvered the fragmented Buddha wood man to advance a couple of steps, employing words to provoke the injured Three Tails Jinchuriki's will, preventing it from transitioning from an energy form to a corporeal state. Time was of the essence. Just a minute would suffice. With a rustling sound, the Three Tails Jinchuriki, its head barely intact, stirred. Its left arm surged with bone spikes, a torrent of water-blue Three Tails chakra merging to form a scythe taller than a man. With a clang, the skeletal scythe pierced the Buddha wood man's head, embedding itself deeply within, a chaotic surge of water chakra ready to explode at any moment. This fellow, even in the face of death, remained steadfast in its mission. Whether it was a consequence of thorough brainwashing or a genuine belief that the Mist Ninja village was its home, it committed its life to the ninja way of protecting the village. Good. As long as it hasn't died. Ying Ye's eyes sparkled with determination as he clapped his hands and leaped off the Buddha wood man's head. Subsequently, a massive wooden arm emerged from the shoulder of the Buddha wood man, seizing the oversized wooden head along with the skeletal scythe and hurling it skyward. A thunderous roar resonated across the heavens, shaking the very earth, heralding the end of this brutal battle. A figure of a youthful boy with fiery red hair, brimming with excitement, emerged from the shadows, gazing at Ying Ye with eager anticipation. The boy, fidgeting his hands in a rather mercantile manner, licked his dry lips and said with a rather ingratiating smile, "Good job, my clone brother. Leave the rest to me." This individual was none other than Ying Ye's final blood escape would clone, the chosen one to confront Uchiha Madara. The Three Tails Jinchuriki was beneath his notice. Moreover, the exploration of the blood and martial arts required the volatile clone to pave the way. To put it plainly, it was a trial and error process, and most importantly, regardless of the outcome, this clone was destined to meet its demise. For merely becoming the Three Tails Jinchuriki did not grant the qualification to challenge Uchiha Madara. Forbidden technique, Jinchuriki technique, sealing technique, diamond lock. The volatile clone, without waiting for Ying Ye's nod of approval, hastily clapped its hands, unleashing a surge of potent yet peculiar mental energy that connected with the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Simultaneously, for golden, glimmering tendrils erupted from its dantian, forcefully piercing into the dantian of the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Relentlessly, it dragged the energy form of the Three Tails out, gradually sealing it within its own body. A roar, akin to the lament of a colossal beast from the abyss, erupted. This was the Three Tails' unwilling wail, struggling with all its might. Water-blue chakra surged wildly from within the Three Tails' Jinchuriki, spilling in all directions, yearning for escape. Even a fraction of it would be sufficient to coalesce into a corporeal form and regain its freedom. Alas! Beside him lay a crimson-haired creature adept in Wood Release, its sealing technique in the form of chains tightly binding the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, greedily siphoning the frantic azure chakra. After a brief moment, two youthful exclamations of satisfaction echoed through the air, their handsome faces flushed with excitement. To his astonishment, the chakra of the Three Tails was remarkably gentle, easily convertible and absorbable, truly befitting its water nature. It was perfectly suited for the cultivation of vitality and martial arts. Ying Ye squinted, myriad possibilities swirling in his mind, as the exquisite moment seemed to fill his entire being. In less than a minute, his nearly depleted chakra was completely restored, experiencing a rapid surge. Upon transforming into inner energy, it coursed through his meridians, nourishing his physique. An exceptionally comfortable metamorphosis brought him boundless satisfaction, as if every cell within him had awakened, evolving and ascending. At that moment, the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, left with but half a body, drew its last breath, the Three Tails being transferred to the irritable brother's clone. The exquisite azure chakra further enhanced his corporeal form, evolving it closer to that of a tailed beast. Alas, throughout this encounter, I never learned your name. Henceforth, I shall call you Nameless. Nameless, this battle was exhilarating. You were a worthy adversary. Ying Ye gazed at the remnants of the Jinchuriki, a flicker of respect appearing in his eyes, before he clapped his hands together. He manipulated the equally incomplete Buddha wooden figure, opening its chest cavity and placing the remains within. With a series of thuds, the Buddha wooden figure ascended towards the highest point of the island, its limbs entwined, forming a headless humanoid tombstone, facing the direction of the Mist Ninja village. Sitting in solemn silence, this scene did not escape the gaze of the mastermind behind this brutal conflict, causing Uchiha Madara to smirk. He murmured, "This little brat indeed possesses a sense of honor." Subsequently, Uchiha Madara stepped onto the stage, fully aware of Ying Ye's motivations for seizing the Three Tails. It stemmed from fear and a reluctance towards Uchiha Madara himself. The third Mizukage of the Mist Ninja village had secretly led the 7 ninja swordsmen to the Cloud village half a month prior, conspiring against the second Hokage. Presently, there were no suitable candidates left in the Mist Ninja village to challenge Senju Ying Ye. As for how Uchiha Madara acquired this knowledge, it was through sending the third Mizukage, a mere puppet of his, for he was a man of his word and would not personally strike at Senju Tobirama. However, if Senju Tobirama were to perish at the hands of another, he could hardly be held accountable. Now, it was time for the great boss to make his entrance. Little Ying Ye, I hope you can ignite my desire for battle. Uchiha Madara strode forward, the crimson sunset casting its glow upon his silhouette, subtly inscribing 2 words, invincible. The briny sea breeze swept across the faces of the 2 identical crimson-haired youths, ruffling their sunset red hair. A sealing technique that masked their voices enveloped the pair. What comes next? We proceed according to plan. Do you trust me so readily? It's not that. It's because I know myself all too well. Ying Ye shook his head, locking eyes with the irascible blood escape would clone, his black orbs tranquil as a deep pool. Within his gaze flickered a wisdom that belied his tender age. After all, he was a traverser, despite inhabiting a mere 10-year-old body. The nearly 40 years of experience he carried were not insignificant. The vibrant nightlife of his past life, coupled with the treachery of human nature concealed beneath the surface, had shown him much. The irascible blood escape would clone inherited Ying Ye's penchant for slaughter, yet at its core was a fervent pursuit of enlightenment through cultivation. Though he had yet to achieve the path of immortality, martial prowess could also lead to divine understanding. To attain the Tao, one must engage in battle, confront strong foes, and seek breakthroughs through life and death. Uchiha Madara stood as an exemplary target. In the current shinobi world, the only presence that instilled a sense of impending doom in Ying Ye was this very Uchiha. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. Ying Ye clapped his hands together, summoning a shadow clone, then turned to the irascible clone with a light-hearted smile. Absorb him. I've left some valuable remnants from that top-tier madman. Within the shadow clone resided memories meticulously preserved by Ying Ye. Upon hearing this, the irascible clone extended his right hand, shattering the shadow clone with a punch. As he formed hand seals, a wave of shared spiritual energy surged forth, allowing him to absorb its memories. Moments later, he opened his eyes. His once ferocious black orbs now exhibiting a rare semblance of calm, laced with curiosity. Why choose me? Because you are the most suitable, Ying Ye shrugged, responding candidly. This revelation left the irascible clone somewhat disgruntled, muttering in grievance, what a rogue, even scheming against his own clone, truly wicked. Are we doing this or not? If not, I'm leaving. Do as you please. Ying Ye shot him a glare, chuckling nonchalantly. Of course we will. Why wouldn't we? As long as you are alive. I am not truly dead. At worst, it's just a rebirth. What is a fleeting life sacrificed for the grand ambition of divine martial prowess? The irascible clone scoffed. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye's black eyes widened slightly, a flicker of admiration igniting within them as he regarded his clone. Such awareness is indeed admirable. At that moment, the sound of steady footsteps resonated through the air as a robust figure clad in crimson battle armor approached. The distinctive hairstyle of Uchiha, coupled with his oval-shaped eternal Mangeki Sharingan, revealed the identity of the newcomer. The notorious mask was absent, unveiling the wrinkled visage of Uchiha Madara, who, in this timeline, appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, teetering on the brink of middle age. However, Ying Ye clearly did not recognize Uchiha Madara yet. He still needed to play his part. It was crucial to escape unnoticed and reap the benefits of the ensuing chaos. Concealed sound sealing technique, little one. You possess quite the array of skills. What are you discussing? Uchiha Madara inquired with evident interest. What else could it be? Naturally, we were discussing how to deal with you. From what I know, the Uchiha clan of Konoha does not possess the Mangeki Sharingan, let alone the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Who are you truly? Ying Ye stepped forward, positioning himself before the irritable doppelganger, his black eyes fixed intently upon Uchiha Madara. His expression was grave, yet he displayed no signs of fear or trepidation. Who? Wasn't that worthless member of the Hyuga clan the one who informed you? Uchiha Madara's crimson pupils flickered, lingering on the two red-haired youths, a hint of perplexity surfacing in his gaze. He could not discern which of the two was the doppelganger and which was the original. Logically, the red-haired boy who had become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails must undoubtedly be the original. After all, if a mere doppelganger could attain such power, the five great nations would have long since descended into chaos. In the face of adversity, they would immediately deploy tailed beast nuclear weapons, losing only a mere doppelganger. The Hokage, who controlled the Nine Tails, would not be so beleaguered by such circumstances. However, instinct suggested that the other Ying Ye was more likely to be the original. Uchiha Madara is long dead, slain by my grandfather's own hand. Mito's words ring true. Ninjas are truly the most unscrupulous beings. With a mere alteration of ninjutsu, they dare to claim it as their own, impersonating others for profit, a fundamental skill. Ying Ye scoffed disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara did not exhibit anger. Instead, a smile of agreement spread across his aged visage. Indeed, Mito Uzumaki's assertion holds merit. Few ninjas possess integrity. Before his words could fully dissipate, a figure lunged towards Uchiha Madara as if teleporting, a clenched right fist surging with chakra, aimed directly at him. Bang! A large hand firmly grasped Ying Ye's relatively diminutive fist, akin to an adult striking a child, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. Simultaneously, a right foot lifted and delivered a powerful kick, sending Ying Ye flying several meters through the air. Goo-goo-goo. Ying Ye rolled on the ground multiple times before finally regaining his footing, a look of chagrin evident in his dark eyes. He had anticipated the consequences of his failed ambush, yet being so effortlessly dismissed by Uchiha Madara was a significant blow to his pride. Is it truly so outrageous? The enhancements of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan are this exaggerated? Ying Ye inhaled deeply, raising one hand to his chest, and in an instant, he appeared 10 meters away from Uchiha Madara. Bringing his hands together, he bellowed, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A colossal, wrathful sea dragon coalesced behind him, its size reminiscent of a leviathan, surging towards the enemy the moment it was born. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Madara's commanding voice resonated, and he almost instantaneously formed hand seals. A fireball, 10 meters in diameter, surged towards the water dragon, colliding midair and dissipating into nothingness. This scene nearly caused Ying Ye to grind his teeth in frustration. For the first time since his arrival in this world, he found himself thoroughly outmatched in terms of numerical strength, and it was the Great Fireball Technique, a jutsu that every Uchiha child learned in their early training. In simpler terms, it was akin to a children's storybook in the realm of ninjutsu. The inherently malevolent Uchiha had underestimated his youth once he matured. He vowed to drown him with even the most basic of water techniques. Deep within, Ying Ye swore an oath, albeit with a flexible timeline. Kid, are you perhaps overthinking? Should you become distracted in battle, it could cost you your life. The voice of Uchiha Madara echoed eerily from behind Ying Ye. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye turned sharply, only to find that the figure of Uchiha Madara had vanished from sight. The presence behind him was indeed real. When had this happened? No, it was an illusion. In an instant, Ying Ye grasped the possibility and abruptly closed his eyes. The blood flames within his dantian blazed fiercely, surging with chakra that rushed through his meridians, penetrating into his senses and mind. Suddenly, clarity flickered in Ying Ye's dark eyes, his pupils constricting. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and his eyelids twitched as he beheld a grizzled old man clad in crimson battle armor, squatting before him, staring intently. In those scarlet eyes, curiosity and admiration shimmered. Everything was a fabrication. There was no water release, water dragon bullet, nor was there a great fireball, only the values that had been ruthlessly ground down, the effort, the sweat. Ying Ye roared inwardly, raising a hand to his chest and instantly propelling himself 10 meters away. I broke free. Was it that crimson chakra? It could actually escape the illusion of the Meijiki Sharingan. Fascinating. The curiosity in Uchiha Madara's scarlet gaze intensified, as for the first time he found interest in the ninjutsu created by a mere 10-year-old child. Illusions, the most enigmatic and terrifying facet of the ninja's combat system. Standing at the pinnacle of this art, the Uchiha clan held its dominion, with no others rivaling them. Although the original narrative saw the gradual decline of illusions in combat towards the latter stages, their impact remained profound. Whether it was Izanami or Izanagi, both represented unique and formidable strengths. The illusions of the Meijiki Sharingan could be regarded as the zenith of illusionary techniques within the ninja realm. The eternal Meijiki Sharingan's illusion fundamentally disrupts the spiritual consciousness of the enemy through chakra, akin to the heart-turning technique of the clan in the mountains. Yet, it bears minimal restrictions, capable of overwhelming anyone it gazes upon, leaving them unaware of the source of their predicament. Ying Ye's dark eyes whirled, rapidly devising a countermeasure. Inner strength. The blood flame inner power forged through martial arts, derived from chakra, yet surpassing it, merely required continuous operation to disrupt the chakra within, thereby granting immunity to Uchiha Madara's illusions. In the realm of ninja combat, gathering intelligence and analyzing an enemy's weaknesses is an essential curriculum for every ninja. Clearly, Ying Ye possessed commendable talent in this regard. Impressive reaction. You devised a countermeasure so swiftly. The eternal Meijiki Sharingan in Uchiha Madara's eyes faded, reverting to the standard 3-tomo. This scene filled Ying Ye with both anger and resignation. The disparity in their values was glaring, and it was only natural for a low-tier player to be looked down upon by a high-tier one. There was no fault in that. Yet this grudge had been forged. He could endure, but others could not. Uchiha old man, activate your ability. I command you to unleash your eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Do you hear me? The irritable elder's words were laced with venom, prompting Uchiha Madara to furrow his brow, his fists tightening slowly. The proud warrior found it most intolerable when a weakling dared to insult him. However, whether he can reignite the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan hinges upon the worthiness of his adversary. Boom. A torrent of chakra erupted from the aged form of Uchiha Madara, overpowering, even in its subtlety, the earlier frenzy of the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. If the Sharingan state was already formidable, the activation of the eternal kaleidoscope would be utterly preposterous, potentially drawing scorn from even the tailed beasts themselves for such monstrous prowess. Whoosh! The fierce wind whipped through Madara's flowing black hair, while the chiseled features of his aged visage whispered tales of his youthful handsomeness. With a decisive punch, a brash youth was sent hurtling away, crashing into a crooked tree before halting his tumultuous flight and rising to his feet. In his dark eyes flickered a tempest of rage and combat fervor. In that fleeting moment, there was no fluctuation of chakra indicating a teleportation technique. This signified that Uchiha Madara had, through sheer physical might, closed the distance to the volatile clone and delivered a devastating blow. Such speed was nothing short of monstrous. Moreover, this was a restrained display. Otherwise, that colossal fist could have struck the neck or temple, rather than the ribcage, which afforded some protection. TSK. How underestimated he was. The irascible Ying Ye licked his lips, savoring the metallic taste of blood, his battle intent surging ever higher. Such an opponent was exceedingly rare. Little brat, tell me, Which one of you is the true body? And why do I feel that you have grown taller? Uchiha Madara's eyes, swirling with crimson tomo, fixated on the tempestuous Ying Ye as he spoke, each word dripping with a chilling authority akin to a command from a superior, cold and imposing. It was evident that the earlier coarse remarks from Ying Ye had displeased him, prompting a heavier-handed response. The true body? Ha. Do you not comprehend? We are two distinct entities. One calm and the other tempestuous, clearly delineated from one another. Otherwise, how could one single-handedly vanquish the three-tails Jinchuriki while the other ascends to become it? As for my transformation, you shall soon understand. Rising to his feet, the irascible Ying Ye gripped his black long sword tightly, his gaze searing as it locked onto Uchiha Madara. In an instant, he vanished from sight, a flash of cold light appearing at Madara's lower back. Snap! A massive hand silently seized Ying Ye's wrist, which held the sword, squeezing with formidable strength. Then, Madara lifted his right leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending Ying Ye soaring like a cannonball, crashing once more into a crooked tree. At that moment, a potent wood release technique was being conjured. Wood Release, Birth of the World Tree. Centered around Uchiha Madara, a primordial forest with a diameter of 1,000 meters erupted from the remnants of the battlefield. The tallest ancient trees soared hundreds of meters into the sky, enveloping the surroundings in a verdant expanse. Swish! Vines surged forth like a writhing mass of serpents, racing toward their target. A cursory count revealed a number that sent shivers down the spine, seemingly inexhaustible in its abundance. The intensity of the battle surged exponentially in a heartbeat, given that even Hashirama's Wood Release had manifested. Activating my eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan would hardly be deemed an act of bullying a child. Children, you are indeed fortunate to witness the divine prowess of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara, with hands firmly clasped, delivered a classic opening line imbued with immense pressure. A swirling mass of purple chakra coalesced around him, forming a colossal blue skeletal giant with only its upper body visible. From its massive hands, chakra overflowed, converging into a formidable 40-meter-long blade. As it swung, it summoned a tempestuous wind, cleaving the earth and creating a series of deep, jagged fissures. With a horizontal slash, it severed hundreds of towering ancient trees as effortlessly as one would chop vegetables. Unfortunately, Ying Ye stood atop the highest treetops, tirelessly circulating his wood release chakra to compensate for the depletion in the forest. His task was to delay time as much as possible. The volatile Ying Ye required time to grow. Truly, the Susanoo was magnificent, its iron skin ablaze with chakra flames, rendering even the creations of wood release unable to approach, let alone absorb its chakra. It seemed that only the thousand-handed cannon mode could engage in a serious battle, for otherwise, breaking through the defenses of Susanoo was quite the challenge. Ying Ye's dark eyes flickered as he observed Uchiha Madara, who was still holding back, scrutinizing both himself and his volatile clone. A wave of melancholy washed over him. This man was capable, principled, and aspirational, yet tragically born in the wrong era. The true roots of this tragedy likely lay in the fateful reincarnation of the two sons of the Sage of Six Paths child. Your unique clone technique has significant drawbacks, reminiscent of that second Otsutsuki. It is rather extreme, splitting even one's personality into two. Over time, it may become difficult to reconcile. Uchiha Madara raised his head, acknowledging the truth in Ying Ye's earlier words as he admonished him. He held high hopes for the young man before him and was reluctant to see him veer off course. If they could understand each other's ideals and together lead the ninja world towards genuine peace, it would be splendid. To that end, Uchiha Madara was willing to make an effort. First, he needed to teach the exceptionally talented red-haired youth the importance of respecting his elders. Fear not, I will exercise discretion. Now, Uchiha Madara, you should concern yourself with what lies ahead. Look, the tailed beast ball at his side boasts considerable power. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye's handsome visage broke into a smile as he cheerfully gazed towards the northwest. A humanoid creature, enveloped in a cloak of chakra with three tails extending from its spine, fixed a fierce gaze upon him. A pitch-black, chaotic-tailed beast ball was gathering energy, poised for release. Three tails, a reckless little madman. Uchiha Madara muttered under his breath, his expression darkening. He genuinely feared that Ying Ye might inadvertently bring about his own demise. Madman? Indeed, that side of me is characterized by ferocity, bloodlust, and madness. Ying Ye nodded, shaking his head in resignation. Even he had not anticipated this turn of events, fully agreeing with Uchiha Madara's assessment. The current volatile clone had slipped beyond Ying Ye's control. Although he had left a subtle safeguard within the blood release with clone technique, its effectiveness remained uncertain. As for Uchiha Madara's troubled expression, it was likely due to his concern that Ying Ye's reckless alter ego might become ensnared, overwhelmed by the raging chakra of the three-tailed beast, ultimately leading to his complete demise. Once the three tails thoroughly manifests as a human pillar, it signifies that it possesses the foundational ability to dominate the volatile form of Ying Ye. Should the latter face defeat, it will be consumed in an instant, leading to the complete resurrection of the three tails. In such a predicament, even a beast master of the ninja world, Senja Hashirama, would be left exasperated. Cursing under his breath, "You do not seem anxious in the slightest," Uchiha Madara remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the tailed beast ball before lifting his gaze to contemplate Ying Ye's handsome visage, inquiring with a hint of confusion. "Anxiety, is it of any use? After all, I cannot influence his actions, so I might as well remain indifferent," Ying Ye replied with a cheerful smile. Through their recent interactions, he had surmised Madara's intentions. There was no threat of death or imprisonment, thus alleviating his concerns. The fate of the furious avatar was already sealed, death, followed by the transmission of invaluable memories and experiences back to Ying Ye. This round, he deemed it a resounding win. The reckless youth is indeed troublesome. Madara muttered under his breath before commanding his Susanoo to raise its right hand, wielding a blade that spanned 40 meters, poised to deliver a devastating downward strike. With a resounding slash, the oncoming tailed beast ball, having obliterated hundreds of ancient trees, was split in two. It soared over the distant land, erupting into two colossal mushroom clouds. "Impressive. I surmise that one of the abilities awakened by your Sharingan is akin to perfect control over chakra and physical form," Ying Ye remarked, his eyes sparkling with intrigue at the display of power. In a swift motion, the blade's gleam flashed, and Ying Ye, perched atop the treetops, was compelled to descend. He looked up, speechless, at Uchiha Madara. "Youngster, has no one informed you that one should not stand too high when questioning their elders?" Madara's voice was frigid, his chiseled face etched with discontent as he adopted a lecturing demeanor. In an instant, Ying Ye lost the desire to continue his inquiries. Madara's actions and tone, though undeniably impressive, would be disheartening if directed at oneself. A normal person could hardly find joy in such humiliation. "Enough of this, I shall return home," Ying Ye declared, turning away and activating his body flicker technique, vanishing from the spot. This maneuver left Uchiha Madara momentarily stunned. "What did you say? Returning home? I, Uchiha Madara, am still here. Do you dismiss me as inconsequential?" he exclaimed, irritation rising within him. "This little brat needs some discipline." Taking a deep breath, Madara's anger flared. Yet the tumultuous disturbance nearby stirred a wave of agitation within his crimson eyes. The red-haired little madman has arrived. Moreover, he had inexplicably transformed from a youth into a young adult in a brief span. The pent-up resentment of the three tails seemed to pale in comparison to the ferocity reflected in his dark eyes. "Little madman," Madara cursed under his breath again, swiftly forming hand seals to augment his chakra output. In the next moment, the half-skeletal form of his Susanoo surged to new heights, undergoing a dramatic transformation into a dual-faced, four-armed image of Ashura. Its imposing figure, exceeding 50 meters in height, exuded an overwhelming presence, starkly contrasting the image of typical shinobi wielding shuriken. One arm extended, lunging fiercely toward the oncoming tempestuous Ying Ye. Three water-blue beast tails swayed behind him, while his limbs lay prostrate against the ground. His obsidian eyes blazed with blue flames, elongating the line of his gaze. Wild and sinister, at first glance, he resembled a humanoid demon. The tails were still composed of chakra energy, offering a glimmer of hope. After dealing with this little lunatic, he would educate another calm, yet arrogant red-haired brat, Uchiha Madara mused. The defense of Susanoo was astonishing. Withstanding a tailed beast bomb would pose little challenge. He planned to seize the frenzied Ying Ye and employ Wood Release to suppress the three tails. Alas, a thrilling roar erupted, transcending the realm of a mere human boy, resonating with the three tails' pent-up resentment, akin to the deafening wail of a colossal sea beast. Boom, boom, boom. Three pitch-black, chaotic-tailed beast bombs gathered with an eerie rapidity, nearly achieving instantaneous release. A thunderous sound erupted from the palm of the blue Susanoo, violently shattering one of its fingers. A frenzied humanoid beast surged forth from the gap of the severed finger, moving with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Uchiha Madara. Its sharp water-blue claws raised high, tearing 5 deep gashes across the face of Susanoo. Instantaneous release of 3 tailed beast bombs? Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow. a flicker of doubt appearing in his crimson eyes as he maneuvered an arm to grasp the eye Ying Ye once more. Sizzle! The sound of crackling electricity erupted violently from the mouth of the agitated Ying Ye, as turbulent water-blue chakra rapidly coalesced into a tailed beast bomb. Then came the second, followed by the third, once more obliterating a finger from Susanu's second hand. Whoosh! Now standing at a height of nearly 6 feet, having matured into a youth. The frenzied Ying Ye leaped excitedly from the crevice. Like a beast, he charged once again toward Uchiha Madara, who was concealed within the visage of Susanu. Something is amiss. This little lunatic can instantaneously release 3-tailed beast bombs. Has he truly mastered the power of the 3 tails? Uchiha Madara, while engaging with the frantic Ying Ye, found his eternal kaleidoscope spinning incessantly, filled with contemplation. The intrigue and curiosity in his gaze intensified. Moreover, as time progressed, within less than 20 minutes, he sensed the little lunatic before him growing increasingly powerful. The number of instantaneously released tailed beast bombs escalated from 3 to 5. The force of the claw strikes tearing through Susanu becoming ever more terrifying. This revelation severely challenged Uchiha Madara's understanding. Even he relied on the power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan to control the 9 tails, yet what allowed this little madman to achieve such feats? That composed red-haired brat had likely fled far away. Uchiha Madara pouted in displeasure, realizing he had been carelessly entangled by the little lunatic Ying Ye. In that moment, his regard for Ying Ye elevated to a new dimension. The now youthful Ying Ye crouched atop a towering ancient tree, enveloped in water-blue, tailed beast chakra, resembling a humanoid beast of ferocity. His black eyes twisted into blue slit pupils, fixated on Uchiha Madara as he rasped out menacing, fierce words. Come, kill me. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara slightly raised his head, uttering a powerful, iconic phrase. Where would an adult truly engage in a serious confrontation with a child? The response came in the form of a ferocious roar, as a blue figure darted forward like a bolt of lightning. With astonishing speed, it leaped onto the visage of Susanu, raising a fist imbued with azure chakra, and struck fiercely at its face. With a resounding crash, the protective barrier of Susanu's visage shattered like glass, spiderwebbing into numerous cracks. Regrettably, it did not completely breach the defenses. However, Uchiha Madara was nearly overwhelmed. Was this punch truly within the realm of human strength? It was inconceivable, almost monstrous. His curiosity about Ying Ye intensified, pondering how he had achieved such prowess. At this moment, Ying Ye sprinted forward, unreserved in his expenditure of chakra, continuously employing the body flicker technique to evade capture. In less than 10 minutes, he had already fled to an island near the land of Whirlpool. The Uzumaki clan has actually dispatched troops. It appears that the elder Uzumaki Namikaze genuinely values the Wood Release bloodline. Ying Ye raised his gaze slightly, making his way towards a formidable army of red-haired ninjas numbering around 500. Among the throng, a striking woman adorned with the forehead protector of a Konoha Jonin stood out, leading the pack and capturing considerable attention. Calculating the time, it had been approximately half a day since the Mist Ninjas had discovered the whereabouts of Ying Ye and his companions. At this moment, the fierce sun had descended to the horizon, casting warm rays that painted a splendid twilight. Hinata Renyuki, where is Hinata-kan? Ying Ye appeared in an instant before the leading Hinata Renyuki, inquiring with a cheerful smile. In that fleeting moment, the beautiful Jonin's pure white eyes flickered with a mix of exhaustion and urgency, suddenly illuminating with hope. Her gaze resembled that of a parched traveler who has finally found a pitcher brimming with fresh water. In truth, the stakes were not far removed. If anything were to befall Ying Ye, Renyuki would likely face certain death. Such a burden of responsibility must be shouldered by someone. In the world of ninjas, an air of feudal brutality towards the lower classes permeates. Ying Ye, master, Hinata Renyuki exclaimed, her lips parting in surprise, her pure white eyes shimmering with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped his wrist and immediately dashed towards the direction of the land of Whirlpool. Simultaneously, she swiftly replied, Hinata-kan has returned to Konoha. He is to fulfill the task you entrusted to him. This scene left the Uzumaki clan's ninjas, who were heavy-hearted and preparing for war against the Mist Village, in a state of perplexity. What was happening? Wasn't Master Ying Ye under siege by the Mist Ninjas? In grave danger? Was the person before them truly real? Master Ying Ye, you, a ninja from the Uzumaki clan, Kusunoke, leaped in front of Ying Ye, obstructing his path with a look of confusion. In response, Ying Ye chose not to elaborate. Distancing himself from the covetous Uchiha Madara was of utmost urgency. Raising his right hand, he touched a nearby plant, which, under the nurturing of Wood Release chakra, began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. Wood Release. It is genuine. A look of delight spread across Kusa no K's face, dispelling any doubts regarding the identity of the man before him. I apologize for the trouble, but Konoha will remember this kindness. Now, we must swiftly depart from this perilous place. The farther, the better. After confirming his identity, Ying Ye shouted a reminder to the army of the Whirlpool clan ninjas and continued to sprint towards the direction of the land of whirlpools. Approximately half an hour later, the battlefield within the island had entered a phase where cannons were used to swat flies. A towering blue giant, exceeding a height of 100 meters, loomed between heaven and earth. The vast island beneath it appeared as a mere rock, barely capable of supporting its weight. With a thunderous sound, the blue giant lifted its right foot and aimed at the swiftly moving, bothersome ants below, bringing it down with tremendous force. This maneuver was somewhat insulting. Unfortunately, a humanoid beast with 3 water-blue tails, its limbs firmly planted on the ground, executed a risky roll to the left, narrowly evading the impending stomp. With a gaping mouth, it gathered water-blue chakra that coalesced into a dark, violent energy sphere, which shot forth like a cannonball. With a resounding crash, a large section of the blue Susanu's chest armor shattered, leaving an elliptical damage area of approximately 10 meters in diameter. While the damage appeared severe, it was merely a superficial wound compared to its colossal size. Moreover, the Susanu was fundamentally composed of chakra, rendering the concept of injury moot. With a swift hand seal, Uchiha Madara's crimson eyes glimmered with immense ocular power, controlling the chakra coursing through him to rapidly repair the damages to his Susanu. This pesky little madman. I am curious to uncover your secrets, Madara mused, glancing at the breathtaking sunset over the sea, a hint of resignation appearing in his crimson gaze. Despite the passage of time, Ying Ye's whereabouts remained a mystery, and it was too late for Madara to pursue him now. Yet, he found himself ensnared by the relentless youth, Ying Ye. This little madman resembled a tailed beast more than the beasts themselves, effortlessly wielding tailed beast balls as if they were as simple as eating and drinking. Furthermore, the explosive speed that surpassed human limits, coupled with immense power, suggested that a single punch could be fatal. Hashirama, what sort of monster have you unleashed? Am I truly growing old, cast aside by the times? A wave of unique sorrow surged within Madara, the burden of aging overshadowing his spirit, yet failing to extinguish his indomitable will. It seemed he would need to exert a bit of power. Little madman, do not push yourself to the brink, for it would trouble me greatly. With rapid hand seals, Uchiha Madara unleashed a pure life energy that spread across the ravaged earth, nourishing it. The ground trembled, and the trees danced wildly, growing in a frenzy. In an instant, the surrounding area transformed into a primordial jungle. Wood Release, flowering world tree. The iron tree blossomed, dispersing pink pollen that permeated every corner of the ancient forest, including the young Ying Ye. Endless vines pursued him relentlessly, akin to an army of serpentine tendrils. The roars of beasts echoed continuously, and the explosive sounds of tailed beast balls fluctuated, gradually weakening over time. With each step, the towering blue giant shook the ground, advancing forward with a thunderous presence. With a swift motion, he raised his right leg high and brought it crashing down, releasing a frustrated and defiant roar from beneath his feet. Old dang, you are truly overstepping. Little madman, even with the power of 3 tails, you are unworthy to engage me, Uchiha Madara. In a battle of chakra consumption, Uchiha Madara let out a cold chuckle, manipulating his Susanoo to repeatedly lift and stomp its foot, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Moments later, a green vine imbued with sealing properties sprouted from the ankle of the Susanoo, winding downward to bind the raging Ying Ye, suspending him upside down. Subsequently, the Wood Release sealing technique derived from Senja Hashirama lifted the fiery-haired youth before Uchiha Madara's gaze. The gradual fading of the Jinchuriki's tailed beast transformation elicited a twitch from the corner of Madara's mouth, for he had already surmised the reason behind it. Little madman, you are quite ruthless. You have nearly drained the chakra of the 3 tails, yet you still bounce back with such vigor. This youthful physique is truly enviable. Confess, what exactly have you done? Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth as he drew a kunai, appearing as though he intended to dissect the furious Ying Ye right then and there. You wicked Uchiha. I admit defeat. You may do as you please. But to uncover my secret is but a foolish dream. The irate Ying Ye displayed a defiant demeanor, showing no willingness to cooperate. Oh, what a pity. I had initially considered sparing your life. Uchiha Madara shook his head, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his crimson eyes. In an instant, a strained, gritted teeth cry escaped Ying Ye's lips, causing a smile to surface on Madara's cold visage. You must pay me more. Ying Ye bellowed. What is it that you desire, little madman? Uchiha Madara inquired, a smile playing at the corner of his eye as he gazed at the tattered, suspended red-haired youth, whose black eyes radiated a menacing intensity. Even he could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Since their first encounter, the fighting spirit reflected in those black eyes had never wavered. This individual was undoubtedly a battle fanatic. Mutual admiration blossomed. Uchiha Madara genuinely appreciated the fervor of Ying Ye. Time. Grant me a few days. Once the chakra of the three tails has replenished, we shall fight again, Ying Ye declared, shooting an excited and expectant glare at Uchiha Madara. Indeed. Uchiha Madara shook his head, a sense of lament rising within him. Upon meeting his gaze, he recognized the madness within. Unfortunately, he was too weak. Lacking the prowess of Hashirama, had he not feared that he might inadvertently kill the furious Ying Ye, Uchiha Madara would have already unleashed his 40-meter-long blade in a wild frenzy. Very well. Uchiha Madara nodded, agreeing without hesitation, and then inquired, Tell me, what has caused such a significant change in you? Moreover, how is it that you can unleash the tailed beast bomb in an instant? Even a tailed beast requires time to gather its energy before releasing it. There are only misnamed titles, not misattributed nicknames, Ying Ye replied without hesitation, fully divulging his current state and fulfilling their agreement. As long as he could clash with Uchiha Madara once more, he was willing to negotiate any terms. Approximately 10 minutes later, Uchiha Madara laughed heartily, his gaze fixed intently upon the tempestuous Ying Ye, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. His crimson eyes flickered with excitement as he mused. Blood, chi martial arts. Life-consuming forbidden techniques. The Senju clan truly deserves to be mentioned in the same breath as the Uchiha, possessing a forbidden art rivaling that of Izanagi. This little madman has inadvertently become the perfect vessel for the three tails, corroborating my hypothesis regarding the Wood Release bloodline. The life-consuming forbidden technique is indeed the root of Ying Ye's profound transformation. This technique has but one prerequisite, the possession of a superior Senju bloodline. And Ying Ye's lineage undoubtedly qualifies, being an awakened Wood Release user. Its essence lies in accelerating the metabolic rate of the user's cells, achieving a magnificent state of explosive growth. However, the drawback is the irreversible nature of this transformation. Presently, the cells within Ying Ye's body have reached a level akin to cancerous cells, endlessly consuming energy for reproduction and movement. While this grants him extraordinary physical capabilities and regenerative powers, once he reaches a critical point where his body can no longer sustain the proliferation of these cells, it will ultimately consume him. As Uchiha Madara delved into contemplation, a voice broke through the silence. Old Digga, put me down, Ying Ye shouted, visibly displeased. At this moment, having rapidly matured into a youthful state, his original garments had been torn asunder, with only fragments clinging to his form, compounded by his inverted position. The island's seasonal winds caressed him, refreshing yet embarrassing, especially with old Dinga staring unabashedly, which felt rather revolting. Release. Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together, dispelling the Susanoo and freeing Ying Ye from his bindings. A ragged, red-haired youth plummeted from a height of 200 meters. Damn it, old Dinga. Couldn't you have given me a heads up? Ying Ye grumbled, slapping his hands together, summoning a green vine that entwined around the branch of an ancient tree. Agile as a monkey as he landed deftly. With a thunderous crash, akin to several tons of iron falling, Ying Ye struck the ground, creating a massive crater 5 meters deep, dust billowing into the air. Ugh, the density of my body is astounding. I bet even a knife would struggle to pierce my skin. Emerging from the crater, he strode forward. With each step, the ground beneath him sank over 20 centimeters. A mere ordinary stride. Little madman, the three tails, as a tailed beast, can endlessly absorb natural energy to convert into chakra. Logically, as a Jinchuriki, you should be able to mitigate the drawbacks of the life-consuming forbidden technique, Uchiha Madara remarked, approaching with genuine concern for the fiery-haired youth's survival. This fellow is a living miracle, invaluable for my research into the awakening of the Wood Release bloodline and the Rinnegan. In response, Ying Ye smiled, the violent emotions in his dark eyes transforming into a hint of resignation as he pointed to his dantian. Old Dinga, do you know how much chakra I possess right now? The Three Tails is indeed an infinite chakra generator, but its total chakra capacity is still inferior to mine. Why should it help me counterbalance the drawbacks of the life-consuming forbidden technique? As the words fell, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows, and after a moment of silence, he inquired with a hint of disbelief, "Little madman, are you suggesting that your chakra surpasses that of the three tails?" This statement bordered on the absurd. When comparing chakra quantities with tailed beasts, one might question whether they are even human. However, the current irascible Ying Ye scarcely resembled a human. Within him resided a fusion of the Ying Ye bloodline and the life force of the three tails. The infinitely growing Wood Release lineage, coupled with the life energy of a tailed beast, rendered him not entirely human. If one were to categorize him, he would be described as a lower-tier humanoid divine tree. Wood Release is not a bloodline limit. Its power derives from the divine tree itself. This little madman's ability to subdue the three tails solely through his physical form stemmed from this, as he now resembled a humanoid outer path golem. Uchiha Madara's crimson eyes darted incessantly, his mind never ceasing to ponder, yet he could not fathom how the little madman's chakra could eclipse that of the three tails. Until now, he had only known of two individuals whose chakra could rival or even surpass that of tailed beasts, himself and Senju Hashirama. However, Hashirama possessed sage techniques, and his chakra primarily derived from the boundless natural energy of the outside world, cultivated through years of diligent training. Even Madara himself had only reached this level after acquiring Hashirama's power. "Haha, old man, are you astonished?" The irascible Ying Ye grinned, revealing no secrets as he secretly summoned the power from his dantian, manifesting a water-blue outer garment. A tailed beast cloak? No, this was not chakra, but a new form of energy. Little madman, could this energy be your internal force from your martial arts training? Uchiha Madara mused aloud, swiftly falling into the sweet trap set by the little madman. Internal force? No, this is a more advanced energy, which I shall call true water essence. The first three tiers of martial arts pertain to foundational training. The fourth tier marks the entry into internal force, easily attained as the blood flame vortex within the dantian reaches a certain level of refinement, accumulating liquid true essence until it fills the entire dantian. The sixth tier embodies the true essence realm, capable of endowing true essence with attributes. To my astonishment, the conversion of the three tails chakra into true essence was remarkably seamless, facilitated by the intense pressure from our fierce combat. Indeed, to achieve rapid breakthroughs in martial arts, one must engage in fierce battles against formidable foes. The irascible Ying Ye's gaze burned fiercely, his dark eyes glinting with a violent fighting spirit as he fixed his intense stare upon Uchiha Madara. This opponent was utterly perfect, providing him with an unparalleled level of pressure. Then, the irascible Ying Ye raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! With a single punch, the earth shattered, creating a menacing fissure over 200 meters long and more than 50 meters deep. Old man, once I have recovered, let us engage in battle once more. This time, I am confident I can shatter your turtle shell with a single blow. The excitement and anticipation echoed in Uchiha Madara's mind, shattering his long-held perceptions. After a long while, Uchiha Madara gazed at the menacing fissure, his cold visage betraying a flicker of emotion as he lifted his gaze to the heavens, musing, "Hashirama, the Uchiha clan truly pales in comparison to the Senju. Your grandson is an anomaly, a veritable reincarnation of a sage." Upon hearing this, the tempestuous Ying Ye, with his striking features, broke into a smug grin, rubbing his hands together in a rather lecherous manner. "Hey, old dinga, do you wish to learn? I can teach you, but it will cost you, specifically. The secret technique that grants you Wood Release. Quit feigning melancholy. I can see right through it. Be quick, unleash your gold coins, and I shall personally assist you in ascending to the third layer of vitality, imparting the heart refinement technique as well. There is but one condition. Assist me in acquiring the Uchiha bloodline." The young Ying Ye licked his lips, his gaze still fierce, yet a glimmer of desire shone through. With the combination of Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha bloodlines, he might awaken the Rinnegan. Should he succeed, he would capture the tailed beasts and elevate himself to the realm of the Sage of Six Paths. What fear could he have of survival? If I can pull it off, it would be exhilarating. As for my true self, it can do as it pleases, as long as it does not interfere with me. I solely wish to eliminate all enemies, pierce the stars, and achieve the pinnacle of martial arts. The youthful Ying Ye reveled in such thoughts, for though he was mad, he was not foolish. Suddenly, a large hand reached out, gripping the collar of the young Ying Ye, a surge of Wood Release chakra swirling around it. With a gentle rip, the true essence's outer layer was torn apart, revealing a chest as pristine as jade, robust and muscular. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara retracted his right hand, placing it upon his own chest, and with a fierce pull, tore away the armor that had accompanied him for most of his life, unveiling his powerful torso. The scene caused the young Ying Ye's pupils to constrict, his heart racing anxiously. He swallowed hard, uneasily gazing at the elder Uchiha before him. With wide eyes, he demanded, "Old Dinga, what are you doing?" In response, Uchiha Madara raised his head, casting a cold glance at him as he replied in a chilling tone. "Little madman, your time is short. Hurry and commence." The young Ying Ye was left bewildered, but his attention was soon drawn to the mask upon Madara's left chest. His dark eyes flickered with realization. Terrified, he understood that the elder intended to personally aid him in his cultivation, granting him the Uchiha bloodline. It appeared the promised martial arts had piqued Madara's interest. With a swift motion, Uchiha Madara brought his index and middle fingers together, concentrating a gust of wind release chakra that transformed into a blade of chakra. He aimed it at the left side of his chest, ruthlessly carving away a piece of flesh the size of a palm. Then, his crimson eyes lifted, focusing on the young Ying Ye's heart, narrowing slightly. The blade of wind-infused chakra pierced through his chest, creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl. Thump thump. The powerful heartbeat resonated through the wound, seemingly sensing danger, beating rapidly to warn its master. "Relax. I have experience." Uchiha Madara's cold voice echoed in the young Ying Ye's ears, instilling a flicker of anticipation in his dark gaze. The tearing sound resumed. The pulsating heart was torn, revealing a 2-centimeter thick layer of flesh, with crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain from the wound. A powerful surge of life energy, emanating from the Wood Release chakra, instinctively converged to heal the injuries of the body. Truly, the awakening of the Wood Release bloodline is an enviable gift. Uchiha Madara murmured to himself, brutally forcing his own flesh into the heart of the young Ying Ye. He then formed a series of intricate hand seals and intoned, "Forbidden technique, ghost bud technique." Upon hearing this, the young Ying Ye's eyes widened in realization, recalling a disciple he had once accepted. Bailahu. In the original work, a formidable antagonist from a theatrical adaptation possessed a technique known as the Ghost Luo Bud technique, which differed from Madara's forbidden technique by a mere character. A thought emerged in Ying Ye's mind. Could it be that the Ghost Luo Bud technique was derived from the Ghost Bud technique? It was highly plausible that a slight modification to the ninjutsu could bestow upon oneself the honor of being its developer, a long-standing tradition in the ninja world. Ying Ye noted this, but, lacking the Sharingan, he could not replicate the Ghost Bud technique and resolved to find a way to obtain it from Madara. He desired the bloodline powers of the Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, Hyuga, and Take-Torai clans. However, one must eat a meal bite by bite. Thus, securing the Uchiha bloodline was the immediate priority. "Little madman, you possess the Wood Release bloodline. Absorbing and merging with the Uchiha bloodline should not be overly difficult. At the very least, it will be considerably easier than it was for me." In the past, it took him a month to adapt to Hashirama's cells, during which he nearly faced bodily collapse no fewer than 5 times. Yet, with his assistance, this duration could likely be reduced to 3 days. Madara's gaze remained fixed on Ying Ye's heart as he meticulously reminded him, though the curiosity flickering in his crimson pupils betrayed him. After all, this was the first time he was attempting the Ghost Bud technique on another, and the risks were substantial, especially since it involved his own flesh, containing elements of Hashirama's cells. "The little madman is doomed anyway. I cannot waste such excellent material," Madara mused. "Old man, you are surprisingly kind," Ying Ye remarked with a bewildered smile, feeling no pain whatsoever, but rather a sense of comfort, as if the hidden genes within his body were being activated. Approximately 3 hours later, Madara concluded his 10th application of the Ghost Bud technique, his typically stoic expression showing signs of strain. He observed the mask forming on Ying Ye's chest. One side bore a familiar visage, his own, while the other side depicted the face of his close friend, Senju Hashirama. The emergence of the mask signified the effectiveness of the Ghost Bud technique. But why did the little madman wear such a contented smile? This was unexpected. Why had it progressed so swiftly with no side effects? He should have cried out at least once. Madara's frustration mounted. He regretted not having exerted more pressure earlier. Standing there with a stern expression, his crimson eyes fixated intently on Ying Ye, the latter couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This gaze was a challenge. "Old man, come. Even if I haven't fully recovered, I will never concede easily." The young Ying Ye gazed intensely, unflinchingly locking his eyes onto those of Uchiha Madara. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, After a moment, Madara broke the silence with an air of seniority, shifting the subject. Next time, little madman, take a moment to truly feel the changes within your body. Perhaps, you might awaken the Sharingan instantly. Having faced numerous setbacks, it was prudent to speak optimistically, lest he be caught off guard later. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye's excitement was palpable as he licked his lips, nearly drooling with anticipation. He promptly settled cross-legged on the ground, directing his consciousness to his Dantian. Expanding into the realm of an adult, Dantian revealed a wondrous sight, akin to a cerulean lake. Waves of azure true essence surged vigorously as an ugly old turtle with 3 tails emerged, its body radiating for golden lights, seemingly confined by golden chains. Who exactly are you, little spirit? The current 3 tails, now in a dual existence with Ying Ye, could communicate telepathically. Silence. Absorb the natural energy and transform it into chakra. I shall have great use for it soon. The gruff voice echoed across the lake, causing tumultuous waves to rise. The water-imbued true essence surged upward, racing through the meridians to his heart, prompting Ying Ye to tilt his head back in sheer delight. Ah, how invigorating! My eyes itch terribly, as if I might develop cataracts. He blinked repeatedly as the left side of his mask gradually solidified, revealing a single eye. Simultaneously, his dark pupils quivered, faintly outlining the shape of a blood-red tomo. Tomo, this little madman. Madara's expression darkened, a strong sense of absurdity rising within his crimson irises. Although he had anticipated this, the speed was astonishing. Ha! I can see it, I can see it. The exultant cries echoed far and wide as Ying Ye stood, the crimson tomo in his black eyes rapidly solidifying. The world before him seemed to shift, as if a divine power had pressed the slow-motion button, rendering everything distinctly altered. The Sharingan, possessing remarkable dynamic vision, greatly enhanced combat capability. However, for one of Madara's caliber, even the 3 tomo Sharingan held little value. Yet, this did not diminish Ying Ye's exhilaration. In the legendary ninja realm, a life devoid of striking eyes was incomplete. With 3 layers of vitality, inner strength, true essence, and true energy, each realm enhanced the bloodline's power. Now, all he needed was to continue refining the bloodline strength of the old turtle, unlocking the primordial genes hidden within. Perhaps he could directly awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. After experimenting, Ying Ye leaned against a tree, resting his chin in contemplation. The more he pondered, the brighter his eyes became. For this was a chance to ascend. Lacking mastery in Senjutsu, even knowing the secrets of Hashirama Senju's Wood Release would not enable him to transform a wooden figure into the 1,000-handed cannon, let alone the ultimate transformation of the Buddha. Little madman, is the martial path of vitality truly so miraculous? And what did you mean by primordial genes earlier? Uchiha Madara lifted his gaze and regarded the young Ying Ye with curiosity. The sight of the red-haired youth left him profoundly astonished. Although Uchiha Madara was haughty, he was not arrogant. He understood the significance of knowledge and intelligence. Rest assured, old Deng, I speak with utmost sincerity. You shall soon experience the wonders of Qi and blood martial arts firsthand. As for the primordial gene, it is merely my personal conjecture. In my previous studies of the histories of the Uchiha and Senju clans, I stumbled upon a remarkable fact. We share a common ancestor. Thus, even an ordinary member of the Senju clan possesses the genetic factors necessary to awaken the Sharingan. However, as bloodlines are passed down and mutate, these traits become concealed deep within the blood. I refer to this as the genetic lock. Old Deng, if you think carefully, you will understand that the mere implantation of flesh cannot possibly awaken the Sharingan. That is merely a key to activate the genetic lock. The young Ying Ye casually fabricated a rationale and articulated his conjectures and research regarding the subject. After a brief pause, Uchiha Madara, unusually contemplative, did not refute his statements. After all, he had witnessed the intelligence left behind by the Sage of Six Paths' primordial gene. You say? Quite an intriguing perspective, he acknowledged. Nodding in approval while gazing at the young Ying Ye with an air of admiration, he felt that with this little madman's assistance, the likelihood of awakening the Rinnegan would significantly increase. Little madman, become my son. I am growing old and require a worthy heir. Uchiha Madara's eyes were fixed on the mask adorning Ying Ye's chest, one side depicting himself and the other Hashirama. This young lunatic simultaneously inherited the bloodline powers of both him and his dear friend. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a descendant of his bloodline. Spare me the nonsense. What is the point of all this? I simply want to either defeat you or be defeated by you. Ying Ye retorted sulkily, unimpressed by Uchiha Madara's proposal. This peculiar notion of the old man attempting to take advantage of him was utterly disconcerting. Little madman, Uchiha Madara scolded, his expression hardening as he dismissed the topic. Come, the Hidden Mist Village holds no further value. I shall take you to a place more conducive to your training. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye raised his head to glance at the direction of the Hidden Mist Village, shrugged, and followed suit. The tailed beast forbidden technique was flawed, only allowing him to possess a single-tailed beast, rendering the Hidden Mist Village indeed devoid of value. I can manage for another year or so. Let me first attempt to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan before considering other matters. As for the original body, who cares? Ying Ye grimaced, wishing to avoid encountering Ying Ye. Fearing that their meeting might lead to his demise, he intended to evade that encounter as much as possible. At that moment, on the edge of the land of whirlpools, near the coastal docks, two ninjas adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protectors stepped aboard a merchant vessel. They proceeded upward, entering a beautifully appointed VIP room. With a soft click, Hinata Ringshu carefully closed the door behind them and gracefully approached the red-haired youth. A pair of rounded, fair legs collapsed onto the wooden board, gazing at Ying Ye with an abundance of curiosity and questions hidden within her pure white eyes. With a rustling sound, Ying Ye sat poised at the desk, his right hand gripping an exquisite fountain pen, his expression brimming with excitement as he deftly inscribed on the rice paper. The phrase Chi Blood Embracing Dan Technique caused Hinata Renyuki's pristine eyes to quiver, captivated by those 5 characters. She longed to inquire further, yet habitually suppressed her curiosity, quietly attending to his side. Approximately half an hour later, darkness enveloped the outside world, leaving only the raucous sound of waves crashing against merchant ships. As night deepened, it was time for slumber. My lord Ying Ye, it's time to rest. Hinata Renyuki gently leaned forward, her delicate cherry lips brushing against his ear. Her long, fair hands rested on the edge of the desk as she softly reminded him. Upon hearing her words, Ying Ye lifted his head, setting down the pen, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he admired his creation. His dark eyes shifted, reflecting contemplation. With the capabilities of his tempestuous doppelganger in the fierce battles with Uchiha Madara, mastering the water elemental True Chi should pose little difficulty. There was even hope to validate the notion of refining the tailed beasts into a Chi blood-embracing Dan. This fortuitous opportunity was truly extraordinary. Such circumstances were rare in Konoha. With determined steps, Ying Ye rose and approached the window, gazing intently in the direction of the Mist Ninja Village, remaining motionless for an extended period. My lord Ying Ye, what do you gaze upon? Hinata Renyuki, having rolled up the rice paper and set it aside, cleared space for their meal. In response, Ying Ye replied contemplatively, I await an old friend. An old friend? Who might that be? Hinata Renyuki's beautiful eyes furrowed in confusion. Unaware that Ying Ye had acquaintances outside of Konoha, her curiosity piqued. A friend. I hope he can linger a while longer. Ying Ye turned, chuckling softly as his dark gaze drifted to Hinata Renyuki's curvaceous legs. In the stillness of the night, this beautiful female jonin had donned a bathrobe, cooler than the midnight sea breeze, a sight to behold. Her rounded, porcelain-like long legs intertwined, concealing the alluring vista of her absolute territory as she sat gracefully upon the tatami mat. There was a dignified elegance laced with a hint of allure, embodying the charm of a mature beauty at the age of 23. I'm feeling a bit weary, Ying Ye murmured, stepping closer to Hinata Renyuki and reclining upon her soft thighs. His head resting there allowed him to savor the unique delicacies of the sea. Having just emerged from battle, it was indeed time to indulge. As time flowed, a fortnight slipped away in the blink of an eye, yet Ying Ye found little leisure to revel in pleasure. However, compared to before, life felt significantly more relaxed. He journeyed aboard a merchant ship from the land of whirlpools, passing through the land of waves, navigating the sea route directly to the land of iron. This was the site where the peace ceremony between the land of fire and the land of lightning would take place, a rare neutral nation depicted in the original work. Within the land of iron, there were no ninjas, only samurai, a realm crafted from Kishimoto's personal embellishments. In such a decayed and backward nation, what merit gave it the right to elude the wrath of the 5 great nations? Did they truly believe the principle of survival of the fittest among nations was merely a jest? However, the technique of channeling chakra into the blade is indeed intriguing. Ying Ye, adorned in the standard green vest of the Leaf Village, was accompanied by a strikingly beautiful kunoichi, her vibrant red hair billowing in the wind, drawing discontented glances from the local populace at the docks. This discontent stemmed, of course, from the earlier exchanged words. It is true that one should exercise caution when venturing into unfamiliar territories, yet Ying Ye felt no such need. His formidable strength, capable of annihilating entire villages single-handedly, bestowed upon him the greatest authority of all. "Lord Ying Ye, let us depart," Hinata Rinkshu remarked, noticing the hostile stares from the locals. She reached out, grasping the wrist of the red-haired youth, gently pulling him away. It wasn't so much fear of the land of iron that motivated her, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary trouble, especially since the Leaf Village is the most powerful hegemonic nation in the shinobi world. 10 minutes later, in a secluded forest glen, "Lord Ying Ye, as outsiders, we must strive to avoid provoking the local ninja factions, do you not recall?" Hinata Rinkshu tightened her grip on Ying Ye's arm slightly. Such reasoning is quite sound. Size indeed carries weight, he mused. Rinkshu is right. What a timid yet cautious woman you are. Ying Ye turned with a smile, glancing down at the nearly engulfed arm in her soft grasp. Raising an eyebrow in subtle amusement, he pondered, am I too small, or is she too large? I must ascertain this at a later time. A sweet voice, akin to the whisper of orchids, brushed against Ying Ye's ear, tinged with playful annoyance. "Lord Ying Ye, you must be mindful of your image while abroad, lest you be branded a lecherous red-haired boy," Hinata Rinkshu giggled. During this period, confined to the sparsely equipped vessel at sea, they found themselves in a cramped cabin devoid of entertainment. Thus, one became the amusement of the other, naturally drawing their relationship closer. Upon hearing her words, Ying Ye widened his eyes in mock indignation, pulling his arm away and retorting, "In this scenario, no matter how one looks at it, I am clearly the one being coerced, am I not? After all, I am merely a 10-year-old boy weighing less than 100 pounds. Instantly, the beautiful Kunoichi's face flushed, her pure white eyes shimmering with a captivating allure as she shot him a glance filled with playful reproach. How well did he know how to play the game? During their half-month on the ship, she had absorbed a wealth of knowledge, perhaps as much as several stories high. Now, he had the audacity to turn the tables on her, truly a defiance of celestial order. Days of enduring disdain had taken their toll. Ying Ye withdrew his arm and, after a moment of contemplation, turned his gaze towards two figures emerging from the forest's edge, his dark eyes glinting with curiosity. According to their original plan, after completing the mission to rescue the Leaf Spy, they were to proceed to the peace conference convened by Senju Tobarama and the Second Raikage, seizing the opportunity presented by the coup of the Gold and Silver Brothers to strike decisively. He envisioned a grand entrance, compelling the Cloud Village to deploy their tailed beasts, thereby showcasing the might of the blood and chi martial arts to the lagging shinobi. Yet now, he found himself confronted by a familiar figure, a high-ranking Uchiha shinobi, Uchiha Kagami. One of the disciples of Tobarama Senju, the second Hokage, serves as the esteemed leader of the pacifist faction within the Uchiha clan, garnering great respect among his peers as he often accompanies the second Hokage. In previous instances, his mere appearance signified the proximity of the second Hokage. However, how could Uchiha Kagami have captured Kinkaku? Could it be that he has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? No, the sealing technique for Kinkaku originates from the Uzumaki clan, and I have not heard of him possessing such a skill. Ying Ye's dark eyes flickered as he silently stood in place, awaiting an explanation from Uchiha Kagami upon his arrival. The sound of hurried footsteps approached with urgency, and Uchiha Kagami, despite appearing somewhat fatigued, maintained an expression of composure, not resembling someone being pursued by formidable foes. With a swift motion, a lithe figure leaped from the treetops, effortlessly hoisting a burly man with one hand, landing gracefully before Ying Ye like a cunning rabbit. "My lord Ying Ye." "It is indeed them," came the gentle voice of Hinata Rinkshu, whose Byakugan would not err in identifying individuals. Even though Kinkaku's potent and fierce Ninetales chakra was sealed, it could not escape Rinkyuki's keen perception. Additionally, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan possesses a unique sensitivity to chakra fluctuations, allowing for immediate discernment of authenticity. Red-haired, and accompanied by a jonin from the Hyuga clan, "You are Senju Ying Ye," Kinkaku exclaimed, his eyes wild with rage, resembling a feral beast, brimming with animosity towards Ying Ye, as if he longed to slay him himself. TSK. While the circumstances remain unclear, acquiring a living Kinkaku is undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Ying Ye stepped forward, placing his right hand upon Kinkaku's shoulder, a surge of potent Wood Release chakra emanating forth, instantly provoking a fierce resistance from the Ninetales chakra. The Wood Release possesses the ability to absorb chakra, even that of the Ninetales. Remarkably, Kinkaku had tamed the Ninetales chakra, integrating it within himself, as if they were one. This individual is practically a miniature version of the Nine Tails. Upon conducting a preliminary examination, Ying Ye was elated to discover this astonishing result, a genuine smile of joy gracing his handsome features. He then turned his gaze, filled with intrigue, towards Uchiha Kagami, inquiring, "Kagami, did you capture Kinkaku?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kagami shook his head, a look of hesitation emerging on his otherwise composed countenance, seemingly torn between words. Yet, the other party erupted with fury, exclaiming, "Humph! How could a mere three-tomo Uchiha dare to challenge me? Had it not been for the cowardice of the Mist Village, leading to the betrayal of the Stone Village, my Cloud Village would never have faced defeat. My brother and I fell to the ninja god Senju Hashirama. Though we were vanquished, we did so with honor. Red-haired brat. Should I find the opportunity, I will personally slay you." Kinkaku roared in rage, leaving Ying Ye momentarily bewildered. Wasn't there still 3 days until the scheduled peace ceremony? Could it be that Tobarama Senju, believing himself to have regained his peak condition, harbored intentions of violence against the Cloud Village? Furthermore, what did Kinkaku mean by mentioning Senju Hashirama? Had Tobarama Senju crazily unearthed his brother's grave to summon him for assistance? "Mirror, I believe it is time for you to come clean," Ying Ye said, casting a puzzled glance at Uchiha Mirror, who displayed a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Alas, the information had already been leaked, and further concealment would serve no purpose. One could only hope that Lord Ying Ye would understand the teacher's heartfelt intentions and refrain from reproaching the old man. With a sigh, Uchiha Mirror recounted the events in their entirety. Over a month ago, Senju Tobarama had requested to advance the peace ceremony, setting it 10 days prior. It was during this period that the third Mizukage abruptly departed, seething with fury as he led the 7 ninja swordsmen back to the hidden Mist Village. Once the ceremony commenced, the second Reikage altered his aggressive demeanor and sought peace, even offering a compensation of 1 billion ryo in hopes of tranquility. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, however, immediately turned against their leader, inciting the ambushed ninjas of the Cloud Village to declare war on Konoha. With the battlefield designated at the Land of Iron's daimyo's estate, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, recognizing the precarious situation, abandoned the treaty with the Cloud Village and struck back, joining forces with the second Hokage and the prepositioned Uzumaki clan ninjas to besiege Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. The remaining ninjas engaged in a chaotic melee. This battle proved far easier than anticipated. The Jin Jiao brothers were captured, leading to a joint assault by Konoha and Iwagakure against the now vulnerable Cloud Village, with predictable consequences. Just as the Cloud Village faced annihilation and prepared to unleash its tailed beast Jinchuriki in a desperate fight for survival, Senju Tobarama summoned his elder brother from the depths of the earth using the reanimation jutsu to handle negotiations. The credibility of the god of shinobi remained formidable. Ultimately, the Cloud Village surrendered the 2 tails to Konoha, while Jin Jiao, as a traitor responsible for the assassination of the second Reikage, became a prisoner of Konoha. Yin Jiao, on the other hand, was claimed by Anoki as a reward for the victors. Thus, the Cloud Village managed to survive, and the lands of the Land of Lightning, trampled by ninjas from the 2 great villages, were returned to its embrace. Tobarama's foresight was indeed profound. I was merely a pawn in his elaborate scheme. Well played. This exemplified the grand strategic vision a Hokage should possess, skillfully employing every powerful piece to secure victory. Regrettably, my plan to showcase my prowess before the leaders of the 3 great ninja villages fell short. Alas, I had only just arrived. Tobarama truly deserves the title of the swiftest in the ninja world. I am in awe. After a brief moment of astonishment, Ying Ye suddenly raised his right hand and delivered a vigorous slap to Jin Jiao, subsequently sealing his mouth to avoid any disruption to his pleasant mood. How dare one speak of being defeated by the god of ninjas, claiming honor in defeat, without even having seen Senju Hashirama's face? After this jest, Ying Ye felt a wave of comfort wash over him, a joyous smile gracing his handsome features as he laughed. The outcome is determined. Let us return to Konoha. Throughout the journey, Uchiha Mirror closely followed Ying Ye, his crimson Sharingan eyes reflecting a tinge of remorse and guilt. He mused, I underestimated Lord Ying Ye. Who would have thought that at merely 10 years of age, he possesses not only wisdom akin to a deity, but also a remarkable magnanimity, far surpassing that of the elders in our clan. The sudden departure of the third Mizukage from the hidden mist village was indeed the crucial factor in Konoha's effortless victory. Otherwise, the Hidden Leaf village would face a siege from the 3 great ninja villages, and concerning this matter, Uchiha Kagami has uncovered some intelligence. The Mist Village has suffered nearly complete annihilation of its upper ninjas, with substantial losses among the middle ranks. And the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails has been slain by a formidable enemy, leaving no time for the tailed beast to be reclaimed. The source of this intelligence is the young third Otsutsuki, Inoki. When combined with the mission that Ying Ye undertook near the Mist Village, everything seems to connect seamlessly. One individual has decimated the upper ninjas of the Mist Village, truly a genius who has inherited the bloodline of the first Hokage. Uchiha Kagami's gaze was intense as he looked at Ying Ye, his eyes reflecting a sense of reverence. At the port of the Land of Iron, 3 grand sailing ships, adorned with the flag of the Land of Fire, dominated the entire dock. 2 rows of ninjas dressed in the vests of the Hidden Leaf stood to the side, awaiting the arrival of their target. Young Master Ruji, I never expected that a member of the Hyuga clan would be you. This truly surprises me, Uchiha Chijon said. Approaching Hyuga Ruji with a friendly demeanor, his attitude devoid of the pride commonly associated with his clan. 10 days prior, on the battlefield of the 3 great ninja villages, the prodigious talent of the Hyuga clan, Ruji, had shone brightly, single-handedly slaying 5 upper ninjas and 1 elite ninja from the Cloud Village. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Ruji promptly returned the greeting, his expression one of pleasant surprise as he respectfully replied, Clan leader Chijon, you jest. I am no longer the lesser branch of the Hyuga clan. My current status is merely that of a Leaf Village upper ninja. Oh, is that so? Uchiha Chijon shook his head, choosing not to delve further into the matter, recognizing it as a family affair of the Hyuga clan, more than Ruji's identity. It was another matter that piqued his interest. With measured steps, Uchiha Chijon turned and approached Ruji, gently resting his hand on the latter's shoulder as he inquired softly, Young man, have you succeeded? As he spoke, Ruji's pure white eyes narrowed slightly, casting a deep gaze upon Uchiha Chijon. A conversation with Ying Ye drifted into his mind. Ying Ye, why do you so recklessly disseminate the precious art of vitality martial arts? Unlike you Hyuga, I do not hoard knowledge like a treasured broom, withholding even a mere secret technique from the talents of the branch family. The evolution of martial arts thrives on the refinement and innovation of successive generations of geniuses. How can it flourish if kept hidden? Ruji's eyes flickered with contemplation. Over the past month, the spread of vitality martial arts in the Leaf Village has infused everywhere with a vibrant energy, particularly within the Hyuga clan. Even the ancient relics of the main family have undergone significant transformation. Otherwise, they would not have permitted him to accompany the second Hokage to the perilous Land of Iron. Perhaps Ying Ye's approach is indeed the correct one. Ruji's pure white eyes narrowed slightly, then relaxed as he raised his right hand, a sphere of blood flame igniting in his palm. The crimson flame pulsed with a pure chakra resonance, devoid of any elemental affiliation. However, the value and significance it embodied stirred Uchiha Chijon's emotions profoundly. The inner strength blood flame. Hyuga Ruji has mastered the 4th level of vitality martial arts. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Young man, let us discuss the wonders of inner strength. You may select any jutsu from the Uchiha's treasured collection. Uchiha Chienshan's obsidian eyes trembled, and 3 crimson tomos suddenly emerged, fixated intently on the blood flame nestled in Hinata Lindgren's palm. His gaze emanated a profound yearning and anticipation. The clan leader, Chienshan, was magnanimous. Thus, his young nephew did not hold back. Hinata Lindgren nodded, a cheerful smile gracing his features as he leaned closer to Uchiha Chienshan's ear, softly elucidating his transformation. Firstly, the fusion of chakra and vital energy birthed a new form of inner strength, allowing for a reciprocal conversion between the two. Notably, the quality of this energy surpassed that of chakra by 5-fold, implying that Hinata Lindgren's chakra reserves had effectively quintupled. Such a remarkable enhancement was sufficient to elevate him into the ranks of elite jonin. Secondly, the controllability of this inner strength was paramount. A warrior could concentrate their intent in the dantian, enabling swift mastery over the flow of their inner power. This extension allowed for the manipulation of chakra within the meridians at will. This signified an achievement fervently sought after by countless ninjas, ninjutsu without hand seals. The traditional hand seals employed by ninjas served to channel chakra through the meridians, constructing various jutsu. With the advent of inner strength, this step could be entirely bypassed. Thirdly, and of utmost concern to clans such as the Hyuga and Uchiha, was the enhancement of their bloodlines. Upon reaching the 3rd tier of vital energy cultivation, Chienshan noted that his nephew's Byakugan's range had doubled, extending from a maximum of 5 kilometers to 10. Following the refinement of inner strength, the range of his Byakugan had continued to grow, now reaching an impressive 20 kilometers. Hinata Lingren's excited whispers revealed the very point of greatest interest to Uchiha Qianshan. The fourth tier of vital energy cultivation undeniably continued to bolster the strength of a ninja's bloodline. Thus, for the Uchiha clan to attain this milestone, it might be possible to awaken the Two-Tomo Sharingan without incurring any injuries. Extreme emotions such as hatred, love, and pain served as the fuel for the evolution of the Sharingan. However, those who reach such milestones often succumb to extremities themselves. Now, a broad pathway lay before Uchiha Qianshan. For the stability of the Uchiha, to prevent the emergence of madness, it was imperative to invest heavily in the cultivation of vital energy, sparing no expense to nurture a clan member capable of harnessing inner strength. Uchiha Qianshan gritted his teeth, his heart swelling with fervor. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment jolted Uchiha Qianshan from his reverie. He was taken aback to discover that the one responsible for escorting the rogue ninja, Kinkaku, from Cloud Shadow Village was none other than Lord Uchiha Q. It seemed that the second Hokage placed considerable trust in the Uchiha clan. Hinata Lingren's veins bulged, and the pure white of his Byakugan reflected the figures of 4 individuals, seemingly offering an unintentional nudge to Uchiha Qianshan. Upon hearing this, a gratified smile broke across Qianshan's stern visage. He then turned, gesturing for his clansmen to prepare for departure. Their mission was to escort Kinkaku back to Konoha, an undertaking that must not falter. No need. I shall go alone, Hinata Lingren interjected, halting those from the Uchiha clan who were about to leap from the vessel. With a single hand raised before his chest, he appeared to teleport 100 meters away in an instant, swiftly vanishing from the sight of both Uchiha and Hinata ninjas. Ninjutsu without hand seals. When did he acquire such a skill? This was a treasured secret art of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Qianshan furrowed his brow, his crimson eyes swirling with confusion. Suddenly, he lifted his head, recalling a certain red-haired youth, and the displeasure on his face faded away. Approximately 3 minutes later, 5 individuals arrived in unison, led by a striking red-haired youth. As soon as he appeared, his dark eyes fell upon Uchiha Qianshan, filled with a profound sentiment. If the Uchiha clan were to learn that Uchiha Madara still lived, they would likely go mad. Ying Ye shook his head and, accompanied by the others, boarded the largest vessel. The land of iron borders the land of fire, and the course of this merchant ship began along the coastline of the land of iron, sailing southward to dock at the port of the neighboring land of waves. After disembarking, a journey southward would lead directly to Konoha. The entire voyage took nearly a month, during which they encountered several attacks from rogue ninjas of the Cloud Village, effortlessly dealt with by the joint efforts of Uchiha and Hyuga. At this moment, in a seldom visited corner of the ninja world, deep within a concealed mountain range, lay a secret base. A striking young man with long red hair sat cross-legged, his robust chest exposed to the air. On his chest resided an unusual red mask, each side depicting a different visage. The left side bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Madara, featuring a single open eye. Aqua blue radiance shimmered within the vacant pupil, emanating a resplendent glow. With a swift motion, the young man, Ying Ye, opened his eyes, his pupils trembling as the second blood-red tomo manifested. The nascent shape of a third tomo flickered within his gaze, astonishing Uchiha Madara, who was observing from the shadows. In just 1 month's time, this young prodigy had acquired 2 tomo. It was likely that within a month, he would harness the mystical force of martial arts to cultivate a third tomo. The wonders of bloodline techniques were truly remarkable. The Sharingan could indeed progress through cultivation. A phenomenon unheard of, a veritable miracle. Uchiha Madara lifted his right hand, a sphere of crimson flames igniting in his palm, reflecting in his blood-red eyes, appearing both magnificent and enigmatic. His previously aged body seemed to rejuvenate, appearing several years younger. In Konoha, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed at the village gates. Upon seeing the newcomers, the gatekeepers promptly opened the doors. With a swift motion, the captain of the 4 leaped down from the towering wall. Kneeling before Ying Ye with respect, his gaze lifted as he reminded, "Lord Ying Ye, the Hokage has instructed that upon your return, you must report to him immediately." Upon hearing this, Ying Ye nodded and turned to glance at the restrained Kinkaku, a contemplative expression in his dark eyes. With a light chuckle, he raised a hand to his chest, vanishing in an instant before the others. Kinkaku, this little nine-tails, was an invaluable treasure, best utilized in the experiments of the Senju Tobarama's laboratory. Furthermore, the price paid for the defeat at the hands of the Cloud Village, the two-tails Jinchuriki, needed to be acquired swiftly. 10 minutes later, at the Hokage building, the door to the Hokage's office was forcefully kicked open by Ying Ye, startling the hidden Umbu members within, who exchanged wide-eyed glances, eager for the unfolding drama. "Old Dan, you have schemed against me. This is too much. I cannot endure this injustice. You must hand over the Two Tails Jinchuriki to me. Otherwise, I shall remember this enmity for a lifetime and, in the future, bring Tsunade to dance upon your grave." As Ying Ye commenced, he adopted the guise of the wronged, seizing the moral high ground. With a resounding clap, Ying Ye's hand struck the desk, his dark eyes fixated intently on Senju Tobarama. The latter's wrist trembled slightly as he gripped his pen, yet he continued to review the documents. Silence engulfed the room, creating an atmosphere conducive to calmness. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper gradually faded with the passage of time. Senju Tobarama lifted his gaze, extending the document towards Ying Ye, a hint of a satisfied smile gracing his lips. In a low voice, he remarked, "Ying Ye, congratulations on your promotion to elite jonin." Ying Ye raised his brows slightly, taking the document and glancing at it, realizing it was, in fact, his promotion notice. From a Konoha genin to an elite jonin, he had ascended the ranks. The hierarchy of shinobi, comprising genin, shunin, special jonin, jonin, and elite jonin, was recognized across the various ninja villages. Ying Ye's dark eyes flickered with contemplation. Tobarama, the old fox, had orchestrated this. It was rather troublesome. No, he could not simply be dismissed. The Two Tails were essential to him. Ying Ye raised his hand, concealing the promotion notice within his garments. This advantage was a treasure he would claim. After taking a deep breath to gather his thoughts, he clapped his hands, invoking a sealing technique to muffle sound. A shimmering barrier emerged, isolating the office from the outside world, ensuring the confidentiality of their forthcoming discussion. "Grandfather, this time, I encountered Susanoo. It was azure, a formidable presence akin to a divine being, possessing strength that transcended dimensions. Uchiha Madara, could it be that he truly survived?" Ying Ye did not lament, for such was not his style, and it would not sway Senju Tobarama's decision-making. To reason with logic was the most prudent approach. As his words hung in the air, a sharp crack resounded. The pen between Tobarama's fingers snapped under immense pressure, the tremor in his crimson gaze betraying his inner turmoil. After a prolonged silence, the stillness was finally shattered. "In the past, I witnessed my elder brother lay Uchiha Madara to rest. He was indeed deceased. However, upon receiving intelligence from Hyuga Steel, I personally visited the site and found no corpse within the coffin. Whether Uchiha Madara lives, I cannot ascertain. Yet, I am most curious about how you managed to escape unscathed. The Mist Village could not hinder you, this I know. But Uchiha Madara is different. The Uchiha you encountered may well have been an imposter." Senju Tobarama discarded the broken pen into the wastebasket, his red eyes fixed intently on Ying Ye, the young genius before him consistently achieving feats that challenged his understanding. However, the notion that Ying Ye could evade Uchiha Madara's grasp was one Tobarama found hard to believe. Unless, of course, the one who wielded Susanoo was merely a counterfeit. While I have never laid eyes upon Uchiha Madara, I can affirm that he possessed the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. And a perfect one at that. This much is certain. As for my escape, that is a tale that unfolds at length. This heart-pounding battle still lingers in my mind, leaving a lasting impression." Ying Ye lifted his gaze towards the azure sky outside the window, his dark eyes shimmering with the hues of recollection. He then meticulously recounted the entire series of events. The confirmed news of Uchiha Madara's survival was something Ying Ye would withhold from Senju Tobarama. The latter's apprehension towards Madara could lead to unpredictable and outrageous actions. That old fellow's Rinnegan had yet to successfully evolve, and this power was one I must possess. With the ability of the Rinnegan to resurrect the dead, the progression of blood and martial arts would be amplified hundreds of times over. Ying Ye's dark eyes sparkled with ambition. The prospect of nurturing a band of fearless martial arts enthusiasts was exceedingly alluring. The pinnacle of ninjutsu lies within the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, at the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, martial arts knows no bounds. If Ying Ye truly wished to attain immortality, he must set his sights on martial arts, for merely dealing with the Otsutsuki clan would pose a considerable challenge, not to mention the ambition of venturing beyond Earth, traversing the starry seas, and seeking the true essence of martial arts. The blood escape, with clone technique, could indeed become a Jinchuriki for a tailed beast. Ying Ye, do you comprehend the significance of such a forbidden technique? Senju Tobarama stood, leaning on the desk, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Ying Ye, filled with astonishment and incredulity. At the same time, He felt an overwhelming relief that Ying Ye was a descendant of the Senju clan. Otherwise, the ninja world would inevitably face upheaval. Old fellow, I have always found it perplexing. Are tailed beasts truly so fearsome? To utilize such a chakra treasure as a mere bomb is an utter waste. Ying Ye shrugged, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Young lad, show some respect when speaking to your grandfather, Tobarama admonished, his eyes narrowing as he unleashed a torrent of scolding, saliva flying, while Ying Ye deftly evaded. Haha. Second granduncle, I excel in wood release and vortex sealing techniques. A mere two tails cannot stir up any trouble in my hands. Leaning against the wall, Ying Ye rubbed his hands together, his gaze expectantly fixed on Senju Tobarama. Among the ninjas of Konoha, none were more suited to becoming a Jinchuriki than Ying Ye. Yet using it to seal the two tails would be a tremendous waste. Prove it to me, Tobarama said, stepping closer to Ying Ye, placing a hand on his shoulder. In a flash of white light, Ying Ye, feeling dizzy, found himself in Konoha's underground prison. There, a frail old man was confined. This is the Flying Thunder God? Ying Ye inhaled deeply, shaking his head to suppress his discomfort, and instinctively licked his parched lips. The Flying Thunder God. This bug-level forbidden technique had tantalized him for ages. Young lad, you have but one chance, Tobarama muttered under his breath. Clearly harboring resentment towards Ying Ye for calling him old, his tone decidedly unkind. No problem. Ying Ye confidently patted his chest, saying, rest assured, I have experience with this, though it may be a bit of a hassle. As he spoke, two icy gazes fell upon the frail old man, whose eyes were filled with desolation and sorrow. As if he foresaw his own fate. Blood escape, wood clone technique, forbidden technique, Jinchuriki sealing, sealing technique, diamond lock. 3 rare forbidden arts were executed by Ying Ye. As a red-haired youth, resembling a visage devoid of hope, approached his target. Alas, the clones possess no rights. Old man, it is time to depart. The red-haired boy, resembling a languid fish, offered a friendly reminder to the frail elder, subtly indicating the latter's plight. Senju Tobarama, do not forget your promise to Konoha. The anguished cries of despair reverberated through the underground prison, illustrating the tragic fate of this generation's two-tails Jinchuriki. Konoha would never initiate war, Senju Tobarama's chilling voice echoed, intensifying the sorrow reflected in the old man's eyes. War was instigated by the 4 great ninja villages. Konoha has always been the passive participant. All of this is the consequence of Kumogakure's own making. No one else is to blame. Defeat comes with a price. Within the dungeon, the frail elder met his demise, and the two tails was transferred into the body of a wood release clone. Utilizing wood release coupled with the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, it was easily subdued. Regrettably, the two tails possessed a fiery chakra, rather volatile in nature. However, combined with my methods, it could facilitate swift advancement for the ninja in their vitality and chakra stages. Ying Ye stepped forward, scrutinizing the clone. On the handsome visage, a perpetual hint of fatigue lingered, presenting an appearance of a slothful layabout, an archetype of utter lethargy. Fortuitously, it was a harmless clone in terms of personality. Ying Ye nodded, then turned to Senju Tobarama, raising an eyebrow and smilingly remarked, Granduncle, the plan we devised can now be realized. Konoha will undoubtedly achieve greater stability and harmony through this. Upon hearing this, a fleeting smile graced the previously stern countenance of Senju Tobarama, for after experiencing Ying Ye's meticulous training to the vitality stage, he understood the wonders of tailed beast chakra. In Ying Ye's hands, it was sufficient to cultivate a unique cadre of elite Jonin warriors in a short span without any drawbacks. An A-grade mission reward could be exchanged for 1 slot, with half of the reward allocated to me and the other half contributing to Konoha's treasury. What do you think, Granduncle? Ying Ye rested his chin on one hand, articulating his intentions. For ninjas to acquire wealth for their livelihood, they must undertake missions. C-rank missions typically correspond to teams led by Chunin. B-rank missions require multiple Chunin or a special Jonin to lead. A-rank missions can only be accepted by Jonin-level ninjas, with a relatively low success rate and a significant mortality rate, frequently undertaken by various ninja clans in Konoha. As for A-grade mission rewards, they equate to the rewards of 2 A-rank missions and are generally exclusive to elite Jonin. Above that are S-rank missions, which are exceedingly rare. Very well, but half of the reward must be directed to the Senju clan. You possess the authority to allocate it. This way, it will not provoke any gossip. Senju Tobarama stated decisively. To this, Ying Ye had no objections. After all, the property of the Senju clan was essentially his own. All right, I shall proceed with this. Ying Ye nodded, summoning his clone to hasten towards the Hyuga clan's ancestral grounds. His objective was Hyuga Lindgren, a remarkable martial talent recognized by Ying Ye himself. During the conflict among the three great ninja villages of the Iron Country, he single-handedly faced the 6 elite jonin of Yunin village and broke through in a dire situation, ultimately vanquishing formidable foes and garnering immense acclaim. Lindgren, dear brother, your prowess will mark the beginning of a profound expansion of influence, ignited by our confrontation. From this day forth, Konoha shall fervently strive for the advancement of my martial path. Deep within the Hyuga clan, beneath the sacred hall accessible only to the main family, lies a hidden passage leading to an underground shrine that preserves the historical essence of the Hyuga clan. The 6 branches of the main family, numbering approximately 100, have gathered here today, alongside the elders of the 5 principal branches. Lindgren, how has your ocular power developed? Have you sensed a limit or perhaps an extraordinary transformation? Come, observe this sacred tree and share your insights with me. The venerable elder, frail yet dignified, held a twisted piece of gnarled wood resembling a serpent, leaning eagerly towards Hyuga Lindgren, his aged eyes glimmering with anticipation. The remaining 4 elders, each a relic of age, abandoned their usual solemnity, their expressions transformed by a palpable yearning. These old geezers, not long ago, pressured my father to mark me as a caged bird, now that I have broken through. They seem to have donned entirely new faces. It is utterly distasteful. There is no semblance of familial affection among them. Hyuga Lindgren closed his eyes to meditate, meticulously attuning to the blood flame energy within his dantian, which flowed steadily into his meridians, invigorating his physique with a powerful sense of enhancement. This continuous fortification of his body filled Hyuga Lindgren with elation, signifying a dramatic increase in his taijutsu prowess. The Hyuga clan is renowned for its martial arts. Yet this child immerses himself in relentless training, which is quite unusual. The elder, appearing helpless, refrained from further admonishment, for Lindgren embodied the clan's aspirations. In recent months, the Hyuga clan had never ceased their research into the blood energy martial arts. As their studies progressed, they discerned a crucial insight. The difficulty of transcending to the 4th level, inner strength, was immense. Only a martial genius could hope to achieve it in a lifetime. The unification of spirit, energy, and essence, combined with a moment of profound enlightenment, is a rare opportunity, a shortcut not meant for the ordinary. There exists a conventional path as well, achievable through life and death struggles. One must either survive the breakthrough or perish at the hands of foes. There is no alternative. The advancement of martial realms is ruthlessly unforgiving. Thus, Hyuga Lindgren's status is unparalleled, transcending the trivial title of a minor clan leader, for his bloodline has undergone tangible enhancement. Once he begets descendants, their lineage will inherently surpass that of the main family. Footsteps echoed, heralding the arrival of the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Tianshi. Lindgren, how do you feel? Did you perceive the evolutionary opportunity of the Byakugan? Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Hyuga Rado opened his eyes, a gentle glimmer surfacing within his pure white pupils. Had it not been for the former's protection, he would have undoubtedly been branded a caged bird before his journey to the land of iron. No, Hyuga Rado shook his head, eliciting expressions of disappointment from the 5 elders. However, the words that followed sparked a flicker of hope in their eyes. Over the past month, the potency of his Byakugan had surged significantly. Its range now extended to 30 kilometers. And the greatest boon was his newfound ability to scrutinize objects within a meter with exquisite detail. For instance, a strand of hair appeared magnified nearly 30-fold in his vision, resembling a towering ancient tree of 100 meters in height. This capability would greatly enhance his meticulous observation of chakra pathways, immensely aiding his cultivation of martial arts. Remarkable! A veritable human magnifying glass, Hyuga Rado exclaimed, raising his right hand and clenching it tightly, his expression brimming with excitement. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder could no longer contain himself, utterly astonished. The Byakugan has truly evolved. Splendid! If we continue to strive in this direction, perhaps the Hyuga clan may soon give birth to a prodigious genius of ancestral return. Ancestors, we thank you for your protection. Hyuga Rado cast a glance at the elderly man, who was weeping profusely, overwhelmed with emotion, and a hint of disdain flickered in his pure white eyes. What nonsense about ancestral protection! It has been nearly a millennium. If our ancestors were still alive, they would undoubtedly be cold and indifferent beings. Otherwise, how could they allow the Hyuga clan to wither away? Ying Ye was correct. The weak merely follow blindly, placing their hopes on ancestors and deities. In martial cultivation, One must believe in oneself and carve their own path to greatness. My future, as Hyuga Redo, certainly will not be confined to this. By following in Ying Ye's footsteps, I shall surpass my ancestors in due time. At that point, I shall be the progenitor of the Hyuga. Rising to his feet, Hyuga Redo turned and strode toward the ground, feeling a sense of revulsion at the sight of these stagnant, ignorant, and unfeeling old men. Redo, where are you going? The Grand Elder's astonished voice echoed, eager to further discuss the mysteries of the Byakugan's evolution. Ying Ye has arrived, and there are boundless benefits in store. I know him too well. Father, you should come as well. Remember to spread the word. Hyuga Redo replied without looking back, vanishing around the corner of the corridor. He was no fool. He was already the clan's prodigy, and now, the sole martial genius of the Hyuga. No one dared to challenge him. That is impossible. The ground around the shrine has been specially treated. Even the Byakugan cannot discern any movements outside, the Grand Elder stammered. Without a doubt, Redo's bloodline has evolved, and the inside of the Byakugan has reached new heights, the fourth elder remarked, gazing at Redo's departing figure with keen eyes. I believe the child Redo is no longer young. It is time for him to marry and start a family, the second elder said with a meaningful smile. Instantly, the other elders displayed knowing smiles, each beginning to formulate their own plans. 10 minutes later, the training ground of the Hyuga clan was surrounded by clan members, both from the main house and the branch family, all summoned to witness the event. As I surveyed the scene, nearly 800 Byakugan eyes were present, while on the outskirts, I could faintly discern individuals with bowed heads. These were primarily those who had yet to awaken their Byakugan, representing the lowest echelon within the Hyuga clan. The unsightly caged birds upon their foreheads served as their only evidence of belonging to the esteemed Hyuga lineage. A multitude of gazes, some curious, others filled with reverence, and many tinged with anticipation, were fixed upon the two figures at the center of the training ground. The regulations of the Hyuga clan were strict, and the cultivation of prudence and restraint was an essential lesson for every clan member. Rin, I promised you a grand gift upon your mastery of inner strength, I declared. The moment of fulfillment had arrived. Ying Ye's dark eyes glimmered with intensity as he noticed the look of astonishment on Hyuga Rin's face, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. Yet, he had made no such promise. However, he recalled it well. Hyuga Rin inhaled deeply, nodding resolutely, unhesitatingly affirming that one would be a fool to refuse such advantageous offerings. The three great secret arts of blood and martial prowess had long been the object of Hyuga Rin's desire. Today marked the time to extract the utmost from beloved friends and brothers. Firstly, the entirety of the three secret arts is at your disposal, and you may choose one. Secondly, I shall personally assist you in refining your inner energy vortex and condensing your true essence. As long as you possess the capability, the supply of tailed beast chakra shall remain uninterrupted. Thirdly, I will grant you 3 slots, allowing you to select 3 individuals who will achieve a breakthrough to the 3rd stage of blood and energy in a short time. Be mindful, this breakthrough bears no adverse consequences or lingering issues. Ying Ye raised 3 fingers, his dark eyes slightly lifted, reflecting the shadows of ninjas from the Hyuga clan's territory. These individuals included members of the Uchiha, the Kurama clan, as well as Sarutobi, Yamanaka, and other ninja families of Konoha. Even the Umbu of Konoha had gathered, all present to witness the dawn of a martial renaissance in the Leaf Village. Rin is indeed my good brother. He knows how to handle matters well, Ying Ye remarked, nodding in approval at Hyuga Rin. The Hyuga clan's territory was such that, without permission, even the Umbu of Konoha would require the Hokage's order to gain entry. Such a grand undertaking. Ying Ye was clearly intent on something significant. Hyuga Rin inhaled deeply, a dazzling light igniting in his pure white eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he looked around at his fellow clansmen, formulating a plan. With cupped hands, he inquired of Ying Ye, I choose the complete heart refinement secret art, and the timing for condensing my true essence will be determined by me. Is that agreeable? Certainly. Just inform me a day in advance, Ying Ye replied with a nod, showing no objection. The prodigious talent of Hyuga Rin from the main house, should he achieve success in the martial arts of blood and energy, would bring great joy to Ying Ye. The 3rd reward, however, was to be a spectacle showcased before the various clans of Konoha. Subsequently, Hyuga Rin appraised the gathered clansmen and selected 3 individuals. Interestingly, only one was from the main house, specifically from the lineage of the clan leader, belonging to Rin's own kin. This selection faced no dissent. However, the remaining 2 slots incited discontent among the other 5 branches of the main house. a woman from the branch family, a mere chunin, and a lowly genin who had yet to awaken to be a Kugin. How could they possibly possess the qualifications for such a coveted opportunity? Lingren, do reconsider. In her 30s, with the demeanor of a seasoned woman, Hinata Yu stepped forward, accompanied by a beautiful young girl. These two had once crossed paths with Ying Ye at the Ninja Academy. The girl, Hinata Sien, was a rare gem from the main family yet had failed to awaken her be a Kugin, a true disgrace to the Hinata clan. Lingren, please reconsider. Indeed. How could such a precious opportunity be squandered on a branch family member? The elder remarked, observing Hinata Sien with a discerning eye, suggesting she could serve to test whether the martial arts of blood and energy could enable a clan member to awaken their Byakugan. The 5 elder members of the main family spoke with disdain toward the branch family, yet the surrounding Hinata clansmen maintained their composure, suppressing any resentment. This situation had long been ingrained in the Hinata clan. Upon hearing this, Hinata Lingren disregarded the repugnant old men and strode directly toward a tall woman in the crowd. Hinata Yuki no Se. They had once shared a childhood bond. With a gentle smile, he beckoned. Yuki no Se, come here, do not be afraid. Hesitating for a moment, Hinata Yuki no Se gathered her resolve and stepped forward to Lingren. This action immediately provoked hostility from the main family members, who understood that Lingren was resolute in his choice of candidate. How could a mere chunin from the branch family dare to accept such an opportunity? They aimed to coerce Yuki no Se and Lingren into relinquishing their claim, leaving them a chance. However, at that moment, a voice shattered their aspirations. Well, since the selection has been finalized, let us commence, Ying Ye yawned, his dark eyes fixed on Hinata Tianren, who stood at the forefront of the crowd. This old man had remained silent throughout, his expression unervingly calm. Hinata Daichi, Hinata Yuki no Se, Hinata Kwangren, step forward. Do not let Lord Ying Ye's goodwill be in vain. Following Ying Ye's indication, Hinata Tianren complied, solidifying the matter. The first to step forward was a youthful figure clad in a short, azure training outfit, his pristine white eyes and smooth forehead reflecting his noble lineage. Lord Ying Ye, Brother Lingren, I shall go first. Hinata Daichi exclaimed eagerly, leaping before Ying Ye. After a month of training, I have broken through to the 2nd level of the martial arts of blood and energy as of yesterday. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye offered a polite commendation, stating, your talent is not lacking. You have a promising future ahead. Then, Ying Ye raised his gaze toward a building in the northwest, speaking gravely. Stop lounging around. It is time to get to work. As he finished speaking, a figure appeared beside Ying Ye as if teleporting, mirroring his appearance, stature, and hair color, a veritable clone. A blood clone. Hinata Lingren's eyes widened in surprise as he murmured, here I come. The clone of beasts has no rights. The doppelganger of the laid-back personality, clutching an ice pop, devoured it in a few bites before directing a gaze towards Hinata Daichi. With hands clasped together, he uttered in a hushed tone, Wood Release, Thorn Spider Cocoon. The chakra of the two-tailed beast erupted like violet flames, swiftly merging with the Wood Release chakra to conjure a 2-meter-high purple-green thorn. Subsequently, it disintegrated into myriad threads, swirling around Hinata Daichi, weaving into a cocoon that appeared emerald on the outside and deep purple within. With a whoosh, delicate strands pierced through the major veins of Hinata Daichi's body, creating a tumultuous clash and fusion of energies that surged through him, flushing his face with a crimson hue. Lucky fellow, is your Byakugan merely for show? Hurry. Manipulate the fusion of your vital energy and chakra. Do not squander my time. The laid-back doppelganger reminded him. Instantly, Hinata Daichi awoke, veins pulsating at his temples, meticulously controlling the energy within his meridians, swiftly uncovering the initial opportunity for the fusion of vital energy and chakra. Ying Ye's Wood Release chakra and the tailed beast chakra both possess the ability to consume and transform external energies. Their internal conflict and subsequent tranquility stimulated the body to unleash greater vital force, accelerating the fusion with chakra while providing abundant energy supply. This process was not arduous, akin to being fed by the heavens. The third layer involved the continuous repetition of this process, strengthening the profound integration of vital energy and chakra. With Ying Ye's assistance, this accumulation was infinitely expedited. Approximately half an hour later, Hinata Daichi opened his eyes, a flicker of exhilaration glimmering within his pure white pupils. He exclaimed with fervor, it's true, it's real. My ocular power has enhanced. I can perceive movements 3 kilometers away. Moreover, the growth of my ocular power has not yet ceased. Next, please, Ying Ye cast a glance at the exuberantly laughing Hinata Daichi, a faint smile of satisfaction curling at the corners of his lips. This outcome was precisely what he desired. Tall beauty, it is your turn. The laid-back doppelganger yawned, his dark eyes shifting towards Hinata Yukinosuke. A hint of teasing amusement flickered across his face as he glanced at Hinata Rungai nearby. The relationship between these two seemed rather peculiar. Although he was a doppelganger, he inherited Ying Ye's memories. 30 minutes marked the threshold for the doppelganger to develop its own will, yet as long as Ying Ye remained, this time limit would be extended. The exact duration remained uncertain, but it was at least a day. The inherent limitations of the shadow doppelganger, coupled with the restraints of the deadly technique, meant that should the laid-back doppelganger harbor any rebellious thoughts, they would be instantly sensed. The only troublesome aspect was the necessity to summon a blood release with doppelganger within a day. A trip to Mizuho was in order to expedite the improvement of the Jinchuriki sealing technique. The deadly technique bore effects akin to the curse seal from the original tale, a malevolent forbidden art capable of controlling the life and death of subordinates. Once activated within a kilometer's range, the target would promptly bleed from all 7 orifices and perish. This technique operated within the mind of the target. Ying Ye's gaze fell upon the laid-back doppelganger, pondering with a flicker of contemplation in his dark eyes. He had no interest in conjuring another volatile doppelganger. With this in mind, Ying Ye raised his head, gazing into the azure sky. The technology within the ninja world remains relatively undeveloped. Innovations such as refrigerators and trains have only recently emerged. The sky of this realm remains pure and azure. It has been nearly 2 months since the temperamental clone has survived, likely having reached some form of accord with Uchiha Madara. This is promising, as the treasures in the hands of that old man are plentiful. It is conceivable that I could acquire the chakra of Ashura and Indra. Ying Ye's dark eyes quivered at the thought, causing a surge of excitement within him. With the chakra of Ashura and Indra, he might ascend to the level of the 6 paths on his own merit. This very possibility compels him to accept the risks associated with the betrayal of his clone. The stakes are high, yet the potential rewards are even greater. It is worth the endeavor. The long-legged beauty should exercise a bit of patience. Utilizing the meticulous insight of her Byakugan, she aims to master chakra and vital energy, absorbing the tailed beast chakra and would release chakra lying dormant within the silent meridians. The key lies in seizing the opportunity to balance these 2 forms of energy. The passive clone exhibits a rather double standard when interacting with Hinata Yukizumi. Its demeanor is notably gentle and patient. A thorny blood cocoon extends countless sharp threads, embedding themselves into the flesh of Hinata Yukizumi. They delve deep into her meridians and blood vessels, infusing her with energy. A rich wave of energy emanates from the thorny blood cocoon, and the overwhelming force causes Ying Ye's dark eyes to narrow slightly in astonishment. Remarkable, he mused. This is a violent fluctuation indicative of bloodline activation. Hinata, your girlfriend possesses a commendable bloodline density. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Hinata Rinin's pristine white eyes as he glanced at his father, the clan leader, noticing the slight astonishment etched on his otherwise serious visage. Excellent. This opportunity could be the key to securing his father's approval for his union with Yukizumi. Hinata Rinin's fists tightened slightly, filled with anticipation. The Hinata clan places immense importance on the inheritance of bloodlines. Though marriages between the main family and branch families are rare, they are not unheard of. The current phenomenon surrounding Hinata Yukizumi attests to her noble bloodline, qualifying her as a suitable match for him. Approximately half an hour later, Hinata Yukizumi opened her eyes, and Ying Ye observed a fleeting dark blue glimmer within them. Intriguingly, could my previous conjectures have been correct? His gaze lingered on both Hinata Rinin and Hinata Yukizumi. The former is the clan leader's legitimate heir, while the latter, despite being from the branch family, possesses an extraordinary purity of bloodline. According to the original timeline, Hinata Hizashi is soon to be born, and he is the father of Hinata. Exceptional bloodlines can only be inherited from one's parents, aside from rare anomalies that exhibit ancestral traits. These 2 individuals may very well be Hinata's grandparents. Ying Ye raised an eyebrow, casting an awkward glance at Hinata Rinin. After Hinata Yukizumi broke through to the 3rd layer of vital energy, the brief flicker of her Byakugan could not escape the keen eyes of the clan's elder ninjas, who fell into an uncanny silence. Particularly, the elders of the 5 major clan houses gazed upon her with greedy eyes, as if she were a rare and valuable treasure easily within reach. Humph, those wretched old fools. Hinata Rintaro clenched his fist and immediately stepped forward, kneeling before his father, the clan leader. In a deep voice, he proclaimed, "Father, I wish to marry Yukino's I implore your blessing. Instantly, all eyes turned to Hinata Tenrin, whose stern countenance softened just a fraction. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. Thank you, Father. Thank you, esteemed clan leader. Two voices of gratitude resonated, causing the envious onlookers who coveted Yukino's to retreat in defeat. The unwritten rule of seizing exceptional branch family members was a closely guarded secret within the Hinata clan. Now that Hinata Rintaro had made his move, no one dared to voice dissent. Look at this cabbage. It's enormous and clearly a prime candidate for twins, quipped the lazy doppelganger, casting a teasing glance at Ying Ye. Ying Ye merely smiled in silence, recognizing that the doppelganger's crude humor did not concern him. He deemed silence the wisest response. Thank you for your blessings, Lord Ying Ye. I shall strive to do my utmost. Yukino's graciously acknowledged the doppelganger with a formal gesture of thanks. Lord, I'm merely a mere shadow, the doppelganger replied, shaking his head. Clapping his hands together, tender green branches coalesced from his palms, and a torrent of purple flames surged forth, converging into a wooden sphere. Casually tossing it to Yukino's, he lazily remarked, For you, long-legged beauty, consider it a wedding gift. Yukino's extended her delicate wrist, catching the wooden sphere, her eyes widening as she sensed the terrifying chakra within, its intensity far exceeding her own by at least 100-fold. Such a gift was excessively lavish. Accept it, Hinata Rintaro insisted, his face betraying surprise as he quickly pressed the wooden sphere into his fiancée's arms. Fearful that Ying Ye might retract this extravagant offering. Having grown familiar with Ying Ye, his audacity had notably thickened. Next came the languid voice, drawing everyone's gaze to a young man with black eyes, clad in simple burlap, indicative of a meager existence, resembling a servant. Young man, consider this carefully. It may be your singular opportunity to alter your fate. Seize it wisely, the lazy doppelganger advised. Glancing at Hinata Kurano and noticing the battle scars etched into his rough hands, offering a word of encouragement. My lord, I shall not disappoint you, Hinata Kurano vowed fiercely. A glint of ferocity reflected in his dark eyes as he settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, akin to a dormant beast of prey. He was undeniably at the very bottom of the Hinata clan hierarchy. Even though Ying Ye had relaxed the restrictions on martial training, he, as a mere servant, lacked the privilege to partake. Today marked an opportunity, a chance to change his destiny. Approximately an hour later, a pair of pure white eyes emerged within Hinata Kurano's gaze, drawing the attention of all present. A vivid example was born in Konoha. Shadows observing from the sidelines gradually withdrew, relaying this news to the clan head. As night cloaked the world in darkness, Ying Ye reclined upon the ample legs of Hinata Rensetsu, his black eyes gazing out the window, shimmering with anticipation. In a clan with a main family and a branch family, there exists a relative of lowly status, and Ling Ren's ambition is indeed considerable. Quite commendable. I require subordinates brimming with ambition. Ying Ye, you seem to be in good spirits. Has something delightful occurred? Hinata Linshue inquired softly. Delicately peeling a grape and placing it between her cherry lips, her pearly teeth gently biting down. She then leaned forward, patiently awaiting the response of the crimson-haired youth beneath her. Following their journey to Mist Ninja Village, the bond between the two had gradually intensified, and Hinata Linshue no longer regarded Ying Ye as merely a boy. After all, how many 10-year-olds could single-handedly confront the forces of Mist Ninja Village? He was not merely a person, he was the very embodiment of a divine scion, defying conventional perception and restraint. Ying Ye shrugged, adjusting his head to a more comfortable position as he gazed out into the night, chuckling softly. A reward for an A-level mission could significantly enhance the Byakugan's power, awakening the bloodline limits of unawakened clan members. What do you suppose the Hinata clan would do? Upon hearing this, Hinata Linshue's pure white eyes sparkled as she replied without hesitation. They would frantically accept missions, striving to elevate the bloodline of the main family and strengthen the clan's power. Indeed, that is precisely how the Hinata clan operates, a harsh and ancient ninja lineage, Ying Ye remarked, a thoughtful expression gracing his lips. A cruel reality dawned upon Hinata Linshue. A-level missions could only be accomplished by jonin, and the main family of the Hinata clan never undertook missions. Thus, the responsibility would inevitably fall upon the jonin of the branch family, an arduous and perilous task with high odds of failure. Fear not. The Hinata clan would not dare to send my beautiful maid to her demise, Ying Ye reassured. Noticing the worry in Hinata Linshue's enchanting gaze as he raised his head after a prolonged absence of her tender ministrations, he continued. The Hinata clan possesses ample accomplishments to sustain them for a time, but eventually they will compel the branch family to take desperate measures, and not just the jonin. Hinata Linshua fell into contemplative silence, a hint of sorrow flickering in her pristine eyes as she lowered her head. Gazing at the striking visage of the crimson-haired youth beneath her, her heart calmed somewhat. She, leaning against a great tree, was safe. Yet what of her kin? Those comrades who had once shared the battlefield and whom she could entrust with her life? Moments later, the stillness of the night was pierced by the rustling of fabric, and a voice of supplication echoed in Ying Ye's ears. Ying Ye, could you assist them? Even if they are from the branch family, they are still part of Konoha. Hinata Linshua pleaded with utmost politeness and sincerity. Assist? How so? Should I selflessly bestow tailed beast chakra to facilitate the evolution of the entire Hinata clan? Or should I exert my power to force the Hinata clan to relinquish their claims? Ying Ye sat upright, his dark eyes locked onto Hinata Linshua, the pure moonlight illuminating her snow-white complexion, bestowing upon her an air of sanctity. Upon hearing his words, Hinata Linshua fell silent. Since her earliest memories, the Hinata clan had always been just that, the branch family, relegated to a lowly status akin to slaves, enduring relentless oppression. Had it not been for the outbreak of the First Shinobi World War, the formidable and enchanting Hinata Ringshu might have long been wed to some scion of a noble clan, living a life of quiet despair. Only by becoming a jonin, as a member of the branch family, did she earn the right to exert a measure of control over her own destiny. It was this very obsession that drove her to the battlefield, fighting fiercely to carve out her future. Ringshu is not a fragile flower. She possesses considerable talent and a fierce spirit. What she lacks is merely an opportunity, a slight nudge in the right direction. In the days to come, she will become my most loyal, trustworthy, and capable secretary. Ying Ye's smile faded, and he regarded Hinata Ringshu with a serious gaze, awaiting her response. What shall we do? We cannot resist. We can only accept. Hinata Ringshu collapsed onto the tatami mat, her pure white eyes swirling with resentment, anger, and helplessness. Crying out in a voice tinged with despair. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps approached, and a not particularly tall young figure stood before her. With a pale hand outstretched, she instinctively crossed her arms in defense, only to feel a chill on her forehead. Rip. The Konoha forehead protector was violently torn away, revealing the mark that has bound generations of the Hinata branch family's fate, a cage bird. Its pattern was not particularly ugly, yet it grotesquely obscured her entire forehead, severely marred Hinata Ringshu's beauty. Ying Ye frowned and remarked quietly, if this were tattooed on the abdomen, it might have some merit, but on the forehead, it is simply unsightly. In my opinion, we should find a way to remove it. With a sharp sound, Hinata Ringshu raised her delicate wrists, covering her forehead with her jade hands. Her fair face flushed crimson, shrinking away to avoid the risk of revealing too much. Her pure white eyes cautiously glanced up at Ying Ye, and she murmured softly, I once knew a female tattoo artist while on a mission. Smack. Ying Ye raised his hand and struck her taut thigh, exclaiming in frustration, You know I didn't mean it that way, but we can consider the tattoo issue. Then, with a sense of casualness, Ying Ye laid out the facts. For Konoha, the Byakugan clan is synonymous with the Hinata. Whether one belongs to the main or branch family is inconsequential. Therefore, for the branch family to gain their freedom, they must possess a means to break the shackles of the cage bird. The cage bird mark is intricate, and forcibly unsealing it is a daunting task. However, at its core, it is merely driven by chakra. Once enveloped by another form of energy that severs its connection to the outside world, it becomes effectively nullified. For instance, martial arts energy is of a higher caliber than chakra. Coupled with the Hinata clan's exceptional fine control, achieving this is not insurmountable. Having reached this point in the discussion, it sufficed. The Hinata clan trains in blood and energy martial arts, naturally endowed with boundless advantages, and the oppressed branch family ninjas, under the duress of life and death, find it easier to break through to this realm. Ying Ye need only provide a modicum of guidance, and once the branch family possesses sufficient strength, they can unite to compel the main family to comply. Refusal would lead to death. Within Konoha exists a set of rules that does not intervene in the conflicts and contradictions among the ninja clans. This regulation was established from the outset. Even if I remain in the shadows, with the ruthless and treacherous nature of Toi, he would undoubtedly relish the opportunity. What Hokage would not appreciate a loyal and exceptionally promising clan of shinobi? The ferocious tiger of the Hyuga must awaken, fiercely igniting my martial path. This decision was made from the outset. If Lingren lacks the capability and the necessary ruthlessness, then let Linshua lead the branch family to cleanse the filth. Ying Ye gazed upon the beautiful Jane, who shrank on the tatama mat, her pure white beauty shimmering with a tangle of conflicting emotions, entanglement, excitement, hatred, and more. With a smile, he remarked, "One must rely on oneself to alter their destiny, Linshua. I grant you 3 months to train alone." Upon hearing this, Hinata Linshua lifted her snow-white head, her pearly teeth biting her cherry lips, and nodded emphatically. Then, she abruptly stood up, disregarding the risk of exposure, and stepped forward. She found herself somewhat addicted to the boy who could change her fate. Although Ying Ye enjoyed painting grand visions, his promises were often fulfilled. Sometimes, even with benefits provided in advance. Such a man is undeniably charismatic. The following day, at the Uchiha clan's training ground in the back mountains, a group clad in dark blue and black high-necked uniforms stood in a relaxed yet distinctive manner behind Uchiha Qinshan, Uchiha Jing, and Uchiha Shana. Their slightly lifted black eyes were fervently fixed on the 3 individuals at the center of the training ground. These 3, though not very old, the eldest barely 15, were all over 12 years of age and shared a common title, Uchiha Wastes. To be over 12 without awakening the Sharingan was deemed a disgrace among the Uchiha. Despite their status as wastes, they still enjoyed a relatively affluent life as members of the Uchiha clan. These individuals did not need to engage in missions for monetary reward. They merely needed to live off the clan until death, marrying and procreating in adulthood, with more offspring yielding greater rewards and resources. Today, however, an opportunity to shed this shame had arisen. "Lord Ying Ye, may we begin?" Uchiha Shana stepped forward, uniquely addressing Ying Ye with honorifics. A hint of excitement and impatience dancing across his aged face, as one of the 3 was his only cherished granddaughter. Although she was quite the waste. Having not awakened her Sharingan even as an adult, an undeniable blemish on his life, she remained his beloved granddaughter. Her name was Uchiha Enzi, adorned with a cascade of vibrant silver hair flowing down to her ankles. Despite being of age, her figure retained the proportions of a 12 or 13-year-old girl, perfectly balanced. Gazing closely, one would see the delicate contours of her face, yet her youthful visage bore mature and captivating eyes, rendering her quite unique. Charming, one might find it amusing to punch her and hear her cry. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye lifted his gaze, shifting his attention from Uchiha Enzi's flushed cheeks to Uchiha Shana, and spoke in a deep tone, "Elder Shana, please wait. There are others who will arrive." "Who?" Uchiha Shana furrowed his brows, momentarily perplexed by the presence of a remarkable individual in Konoha who had kept the Wood Release prodigy waiting. Approximately 2 months prior, a fiery-haired youth from Konoha had ventured to the borders of the Mist Village, single-handedly decimating the elite and intermediate ninjas of the village. The formidable Three Tails, acting as the village's secret weapon, had mysteriously vanished, all thanks to the actions of this red-haired boy. 10 years old? A mere child? What a jest! Senju Ying Ye, without a doubt, was destined to become the next Hashirama Senju. Even at this moment, he possessed the strength to elevate the Uchiha clan. In the presence of genuine power, one must show reverence. Having witnessed the brutality of the Warring States era, Uchiha Shana was all too aware of this truth. Though slightly unhinged, he would never toy with the lives of his kin. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, his dark pupils swirling with a crimson glow, distorting into 3 crimson tomo. His gaze fixed ominously on the heavens, his aged visage instantly sagged. At that moment, a chilling voice shattered the poised stance of the Uchiha clan. The sound of white light armor clanked as Senju Tobarama surveyed the gathered Uchiha with his blood-red eyes, ultimately resting upon the 3 protagonists of the day, causing the silver-haired lawful lowly to lower her head in fright. With Tobarama's arrival, the Uchiha clan swiftly mobilized, led by Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Shana, swiftly dividing into 2 factions. Ahem! Uchiha Qinshan cleared his throat twice, prompting the conservative and radical factions to halt, resuming their characteristic relaxed yet dignified stance. The only difference was the activation of nearly 100 crimson eyes, revealing the unrest within their hearts. "Greetings, Hokage-sama." Uchiha Qinshan bowed respectfully, clasping his hands. Upon his utterance, a chorus of voices arose in succession. "Hokage-sama. We greet you, Hokage-sama. Lord Second Hokage, what brings you to the Uchiha today? Is there a mission to announce?" Uchiha Shana inquired, his expression cold as he bowed. "None. I simply had some leisure time and happened to pass by," Tobarama replied, waving his hand dismissively, too indifferent to spare Uchiha Shana a glance. In his eyes, this man posed little threat, merely an old fool with rebellious aspirations yet lacking the capability to act. Allowing him to remain would only serve to fragment the Uchiha clan's power and stabilize Konoha. As long as he was present, Uchiha Shana would never amount to anything worthwhile. In the future, with Ying Ye around, he would amount to even less. The Uchiha clan was destined to be firmly under the control of the Senju clan. Second granduncle. I shall begin now. Ying Ye raised his head to glance at Senju Tobarama, inquiring with a smile. The latter nodded, his cold gaze penetrating the depths of the Uchiha gathering, landing on a red-haired youth seamlessly blending into the crowd, causing his eyelid to twitch involuntarily. With a swift motion, the red-haired boy, sensing Tobarama's gaze, lifted his head and cast a dispassionate glance, coolly murmuring, "Boring old man." He then stepped forward, the Uchiha clan members parting to create a pathway for him. Crimson eyes shimmered as they gazed at the retreating figure of the red-haired youth, a flicker of contemplation evident within. An ornate fan-shaped emblem adorned the back of the youth's dark attire, leaving one to ponder the origins of such authentic Uchiha garb. Ying Ye, this impish fellow, had blood-based wooden clones that were increasingly eccentric. Senju Tobarama observed the strikingly composed red-haired boy, hands casually tucked into pockets, his demeanor strikingly reminiscent of the Uchiha clan. With veins prominently bulging on his forehead, his crimson gaze flickered, fist clenched tightly. Had it not been for the throngs of people present, he might have been compelled to deliver a sound thrashing to this ostentatious young man. "Hurry up," Ying Ye commanded coolly, crossing his arms with a smirk of mockery. To ensure safety, he rotated through different-tailed beast Jinchuriki clones each day, naturally selecting those with harmless dispositions, like the one before him, who was solely preoccupied with his flamboyant display. These beings were extreme manifestations of a facet of Ying Ye's own personality, forever devoid of a complete identity. Clones remain clones, destined to exist perpetually as such, with no hope of ever transcending their limitations. He found satisfaction in this flaw of the forbidden technique, which added a touch of amusement to the otherwise monotonous pursuit of martial arts. Bound by the dual restrictions of the forbidden arts and blood-based wooden clones, these unique manifestations could never escape Ying Ye's control unless he chose to set them free, as he was currently doing with the impulsive clone drawing upon Uchiha Madara's inherent legacy. In approximately 10 months, that volatile clone would meet its demise, at which point it would be time to reap the rewards. He looked forward to it eagerly, raising his gaze to the sky, whispering his anticipation within. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, amidst desolate and silent mountains, a thunderous clash erupted. As fists met palms, a swirling vortex of white energy exploded into view. Within a mere second, the two combatants exchanged dozens of lethal strikes with blinding speed, each blow delivered without a hint of restraint. Martial technique. Cloud-pushing palm. The red-haired youth bellowed, a plume of white steam emanating from his palms. A fierce torrent of water-based true chakra coalescing at his fingertips as he struck at his adversary. With a mighty crash, the red-haired youth sliced through the air, unleashing the roiling water chakra upon the earth, creating a gaping chasm nearly 3 meters deep and 10 meters wide. Something new? Uchiha Madara's figure materialized 100 meters away, surprise flitting across his otherwise stoic features. After a moment of contemplation, he charged toward the red-haired youth. "Haha, Maradara." To witness the might of martial arts is a privilege of a lifetime. The young Ying Ye, his red hair billowing, his crimson eyes alight with fury and delight, surged forward, water chakra enveloping his hands, as he proclaimed audaciously amidst the fray. "Humph, little madman," Uchiha Madara scoffed, evading the attack with a displeased expression. Even he had to concede the potency of the cloud-pushing palm, capable of inflicting severe injury in a single strike, provided one could bypass his defenses for a lethal hit. Barely powerful, but too slow. A cold voice emerged as a massive hand inexplicably shot forth, striking the youthful Ying Ye's wrist with lightning speed, producing a resounding crack. "A mere injury, old man. Come, try to kill me." The young Ying Ye let out a fierce roar, his right hand hanging limply at his thigh, fearlessly charging forward once more. The figures, their eyes gleaming with the crimson light of 3 Tomo, collided violently. Both possessed 3 Tomo, endowing them with terrifying dynamic vision. Engaged in a brutal martial contest driven by their vital energy, the residual force was so overwhelming that the ground within 1,000 meters would lower by several meters after a single bout. Yet, this was merely a customary clash between the two. The tempestuous doppelganger was a pure martial maniac, while Uchiha Madara was renowned as the pinnacle of physical prowess in the ninja world. The title of king of the battlefield was no idle boast. The convergence of these two formidable entities was indeed a meeting of kindred spirits. Within the training grounds of the Uchiha clan, Ying Ye crossed his arms, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, amused as he observed his doppelganger-esque display. "Behold, Uchiha, the birth of a miracle. Pledge your allegiance to me." and eternal life shall be yours in due time. The red-haired youth, with one hand tucked into his pocket, held his head high, an air of cold arrogance in his dark eyes as he surveyed the surrounding Uchiha clan members, speaking in a deep tone. Most gazes in attendance were fixated upon a slender figure ensconced in a cocoon of thorns and blood. Uchiha Ying Ye, notorious within the clan as a waste, was the direct granddaughter of the esteemed elder Uchiha Shana. Despite her lineage, she had failed to awaken her Sharingan even into adulthood, bringing shame upon her clan. Yet today, she was enveloped in a bloodthorn cocoon, waves of bloodline energy pulsating clearly within the gaze of her crimson eyes. A piercing, anguished scream erupted from the woman. As if she were enduring unimaginable torment, yet more so, it was a release of years of suppressed resentment and humiliation, catalyzed by her burning bloodline. This was unlike the awakening of the Byakugan in the Hyuga clan. It was starkly different. When Hinata Yukike's awakened, though she too had screamed, it lacked this level of desperation, as if she were undergoing an excruciating ordeal that penetrated her very bones. In the minds of Uchiha Shana, Uchiha Qianshan, and the seasoned veterans of Konoha, thoughts swirled. Even Ying Ye was not exempt from this contemplation. The Uchiha bloodline exhibited a certain flaw, or perhaps a curse. Was it due to Indra? Or the machinations of Kagaya Otsutsuki? Or merely a hereditary defect passed down within the Uchiha lineage? Ying Ye narrowed his dark eyes, his suspicions mounting as he recalled the two progenitors of the Uchiha clan from the original narrative, Indra and Ashura, bound in their fateful reincarnation. Had the Uchiha clan as one of the pivotal players in their saga, harboring Indra's lingering resentment within their blood. The brutal evolution of the Sharingan seemed to have commenced with Indra. And what of the Sage of Six Paths? A timeless soul who had covertly influenced the ninja world for a millennium? Was he truly as benevolent as depicted in the original tale, seeking to conclude the fates of his two sons and achieve peace in the ninja world, while slumbering in his pure land? All of this remained shrouded in the mist of history, elusive and unclear. With the power of Kagaya Otsutsuki, it was difficult for Ying Ye to fathom why she would allow her exceptionally gifted elder son to perish at the hands of her younger son. Shaking his head, he momentarily set aside this perplexity, etching it into his memory. At that moment, a voice, aged yet filled with compassion, emerged from Uchiha Shana. Xiao, hold on. Grandfather believes you will surely awaken your Sharingan. Senju Tobarama observed this scene with an air of indifference, his chilling crimson gaze subtly shifting, swirling with contemplation. As the arch-rival of the Uchiha clan, Senju held the foremost expertise on the Sharingan within the ninja world. His understanding fostered a certain wariness. The extreme fluctuations of emotion served as both the catalyst for the awakening and evolution of the Sharingan, yet they can also lead an individual down a path of extremity. The Uchiha clan, by nature, is steeped in malevolence. Tobarama narrowed his piercing red eyes, listening to the anguished cries that echoed around him. A trace of disdain evident in his gaze. This disdain was not directed at the girl Uchiha-in, but rather at the wicked bloodline of the Uchiha. Standing at the forefront of his kin, Uchiha Chiyama, with his right hand concealed within his robes, exuded a nonchalant demeanor. He keenly noticed the subtle shifts in Tobarama's expression, a touch of bitterness surfacing in his own eyes. During the First Ninja World War, Tobarama had already demonstrated his differential treatment towards the Uchiha. Those with 2 tomo or fewer were dispatched to the front lines, while any who awakened the 3 tomo were promptly relegated to the rear. Consequently, many Uchiha perished, leading to a growing discontent with the second Hokage, aligning themselves with Uchiha Shana. Unlike the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha placed great significance on their kin, even regarding an adult who had yet to awaken their Sharingan as valuable. Thus, even the other 4 great ninja villages dared not seize the Sharingan for warfare. At most, they would conduct clandestine studies, but such actions would provoke the Uchiha's fierce retribution. The Uchiha were perceived as formidable madmen in the ninja world. To alter the Uchiha's predicament, one must either awaken several Manjiki Sharingan wielders or have Konoha produce a Hokage akin to Senju Hashirama, capable of subduing the Uchiha. Tobarama, however, was not yet worthy nor possessed the requisite temperament. Uchiha Chiyama withdrew his right hand from within his robes, a benevolent smile gracing his countenance as he approached Ying Ye. Bowing respectfully, he inquired, "Lord Ying Ye, what is the situation with Xiao? Isn't the thorn blood cocoon a secret technique to aid ninjas in cultivating the second layer of the chi and blood martial path? Why do I sense her bloodline surging, as if she is on the verge of awakening her Sharingan?" Upon hearing this, Ying Ye lifted his gaze to meet the amiable visage of Uchiha Chiyama, a smile curving upon his lips. This individual was indeed astute and held considerable influence, capable of commanding respect from his clan. As the leader of the Uchiha, you are quite competent, Chiyama. Your discerning eyes have not missed a thing. In my view, the Uchiha bloodline appears to possess some inherent flaw. Thus, I instructed my clone to enhance Xiao Inar's constitution, attempting to remedy the situation. Ying Ye candidly revealed, his demeanor cheerful and untroubled. Instantly, Uchiha Chiyama's eyes widened in shock, and he could not help but take a deep breath, gritting his teeth in frustration. He glared at the smiling Ying Ye, suppressing the impulse to point a finger at him in anger. Before nearly 100 Uchiha Sharingan wielders, you dare conduct human experimentation on the granddaughter of the Grand Elder? How many lives do you think you have? Impudent brat. If it weren't for the inability to confront you, I would truly want to end your life. At this moment, these sentiments echoed the thoughts of the majority of the Uchiha clan present. Uchiha Shana inhaled deeply, the veins on his forehead bulging, clearly on the verge of losing his temper due to the provocative remark. Yet, someone else was even more agitated and quicker to act. You insolent brat. What do you intend to do? Senju Tobarama bellowed, spittle flying as he raised his right hand, looking as though he were about to strike Ying Ye with fury. Nothing much, just infused a bit of my blood, Ying Ye replied nonchalantly, raising one hand to his chest and retreating 50 meters to evade Tobarama's furious blow. A sharp crackling sound echoed as a powerful and precise attack struck Ying Ye's face, erupting into a cloud of white mist. It was, in fact, a shadow clone, sending Tobarama into an irate pant. The Flying Thunder God technique was indeed formidable, much swifter than the body flicker technique. Had it not been for Ying Ye's foresight in anticipating Tobarama's intentions, that furious strike would have landed squarely on his handsome visage. This scene astonished the Uchiha clan members. Their gazes toward Ying Ye tinged with newfound respect. The second Hokage, renowned for his strength, had been outmaneuvered, yet emerged unscathed. Such prowess, judgment, and courage were undeniable. Suddenly, an excited shout erupted from Uchiha Ying Ye's side, unmistakably from Ying Ye himself. Haha, it worked. It worked. My hypothesis was correct. The Wood Release bloodline complements the Uchiha lineage. Just look at those dual Tomo Sharingan. They seem to be forming a third Tomo. How captivating. Ying Ye stood amidst the shattering blood cocoon, gazing vacantly at his legitimate silver-haired lowly, unabashedly reaching out to pinch her small face, his dark eyes gleaming with fervor as he scrutinized her closely. The girl, appearing dazed, allowed the red-haired youth to examine her. The silver-haired maiden collapsed to the ground, her long, fair legs stacked gracefully, her delicate oval face flushed. In her enchanting eyes, two crimson Tomo swirled, the faint outline of a third Tomo discernible. If one were to deem a 12-year-old Uchiha, who had yet to awaken the Sharingan, a failure, then a 15-year-old capable of evolving the Sharingan to 3 Tomo was undoubtedly a prodigy. In mere moments, Ying Ye had facilitated the transformation of the Uchiha clan's notorious failure into a celebrated genius. This extraordinary power left the Uchiha clan in awe and reverence. Indeed, I did not misjudge him. Lord Ying Ye possesses the capability to lead our Uchiha clan. Even now, he is capable of doing so. Uchiha Qianshan surveyed his surroundings and observed the jaw-dropping, astonished expressions of his clan members, their gazes filled with respect for Ying Ye, igniting a fervor within him. As the clan leader, he bore the responsibility of ensuring the Uchiha bloodline's continuation and its prominence within the ninja world. Beside him, the radical Uchiha Shana, a cunning elder, also sensed the shift in his clan's emotions, feeling both anger and a tinge of excitement. However, when he gazed into the scarlet eyes of his cherished granddaughter, all words coalesced into a single sigh. Success. That is sufficient. Lord Ying Ye, how long do you intend to observe? The silver-haired maiden lowered her head, her delicate teeth biting into her rosy lips, presenting a charming visage of bashfulness and trepidation. The fervor reflected in Ying Ye's obsidian eyes, solely fixated on her, made her heart race uncontrollably. She yearned to flee. Yet the thought of the miracle he had bestowed upon her ignited a profound sense of reverence and gratitude within her. The warmth that enveloped her cheeks reached her very heart, causing it to flutter. He is still just a child of 10. How could I harbor such emotions? This is truly wicked. The silver-haired girl silently lamented, her delicate form trembling slightly, until Ying Ye released her tender face. However, the lingering warmth left her cheeks aflame. Next, Ying Ye announced, standing tall as his gaze fell upon a young Uchiha. With a smile, he addressed the boy, who stepped forward with eager anticipation. Taking a deep breath, the boy looked up at Ying Ye and implored, Lord Ying Ye, may I awaken the 2 Tomo Sharingan as well? Though framed as a question, it was an earnest desire to replicate the miracle of Uchiha silver. Absolutely not. The cold voice of Senju Tobarama, clenched between gritted teeth, echoed, prompting a collective sigh from the Uchiha clan members. Indeed, the second Hokage remained wary of the Uchiha and seemed somewhat biased against them. Understood, Ying Ye nodded. Recognizing that one experimental result sufficed, he resolved to observe the silver-haired maiden's changes more closely in the future and gather intelligence. Turning to his clone, who had one hand casually tucked in his pocket, he commanded, "Proceed swiftly and conclude this matter. Meet me at the Hokage building shortly." "Sure thing." The clone replied with a shrug, clearly pleased. As Ying Ye departed, he reveled in the reverence and astonished gazes of the Uchiha. To shine before others was the lifelong pursuit of this particular incarnation of his character, and it was the sole goal he cherished. 10 minutes later, within the Hokage building, a cacophony of ire echoed throughout the structure, encapsulating a singular sentiment. "Ying Ye, you scoundrel, why must you act so recklessly? Have you truly infused the Wood Release bloodline into the Uchiha? Can you not be any more insane?" The one receiving the scorn was, of course, Ying Ye. The red-haired youth leaned against the wall, resembling a small boy bullied by the second Hokage, pitiful yet not helpless. Occasionally, he raised a hand to stifle a yawn, appearing thoroughly bored as if the reprimands entered one ear and exited the other. To this, Senju Tobarama could only shake his head in frustration. "Speak, then. Provide me with a reason for your actions," he demanded with a grave tone. In response, Ying Ye raised his right hand, extending a single finger. And with a cheerful demeanor, he replied, "There is but one reason: to further assert control over the Uchiha." This succinct explanation, while brief, was sufficient for the astute Senju Tobarama to deduce a logical conclusion. The cultivation secrets of the first 3 tiers of blood and martial arts were nearly public knowledge in Konoha. For the Uchiha, acquiring such knowledge was not particularly difficult if they were determined. However, mastering these techniques required considerable time, months, if not years, of arduous effort. It was quite normal for a ninja to spend months on a single mission. Coupled with the training of ninjutsu, physical techniques, and chakra refinement, there remained little time for rest. Thus, for nearly 3 months, apart from the 2 prodigies, Hinata Ryudo and Akita Yam, who had previously attained the 3rd level of chi and blood cultivation, no one else has reached this realm. Aside from Hinata, who was recently elevated to the 3rd level by Ying Ye himself, there remains no Uchiha ninja in this category. The arduous nature of chi and blood martial arts demands an exorbitant investment of time, hence the methods you possess will restrain the Uchiha and serve Konoha. Is this correct? Senju Tobarama's crimson pupils narrowed slightly as he gazed intently at Ying Ye in the corner, speaking in a low tone. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye shook his head and replied with a smile, "Uncle, you are indeed worthy of being the second Hokage. You grasped the crux of the matter in an instant. However, you are only partially correct." As he spoke, the chilling glint in Senju Tobarama's eyes dissipated, transforming into a disconcerting smile. He fixated on Ying Ye, anticipating his further elucidation. The Uchiha clan, inherently proud, holds only the strong in high regard, such as the equally renowned Senju clan. As for myself, not only am I powerful, but I am so formidable that the Uchiha can only look up to me. They cannot stir any waves in my presence. Furthermore, the secret technique that combines Wood Release and Tailed Beast Chakra is pivotal for the Uchiha to awaken their Sharingan unscathed. Thus, they will both revere and follow me. It is not Konoha that will compel the Uchiha's loyalty, but rather I, Senju Ying Ye. The same holds true for the Hyuga clan. Only a true powerhouse can subdue such a mighty clan in the ninja world. A smirk graced Ying Ye's lips, his dark eyes shimmering with ambition and confidence. The illustrious feat of single-handedly piercing through the forces of the Mist Ninja Village, coupled with his current age, renders any boastful claims almost trivial. Even if Ying Ye were to storm into the Uchiha clan and forcibly seize a beautiful girl, that would likely send him home with a smile. Speaking of which, Ying Ye has indeed remained quite modest. This discourse left Senju Tobarama momentarily speechless. As Hokage, he was most wary of the emergence of an individual whose merits overshadowed others, capable of uniting the prestige of various ninja clans in an instant. However, if this person were an unparalleled talent from the Senju clan, a wielder of Wood Release, the situation would be markedly different. Such a young child, speaking such grandiose words, Senju Tobarama muttered under his breath, opting not to delve deeper into the matter, lest it lead to an unwanted premature retirement. Ying Ye chuckled, shifting the topic. "Uncle, it has been over a month. How's that fellow Kinkaku progressing?" This individual, capable of containing the power of the Nine Tails within his body, might be able to reformulate the Jinchuriki forbidden technique. I believe you can see the drawbacks of my blood release would clone forbidden technique. It is hardly suitable for a long-term tailed beast Jinchuriki. Ying Ye licked his dry lips, the terrifying combat prowess of Uchiha Madara weighing heavily on him. Reformulating the Jinchuriki forbidden technique. Utilizing one's own body to contain a tailed beast would provide a measure of resistance. Soon, I have been researching with Mito, and the feasibility of your proposal is quite high. Senju Tobarama waved his hand dismissively, a hint of exasperation on his face. Tailed beasts are feared like tigers. Yet to a peak shadow-level powerhouse, they are merely a peculiar and formidable beast. By the way, Tsunade will be returning soon, if all goes well. She should arrive in Konoha by tomorrow. Having not seen each other for an extended period, remember to spend more time with her. This time, that girl has unwittingly taken a life and enemies. Senju Tobarama turned, gazing somberly out at the village of Konoha, his tone laden with gravity. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye abruptly lifted his head, his dark eyes widening slightly, reflecting a complex array of emotions. On the streets of Konoha, a vibrant flow of people meandered past, the shouts of vendors echoing through the air. The joyful laughter of children reverberated, embodying the innocence and naive exuberance of youth. Only in Konoha, the foremost ninja village of the shinobi world, could such a scene of joy and harmony flourish, safe, without worries of food, clothing, or shelter. In contrast, other regions of the shinobi world, while not as chaotic as the war-torn land of Rain, still found their common folk struggling to make ends meet. In the aftermath of the Great Ninja War, countless families had been shattered. When gods clash, mortals suffer. Under the turmoil of the 5 great nations' conflicts, hardly any civilian from the smaller nations could relish stability and peace. Ying Ye found himself seated atop the rooftop of a flower shop in the mountains. A Konoha cigarette held delicately between his left fingers, while his right hand grasped a green-leafed lighter, silently igniting it. As the smoke curled around him, memories of the past swirled like a boomerang, striking the consciousness of Ying Ye, the time traveler. 2 disparate worlds gradually converged within his dark eyes, igniting a fervent blaze in his mind, a conflagration destined to engulf the entire shinobi realm. In this world, chaos and cruelty reigned. Ying Ye's gaze pierced through the swirling haze. Observing the children frolicking in the streets and softly murmured, ninjas typically begin accepting missions at the tender age of 5, undertaking menial tasks such as fetching herbs or capturing stray animals. Yet, a select few prodigies receive guidance from Jonin, encountering C-rank missions at an early age, such as hunting wild boars or clearing out bandits, tasks often commissioned by impoverished villagers in the Land of Fire, offering scant rewards. However, these missions are well-suited for novice players. Most lower-ranked ninjas in Konoha find themselves stained with the blood of their kin at this stage. Tsunade is killed. Ying Ye murmured again, his dark eyes flickering with intricate emotions, his mind reflecting the image of that charming, golden-haired, pigtail-wearing little girl, radiant with enthusiasm. The world of ninjas is merciless. One must endure such trials, a truth Ying Ye had long been aware of. Yet, witnessing this fate befall Tsunade at the tender age of 5 or 6 still stirred profound sentiments within him. Suddenly, a lithe and alluring figure leaped before Ying Ye, a playful reprimand gracing her lovely face. As she bent down, an expanse of fair skin caught Ying Ye's attention, her delicate fingers pinching the cigarette's end before tossing it onto the rooftop, extinguishing it with her foot. The minor movement caused her voluptuous form to quiver slightly. Good children must not smoke, Uzumaki Takumi admonished, her brow furrowed, hands on her hips, embodying the essence of a lecturing teacher. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye raised his gaze, captivated by the sight before him, calmly exhaling a plume of white smoke that met its mark. With a composed voice, he remarked, "Big sister, you're exposed." Ah. Uzumaki Takumi gasped softly, her fair face flushing a rosy hue. Gritting her teeth, she shot Ying Ye a fierce glare, embodying a blend of embarrassment and anger, as if she wished to strike him. However, she unexpectedly maintained her posture, seemingly attempting to feign nonchalance in the face of the situation. Indeed, I observed it all, the starkness of 2 prominent figures. Ying Ye's gaze remained calm as he fixated on the scene for a considerable while, continuing to offer reminders. Hiss. Vortex Rhea inhaled deeply, the tumult of emotions surging within her, momentarily rendered speechless, standing there with gritted teeth. Her initial strategy to engage with Ying Ye was thoroughly disrupted by his mere words. She hailed from the Vortex clan and had just led a team of talented kin to Konoha yesterday. Their objective was to reclaim the benefits promised by the second Hokage. The sealing of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn was naturally the responsibility of the Vortex clan's elite forces, who returned after completing their mission. Vortex Rye's secondary task was to connect with Ying Ye and forge a stable bond. Forming such ties with a mere 10-year-old seemed absurd at first glance. However, when placed in the context of a prodigy capable of breaching the hidden mist village with Wood Release techniques, everything began to make sense. As for Ying Ye's agreement with Vortex Rumi, she was blissfully unaware. Otherwise, it might have led her to question her very existence. That infuriating red-haired rascal. Vortex Rye crossed her arms, glaring fiercely at Ying Ye, her long hair swaying with her movements, exuding a fiery intensity. Don't squeeze, it's already ample. Furthermore, you're right. Big sister, smoking is indeed a bad habit. Rising to his feet, Ying Ye retrieved a cigarette and lighter from his pocket, striding towards Vortex Rye. A serious glint flickered in his dark eyes as he boldly placed the cigarette above her rapidly beating heart. Here you go, big sister. No need to thank me. With that teasing remark, Ying Ye mysteriously vanished from the spot, disappearing from Vortex Rye's perception in the blink of an eye, leaving her alone, disheveled by the wind. What just happened? Am I being flirted with by a 10-year-old? Vortex Rye's brows furrowed in confusion, her beautiful eyes swirling with uncertainty, her emotions tumultuous. Ultimately, it erupted into a furious roar akin to a lioness, her delicate fists clenched tightly. That lecherous red-haired brat. I swear I'll catch you. Instantly. Curious glances began to gather on the streets of Konoha, landing upon a stunning beauty with flowing red locks, an alluring visage, and a captivating figure. Who is she? Does Konoha have a red-haired female ninja? Could she possibly be from the Vortex clan? I heard from my husband that a pair of Vortex clansmen visited Konoha yesterday. She must be one of them. What is going on? Has she been bullied? Whispers fluttered around her ears, causing Vortex Rye's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. After all, this was not an honorable situation. She hurriedly leaped to the ground and made a swift escape. At the Senju clan's main residence. After having a bit of fun with the voluptuous Vortex ninja, Ying Ye felt considerably lighter in spirit and visited the Uchiha to retrieve his shadow clone. Finally, he returned home to prepare for dinner. Creak. The door swung open, revealing the familiar visage of Vortex Mizuho, a gentle and kind smile gracing her lips. Ying Ye, you returned just in time. We have guests at home who are eager to meet you. Indeed, a little girl has gone out, claiming she is in search of you. Uzumaki Mizuho, with one hand covering her left cheek, murmured softly, her face alight with joy at the long-awaited reunion with her kin. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye raised his right hand to touch his nose, responding with a smile. He then stepped through the doorway, closing it behind him as he turned to gaze at Mizuho. Her face, slightly aged, still bore traces of the exquisite beauty of her youth. Despite possessing the legendary ninjutsu that promised eternal youth, she willingly relinquished her allure. With Hashirama gone, whose eyes could behold Mizuho's breathtaking visage now. Mizuho. Just now Tobarama mentioned that he is close to developing a revised version of the Jinchuriki sealing technique. Is that true? Ying Ye inquired with curiosity. Indeed. Mizuho replied with a smile, continuing to elucidate. The primary creators of the Jinchuriki sealing technique were myself, Lord Hashirama, and Tobarama. Initially, we devised several versions, ultimately selecting the one that allows for soul coexistence, where the energy of the tailed beasts is quantified and sealed within the ninja's spiritual realm. Ying Ye, your physique is remarkably robust, so there is no need for you to sign a contract with the tailed beasts at the cost of your life. Merely by virtue of yourself, you could potentially achieve the feat of suppressing the tailed beasts. Tobarama and I have taken the golden horns as a blueprint, intending to devise a version most suited to you. Mizuho spoke with assurance, patiently addressing the queries that mattered most to Ying Ye. That's fantastic, Ying Ye exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he clenched his fists. Such a Jinchuriki would indeed befit him. In the future, he might even be able to subdue all 9-tailed beasts, refining them to reach the pinnacle of martial arts in the ninja world. Accompanying Uchiha Obito's tempestuous clone, he was intentionally orchestrating a trial, confident that the clone's erratic nature would lead to attempts at refining the three tails. The initial experiment on the path to the martial arts Howdan realm would soon yield answers. In the main residence of the Senju clan, a long rectangular dining table was surrounded by a multitude of individuals, most of whom sported vibrant crimson hair, reminiscent of a gathering of the Uzumaki clan. Ding! Uzumaki Takuyu sat at the corner of the table, her gaze fixated on the boisterous Ying Ye, wearing an expression of lingering resentment. In contrast, Ying Ye remained completely indifferent. as it was entirely normal for someone of his stature to be adored by beautiful kunoichi. After all these years, he had grown accustomed to it. However, he was not concerned about this elder woman's scrutiny. His thoughts were occupied with other matters. According to the original narrative, the Uzumaki clan would face annihilation approximately a decade and a half later, around the time of the Second Shinobi World War. The cause would be their attempt to replace the feudal lord and govern the land of whirlpools, achieving the glorious ideal of a village as a nation and a nation as a village. Presently, the Mist Village had nearly been rendered impotent by his actions, suggesting that this plot might unfold prematurely. Alternatively, with no one to impede them, they might successfully establish their nation, ushering in a new chapter in the history of the shinobi world. Ying Ye lifted a glass of iced cola, the corners of his eyes discreetly glancing at the members of the Uzumaki clan, his mind already made up. Should the Uzumaki clan find themselves in dire straits, he would undoubtedly come to their aid, timing his intervention perfectly. He aspired to rescue the Uzumaki clan from peril, integrating them into the territory of Konoha, not merely the village of the whirlpools, but the entirety of the neighboring land of fire. There, he envisioned a testing ground for his ambitions to unify the shinobi world, to foster technological advancements, and to enhance the productivity of the shinobi realm. "Has that scoundrel Ying Ye been bullying you?" inquired Senju Mizuho, the matriarch and elder of the clan. At her words, Uzumaki Takuyu raised her head, her delicate face flushing slightly as she vehemently shook her head and retorted, "Impossible. I'm almost 30. How could I be bullied by a mere 10-year-old child? Mizuho-san, I'm so well behaved. How could I possibly bully anyone?" Ying Ye chimed in with a smile, adding, "I'm such a prodigy. Takuyu-chan must be curious. Which is why she keeps staring at me." Yes. Takuyu clenched her teeth. The term chan struck her deeply, yet upon reflection, she realized that Ying Ye was indeed just a child, so his address was not entirely unfounded. Nevertheless, it still irked her. This serious little rascal lacked any sense of respect for his elders. The playful banter at the dining table momentarily subsided. After indulging in a hearty meal, Ying Ye rose to take his leave, his gaze landing on Senju Tsukiyo's abdomen. His dark eyes widened slightly as he noticed a faint protrusion. Tsunade was 6 years old now. It was indeed time for SHRU to make his entrance. Ying Ye silently marveled at the resilience of his uncle, who remained vigorous despite his physical limitations. With a hand raised to his chest, he vanished from his spot. Moments later, he arrived at the desolate rear mountains of the Senju clan's residence, a place he had frequented for training over the years. Hyuga Renyuki was assigned to this location, laboring diligently beneath a waterfall towering over 200 meters. This night, with no one around, Ying Ye was not there to reminisce with the beautiful kunoichi. He found a boulder about his height, settled into a cross-legged position, and let the radiant moonlight illuminate his striking visage. A powerful surge of energy rapidly ascended from Ying Ye's body. Within his dantian, a blood-colored cyclone accelerated its rotation, circulating in accordance with the perfected martial arts of the Sunlight clan. Approximately an hour later, a single drop of crimson liquid fell from the cyclone, merging into the small pond below. This substance was the essence of martial arts, a pure and refined version of blood flame energy, intensified tenfold. With a swift motion, Ying Ye opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air, a flicker of surprise illuminating his dark gaze. He murmured softly, "I never anticipated that it would take only 5 days to condense a drop of true essence this time. The technique remains unaltered, and my daily training regimen is unchanged. The only variable is my own self." According to his calculations, Ying Ye could average 5 drops of true essence per month, which translates to 1 drop every 6 days. Now, with the time reduced by a day, the efficiency had significantly improved. Nearly 3 months had elapsed since the initial condensation of martial essence, and Ying Ye was approaching his 11th birthday. His youthful frame was maturing, and the frail and slender meridians were continuously strengthening. The potential of his dantian was also evolving towards perfection. Once his physique was fully formed, it would be time to consolidate true energy, ideally harnessing the chakra of 9-tailed beasts to imbue his true energy with formidable attributes, thus endowing it with greater growth potential. Ying Ye raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and anticipation sparkled in his dark eyes. He then shifted his gaze towards a red-haired youth leaning against an ancient tree. One hand casually tucked into his pocket, his head slightly raised as he gazed up at the luminous moon at a 45-degree angle. "Come, let us engage in some real combat," he commanded. "Just as I wished," replied the pocketed clone with a disdainful smile, raising his head slightly and meeting Ying Ye's gaze with calm confidence. With a clap of his hands, Ying Ye instantly appeared before the clone and delivered a punch that sent the clone crashing into the earth, creating a pit half a meter deep. With violet flames scorching the rising dust, a figure emerged from the ground, roaring, "You, the original, do not adhere to martial ethics. You haven't even said begin yet. In the face of life and death, what need is there for martial ethics?" Ying Ye shook his head, reminiscing about the impulsive clone. Over the years, his primary opponent had been this very entity. It was relentless, with every strike carrying a lethal intent, devoid of idle chatter or pretentiousness. Bang! While reminiscing about the impulsive clone, Ying Ye delivered another punch, sending the clone flying once more. Even at this moment, the clone still retained the habit of keeping one hand in his pocket, truly hopeless. All right. Why must you force my hand?" The clone raised his left hand, pointing at the moon with his index finger and middle finger, while the other fingers remained down. Circles of frenzied violet chakra flames gathered violently, coalescing into a towering finger that reached 100 meters high. "Great wilderness prison finger," he bellowed. Ying Ye's eyes brightened, and with a clap of his hands, he shouted, "Earth style, earth flow wall." As soon as he spoke, 3 massive earth walls, each 10 meters high, erupted from the ground. Subsequently, a torrent of water surged from Ying Ye's mouth, crashing toward the flaming giant finger. Hiss! The clash of fire and water unleashed a torrent of white mist, engulfing both entities in a swirling dissolution. This scene caused Ying Ye's brow to furrow, a flicker of helplessness dancing in his dark eyes. The so-called Great Desolation Prison Heaven is merely a shallow aggregation of two-tailed chakra, a counterfeit with no substance, leaving one feeling disillusioned. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps emerges, accompanied by a burst of white mist, as a figure swiftly approaches Ying Ye. A fist, enveloped in purple flames and radiating an unmatched ferocity, lunges towards Ying Ye's face. Accompanying this attack is a chilling laugh. "Don't forget, my body can utilize the instantaneous technique as well." The voice, filled with indignation, reverberates in the ears of the red-haired youth, a sense of impending danger creeping across his handsome visage. The fierce punch collides with him, sending him flying several dozen meters, tumbling across the ground for numerous rolls. "Shameless. To think it was a shadow clone. You deceived even your own clone." The clone, standing with hands in pockets, rises, wiping away the blood from the corner of its mouth. A look of exasperation etched across its face. Sighing, Ying Ye shakes his head in resignation and summons a new blood escape with clone. This clone, with its singular focus on mere posturing, is truly unacceptable to him. The newly emerged clone, exhibiting a cold demeanor, strides towards the clone with hands in pockets. With a clap of its hands, for golden chains surge into the latter's dantian, granting the enraged two-tailed beast a new abode. Change of host. Is it this fellow? Ying Ye furrows his brow, instantly recognizing one of the top 5 most dangerous clones among his multitude. He gazes up at the luminous moon and murmurs, "Tonight shall not be dull." In the back mountains, the silvery moonlight bathes the 2 red-haired youths. One is slightly bent, while the other stands tall. The former's aura wanes rapidly as the two-tailed chakra dissipates. Alas, such is the fate of the clone. The single-handedly pocketed clone mutters resignedly, transforming into a wooden statue. A hand envelopes it, absorbing the remaining chakra entirely. "What can my body achieve?" the cold clone inquires, turning to facing Ye with a frosty tone. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye yawns, his dark eyes shifting as he contemplates for a moment before raising 2 fingers and solemnly declares, "You are forbidden from utilizing life-threatening forbidden techniques." With that, a cold figure instantly appears, its right hand slightly curled, striking towards Ying Ye. A burst of white mist erupts, the ground heaving as the blood flame-encased fist surges upward, crashing into the target's jaw. With a crack, the sound of shattered neck bones resonates, revealing a hint of confusion in Ying Ye's eyes as he raises a hand to his chest and swiftly retreats. A leg, shrouded in purple flames, sweeps through the air, creating a thunderous roar. Ninjutsu, mist shadow technique. The cold clone claps its hands, whispering. Dense mist rapidly spreads from its center, engulfing the surroundings. In less than half a minute, it envelopes a radius of 1,000 meters, rendering visibility non-existent. Ying Ye furrows his brows, perplexed by the cold clone's strategy. The mist shadow technique limits visibility for both parties, rendering its execution seemingly futile. Unless, of course, the cold clone intends to gamble on luck and defeat him. Wind release, great windbreak. Ying Ye clapped his hands, gathering a substantial amount of wind attribute chakra. A simple D-rank ninjutsu, yet under the vast reservoir of chakra. It unleashed power rivaling that of a B-rank technique. The howling winds dispersed the dense fog within seconds, revealing a cold, indifferent figure bathed in the radiant moonlight. A purple chakra tail extended from its spine, and the chakra burning on its broken jaw, combined with the formidable resilience of Wood Release, quickly mended its injuries. Transformed into a tailed beast? Truly, this merciless and aloof clone was decisive. Ying Ye grasped the significance of the mist shadow technique, striving for the time to transform into a tailed beast and swiftly heal his wounds. Tailed beasts embody two forms of life, flesh and energy. Absorbing their chakra and converting it into flesh could effectively heal the injuries of the Jinchuriki. The stronger the physical constitution, the faster the recovery. Wood Release, birth of the tree realm. The indifferent clone, not one to indulge in idle chatter, embodied a minimalist approach capable of vanquishing foes with a single strike. Never wasting a second. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled as tender green branches burst forth from the earth, instantly growing into towering ancient trees. Frenzied vines surged toward Ying Ye, fierce as an endless swarm of serpentine tendrils, one after another, countless in number. Our Wood Release chakra is identical, hence. Ying Ye clasped his hands together, feeling the Wood Release chakra within him surge to his palms, swiftly enveloping the surroundings and seizing control of numerous Wood Release creations. Continuing, he declared, "Therefore, I too can wield control. Moreover, as the original, my authority surpasses yours." Is that so? The indifferent clone's expression remained unchanged. Yet a second purple flame tail extended from its spine, fully entering the tailed beast transformation. Then, with a clap of its hands, a searing purple flame erupted from its palms, radiating outward for 1,000 meters. Purple flames ignited, using the Wood Release creations as fuel, burning fiercely. The blaze illuminated the sky, curiously devoid of dense black smoke, instead entwining and devouring the Wood Release and tailed beast chakra. I named this technique Forest of Hell. How does it fare? A purgatory infused with the chakra of the two tails? Can you still maintain control? Original? The indifferent clone coldly stated, bending its knees and extending its arms into a four-limbed stance. Circles of intense purple flame swirled around it, enveloping its form, resembling a large cat adorned with purple tattoos. Impressive, no doubt. This extreme character clone has developed a forbidden technique in such a short span of time. Ying Ye applauded. The Blood Release Wood clone is but a fragment of his extreme persona. With singular focus, devoted to a singular goal, unperturbed by external distractions throughout their lives. The world often distracts individuals with trivial matters, preventing them from fully immersing themselves in study or work. Yet, they are different, each possessing a sincere heart, often achieving remarkable success in their respective fields. Ying Ye's extraordinary feat of single-handedly penetrating the Mist Ninja Village's army at the tender age of 10 is a testament to the relentless pursuit of knowledge and experience fostered by various character clones. All efforts of the doppelganger would ultimately reflect back upon him, aiding his journey further along the path of eternal martial prowess. Wood Release, technique of the wooden man, Ying Ye exclaimed, striking the ground with both hands, causing a towering wooden figure, 10 meters high, to rise majestically from the earth, charging towards the indifferent doppelganger. With a ripping sound, the doppelganger, resembling a large purple feline, moved with terrifying speed, akin to the wind. Its razor-sharp claws left a grievous half-meter gash upon the chest of the 10-meter wooden giant. Marks of purple flames burned within, quickly extinguishing as they were absorbed by the wooden figure, transforming into restorative nourishment for its injuries. With a resounding thud, the colossal wooden guardian stomped the ground, either kicking, grasping, or smashing, engaging in a fierce battle with the tailed beast-transformed doppelganger. The intense roars reverberated in all directions, capturing the attention of the Umbu ninjas patrolling the dark night. Swish, swish, swish. Masked Umbu ninjas widened their eyes, witnessing a combat scene that rendered them powerless and filled them with despair. A singular thought echoed in their minds. Heavens, Lord Ying Ye has gone mad. Quickly, summon Lord Hokage. 5 minutes later, having just settled down for an early rest, Tobarama hurriedly arrived, his expression one of shock upon witnessing the long-unseen wooden giant. Momentarily stunned by the fury radiating from it, he was soon jolted back to reality by a familiar-tailed beast ball soaring past him. With a resounding clap, the 10-meter wooden giant raised its right hand, swatting the tailed beast ball into the sky, where it soared like a meteor. Ultimately, it erupted, blooming into a magnificent purple firework above the village of Konoha. At that moment, Approximately 500 meters away from Konoha, a group of 5 looked up, their gazes fixed on the sky in awe. "What a beautiful firework!" exclaimed a little girl with double ponytails and golden hair, her previously troubled eyes lighting up with a sparkling smile as she gazed at the purple spectacle. "Not good. Konoha is in trouble," Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, hastening his pace towards the village. Suddenly, a familiar, furious roar resonated in Tsunade's ears. "Ying Ye, what are you doing?" The towering wooden giant turned its head, taking a step that caused the ground to tremble violently. Nearby Umbu ninjas and concealed Konoha ninjas felt their hearts quiver in alarm. Beside it stood the fully-tailed beast-transformed doppelganger, its feline-like form sharp and eerie, with vertical pupils burning with purple flames, exuding an aura of deadly ferocity. The 10-meter wooden giant, a colossal figure towering 3 stories high, exerted unparalleled pressure. Each step it took sank the ground several centimeters. This is indeed the Wood Release mastery of the first Hokage. As expected, Lord Ying Ye has harnessed this power. Otherwise, he could not have pierced through the mist ninja village. The blend of tailed beast strength and Wood Release mastery. What manner of creature is this? The ninjas were awestruck by the Wood Release's magnificence, gazing up at the red-haired youth standing atop the wooden giant's head. Their eyes reflecting not only shock, but also the profound helplessness of mortals in the presence of divine power. They finally came to the realization that their combat prowess was simply not on the same plane as Ying Ye's. Alas, they had inadvertently become overly enthusiastic and needed to concoct a plausible excuse to mask their blunder. With a flicker of his dark eyes, Ying Ye swiftly devised a plan and clapped his hands, dispelling the wooden giant. The indifferent clone beside him locked its gaze on Shinji Tobarama, a glint of mischief in its eyes as a slight smirk curved its lips. Taking the initiative, it stepped in front of Tobarama and feigned annoyance, stating, "Old Tobarama, go away, do not disturb our training." Upon hearing this, Ying Ye paused, his black eyes shimmering with contemplative light. Suddenly, he raised his head, having roughly guessed the intentions of his indifferent clone. This clone's personality was one of absolute self-interest, devoid of compassion or loyalty, which made Ying Ye wary. It was too extreme. He did not fear rebellion that could threaten his own safety, but rather the potential harm this individual could inflict on those around him. Tobarama furrowed his brows, his icy red eyes fixed on the humanoid-tailed beast before him, a frown of displeasure crossing his features. Especially upon witnessing the unchanging coldness reflected in its gaze, a flicker of irritation and concern welled up within him. "Grandson, you are well aware that I often train here. This time, I miscalculated and curiously experimented with the tailed beast's power. I assure you I will be more cautious next time." Ying Ye stepped forward, apologizing with a smile. Upon hearing this, Tobarama's displeasure slightly abated. As the second Hokage who held great expectations for Ying Ye, his greatest fear was that Ying Ye, due to his overwhelming strength, might tread down a dark path. "You little rascal, at least you possess some self-awareness. However, can you not consider the old man's perspective? The tailed beast's orb is not a toy to be trifled with. With one misstep, the village could be obliterated." Tobarama raised his right hand, smacking his forehead in exasperation. As these words were spoken, the group of Umbu ninjas standing behind Tobarama nodded in agreement, sharing a profound sense of understanding. "Lord Ying Ye, please have some consideration for our fragile village and for us weary mortals. Why, at such a late hour, would you venture to the back mountains of the village to play with the tailed beast, such a weapon of mass destruction? Can you not behave like a responsible person? Old Tobarama, do not underestimate my bond with the village." The indifferent clone bellowed, causing a momentary silence among the spectators, who fell into deep contemplation. Is this truly how the concept of bond is used? It seemed that Lord Ying Ye's intellect was somewhat lacking. Silence. Tobarama shot a sharp glance, breathing heavily, veins protruding on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Ying Ye, keep this wicked red-haired brat in check." "Huh? Oh, all right." Ying Ye sensed he had been reprimanded without evidence to counter it, signaling a glance at the indifferent clone. He would leave the ensuing matters to it. Then, Ying Ye lifted his head, gazing at the bright moon in the sky, and lamented, "Grandfather, after the battle of the Mist Ninja Village, I have come to understand that there are always greater beings beyond. I am still too weak. To safeguard Konoha, I must become stronger. Grandfather, I truly yearn for progress." As his words fell, numerous gazes suddenly turned towards Ying Ye, as if a question mark had appeared upon their foreheads. "Not strong enough. Is this truly a reasonable statement? Compared to you, the ninjas of Konoha appear almost as a jest." However, deep within Shinji Tobarama's heart, he understood that Ying Ye spoke the truth, the essence of Mokutan, unmastered through sage techniques, rendered them as feeble as a mere child when faced with a master wielding the perfect Meijiki Sharingan. The disparity between them was indeed substantial. Second grandfather. My forbidden technique clones possess divergent and extreme personalities. You may disregard their words, but conversely, should I rely on the strength of my forbidden technique clones in the Three Tails, I fear I would be unable to escape. The body flicker technique holds little efficacy in such a high-level conflict. Ying Ye lowered his head. A hint of despondency reflected in his dark eyes as he conveyed his true intentions. Tobirama, astute as ever, recognized the underlying meaning instantly. With a wry smile, he mused. This insufferable brat has taken a liking to my flying thunder god technique. Ying Ye's proficiency in ninjutsu was limited, given his age, which afforded him little time to explore the nuances of elemental transformations and to develop a combat system tailored to his own abilities. Among the most formidable and versatile ninjutsu of Wood Release, the body flicker technique stood paramount. Yet, it is not without its limitations. It necessitates specific movements for directional adjustments and has a restricted range. The more frequently it is employed within a short span, the greater the strain it imposes on the body. As a master of forbidden techniques in the ninja world, Tobirama had created numerous jutsu that left ordinary shadow-level ninjas in awe throughout his life, and he was all too aware of the shortcomings of the body flicker technique. Should he bestow it? The chill of his crimson eyes shifted as he contemplated the prowess of the flying thunder god, a trump card he held in reserve. He intended to eventually pass it on to Ying Ye, but considering the difficulty of learning it and his desire for Ying Ye to delve deeper into Mokuton, he had refrained from doing so thus far. His piercing gaze swept over the battlefield, a scene of brutal conflict within a radius of 1,000 meters, vividly reflected in his red eyes. The fierce violet flames consumed the resilient green deadwood in the deep pit, a fierce and magical sight that epitomized the essence of Konoha. Yes, it must be given. Otherwise, this wretched brat will inevitably dismantle Konoha. Take it, but without my permission, it must not be shared. Furthermore, until you have mastered it, do not practice tailed beast bombs in the vicinity of Konoha. Once you have succeeded in your training, go wherever you wish, as long as you do not wreak havoc in Konoha. With swift hand seals, Tobirama conjured the legendary Book of Seals from the original work and tossed it to Ying Ye. This tome contained not only the flying thunder god technique, but also other jutsu. In an instant, Ying Ye's dark eyes gleamed with excitement. He thought, I wonder if the Edo Tensei developed by Tobirama is included within? The Book of Seals did not belong to Konoha but was a legacy passed down from the Senju clan since ancient times. The scroll that Hashirama carried during the Warring States period was indeed this very artifact. With his elder brother's demise, it naturally passed to the second brother, and now it rightfully found its way into Ying Ye's hands. Edo Tensei first emerged from Tobirama during the First Great Ninja War, achieving remarkable results. Otherwise, with his waning strength, the aging Senju Tobirama would have found it exceedingly difficult to lead Konoha to victory against 4 opponents. The night was as dark as ink, yet it could not permeate the brilliance illuminating the Hokage building. The dazzling bijou bomb fireworks, shining over the Hidden Leaf Village, stirred the hearts of many. Teacher, you are being rather indulgent towards Lord Ying Ye, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, kneeling on one knee, lifting his gaze to the teacher seated in the Hokage's office chair. His voice resonant with counsel. This character, the third Hokage from the original narrative, is a complex and significant figure within the plot. Presently, Sarutobi Hiruzen stands as a highly esteemed elite jonin in the village, subtly overshadowing his fellow Hokage disciples, and if fate allows, he is undoubtedly the foremost candidate for the next Hokage. However, Ying Ye's emergence has altered the dynamics of the Hidden Leaf and transformed the sentiments of its people. The most significant change is the plot that should have seen Tobirama perish alongside Kinkaku and Jinkaku. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have already become the third Hokage, basking in unparalleled glory. Monkey, you worry too much. After all, Ying Ye is merely a 10-year-old child. His nature is not malevolent, and he possesses the resolve to sacrifice for the sake of the leaf. With my patient guidance, he will undoubtedly bring peace and prosperity to our village in the future. Senju Tobirama explained gently, tapping his desk with one hand, his red eyes gliding over his most trusted disciple. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose in silence and stepped aside, his downcast gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts. At that moment, a third figure stepped forward, deliberately taking the place Sarutobi had vacated. In his 30s, with a chilling demeanor and a jagged scar crossing his chin, it was Shimura Danzo. His reputation in the Leaf was not particularly poor. But his overly aloof personality and ruthless methods led most ninjas to deliberately steer clear of him. Teacher, you are busy with affairs. I believe Lord Ying Ye would benefit from a dedicated mentor to impart the essence of the will of fire, Danzo stated, kneeling with a somber tone. The implication was clear. He sought Tobarama's approval to take on the responsibility of instructing Ying Ye. However, such words could not be openly spoken. For the identity of Senju Ying Ye, endowed with Wood Release and the power of a tailed beast Jinchuriki, was far too sensitive. The will of fire? Tobarama furrowed his brow. This concept was merely a tool he devised to maintain stability in the leaf, interpreted differently by each individual. Danzo's will was insufficient to guide Ying Ye. If he provoked Ying Ye, Danzo might find himself soundly defeated, leaving Tobarama to clean up the ensuing mess. Danzo, you are overthinking this, Tobarama replied coldly, his expression hardening. At his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged glances, each seeing a measure of helplessness reflected in the other's eyes. Despite their underhanded deeds and harsh methods in the original narrative, their loyalty to the leaf was undeniably genuine, leaving no room for criticism. What they would become in the future remained uncertain. Suddenly, a figure leaped through the window, his crimson Sharingan eyes glancing briefly at Danzo and the others before turning towards Senju Tobarama. Teacher, Uchiha Chijan and the clan leaders of the Hyuga and other ninja clans have come to inquire about the true circumstances surrounding the recent purple fireworks. Moreover, the envoy of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Ryuyu, has arrived, seemingly with the intent to engage Lord Ying Ye. Uchihaku's words were succinct and precise, conveying the troublesome developments that Tobarama had anticipated. The perfected tailed beast transformation technique exhibited formidable destructive power with its unleashed tailed beast balls, stirring the hearts of many. When employed effectively, this technique proves to be advantageous on a vast battlefield. These individuals. A flicker of irritation arose in Tobarama's eyes as he tapped his index finger 3 times on the table, commanding, inform them to mind their tongues. Additionally, allow Uzumaki Ryu to enter. Without the assistance of the Uzumaki clan, it will be quite challenging for Konoha to address the looming threat from the Cloud Village. Understood. Uchiha Q acknowledged and promptly leaped out of the window to execute Tobarama's directive. As the second Hokage, Tobarama's word held immense weight in Konoha, and none dared to defy his will. Even the Uchiha clan must comply without question. He felt no need to elaborate. This evening, it was imperative to disseminate the news of the purple fireworks as an accidental occurrence to stabilize the emotions of Konoha's residents. Before long, Uzumaki Ryuyu arrived, and Danzo and Sarutobi Hizashi tactfully withdrew, closing the door behind them. Lord Tobarama, I hope to further our collaboration with Konoha. I implore you to grant my request. Uzumaki Ryu knelt on one knee, his demeanor somewhat reserved, gazing up with yearning at the legendary second Hokage, renowned throughout the shinobi world. This individual was a legend, second only to his elder brother, Shinja Hashirama. Can you represent the Uzumaki clan? Tobarama straightened, his hands clasped on the table, his crimson eyes calmly assessing Uzumaki Ryu. I can. Uzumaki Ryu replied, gritting his teeth and providing a resolute affirmation. Tell me, what does the Uzumaki clan desire, and what price are you willing to pay? Tobarama did not reject the notion, displaying an openness to collaboration. The complete martial arts techniques, along with financial and material contributions from the Uzumaki clan, in exchange for allowing our ninjas to ascend to the 3rd level of vitality in a short period. Without hesitation, Uzumaki Ryuyu articulated the mission of the Uzumaki clan. The method to enhance their bloodline without drawbacks was of immense significance to the Uzumaki, a clan of bloodline limit ninjas. No sacrifice would be deemed too great. Upon hearing this, Tobarama rarely displayed hesitation, pondering deeply before nodding. During the First Shinobi World War, Konoha had no true allies aside from the Uzumaki clan. This distant relative of the Senju clan was indeed worthy of fostering a strong bond and trust. Allow me to consider this. I will provide you with an answer in 3 days. Tobarama's response elicited a look of surprise on Uzumaki Ryu's fair face. The absence of refusal indicated that negotiations could proceed. The cost might be steep, but Senju Tobarama would not impose excessive demands, given the extraordinary relationship between the two clans. At this moment, within the room, Ying Ye and his indifferent clone were engrossed in studying the sealing scroll, their dark eyes glimmering with intensity. TSK. As expected from the Flying Thunder God technique, the difficulty of mastering it is not only significant, but also reliant on one's innate talent, Ying Ye remarked. His expression filled with wonder, as anticipation sparkled in his dark eyes. The ability to traverse millions of miles in an instant in the realm of cultivation would require one to have at least reached the latter stages of the nascent soul. The rumors surrounding spatial ninjutsu are indeed true. Tobarama Senju is truly a remarkable talent. The indifferent clone licked its parched lips, its voice filled with admiration. The essence of the flying Raijin technique resembles a summoning jutsu, intricately tied to the laws of space. By anchoring to a specific node, one can achieve super long-distance teleportation, disregarding spatial constraints. This node is not limited to tangible items. Even a mere stone will suffice. For instance, a kunai inscribed with the flying Raijin seal. To successfully cultivate this technique, Ying Ye must possess innate talent in spatial manipulation, lending it a flavor reminiscent of mystical cultivation. The essence of the main body, this ghostly bud technique, is quite intriguing, isn't it? The indifferent clone's fingertip landed upon a section of the scroll, inscribed with a forbidden technique seized from the Senju clan. To devour the flesh and blood of bloodline limit ninjas, allowing me to evolve my own Sharingan or be a Kugan. Ying Ye turned, gazing at the indifferent clone with a smile. The latter's face rarely displayed an excited grin as it teased, main body. I never claimed the target is the Uchiha or Hyuga bloodlines. With that, the room echoed with the mischievous laughter of the two youths, evil and expectant. Hee hee hee. Kekekek. The following day, after freshening up, Ying Ye promptly summoned a blood limit wood clone to provide the two-tailed beast with a new abode. The tailed beast, a sentient being, had likely cursed him in its heart thousands of times. The two-tailed beast remarked, "Your strength makes me feel nauseous. One should not bully a tailed beast in such a manner. To execute the ghostly bud technique on oneself necessitates a robust physique, which poses no issue for me. The critical point lies in the fact that one cannot seize another bloodline limit until a particular one is fully refined. Thus, a choice must be made. The Sharingan is quite appealing, with high potential and the ability to unlock the mighty Susanoo, which could lead to exhilarating outcomes if thoroughly studied." Ying Ye rested his chin on one hand, leaning against the door as he pondered. After a moment, Ying Ye took a deep breath, a glint of resolve flickering in his dark eyes as he chose to be a Kugan of the Hyuga clan. His pursuit was not merely for the potency of ninjutsu, but rather for the longevity of martial arts. The characteristics of the Byakugan render it the optimal choice for researching martial arts. The initial insight into oneself, coupled with unparalleled observational prowess over all things, combined with my vitality in martial arts, may potentially lead to the awakening of the Tensegan. This ability is certainly not inferior to the Rinnegan and does not require the chakra of Indra or Ashura. Theoretically, any individual possessing Byakugan bloodline has a chance of successful evolution, while the Rinnegan significantly amplifies combat power and may allow one to become a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, potentially granting Ying Ye a lifespan comparable to that of the Otsutsuki clan. The difficulty remains exceedingly high. Uchiha Madara serves as a prime example, ever since he acquired Hashirama's bloodline. It has been at least a decade. It was only towards the end of the Third Great Ninja War that he barely awakened the Rinnegan as his lifespan dwindled. Indra and Ashura's chakra is merely one of the conditions for awakening the Rinnegan. Contemplating this, Ying Ye sighed and lifted his gaze forward. With a mere thought, a virtual interface appeared before his eyes. This was the system he awakened at the age of 7. It is incorrect to say that I am unaware of the origin of that enigmatic task. Ultimate achievement, annihilation of Konoha. Reward, pure Otsutsuki physique. The reward is exceedingly generous, especially when compared to the task requirements, making it an exceptionally high-cost performance. Physically speaking, annihilating Konoha is within Ying Ye's capabilities. However, to theoretically dismantle the so-called Will of Fire and obliterate the village of Konoha is no trivial endeavor. Ying Ye leans more towards the latter conjecture. As the saying goes, as long as the tower stands, so too shall the people. It is insufficient merely to slay Galen and dismantle the tower. One must annihilate the enemy's crystal to achieve victory. The phrase "where Konoha's leaves flutter, the fire endures" encapsulates the core theme of the original narrative. Such a level of difficulty is fitting for the bountiful reward. Ying Ye's ambition is to unify the ninja world, to forge a magnificent empire, and to amalgamate all the powers of the ninja realm to explore martial arts. Alongside this, he aims to utterly eradicate the significance of the ninja's existence and to dismiss the will of fire, a concept that distorts human nature and inflicts grievous harm. Are you dead, Tsunade? Say something, provide some response, will you? Ying Ye's gaze remained fixated on the virtual frame, feeling a twinge of discomfort regarding his treatment as a transmigrator, which has been most dismal. His current achievements are solely due to his own efforts. Unlike the protagonists in novels who possess artifacts like beads or cauldrons, he has nothing at all. His demands are modest. A mere deep blue enhancement would suffice. Suddenly, a line of small text materialized beneath the task title, causing Ying Ye to widen his eyes in astonishment. He confirmed one thing. His system might indeed be genuine, but it also harbors its own pitfalls. Ding. Please complete the task promptly. The countdown is about to commence. What a nuisance. It doesn't even address me as the host. What use is this worthless system? Ying Ye, infuriated, shut the virtual frame without hearing the notification. Grumbling as he pushed the door open, a pair of pale golden eyes, sparkling with curiosity, gazed at him. A petite figure leaned against the door, seemingly having been there for some time, her large eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Big brother Ying Ye, what is a system? Tsunade raised her head, tilting it sweetly as she inquired. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye's dark eyes glimmered. He raised his right hand, pointing to the blood clone lying on the tatami mat in the room, and chuckled. It's what the clone said. This fellow is somewhat unhinged. The lazy clone lifted its head, casting a disgruntled glance at its ungrateful original, too lazy to engage further. Lying down is far more comfortable. It had no desire to bicker and expend energy. So what Grandpa said was true. Big brother Ying Ye's clone is indeed a lunatic. Little Tsunade suddenly looked up, her expression one of awakening from a dream, her gaze towards the lazy clone tinged with curiosity. With measured steps, Ying Ye approached the twin-tailed little girl he hadn't seen in months, squatting down before her. He extended his hands to gently caress Tsunade's chubby cheeks, a long-lost sense of satisfaction washing over his dark eyes. 3 minutes later, Ying Ye chuckled and asked, "Have you seen Tobarama? He returned last night. Why didn't he come to find me?" "Some things have happened. Don't ask, big brother Ying Ye." Sundar Tsunade hung her small head. Her left foot's toes pointed as she traced circles on the ground, her eyes slightly reddening. In that instant, a phrase spoken by Hiruzen echoed in Ying Ye's mind, and a flicker of understanding illuminated his dark eyes. During a mission, Tsunade, merely 6 years of age, had inadvertently slain a bandit. Such a harsh experience was indeed cruel for a child just beginning to comprehend the world. A hand rested on Tsunade's head, skillfully tousling her meticulously arranged hair. She lifted her gaze, bewildered, only to find a pair of gentle black eyes staring back at her. Overcome with emotion, she collapsed into the embrace of her revered older brother. The faint sounds of her sobs soon transformed into a melodious cry. Yay! Ying Ye swiftly wrapped his right arm around Tsunade's knee, lifting her into a classic princess carry. With all his strength, he dashed out, the brisk morning wind whipping against the delicate skin of the golden-haired girl, dispersing the burdens of guilt and self-reproach that weighed upon her heart. "Come on. Big brother will take you to eat something delicious." Ying Ye's cheerful voice resonated in Tsunade's ears, nourishing her innocent and pure heart. This warmth, reminiscent of times past, only deepened her affection for him. With her face nestled against Ying Ye's chest, she inhaled lightly, whispering softly. 2 hours later, atop the Hokage rock of Konoha, the forehead of the first Hokage statue served as a gathering place for the 2 heirs of the Senju clan, where they casually lounged amidst a scattering of food remnants. "Tsunade, during this mission from Konoha, I killed someone. In fact, not just one, but over 100, Ying Ye remarked, gazing out over the village in silence for a moment before continuing. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's small body trembled slightly as she looked up, concern flickering in her light golden eyes. "Big brother Ying Ye, it's not your fault. Teacher Sarutobi said this is a trial every ninja must face." Indeed. This world is harsh. To protect oneself and safeguard family and friends, it is sometimes necessary to eliminate enemies. The positions of Konoha and the Mist Village are opposed. They were wrong to kill 14 of our ninjas, and I was right to retaliate. Thus, Tsunade, your act of killing that bandit was also justified. Such scum often bear the blood of innocent lives on their hands. It is virtuous to rid the world of such pests. That is true compassion. Ying Ye turned to her, his black eyes glimmering with a gentle smile as he offered his guidance. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade stood in stunned silence for a moment before tears began to cascade down her cheeks. With a sniffle, she suddenly threw herself into Ying Ye's embrace. "Bad brother. So you knew all along?" "Yes," Ying Ye replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. He was a time traveler with the mindset of an adult, emotionally mature. However, the current Tsunade was not the legendary Sannin of the original story, who had taken countless lives, but rather a naive 6-year-old girl, overwhelmed by guilt after unintentionally slaying a notorious bandit. She needed validation and gentle guidance. Teacher Sarutobi? It seems he is still unwilling to let go. Ying Ye gazed upon the Hokage building of Konoha, a cold glimmer flickering in his dark eyes, filled with suspicion that everything was deliberately orchestrated by Hiruzen Sarutobi. This educational scheme was not inherently flawed. At least, it was deemed appropriate for this era. However, the mere mention of teacher Sarutobi filled Ying Ye with discontent. Hiruzen Sarutobi, do you truly deserve to be addressed as teacher by Tsunade? The complete decline of the Senju clan in the original narrative can largely be attributed to the machinations of Sarutobi and his close companion, Danzo, whose roles were undeniably significant. Particularly, the tragic demise of Shodai is likely inextricably linked to these two individuals. Sarutobi's character is fraught with too many criticisms for Ying Ye to accept him as Tsunade's mentor. While he might be considered a good teacher in terms of imparting ninjutsu, he is unequivocally a failure in teaching the virtues of humanity. The legendary Sannin in the original story were notorious for their involvement in the vices of gambling and vice, indicating that Sarutobi himself was far from virtuous. Orochimaru and his companions should have returned by now. It is highly probable that Sarutobi is present as well. A spark ignited in Ying Ye's eyes, providing him with the perfect opportunity to confront that man. Tsunade, let us go. It has been far too long since we last saw Orochimaru and the others. Also, be sure to pack up any unfinished delicacies. We mustn't let them go to waste. With a newfound resolve, Ying Ye swiftly set his plans into motion. In the expansive training grounds of the Senju clan, a middle-aged man clad in a deep green Jainin vest, his expression amiable, demonstrated the fire release, great fireball technique. This ninjutsu, a treasured secret of the Sarutobi clan, could incinerate its target into ashes within moments, boasting immense lethality, classified at an A rank. Impressive. Jiraiya observed Sarutobi with unwavering attention, awe shining in his eyes. Particularly striking was the inconspicuous, even somewhat unattractive visage of Sarutobi, which evoked a sense of kinship within him. The handsome figures of the shinobi world seemed utterly trivial, especially the humorless Orochimaru, who wasted his striking appearance. Jiraiya had harbored resentment towards Orochimaru since childhood, primarily stemming from the sense of defeat he felt when overshadowed by Orochimaru's looks. Such prowess. To be adept in all 5 elemental ninjutsu. Not only comprehensive, but executed with such finesse, the slender figure of Kibu exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, his strength likely approached that of a Kage, befitting a disciple of the second Hokage. I am truly curious who is stronger, Lord Sarutobi or our teacher, Orochimaru mused, taking a deep breath. His uncanny golden vertical pupils shimmering with curiosity about powerful ninjutsu. Since the second Hokage had returned from the Land of Iron, he assigned them a mission the very next day, led by Sarutobi, to assess the potential of the child bearing the Senju name. It was during this trial that Sarutobi recognized the potential of Orochimaru and his companions, leading him to entertain thoughts of forging bonds, given their shared Senju surname. For Sarutobi, managing a few children was a task far too simple. If successful, he might even pave the way for a future as Hokage. Strength, indeed, was on Sarutobi's side. The identity of the second Hokage's disciple bestows upon him the qualification to become Hokage. However, the presence of Ying Ye remains an insurmountable mountain. Yet, he is merely 10 years old, a significant disadvantage. His teacher is aging, and with a little extra effort on my part, perhaps there still exists a chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen dispersed the smoke lingering at his lips and cast his gaze towards Orochimaru, the one he held the highest hopes for, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Unlike Danzo, who is inflexible and adheres strictly to his own strength, Hiruzen possesses a keen understanding of human nature, recognizing both its benevolence and malevolence. Suddenly, with a swift whoosh, a figure cradling the young Tsunade landed behind Orochimaru, a delicate white hand playfully tapping the top of Orochimaru's head. With a light-hearted giggle, she exclaimed, "Orochimaru, we have brought delicious food. Come and try it." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru turned with an air of resignation. Upon recognizing the familiar silhouette of Ying Ye, his enchanting golden vertical pupils brightened with surprise, and he respectfully bowed, exclaiming, "Teacher, you have returned." Himiko turned her gaze toward Ying Ye, her eyes filled with admiration, her tone filled with excitement. After nearly 3 months, her brilliant young teacher had finally completed his mission and returned. This time, she was determined to earnestly seek guidance on chi and blood martial arts, striving for a swift breakthrough into the first layer. Compared to ninjutsu, the formidable enhancement effects of chi and blood martial arts are what most ninjas in Konoha fervently desire. Consequently, The enthusiasm among the youthful genin for practicing this path is palpable. After all, the ability of the 3 layers of chi and blood to refine bloodlines and assist ninjas in awakening their Kekkei Genkai is no longer a secret. Ying Ye himself, along with Hinata Kai Jin and Uchiha Jin, are living examples of this. Which ordinary youth in Konoha has not dreamed of awakening the hidden potential of their bloodline? "Hello, teacher," Jiraiya said with an ingratiating tone as he hurried over to Ying Ye, eagerly accepting the bag of delicacies that Tsunade was carrying. During the mission, he had often found himself hungry, and now the sight of food made him ravenous. Haha, since Lord Ying Ye has arrived, the task assigned by the teacher can be considered complete, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a hearty laugh, immediately clarifying his purpose for being there. "Thank you for your efforts on this task, Sarutobi," Ying Ye replied with a smile, before his gaze shifted to the alluring, handsome face of Orochimaru, and he inquired playfully, "Orochimaru, would you like to witness the battle of a shadow-level power?" At this, Tsunade leapt up in excitement, her light golden eyes sparkling with anticipation. The others shared her enthusiasm, including Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although the renowned ninja doctor had heard of the immense strength of the red-haired youth before him, he felt a twinge of disbelief since they had yet to engage in combat. Ninjas have always been warriors at heart. "Yes," Orochimaru exclaimed, raising his head with an expectant expression. Thus, Ying Ye lifted his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and softly suggested, "Sarutobi, shall we engage in a friendly spar?" "Absolutely," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, his eyes lighting up, nodding without hesitation. He thought to himself, if I can prove my strength to Ying Ye, perhaps he might take me on as a disciple, solidifying my chances of becoming the 3rd Hokage. Ying Ye's invitation to battle was met with an unexpected eagerness from both parties, a mutual yearning for confrontation. However, Ying Ye had no intention of personally engaging. He opted to send forth a clone instead. In terms of combat prowess, the blood-drenched wooden clone, empowered by the strength of 2 tails, surpassed his original self. Thus, he stepped forth to confront the renowned shadow-level powerhouse of Konohagakure. "Come forth, Sarutobi," Ying Ye commanded coldly. With his words, a figure emerged from the shadows, rising to stand upright, leisurely striding forward. The lazy visage bore an air of reluctance, exuding an aura of disinterest. "Sarutobi, feel free to unleash your full potential. This clone is no ordinary creation. Rest assured, I have promised Tobirama-sensei that I shall not unleash the tailed beast bomb within the confines of Konoha." Ying Ye placed his right hand on Orochimaru's shoulder, smiling amiably as he offered a friendly reminder to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The latter's initial dissatisfaction dissipated, replaced by a solemn gaze directed at the lethargic clone. This individual was, after all, a perfect Jinchuriki of the tailed beast, and might even wield Wood Release. "Let us proceed to the viewing stand. I shall elucidate the battle for you." Ying Ye gestured with a wave of his hand, and began to walk towards the spectator area, leaving the battlefield to Sarutobi and the clone. "How tiresome. I long to recline, preferably with a pair of twin beauties to attend to me," the lazy clone lamented, casting a glance at Ying Ye, thus refreshing the understanding of those present regarding Ying Ye, a small act of retribution. "Ahem, my blood-drenched wooden clone is rather unique, to put it plainly. It has a few quirks. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire with the 2nd Hokage. He can attest to this." Ying Ye cleared his throat, making an effort to maintain his dignity before his 3 disciples. "Indeed, Brother Ying Ye is not that sort of person," Tsunade pouted, glaring indignantly at the lazy clone. Then turning her fierce gaze upon the chuckling Jiraiya, baring her teeth in a manner that suggested she might unleash her wrath upon him. "I believe it. Truly," Jiraiya exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender. He genuinely feared this formidable lady, having learned his lesson through blood and tears. A wise man knows when to yield. Preserving one's dignity is far preferable to suffering blows. After all, he had grown accustomed to it. "Tsunade, remember to embody grace. Refrain from resorting to vulgarities at every turn. When confronting unpleasant individuals, it is best to win them over with virtue. Clench your fists tightly and deliver a lesson before engaging in discourse. Do you understand?" Ying Ye raised his right hand, gently caressing Tsunade's head, as if wielding a magical power, rendering the fiery-haired little girl as docile as a lamb. "Brother Ying Ye." "I shall remember," Tsunade replied, tempering her emotions as she emulated her mother in her memories, standing tall with her hands clasped at her abdomen, gazing steadfastly towards the training ground. "Ah, very elegant. You are embodying the essence of a lady." Ying Ye nodded approvingly before turning his attention back to the training ground, where 2 figures faced off. One bore the demeanor of a seasoned warrior, cautious and battle-hardened, while the other appeared languid, as though he had languished in idleness for years. With a swift motion, their gazes locked, and the clash commenced. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The lazy clone clapped its hands together, summoning a torrent of water chakra that coalesced behind him, rapidly forming into a massive dragon, stretching several hundred meters in length, a formidable display of power. Roar. As the thunderous roar of the dragon reverberated, it charged toward the enemy with an unstoppable force. The surrounding mist surged like a tidal wave, and its immense stature was truly awe-inspiring, a testament to the vast reservoir of chakra it possessed. What a waste, Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered under his breath, his mastery of ninjutsu igniting a flicker of envy as he beheld the ferocious water dragon. Such an abundance of chakra indeed grants one the freedom to unleash their might at will. Earth-style, earth-flowing wall technique, he exclaimed, summoning 3 towering earth walls, each approximately 10 meters high, to intercept the water dragon's onslaught. The ground shook with a thunderous crash as the formidable walls failed to halt the dragon's furious advance, shattering upon impact. Yet, they served their purpose, buying him precious moments. Sarutobi Hiruzen reappeared 50 meters back, his trousers drenched by the chaotic spray of water. His battle experience was evident, achieving significant results with minimal expenditure. However, he faced an opponent with an overwhelming amount of chakra. Water-style, water dragon bomb. The clone, embodying a lethargic demeanor, weakly called out, unleashing a torrent of surging water chakra from behind, giving birth to numerous serpentine dragons that bombarded the enemy with relentless fury. 9 dragons emerged in total, centered around Sarutobi Hiruzen, unleashing a barrage that devastated a 300-meter radius. The assault lasted 3 seconds, leaving the targeted area enveloped in a shroud of mist, while the ground trembled 100 meters away. With a swift motion, Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from the chaos, hastily retreating from the bombardment zone. What sort of strategy is this? Is chakra free-flowing? His scalp tingled as he witnessed such a novel application of ninjutsu, his mind racing to devise a countermeasure. Meanwhile, in the audience, the 4 young disciples of Tsunade were utterly mesmerized, their gazes toward Ying Ye filled with admiration. Teacher, your clone possesses an astonishing amount of chakra, young Jiraiya remarked enviously. He had trained in the water dragon bomb technique and was well aware of its intricacies. A mere comparison revealed that even if he drained his entire chakra, it would not equal a fraction of a single water dragon's power. Yet, that clone unleashed 11 without showing any signs of fatigue. Teacher, could you enlighten me on the chakra capacity of that water dragon? Bairuhu inquired, swallowing hard in curiosity. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before responding. 1 is roughly equivalent to the chakra of a Jainin. Bairuhu's aspirations withered instantly, as he gazed blankly at the roaring water dragon, lost in thought. Suddenly, a large hand landed on his head, ruffling his hair with a hearty laugh ringing in his ears. Bairuhu, you're still young. Strive to cultivate your chakra and hone your martial skills. Once you break through the 3rd level of vitality and refine your inner energy, your chakra capacity will increase at least 5-fold. Additionally, I possess a martial secret technique that can enhance your physique and expand your meridians, effectively doubling this enhancement. As long as you have the capability and a heart daring enough to strive for progress, I will share with you any secret technique or ninjutsu I have. As the conversation drew to a close, the 3 young prodigies of Konoha, hailing from humble beginnings, were overwhelmed with profound gratitude. To have such a mentor was indeed a blessing they could cherish for generations. Even among the ninjas of Konoha, acquiring a formidable ninjutsu typically demanded years of arduous labor and missions. Yet, for them, it was within easy reach, a testament to the advantages of leaning against a mighty tree. One must remember a fundamental truth. Every individual possesses unique talents, and one should never underestimate the potential of youth and adversity. The true strength does not lie in techniques but in the spirit of individuals in martial arts. What matters most is not innate talent, but a heart filled with ambition and an unwavering resolve. With a serious tone, Ying Ye cast his gaze over the 4 little ones beside him, imparting his wisdom. However, the gap created by bloodlines remains a chasm that is insurmountable for ninjas throughout their lives. You, my dear teacher, are the living proof of this. Orochimaru lifted his head, his golden slit eyes shimmering with defiance as he fixed his gaze upon Ying Ye, seemingly seeking an answer. Upon hearing the words, Ying Ye turned to meet Orochimaru's perceptive gaze and smiled lightly, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, throughout history, The number of ordinary ninjas or those who have failed to awaken their bloodline limits and yet reach the pinnacle is exceedingly rare. The typical genius achieving the level of Hokage is already at the extreme, exemplified by Sarutobi Hiruzen. There are, however, those whose talents surpass the norm, like the well-known second Hokage, who, through his own ingenuity, established the Flying Thunder God and the Reanimation Jutsu, two forbidden techniques that elevate him to the Super Shadow tier. As for your teacher, at the tender age of 10, I have already attained combat capabilities nearing the pinnacle of the Shadow level. Throughout the annals of ninja history, few have achieved such a feat, a result of bloodline, talent, and diligent effort. Such words are only uttered by someone like me. Given the sensitive nature of the Hokage's role, Orochimaru and the others fell into deep contemplation. Terms like Shadow Level and Super Shadow felt like distant dreams, evoking a sense of despair, yet they provided a direction for their aspirations. Orochimaru, the human body harbors boundless potential, awaiting your discovery. Continuously learn and expand your understanding. For one day you might forge your own path in the martial arts of longevity. However, one must maintain a balance. Otherwise, you may risk losing your very humanity. After a moment's hesitation, Ying Ye articulated a rather abstract thought, one that seemed incongruous with his youthful age. He held high hopes for Orochimaru. In the original narrative, Orochimaru was a genius of research. If he could harness the resources of the ninja world, he might truly perfect the art of vitality and elevate it to the realms of longevity or even immortality. The true essence of the vitality martial arts could endow ninjas with robust physiques that could endure for centuries. In such circumstances, allowing Orochimaru to delve into the sinister arts of the impure world reincarnation, thus becoming a mere shadow of his former self, would be a tragic waste of his talents. Orochimaru must be guided toward the path of martial arts research. Jiraiya should pursue the study of sage arts, exploring the mysteries of natural energy. As for Kabuto, he should be directed towards the bloodline limits in the path of the Otsutsuki. With his dark eyes glimmering, Ying Ye reaffirmed the life paths he had set for his three disciples. Roar! The water dragon roared, its formidable presence sweeping across the land, relentlessly pursuing Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving him with nowhere to escape, neither to the heavens above nor the earth below. Bang! 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 As the shadow clones, born from the art of substitution, erupted in a cascade of mist, they were swiftly engulfed by the surging tide that surged forth. The expansive training ground resembled a battlefield ravaged by a tsunami, with deep craters filled to the brim with stagnant water. The perfect Jinchuriki of the tailed beast was indeed formidable. Just a single clone was capable of masterfully wielding the power of the beast. It was no wonder the teacher held him in such high regard. Given time, Ying Ye would undoubtedly become the next first Hokage. Sarutobi Hizashi concealed himself within the waterlogged pit, his perceptive senses radiating outward as he remained vigilant of his opponent's movements. 10 minutes had passed, and he had resigned himself to the reality that expecting Ying Ye's clone to exhaust its chakra was nothing short of folly. Regrettably, he had only managed to elicit one ninjutsu, and the intelligence gathered was still woefully insufficient. Emerging from the depths, Sarutobi Hizashi evaded the roaring water dragon that surged towards him, his gaze fixated upon the red-haired youth 100 meters away, his expression grave. Raising his right hand, he bit his fingertip and swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Summoning technique, Monkey King." With a resounding burst of mist, a massive white-furred simian, nearly 3 meters tall, glared at its summoner. It growled, "Hizashi, you rascal. Can you not keep it down? I'm a monkey, not your subordinate." The water dragon roared, its thunderous sound creating a formidable wave that charged forward. The monkey raised its gaze, eyes narrowing, and cursed as it nimbly leapt aside to avoid the oncoming assault. What is this? Has ninjutsu in the shinobi world advanced further? With such an abundance of chakra, why resort to a water dragon technique that can only target a single direction? Madness. Summoning beasts typically possess long lifespans, and the extensive time had granted the monkey familiarity with the majority of ninja techniques. It quickly discerned the true nature of the water dragon's assault. A chorus of dragon roars echoed as 9 water dragons barreled towards it, their massive forms sealing off the space within a 300-meter radius. This strike was unavoidable, and the monkey bellowed in alarm. Wait. Unfortunately, the water dragon was oblivious to the monkey's words, continuing its relentless charge. Whoosh. A figure appeared in an instant, placing a palm upon the monkey's back, chakra surging into its form. Understanding the cue, it transformed into a long staff, gripped firmly by Sarutobi Hizashi. Now, Hizashi commanded, infusing chakra into the summoning beast weapon. In an instant, it transformed into a colossal iron pillar, 100 meters long and 10 meters thick, sweeping through the battlefield with devastating force. The 9 water dragons exploded, showering the area with torrential rain. The monkey's crude curses echoed, expressing its frustration at having been drawn into a conflict after minding its own business at home. Hizashi, what on earth is that boy? Why do I sense the chakra of a tailed beast? The iron pillar trembled, its furious inquiry resonating throughout the surroundings. Let us deal with this first, Hizashi uttered firmly. His legs imbued with wind chakra as he dashed towards his opponent, the iron pillar swiftly shrinking as he thrust it forward with precision. Old Ding is no longer dodging? The lazy clone yawned, its dark eyes scanning Hizashi's face before settling on the monkey-esh transforming staff, a hint of envy gleaming in its gaze. In the world of ninjas, beasts like the Monkey King were truly one of a kind. Ying Ye traversed the path of martial arts. Yet the quality of weapons in the ninja realm was rather dismal. To this day, he had yet to acquire a weapon that suited him. Ying Ye, being distracted in battle is not a commendable habit, Sarutobi Hizashi remarked, though his actions remained undeterred as he struck through the enemy with force. Boom. A white mist erupted, transforming into a piece of withered wood. Indeed, it was a substitution technique. 5 meters away, a clone with a lazy demeanor appeared, radiating a fierce and turbulent purple chakra, with a chakra tail extending from its spine. Old Deng, engaging in close combat with a tailed beast Jinchuriki is not a prudent choice. The words escaped just as a flash of purple light erupted. The clone's speed surged, its explosive momentum defying human limits. With a single step, the ground beneath it shattered, creating a 10-meter wide crater. Whoosh! A massive chakra arm, resembling a cat's claw, rose with ferocity, aiming to grasp Sarutobi Hizashi. The sound of rushing wind mingling with the searing heat of the purple chakra, roaring down like a bellows. With a resounding bang, Sarutobi Hizashi raised the enlarged staff. Sparks flying, the staff, transformed by the monkey demon, possessed an indestructible quality, serving as the perfect shield. Utilizing the recoil of the impact, his figure retreated several dozen meters, creating distance. He muttered, "What a pity. Sarutobi, you fool, did you study hundreds of ninjutsu for nothing? That terrifying red-haired brat is a perfect Jinchuriki. Do you think you can engage him in close combat? Are you Uchiha Madara?" The monkey demon's growl echoed from the staff, its reproach evident. Ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hizashi narrowed his eyes, his grip on the weapon tightening slightly as he intoned, "I am not Uchiha Madara, but he may well be the next Hokage." Huh? The monkey demon was taken aback, perplexed by Sarutobi Hizashi's refusal to utilize ninjutsu in battle. Then, silence enveloped it. It sensed the ground trembling, a surge of chakra energy erupting that made its very cells quiver. Wood release. To hell with this, I'm not dealing with it anymore. I want to go home. The monkey demon's curses echoed from the staff. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hizashi could not abandon it. Chakra surged wildly from his palm, and the enlarged staff descended like a colossal pillar. Its target was the clone of Ying Ye. Wood release. Flowering world tree birth. The moment the incantation was uttered, the ground trembled with a thunderous roar, countless green vines bursting forth and growing rapidly. 9 towering vines, each 10 meters thick, shot up from the clone's center, forming a protective barrier. They writhed like giant serpents, entwining the iron-like staff and dissipating its immense force, binding it firmly. Brilliant red flowers bloomed, their intoxicating fragrance swiftly enveloping Sarutobi Hizashi, infiltrating his mouth, nose, and skin. This pollen is toxic. I'm going to die. Hizashi, pull me back quickly. This cursed thing is siphoning my chakra, and I won't be able to maintain the weapon form for long. The staff, transformed by the monkey demon, quivered as it struggled desperately, yet the vines held fast. A figure approached rapidly, its flowing red hair strikingly reminiscent of a prominent clan in the ninja realm. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The salty fish-like persona of the clone clapped its hands, a flicker of excitement igniting in its dark eyes. It lowly proclaimed, "Sealing technique, 8-headed chaos." A fierce wave of chakra surged towards the long staff transformed from the ape demon, an onslaught of chaotic energy infiltrating its consciousness. After a brief struggle, the awareness succumbed to a deep slumber. Indeed, Sarutobi, how about this summoned beast being gifted to me? I can ensure the prosperity of the Sarutobi clan for 9 generations, in addition to granting 9 annual slots for ascension into the 3rd tier of vitality. The salty fish-like clone gazed at Sarutobi Hizashi, whose expression had soured, and spoke with a grin. It was evident as it grasped the long staff with one hand. infusing it with its chakra, elongating it to 2 meters. As its palm caressed the staff's surface, a look of satisfaction appeared on its handsome visage. This is dire. The ape demon's consciousness has indeed been sealed. Sarutobi Hizashi's expression shifted dramatically. A significant portion of his strength resided within this ancestral summoned beast, and losing it would diminish his power by at least half. In that moment, panic set in as he frantically began forming seals, attempting to awaken the ape demon or return it to the realm of summoned beasts. Alas, the ape demon showed no response. "I concede," Sarutobi Hizashi uttered, his voice thick with reluctance and frustration. The salty fish-like clone furrowed its brow, a hint of dissatisfaction emanating from its dark eyes. It had yet to witness the depths of Sarutobi Hizashi's ninjutsu prowess. Just as it began to feel a spark of interest, the other declared an end to the battle. This could not stand. After all, a weapon so hard-earned deserved to be wielded. "Lord Ying Ye, I concede. Please return the ape demon to me. It is the ancestral summoned beast of the Sarutobi clan, and none but our kin can forge a pact with it. Should you be interested, you might attempt to enter the world of summoned beasts through the ape demon and seek out a powerful beast suited to you." Sarutobi Hizashi, sensing the displeasure of the salty fish-like clone, swiftly moved to the observation area, pleading earnestly to Lord Ying Ye. "I must trouble you, Sarutobi. As the thousand-handed Ying Ye, how could I engage in the despicable act of seizing a companion's summoned beast? My clone has been influenced by the malevolent chakra of the tailed beast, leading to some peculiarities in its demeanor. I hope you can overlook that." Lord Ying Ye's eyes brightened, a glimmer of anticipation dancing within his dark gaze. The world of summoned beasts must encompass the 3 sacred lands. Perhaps an opportunity to cultivate sage arts had finally presented itself. The Senju clan's extensive training ground, spanning thousands of square meters, now resembled a primordial jungle. Various fruits hung from peculiar trees that towered dozens of meters high. Crack! Young Jiraiya leaped to the treetops, plucking a bunch of red-skinned bananas. As he peeled one open and took a bite, the sweet, tender flavor burst upon his tongue, causing his eyes to gleam with delight. Jiraiya refrained from eating indiscriminately. "It could be poisonous," Tsunade admonished, hands on her hips, glaring at him like an elder sister. "What is the worry? Didn't we eat the watermelons that the teacher grew last time?" Jiraiya replied, his cheeks stuffed. "Orochimaru, come try this. These red-skinned bananas are incredibly sweet, a true delicacy." Ying Ye glanced over at Jiraiya with a bemused smile before turning to the 2 before him, speaking gravely, "Release the seal on the Monkey King." Upon hearing this, the lazy clone shrugged helplessly, clapping his hands before pressing against the long staff. A wave of consciousness gradually awakened, sensing the commotion outside, and began to tremble like a rubber stick. A coarse voice emerged. "Let me go, you wicked red-haired monster." With a resounding clap, the lazy clone raised his right hand and struck the staff that had transformed into the Monkey King, driving it deep into the ground, immovable. Thud, thud, thud. Sarutobi Hizashi hurried over, grasping the staff that protruded 10 centimeters from the ground, pulling it out. He then patiently explained the situation and agreed to Ying Ye's terms. This kid is from the Senju clan, possessing the Uzumaki bloodline and mastery of sealing techniques, not to mention having awakened Wood Release. And the one we are battling is merely a special clone of his? Just a clone. How can he perfectly wield the power of the tailed beasts? A fierce-looking white-haired giant monkey sat on the ground, head held high, its gaze lingering on the 2 red-haired youths, shock evident in its human-like eyes. "This little brat is astonishing. At this age, he can't be more than 12. I doubt even Senju Hashirama could defeat this red-haired boy at such a young age." "Hizashi, how long have we known each other?" the white-haired monkey asked, rubbing its hands and leaning closer to Sarutobi Hizashi with a smile. "Well, I suppose it's been about 20 years, Hizashi replied, frowning as he estimated the time since he took over the Monkey King from his father. "Has it really been that long?" The Monkey King nodded, then proposed, "Given our long-standing friendship, how about we dissolve the contract between me and your Sarutobi clan?" Upon hearing this, Hizashi's expression darkened as he grasped the Monkey King's intentions. It was clear he coveted the strength of a 10-year-old boy, simply despicable. In reality, creatures like the Monkey King were inherently drawn to the powerful. Only formidable beings could unleash their clan's true potential. Compared to Ying Ye, Hizashi was hardly comparable. Would release chakra, tailed beast chakra, and the chakra of the Uzumaki clan. If I could indulge in such pure and potent chakra for an extended period, perhaps I could become even stronger. The great ape looked at his old friend with eager anticipation, only to be swiftly rebuffed. Impossible. I, Saratobi Hiruzen, would rather die than engage in actions that would dishonor my ancestors. With a stern countenance, Saratobi Hiruzen unequivocally declined. In contrast, Ying Ye inwardly scoffed several times, choosing to feign ignorance. His thoughts were entirely focused on the world of summoning beasts, a veritable sanctuary for cultivating sage arts. Should he succeed, the wood release imbued with natural energy would enable him to master the profound techniques of Hashirama Senju. Such power would indeed be deemed invincible beneath the six paths. Summoning beasts could be captured at any time. There was no need for haste. However, the methodology for mastering sage arts was imperative for Ying Ye, especially considering the conjecture that natural energy bore similarities to the spiritual energy in the realm of cultivation. This required validation. If true, it would indeed be a transformative moment. Alas, I truly regret believing the tales of your great-great-grandfather. The white-haired giant ape muttered under his breath, then turned to Ying Ye, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness, saying, Ying Ye, I regret to inform you that I cannot form a contract with you, thus preventing your entry into the world of summoning beasts. In an instant, Ying Ye's expression darkened, a murderous intent igniting in his black eyes, and an overwhelming aura radiated from him, striking terror into the heart of Saratobi Hiruzen. The sheer volume and purity of chakra emanating from Ying Ye was staggering. He recognized that Ying Ye was genuinely enraged and quickly signaled to the great ape, Wait, do not provoke him. The three sacred lands oversee the passage between the world of summoning beasts and the ninja realm. You may enter through there. If you can contract a noble-blooded summoning beast within, you will have the freedom to enter and exit at will. The great ape wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hastily added this suggestion, narrowly saving his own life. Do you know how to reach the spatial nodes? The passages guarded by the three sacred lands? Ying Ye raised his brows in surprise, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he inquired. I know of a dragon cave, but the nodes between the two worlds open only once every 10 years, remaining accessible for a year. At that time, humans will have the opportunity to enter. It will open approximately 3 years from now, located at. The great ape promptly responded. Thank you. Ying Ye nodded, flipping his right hand to reveal 3 wooden spheres that materialized in his palm. Within them lay an abundance of two-tails chakra, which he tossed to the great ape. This is your reward. Keep it well. You may leave now. Upon finishing his words, Ying Ye raised one hand to his chest and vanished from his spot, racing towards the Konoha intelligence agency to inquire about the location of the dragon cave. Saratobi Hiruzen gazed in the direction of Ying Ye's disappearance, deeply sighing, weariness and a sense of unfulfillment evident in his eyes. He then glanced at Orochimaru and the others, shook his head once more, and turned to depart. This battle was lost, and he would no longer deliberately engage with Orochimaru and his companions, for he no longer held the qualifications. Persisting in this manner would likely lead to a difficult resolution. That night, Ying Ye gripped a meticulously drawn map in his right hand, his expression brimming with excitement as he hurried home. He deliberately concealed it within a sealing scroll, determining that 3 years hence would be the moment to venture to the Dragon Cave. Saratobi Izashi, indeed, has bestowed upon me a grand gift. The cultivation of celestial arts seems to be on the horizon. The forthcoming decision lies in choosing between the bloodline of Hinata Rin or the awakening of the Byakugan in Hinata Yukino. Leaning against the window, Ying Ye gazed at the luminous moon, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured softly. Upon the successful execution of the ghost bud technique, a visage of the bloodline originator would be etched upon his chest, the stronger the originator's bloodline, the greater the intensity of the bloodline he would awaken. Hinata Rin's bloodline is formidable, yet it belongs to a male, which Ying Ye finds somewhat difficult to accept. Having his brother's face tattooed on his chest seems rather unconventional. Conversely, the bloodline purity of Rin's wife, Hinata Yukino, is astonishing, even at the 3rd level of vitality. Her Byakugan emanates a hint of blue radiance. In the original narrative, the Rinnegan is characterized by its blue hue, making it an exceedingly splendid choice. However, she is the wife of his brother, which feels rather sinister. Should this information circulate, Ying Ye's reputation would be significantly tarnished. Thus, the most suitable choice would be the awakened Byakugan of Hinata Linshua, who has surpassed the internal energy threshold. Patience is essential. Without it, how can one achieve greatness? Waiting is not a burden of time. Linshue, do not let me down, Ying Ye whispered softly. Time, like a fleeting horse, has passed nearly 3 months in the blink of an eye. The war between the land of fire and the land of lightning concluded with a victory for Konoha. During these 3 months, Senju Tobarama has also completed the distribution of benefits, leaving both clan ninjas and civilian ninjas satisfied, especially the leaders and high-ranking members of the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Kurama clans, who greeted everyone with smiles, as if celebrating a triumphant examination. The reason for this joyous atmosphere lies in the A-level task rewards, which allow for the exchange of clan members to break through to the 3rd level of vitality under Konoha's policy. Military achievements are also part of the task rewards, contributing to the strength of their clans. The stronger the ninja, the greater the military achievements, and among the ninja clans, the numbers have increased significantly, particularly for these 3 clans. Over the past 3 months, the Uchiha clan has gained 18 new members with the Sharingan of 1 Tomo, more than 10 with 2 Tomo, and 5 with 3 Tomo. The power granted by the 3 Tomo Sharingan is sufficient to elevate a member of the Uchiha clan to the upper ninja tier. And with mastery, even elite upper ninjas can be contested. This is the allure of bloodlines. In contrast, the Hyuga clan has expended nearly all their achievements on the main family members, resulting in over 30 awakened Byakugan practitioners, deemed rather ineffectual. Moreover, if the Hyuga clan is indeed the largest in Konoha, then one of those ineffectual practitioners must have leaked such information. Ying Ye can assure that this time, Tobarama did not meddle behind the scenes, as he has been exceedingly occupied. Aside from fulfilling his duties as Hokage, he spends nearly all his time in his private laboratory, engrossed in his studies of the Golden Horn. However, it is pleasing to witness the unfolding of events. The Kurama clan has also produced 9 awakened bloodline practitioners, whose formidable Jinjutsu capabilities even make the Uchiha feel somewhat inferior. Must each clan excel in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu? Why the need for such competition? Ying Ye, with half a large watermelon in hand, sat atop a rooftop in Konoha, silently observing several peers engaged in a brawl. The protagonists are Onma, Hinata, and Uchiha Shuki. Such occurrences are not unprecedented. What is peculiar is the absence of intervention. Even the Umbu deliberately averts their gaze, choosing to ignore it. Jinhong, let us indulge in some gossip. Ying Ye extended his right hand towards the left, lifting a half-untouched watermelon and tossing it towards a young boy rushing in from behind. This boy, approximately 10 years of age, donned the attire of a Konoha genin and bore a katana on his back. His striking crimson eyes were quite remarkable. He was known as Jinhong from the Yuji clan. This clan lacked a bloodline limit, yet possessed a comprehensive illusion technique system. As the prodigy of his clan, Jinhong earned the opportunity to ascend to the 3rd tier of blood energy, significantly enhancing his abilities. In the original narrative, he is the father of Yuji Hong, who perished during the Nine Tails incident. According to the storyline, he was destined to become Sarutobi Hiruzen's right-hand man, a special jonin commanding the Umbu. Since Ying Ye had discovered this, he would naturally not let it slip away, bestowing it upon his loyal disciple, Akimichi Yama. Like Hinata Renin, Yama was a genius who had broken through to the 3rd tier of blood energy before the martial arts were fully developed. Once deemed a failure with low chakra perception, unable to even master the Akimichi clan's secret techniques, he awakened into a true martial arts genius after encountering Ying Ye. It was no surprise that he would become the next head of the Akimichi clan. My lord Ying Ye, the teacher has returned from his mission, and he has made a breakthrough. Jinhong knelt on one knee, lifting his head to excitedly share the joyous news with Ying Ye. The 3rd master of internal energy from Konoha has emerged. Excellent. In his exhilaration, Ying Ye miscalculated his strength and crushed the half-watermelon he had intended to hand to Jinhong, the bright red juice oozing between his fingers. My watermelon. Had I known, I would have received it first, Jinhong lamented. At this time of spring sowing, watermelons are quite precious, and only this esteemed gentleman could indulge at any moment. Ying Ye rose, shook his hand, and tossed the remaining half of the watermelon into a trash bin at the street corner, leaving Jinhong to grumble internally about the waste. Let us go meet your teacher. A smile graced Ying Ye's handsome face, but as he turned, he paused to glance back at the flailing Hinata clan's waist. A tall and graceful figure reached out, seizing the flailing arm with confidence shining in her pure white eyes, as if she had undergone a metamorphosis, becoming even more radiant. A flicker of blood flame pulsated within her dantian, emanating an aura familiar to Ying Ye. Such pure energy, this is not chakra, but the essence of blood flame internal energy. Ying Ye's eyes sparkled with delight as he beheld Hinata Renin, whom he had not seen for several months, surprise reflected in his dark eyes. She succeeded. After 3 months of arduous training, Hinata Renin had indeed achieved a breakthrough. It was evident that Ying Ye's words had significantly motivated her. allowing her to break through under immense pressure. Fourth in line, my martial arts flourish increasingly, a cause for celebration. Ying Ye smiled with satisfaction, turning to pat Jinhong's shoulder, chuckling. Let us depart. My lord Ying Ye, that is Lady Renan. Shouldn't we go greet her? Urgency is unwarranted, for she is not likely to flee. The adults are indeed quite occupied. Ying Ye chuckled lightly, showing no inclination to intervene in the squabble of children. Logically, Hinata Ringshu would also remain indifferent to the disputes among the branch family as offspring. However, that was in the past. The current spectacle was likely deliberate. As for the intent, that night, a crescent moon hung in the sky like a scythe, casting a serene glow over the quiet house, where a red-haired youth leaned against the windowsill. A graceful figure raced through the night, heading straight for the familiar window and lunged towards Ying Ye. This maneuver was aptly named charging with the ball. With a thud, they landed on the soft tatami mat, with Hinata Ringshu's tall, ample form pinning the red-haired boy down, her pure white eyes tinted with a hint of crimson, shimmering with gratitude and affection. Where have you been? Ying Ye asked, arms spread wide, lying in a starfish position on the tatami, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Upon seeing a member of the clan, he recalled that he too was a Nin of the branch family, and the rewards for A-rank missions and above for the Hinata clan were nearly depleted. The command from the main family had been issued, and the tribulations for the Nin of the branch family were about to commence. Hinata Ringshu's delicate wrist moved to her waist, her jade hand gesturing as if unfastening something. With internal energy and blood flames, combined with the Byakugan's abilities, can it achieve the effect of isolating a caged bird? Ying Ye inquired with curiosity. Not entirely. It can only provide partial isolation, but it is sufficient to ensure that I won't perish when the technique is executed, Hinata Ringshu replied, her hands continuing their motions, a flush of excitement coloring her fair face. Achieving this was already commendable. I possess an intriguing sealing technique. Would you care to learn? Ying Ye pondered for a moment, his dark eyes reflecting the splendid spring light, before speaking in a deep tone. Absolutely, Hinata Ringshu exclaimed, her eyes wide with eagerness, a glimmer of desire illuminating her pure white orbs. What are your plans moving forward? Ying Ye inquired again. I intend to convey this information to the branch family Nin, urging them to diligently cultivate their life force and martial arts, striving to break through their levels of internal energy swiftly. Subsequently, we will assault the main family and reclaim the freedom that rightfully belongs to the branch family. Hinata Ringshu took a deep breath, her expression fervent, her heart racing visibly. So, you seek my assistance in helping the Nin of the Hinata branch advance to the third level of life force? You believe I cannot withstand such a trial? Ying Ye raised an eyebrow, as if to say, is this what you consider a challenge? Indeed. Hinata Ringshu nodded vigorously, her beautiful white eyes shimmering with tears, stirring something deep within the red-haired boy's heart. Then you have indeed come to the right person. The Hinata main family is exceedingly corrupt, squandering opportunities on the inept. It is high time for a lesson to be imparted. A smile graced Ying Ye's handsome face, his gaze tranquil as water, a calmness bestowed by his youth. One last question, dear sister Ringshu, what do you intend to do with the 10-year-old boy? Ying Ye teased with a smirk. I am 11, not a child anymore. Hinata Ringshu retorted, shaking her head in defiance. As time flowed, a year passed since Ying Ye departed the battlefield of the Mist Ninja Village. Konoha thrived and flourished, a plethora of geniuses emerging. Yet, beneath the surface, dark currents surged, awakening the desires hidden within hearts. A figure with red hair arrived at the gates of Konoha, showcasing a mastery of Wood Release as they boldly entered. Their destination, the ancestral grounds of the Senju clan. Their target, Ying Ye. I await an old acquaintance, and now he has arrived. Remarkably, he has come to seek me out while still alive. Ying Ye squints his dark eyes, halting the training with Orochimaru and the others, his hand raised before his chest, and in an instant, he vanishes from sight. This impulsive doppelganger has personally come to find Ying Ye. Whether it bears hostility or has other intentions remains uncertain. Yet, Ying Ye is filled with exhilaration. Eagerly anticipating the extent of growth this unrestrained doppelganger has achieved under the tutelage of Uchiha Obito. Has it accomplished the feat of refining the tailed beasts and successfully entered the realm of Dan? Has there been an unexpected surprise that would delight him? In the realm of the Senju clan, at the patriarch's residence, shadows clad in masks descended silently, encircling the estate with an impenetrable presence. A rough count revealed over 30 figures, nearly all of Konoha's elite Umbu shinobi had assembled. The air crackled with a sharp electric hum, as a flash of white light heralded the arrival of Tobarama Senju. The dignified elder whose cold demeanor was marred by the crimson stains of fresh blood, indicative of his hurried arrival. "What is the situation?" Tobirama inquired, his crimson eyes narrowing with a mix of shock and confusion as he turned to the Umbu shinobi adorned with a ghostly mask. The ninja bent slightly, responding with a tone laced with respect yet tinged with tremors of unease. "Lord Ying Ye instructed us not to disturb him. He mentioned wanting to reminisce with an old acquaintance." The tremor in his voice betrayed the turmoil within him. The red-haired man who had so abruptly appeared in Konoha bore a striking resemblance to Ying Ye and possessed the ability to manipulate Wood Release. It was no small feat for even the composed Tobirama to maintain his equanimity under such circumstances. "This troublesome brat. What on earth has he done?" Tobirama grimaced, rubbing his forehead in frustration before commanding, "Summon the Uchiha and Hyuga clans and ensure it is all the high-ranking shinobi." Afterward, Tobirama stepped forward into the residence, where he laid eyes upon his ineffectual nephew. Tsunade stood dazed beside her father's wheelchair, her legs trembling uncontrollably, as if stricken by fear. This sight deepened the furrows on Tobirama's brow. "Stay here, my dear," he said softly. "Trust in Ying Ye. He is not a child and possesses his own judgment." Tobirama's tone was grave as he spoke. Upon hearing this, he halted and turned to his grandniece, forcing a gentle smile as he asked, "Tsunade, what impression did that person leave on you?" Gripping her father's wheelchair tightly, Tsunade's delicate white wrists quivered as she replied in a hushed voice, "His gaze is terrifying, nothing like that of Brother Ying Ye." In an instant, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Tobirama's red eyes. He gazed skyward, releasing a profound sigh. His fists clenched involuntarily, an overwhelming, terrifying aura emanating from him. Indeed, it is a clone. This reckless child had permitted his clone to act autonomously. What was his intent? Forbidden techniques are not to be trifled with. Tobirama had encountered numerous blood clones of Ying Ye, each with peculiar personalities. Some even instilled a chilling dread within him, more deranged than the inherently malevolent Uchiha. Under typical circumstances, Tobirama believed his strength, combined with his mastery of various forbidden techniques, would allow him to subdue them. Yet, should they become perfect Jinchuriki, he would have little certainty of prevailing. When did this transpire? As Tobirama's crimson gaze flickered with contemplation, a memory surged forth approximately a year prior, when the Mist Village had besieged Ying Ye, attempting to seize the Wood Release bloodline. During that encounter, Ying Ye had faced a perfect Mangeki Sharingan wielder and had barely escaped with his life. "I understand now." Suddenly, Feijin lifted his head and gazed towards the room where Ying Ye resided, a flicker of self-reproach and guilt manifesting in his eyes. Meanwhile, within the confines of that room, Hinata Renyuki had been cast aside by Ying Ye, forbidden from stepping foot into the estate until nightfall. This beautiful female jonin, after rapidly developing a relationship with him, seemed to entertain thoughts of becoming his sole wife in the future. Come, let us share a drink. The alcohol in the ninja realm is rather weak, only slightly stronger than beer. Try this, it is my cherished collection." Ying Ye, with familiarity, lifted his cup and clinked it with the red-haired man opposite him. The two figures, one large and one small, sat cross-legged on the soft tatami, engaged in amiable conversation as if they were long-lost friends. The content of their discourse was shrouded by a sealing technique that effectively muted all sound, ensuring absolute confidentiality. "Has it been about a year now?" The red-haired man took a sip of sake and softly reflected, his gaze still carrying the same ferocity and madness as ever. "It seems the time frame has extended beyond my expectations. I am curious, why are you still alive? What benefits did that Uchiha Madara grant you?" Ying Ye tilted his head back and downed his drink, casually inquiring, "Just a transaction. That old fool is quite the martial enthusiast. A challenger like me is indeed rare. Wouldn't you agree?" The red-haired man chuckled, his dark eyes fixed on Ying Ye, his pupils swiftly morphing to reveal 3 crimson tomo. Then, the tomo intertwined, sketching a scarlet sun pattern, albeit somewhat incomplete, as though it lacked crucial components. "Kaleidoscope? Is Uchiha Madara truly so accommodating as to assist you to this extent?" "No. Could it be that he wishes to mold you into his successor?" Upon witnessing this spectacle, an overwhelming surprise flickered in Ying Ye's black eyes, his expression gradually transforming into one of fervor. He discerned that the incomplete nature of the violent doppelganger's kaleidoscope was due to it being merely a fragment. As an incomplete being, both in body and soul, it could not awaken the ultimate ocular power that symbolized the Uchiha bloodline. However, Ying Ye was a complete human. This kaleidoscope Sharingan was of the same origin as him, and once transplanted into his eyes, it would instantly become whole. Simultaneously, The possibility of mass-producing kaleidoscope Sharingan unfurled before Ying Ye's eyes. I've already stated, it is merely a transaction. I provide him with the heart refinement secret technique, imparting the complete martial arts to purify his bloodline, a condition that old fool cannot refuse. The cultivation and breakthrough of martial arts require not only a vast amount of energy, but also worthy opponents to facilitate rapid advancement through combat. In this world, few were qualified to engage in battle with Uchiha Madara, and I, a man nearing death, barely counted among them. The violent doppelganger stated solemnly. As his words settled, a brief silence enveloped the room. Ying Ye's dark eyes glimmered as he unraveled numerous queries, gaining a clearer understanding of the doppelganger's experiences over the past year, as well as the reason for its personal visit. Uchiha Madara sought to awaken the Rinnegan, and the only option to enhance his bloodline was through the martial arts that could elevate his vitality. Thus, a transaction was struck between him and the violent doppelganger, who were both allies and adversaries in their shared path. Uchiha Madara has diligently cultivated the art of blood and energy, and with his innate talent, coupled with the assistance of his furious doppelganger, it is anticipated that he could transcend into the true gang realm. With the enhancement of his bloodline on 4 occasions, it is conceivable that he might awaken the Rinnegan ahead of schedule. Calculating this, if King Wu's physique is enhanced to the level of a true gang warrior, his lifespan could be significantly extended, potentially allowing him to live for an additional 2 to 3 centuries. At that juncture, he would no longer require the selection of a successor, for he could independently seek out tailed beasts. Utilizing the power of the Rinnegan, he could ascend to the realm of the Sage of 6 Paths Hiss. Upon contemplating this, Ying Ye could not help but take a deep breath. Are you afraid, my original self? The furious doppelganger, witnessing Ying Ye's astonishment, felt a surge of delight, raising his cup and downing its contents, mocking him. In response, Ying Ye lifted his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at the doppelganger, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Afraid? How could that be? With the 2 tails and 9 tails in my possession, Uchiha Madara would require at least 5 to 6 years to awaken the Rinnegan. By that time, I will have reached adulthood, and with the chakra of the tailed beasts, entering the true gang realm in a short span would pose no challenge. At that point, a mere Rinnegan-wielding Uchiha Madara would not be able to vanquish me. It is quite thrilling to anticipate such an adversary in the future. Ying Ye poured himself a cup of sake, savoring its taste as he licked the dry corners of his mouth. His greatest concern for the future was the potential inability to find a worthy opponent within the ninja world, which could lead to a stagnation in his martial advancement. Furthermore, if Uchiha Madara can awaken the Rinnegan, why could I not? Moreover, the ancient being lurking beneath the surface is undoubtedly formidable. Who knows if he is a benevolent soul or a wolf in disguise? Whether I seek to unify the ninja realm or Uchiha Madara yearns for a false peace, we must confront this millennia-old entity. Raising his cup, Ying Ye tilted his head back and drank it down. In his dark eyes flickered a profound sense of wariness. Indeed, one must contemplate potential defeat before anticipating victory. This ability is precisely what my doppelganger lacks. Assist me, for I am destined to perish. My sole desire is to forge a path in the realm of alchemical martial arts before my demise. Your assistance would also be greatly beneficial to you. The furious doppelganger nodded, rising to his feet with a sigh, before articulating his intentions. Assist you? Ying Ye's dark eyes narrowed, reflecting the overwhelming aura of ferocity and madness emanating from his doppelganger. A year apart had transformed the boy who resembled him into a man appearing over 30. His unkempt beard shimmered with a hint of blue, a transformation granted by the chakra of the 3 tails. His casually trimmed red hair resembled that of a comical uncle. Yet the violent and frenzied emotions swirling within his crimson eyes drew attention. One could surmise that he had terrified quite a few during his journey. Ying Ye mused internally. My original self, I understand that you, like me, yearn to witness that step. After all, my extreme nature is derived from you, as is my fervent pursuit of martial excellence. Whether to gamble or not is your decision. Within 3 months, my cells, affected by the burning life forbidden technique, will likely consume me. Even with the support of the 3 tails chakra and the suppression of the Manjiki Sharingan, my time is limited. The irritable clone gritted its teeth, its eyes wide with rage, presenting a visage of fury. Should Ying Ye refuse to intervene, it might very well spiral out of control, potentially leading to the destruction of Konoha. My friend, do you comprehend what a shadow clone that has existed for over a year signifies for my true self? The momentary flood of memories could very well drive me to madness. Ying Ye took a deep breath, Reason urged him to decline and immediately unleash his forbidden techniques to eliminate the irritable clone. Yet a glimmer of yearning flickered in his dark eyes. The proposal stirring something within him. Have you not traversed this path for all these years? Without a clone like me to assist you in practicing ninjutsu and exploring the arts of vitality and blood, would you possess such strength today? Where has the 7-year-old Ying Ye, who embarked on the journey of vitality cultivation alone, gone? The irritable clone narrowed its eyes, roaring at the true self in an attempt to awaken his fighting spirit. These words rendered Ying Ye silent. After a prolonged pause, he clapped his hands together. A plume of smoke erupted on his left side, materializing into a shadow clone. Upon its creation, it promptly approached the irritable clone. Transfer to him all the memories and experiences you have acquired this year. Additionally, I require a substantial amount of Three Tails chakra. At this, a smile flickered across the irritable clone's face. Without hesitation, it clapped its hands together, enacting the shadow clone technique, placing its palms against those of the newly summoned clone. It shared its memories without reservation. As a blood-based shadow clone, it was incapable of performing techniques like the shadow clone jutsu, a limitation stemming from the essence of its existence. However, sharing memories through the shadow clone technique posed no challenge, as that was indeed the inherent function of the jutsu. As for its willingness to cooperate, the reason was apparent. The goal had been achieved. Ying Ye could take its life at any moment, thereby acquiring all its memories. Yet this act was performed because he consented to its request. Regarding the Three Tails chakra, it was abundant, for the Three Tails resided within him. To grasp the truth of existence even at the cost of life, such enlightenment is worthy of my true self, the irritable Ying Ye praised. Giving a thumbs up and gazing expectantly at Ying Ye. Enough with the chatter, let us commence, Ying Ye retorted under his breath, clapping his hands and commanding. Forbidden technique, would release blood clone. Upon utterance, a colossal wooden figure, towering at 10 meters, erupted from the ground, breaking through the ceiling and its head shooting up to the 3rd floor. After infusing it with his vitality, it rapidly diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a red-haired youth. Excellent, the irritable clone exclaimed, placing its hands atop those of the newly summoned counterpart. Tendrils resembling green thorns slithered beneath the skin of its right hand, penetrating its body. Simultaneously, the blood from the left hand of the summoned clone surged into the irritable clone. The latter's form visibly shrank, and in less than half an hour, it transformed from a middle-aged figure into that of a handsome youth. At that moment, hissing sounds emanated from the clone, akin to parasites attempting to breach the surface of its being. Emerald-hued cells emerged from limbs and pores, and within a mere 3 minutes, the figure transformed into a grotesque, contorted mass of green flesh, pulsating rhythmically as if alive. It was utterly absurd. I now possessed ample evidence to ascertain that Hashirama Senju had indeed practiced the forbidden technique of life sacrifice, ultimately leading to his own annihilation. Ying Ye narrowed his eyes and raised a hand to perform a sealing technique, confining the grotesque mass. How remarkable! Your wooden techniques have advanced significantly, he remarked, observing the high resilience of this body, which might allow me to survive for another 5 or 6 years. The irritable clone clenched his fists, a satisfied expression gracing his face, before raising a hand to his chest and vanishing from sight. With a resounding crash, the window that had accompanied Ying Ye for 11 years shattered as this brutish figure collided with it. Shadows of Umbu ninjas from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans swiftly materialized, encircling the irritable clone. Let him go. Ying Ye stepped to the window, casting an annoyed glance at the broken glass, addressing the assembled Umbu ninjas. My apologies, Lord Ying Ye, but without the Hokage's orders, we cannot permit anyone within this room to leave, replied the masked Umbu ninja, his tone laden with regret. Do not kill anyone, just leave. Ying Ye shook his head, issuing his command before turning back into the room. The Konoha ninjas stood in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend Ying Ye's words. They remained frozen, their last sight before losing consciousness being the crimson eyes marked with a fragmented sun pattern. Granduncle, do not pursue. You cannot defeat that man. Ying Ye's voice resonated from the ravaged room, halting Senju Tobarama, who had intended to employ Flying Thunder God to follow. A moment later, heavy footsteps echoed as Tobarama entered the room, the distinctive white armor of the warring states clattering softly. He approached Ying Ye, seized the wine jug, and drank deeply. Now, only fine wine can soothe the turmoil within, he thought. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed a pair of eyes. He was certain he had not been mistaken. The black pupils of Ying Ye's clone had transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, a manifestation belonging solely to that clone. It was not pilfered from the Uchiha clan. It was a Sharingan of the Senju lineage. It was utterly ridiculous. Ying Ye, tell me everything. Tobirama placed the empty jug down, his cold red eyes fixated on Ying Ye. His demeanor regaining composure as he spoke in a low voice. One must commend Tobirama's exceptional composure in the face of such circumstances. His ability to remain calm was befitting of a seasoned warrior. Uchiha Madara was not dead. The irritable clone's mission was to surveil this demonic figure of the ninja world who had feigned death for many years. That pair of eyes had awakened through Uchiha Madara, and now both possessed the powers of Wood Release and the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. After a moment of contemplation, Ying Ye revealed information that made Tobirama's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. A blend of truth and deception. At that moment, Tobirama felt as if the sky was collapsing around him. With a violent shove, he knocked the wine cup and jug against the wall, shattering them into fragments. The calm demeanor had dissipated, replaced by a look of disbelief in the cold, red eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tobirama shouted, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly agitated. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye shook his head and solemnly uttered the names of two forbidden techniques. Forbidden technique. Ghost Bud technique. Forbidden technique. Izanagi. As the words fell, Tobirama's pupils constricted, and the chaotic aura he exuded gradually subsided, mirroring his tranquil state of mind. He appeared to age several years in an instant, a rare trace of confusion flickering in his crimson gaze. He murmured, "My elder brother is dead. How can Konoha resist Uchiha Madara? Don't worry, second granduncle. I am here. Always." Ying Ye's words were like a beam of light piercing the darkness, dispelling the hesitation and concern in Tobirama's eyes. Beyond 100 miles of Konoha, within a dense forest, a red-haired youth halted his steps, his short hair swaying, with two small, mysterious markings concealed behind his ears. His scarlet eyes fixed on a figure 10 meters away, a provocative smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Old Dang, come in battle." With that, the irritable clone wasted no time, gathering azure energy in his palms. A single strike unleashed a tumultuous roar that shattered dozens of ancient trees, surging toward the target. Crack, crack. A hint of helplessness emerged in Uchiha Madara's eyes as his dark pupils transformed into perfect kaleidoscopic Sharingan, his half-formed Susanoo shielding him. The unmistakable sound of cracking bones echoed. Merely a strike from a distance had caused visible fissures to appear on the surface of his Susanoo, an imposing force that was nothing short of terrifying. "Little madman," Uchiha Madara muttered under his breath, his gaze toward the irritable Ying Ye revealing a flicker of curiosity. The previous strike, along with that familiar fighting style, confirmed that the red-haired youth before him was indeed the little madman who had battled and studied martial arts with him for over a year. "Seems your body is intact. Haha, it's good to know you're alive." A sense of relief washed over Uchiha Madara. With Tobirama's death, only this little madman could add a touch of amusement to his solitary existence. Moreover, there was hope for the evolution of the Rinnegan. As for what the little madman intended to do, Uchiha Madara did not concern himself with it. Such was the confidence of the strong. Thus began their customary skirmishes, covering the forest within 100 miles, resulting in its utter destruction today. At this moment, within the Senju clan's estate, second granduncle. This is a cell that combines Wood Release, Vortex, and Uchiha bloodline. It possesses remarkable regenerative abilities. Perhaps you can derive some results from it. Ying Ye pointed at the sealed flesh lump, looking at the reinvigorated Tobirama, reminding him. He had previously collected some of this substance, and the remainder held little utility. Upon hearing this, Tobirama lifted his head, staring at the bizarrely writhing flesh lump, a contemplative expression surfacing in his red eyes. Subsequently, he personally placed it in a glass jar to take back to the laboratory. Ying Ye watched Tobirama's weary figure depart, shaking his head, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Old Dang, don't blame me for being too reckless. After all, the ninja world is a gathering of lunatics, and my presence doesn't make much of a difference. At the very least, I'm somewhat normal, with no thoughts of world destruction. With the peculiar nature of sarcomas and the talent of the esteemed Dinga, one might anticipate the emergence of remarkable discoveries. To utter an indiscreet remark, I find myself genuinely eager for the research outcomes of the resourceful Dinga." Two voices echo in the depths of Ying Ye's heart as he steps beyond the threshold, gazing at the departing figures of the clandestine members of Konoha. Dozens of crimson-eyed individuals linger in the courtyard, reluctant to depart, drawing considerable attention. With measured steps, Uchiha Chijon advances, his scarlet eyes quivering, his breath quickening uncontrollably, as if witnessing a divine apparition or the terrifying emergence of a demon from the abyss. Ying Ye Dano, just now. That person's eyes? The Uchiha clan leader appears torn, yearning for answers yet gripped by trepidation, casting anxious glances toward Ying Ye, awaiting a response. Shijan, I harbor no malice toward the Uchiha. You must comprehend this. However, some truths are perhaps best left unspoken until the appropriate time. Do remember not to neglect the cultivation of your bloodline martial arts, for it is the opportunity for your clan to reclaim its former glory. Ying Ye cast a casual glance at Uchiha Shijan, uttering a couple of words with an unperturbed demeanor before gesturing for him to depart. The tumultuous alter ego, with eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, ensnared a host of elite Konoha ninja in an illusion, revealing far too much. Most importantly, that individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Ying Ye, undoubtedly a unique doppelganger. A mere clone. How could it possess the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and particularly one belonging to its original bearer? This was profoundly unsettling. Should the Uchiha clan dare to delve deeper into such matters, they might find themselves facing dire consequences. Weakness must be acknowledged. Submission to the strong may be humiliating. Yet it spares one's life. Leave. Uchiha Shijan gazed at Ying Ye's retreating figure, inhaling deeply as he commanded his clansmen to withdraw. Clan leader. A disgruntled three-tomo shinobi growled, inciting confusion and resentment among the majority of Uchiha members present. The mysteries of the Sharingan had been usurped, likely with the complicity of Konoha's higher-ups, a reality difficult for a bloodline limit clan to accept. The honor of the Uchiha had been desecrated. Depart. Those who disobey shall be slain. Uchiha Shijan bellowed, his crimson three-tomo swirling wildly in his eyes, betraying the intensity of his emotions. As the leader of the Uchiha, this disgrace would undoubtedly haunt him for a lifetime. Yet, survival promised a glimmer of hope. The hatred of the weak is ultimately futile. Ying Ye Onaiken. What is the matter with them? Little Tsunade hurried over, clutching Ying Ye's leg, her cherubic face pressed against his abdomen, her tone laced with concern. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye crouched down, a gentle smile gracing his handsome features, as he reached out to playfully tug at little Tsunade's cheeks. You've encountered something both fearsome and alluring. Have you not? Come now, smile. Do not wear such a frown. Is that strange uncle not the one you know? Little Tsunade inquired, her words slightly muddled as her cheeks were playfully pinched. Indeed, Ying Ye nodded, releasing his grip. That strange uncle's gaze is so terrifying. He is not you, right? Little Tsunade rubbed her small face, her eyes filled with anticipation as she inquired. It's a shadow clone, similar to the deranged ones you've encountered recently, though this one is a tad more unhinged. Ying Ye chuckled softly, patiently elucidating. I understand, she replied. I'll go find Orochimaru and the others to train, striving to grow stronger so that I can assist Brother Ying Ye. With that, little Tsunade turned and dashed out of the courtyard, her recent experiences having transformed her considerably. It felt as though she and Ying Ye belonged to two different worlds. If she did not exert herself, she would forever lag behind his footsteps. As she envisioned herself as Ying Ye's fiancée, her heart felt an immense pressure. Creaking sounds echoed as the unfilial daughter departed, leaving Senju to propel his wheelchair toward the devastated house. Aren't you going to ask anything? Ying Ye turned, casting a curious glance at Senju. What is there to inquire about? I am old, a mere invalid, and my time is limited. I cannot assist with the affairs of the young. My only capability lies in mending the house. Go on, do not dwell on me, just follow your own path. And take good care of Tsunade and her brother. Senju waved his hand, his tone amiable. Understood, Ying Ye nodded, lifting his gaze to the left side of the first floor, where he could see Aunt Tsukio tending to a child by the bed. Upon noticing his gaze, she turned and revealed an elegant, gentle smile, as if the earlier turmoil had never transpired. Ying Ye returned her smile and then beckoned the shadow clone imbued with the memories of the volatile doppelganger, sprinting toward the depths of the Senju clan's territory. In a secluded, uninhabited grove stood a wooden cabin, harboring a secret passage leading to Ying Ye's private laboratory. The scene was expansive, the equipment sophisticated, known only to him and Senju Mugen. With mundane matters settled, it was time to unveil the contents of the box. After enduring a torrent of memories for nearly a year, his physical form and the mental fortitude accumulated over 2 lifetimes should suffice to withstand the onslaught. Taking a deep breath, Ying Ye solemnly stepped into the passage, where an elderly man awaited patiently in front of the cabin. In the tranquil chamber, the orange glow of the fire flickered like fireflies, casting elongated shadows of the red-haired boy seated cross-legged on the ground. A wisp of white mist gradually dissipated into the air, as a surge of memories flooded into Ying Ye's mind like a tidal wave. The anguished cries were muffled by the sealing technique, echoing within the chamber for an extended duration. Damn it, this is overwhelming. No wonder few dare to practice with shadow clones. It feels as if my head might explode. Ying Ye gritted his teeth, emitting a guttural growl akin to that of a ferocious beast, exerting every ounce of strength to absorb the deluge of memories. After what seemed like an eternity, the heavy panting gradually subsided. Thud. Ying Ye, drenched in sweat, collapsed onto the ground, having successfully endured the ordeal. His eyelids slowly closed, and he unexpectedly drifted into slumber. When he finally opened his eyes, a full day and night had elapsed, and the throbbing pain in his head had finally settled. He had miscalculated. He should not have acquiesced to that rogue clone's request. Ying Ye muttered a curse under his breath, yet a smile soon adorned his handsome face. He licked the corners of his lips and murmured, "Nevertheless, the gains are truly substantial. In the entirety of the shinobi world, only Uchiha Madara possesses such profound heritage." After absorbing the memories of his tempestuous clone from the past year, Ying Ye had also grasped the fruits of that year's cultivation. The process had been excruciating, yet the rewards were astonishing. Firstly, he had acquired a method for cultivating the first 6 levels of the vitality martial arts. And regarding the 7th level, the embryonic Dan realm, the tempestuous clone and Uchiha Madara had deliberated on 3 feasible strategies. The progression in the study of vitality martial arts had made significant strides. Secondly, the development of the true gang martial techniques had reached an intensity capable of shattering the defenses of Susanoo, provided one attained the level of the tempestuous clone. There were 4 techniques in total, each named Wind God Leg, Heavenly Frost Fist, Cloud Dispersing Palm, and 3 parts returning chi. The Wind God Leg. Utilizing the transformative properties of wind chakra combined with the all-encompassing nature of water element true gang, was a martial technique that integrated both movement and attack. The Heavenly Frost Fist, founded upon water element true gang, incorporated the transformative properties of water chakra to solidify water into ice. A single punch could freeze Susanoo within a circular area of approximately 5 meters in diameter. Even a mere graze on a fragile ninja's skin would result in being encased as an ice sculpture by the chilling force of the strike, categorizing it as a control-oriented, wide-ranging offensive technique. The cloud-dispersing palm was a research-intensive, offensive martial technique based on water element true gang. When unleashed, it resembled a waterfall plummeting from hundreds of meters high, possessing immense force, capable of breaking through Susanoo's defenses with a single blow. Meanwhile, the 3 parts returning chi was a devastating finishing move that fused the first 3 martial techniques. The tempestuous clone had once used this technique to smash a large hole through Susanoo. It is important to note that the reference point here was Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo. Widely regarded as the strongest defense in the shinobi world, which was violently pierced by the tempestuous clone. This exemplified the might that martial arts should embody. The magnitude of this harvest was extraordinary, justifying the significant risks I undertook. Ying Ye took a deep breath, his dark eyes sparkling with an unprecedented excitement, further solidifying his conviction that his choices were indeed correct. Although the formidable martial techniques developed by the tempestuous clone were all based on water element true gang, Ying Ye was temporarily unable to cultivate them. Nevertheless, he had already mastered the transformative properties of both wind and water chakra. Furthermore, the development experience of these 4 martial techniques was readily available once Ying Ye reached the true gang realm. He might very well be able to use this knowledge as a foundation to create his own powerful martial techniques. Fortunately, before that individual fled, I had secured a substantial amount of Three Tails chakra. Perhaps I could integrate it into my true gang attributes, enabling me to wield these 4 martial techniques as well. A smile crept onto Ying Ye's lips, pleased with his foresight. The opportunity to extract a large quantity of water attribute, tailed beast chakra, from within the tempestuous clone was not one he would foolishly overlook. Gathering the chakra from the 9 great-tailed beasts to ascend to the true gang realm was indeed one of Ying Ye's objectives. The third significant acquisition was the senjutsu of Hashirama, which Uchiha Madara had honed through experience and research. Regrettably, he had been unable to master it himself. But he resolved to use it as leverage in his dealings with the tempestuous clone. Indeed, the world of ninjas possesses natural energy. However, throughout the historical canon, no one has successfully cultivated sage techniques within this realm. With this sage technique insight, 3 years hence, As I step into the dragon's cave and venture into the realm of summoning beasts, the likelihood of mastering sage arts will significantly increase. Excitement flickered in Ying Ye's dark eyes as he eagerly anticipated the passage of 3 years. The completion of sage arts would herald the moment of fully grasping the profound mysteries of Hashirama's Wood Release. At that time, Ying Ye would stand as one of the mightiest beneath the 6 paths. Taking a deep breath to quell his exuberance, Ying Ye clapped his hands, causing a burst of white mist to reveal a scroll of sealing containing the cells of the irascible clone. This marked the 4th significant acquisition. The irascible clone had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, and I had also mastered the demonic bud technique, obtaining its flesh cells. With such comprehensive conditions, it would be utterly unreasonable not to forge a pair of Mangeki Sharingan into a perfected version. The opportunity for acquiring power without drawbacks lay before him. To ignore it would be sheer folly. Ying Ye retrieved a glass jar, placing it before him, and murmured softly. The transformation of the irascible clone provided him with a pivotal idea, the infinite generation of Mangeki Sharingan, a concept perfectly tailored to his own needs. The acquisition of Byakugan was not an immediate concern. Given time, Ying Ye was confident in possessing simultaneously the Rinnegan, the Sharingan, and the purest form of Byakugan. At that moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki would find himself addressing him as elder brother, marveling at his prowess. Contemplating this, Ying Ye felt a surge of excitement. Establishing the blood release with clone forbidden technique was indeed the wisest choice of his life. With it, shattering the boundaries of the ocular realm was no longer a mere fantasy. As a rare, unencumbered traveler, it was only natural to craft one's own advantages. Thus, he began. Ying Ye inhaled deeply, summoning a blood release with clone to wield a blade. With precision, he opened his chest, creating a slender incision in his heart to introduce the cells of the irascible clone. Subsequently, he invoked the demonic bud technique. The process unfolded unexpectedly smoothly, bolstered by the experience with the irascible clone. Approximately 3 hours later, a visage resembling his own emerged upon his chest. Thereafter, Ying Ye sat cross-legged, directing his will to channel the true essence within his dantian, repeatedly washing over his limbs and internal structures, flowing through his heart, and thoroughly activating the latent Uchiha bloodline hidden deep within him. After a day and a night elapsed, Ying Ye opened his eyes wide and proclaimed, "Sharingan, awaken." In that instant, his dark pupils quivered, a crimson glimmer manifesting, swiftly coalescing into a vivid scarlet tomo. The 3rd layer of chi and blood martial arts. The 4th layer, inner strength. The 5th layer, true essence. And every subsequent layer would enhance the ninja's bloodline. Ying Ye currently stood between the realms of inner strength and true essence. To have spent a full day and night only to awaken a single tomo was astonishing. The efficacy of refining bloodlines at the true essence realm was indeed formidable. Though perplexed, Ying Ye's smile revealed an underlying joy. The awakening of the Sharingan is not an instantaneous occurrence. It demands considerable time to refine one's bloodline, thereby allowing the latent genes within Ying Ye to awaken. The origins of the 5 great clans in the ninja world trace back to the Otsutsuki brothers, implying that, on a genetic level, they share a kinship. The peculiar instance of Uchiha awakening the Byakugan is not beyond the realm of possibility. It is time to visit the Uchiha clan. Acquiring the forbidden techniques of Izanagi and Izanami is imperative. Ying Ye rose with remarkable determination, acting swiftly as he made his way to the Uchiha territory. In Konoha, the Uchiha clan served as the elite guard, a position of considerable power, second only to the Umbu. The remuneration for this role was among the highest in the village. From this perspective, while Senju Tobarama publicly spoke of the inherent malevolence of the Uchiha, his actions prioritized the stability and prosperity of Konoha. Konoha requires the strength of the Uchiha. However, in the present, the village relies solely on the monstrous talent of Ying Ye to instill fear in the 4 great ninja villages. The Mist Village serves as a cautionary example, remaining quiet and inactive since. To date, there have been no incidents of aggression against Konoha's bases across the ninja world, indicating that the current 3rd Mizukage commands considerable respect and authority, effectively restraining his subordinates. With a series of footsteps, a red-haired youth swiftly approached the gates of the Uchiha clan. The guards at the entrance, taken aback, widened their eyes in alarm and promptly informed their superiors of the situation. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man rushed out, and upon seeing Ying Ye, his black eyes transformed into the 3-tomo state, his expression a complex mix as he bowed slightly. Lowering his head, he spoke softly, "Lord Ying Ye, please follow me." Ying Ye nodded, his demeanor calm as he followed, a testament to the confidence and status afforded by his formidable strength. The path was enveloped in silence. The crowd intentionally dispersed. As he surveyed his surroundings, he detected no signs of hidden ninjas, which brought him some relief. Unless absolutely necessary. He had no desire to engage the Uchiha, who were a group of endearing individuals with great love and compassion. It would be wasteful to extinguish their lives, as they should devote themselves to the path of martial arts. Before long, they arrived at the grand and imposing residence of the clan leader, where Uchiha Chishan resided and where the clan's significant affairs were deliberated. The news of Ying Ye's visit had prompted a two-day debate among the factions of the Uchiha clan, which momentarily ceased under Uchiha Chishan's admonition. Figures were scattered around, some crouching, others standing or perched on rooftops, nearly filling the periphery of the assembly hall. Numerous pairs of crimson eyes fixated intently on the approaching red-haired youth. Their gazes varied yet unified in an unmistakable shade of reverence. "Mirror, I trust the past few days have been lively for you?" Ying Ye inquired, glancing up at the handsome middle-aged man perched atop a tree, whose expression was complex. This individual exuded a calm demeanor, suggesting he was easy to engage with, yet he was, in truth, somewhat inscrutable. A long, straight blade is slung across his back, his gaze cold and piercing, reminiscent of the seasoned warrior. He is Uchiha Kagami, a disciple of the second Hokage and a prominent figure among the conservative faction. Moreover, he is one of the first Uchiha who embraced integration into Konoha, dedicated to its protection. Having endured the ravages of war, he yearns to witness no more strife. "Ying Ye, you may enter, the clan leader awaits you." Uchiha Kagami's eyes, laced with crimson veins, maintain his usual aloof yet striking demeanor, uttering not a single word more. Upon hearing this, Ying Ye smiled, refraining from further teasing, and stepped into the council hall, deftly closing the door behind him. "Lord Ying Ye, what brings you here?" Uchiha Chiyama, weary and seated, faced a steaming cup of tea on the table before him, clearly freshly brewed. The customs of etiquette are highly valued among noble clans, and the Uchiha are no exception. Without unnecessary pleasantries, Ying Ye approached the table, his dark eyes shifting into a tomo-patterned Sharingan. A mysterious smile graced his lips as he silently regarded Uchiha Chiyama. In a swift motion, Uchiha Chiyama rose, inadvertently knocking over the cup. Hot tea splashing onto his hand without him noticing. A vibrant scarlet three-tomo whirled in his eyes, his face betraying shock, confusion, and fury. The unique power of the Uchiha had been usurped, and not through the conventional means of stealing a clan member's Sharingan. The malevolent red-haired boy before him might very well be uprooting the very essence of the Uchiha. Konoha has betrayed the first Hokage and the promises made to the great ninja clans. Uchiha Chiyama's composure shattered as he slammed his palm against the table, shouting furiously at Ying Ye. In response, Ying Ye chuckled nonchalantly, a glimmer of surprise surfacing in his eyes as he regarded Uchiha Chiyama. "Oh, such matters elude my knowledge. Chiyama, rest assured, my advancement has little to do with Konoha. The 5 great clans share a common origin. The Ghost Bud technique is merely a key that unlocks latent potential within the bloodline. This power has never solely belonged to the Uchiha." With that, Uchiha Chiyama's eyes darted, contemplating the veracity and credibility of Ying Ye's claims. Yet the more he pondered, the more absurd it seemed, ultimately concluding one answer: this wicked red-haired boy was deceiving him. Nonsense about the Ghost Bud technique. He had never heard of such a thing. If it truly existed, the bloodline limits of the ninja world would have long since spiraled into chaos. "I knew you would doubt me. Indeed, ignorance is humanity's greatest sin. Observe for yourself. This forbidden technique is not something anyone can simply meet the conditions for, nor can just anyone survive after having their chest torn open and heart pierced." Ying Ye shrugged, clapping his hands to summon the Book of Seals, flipping it to the page chronicling the Ghost Bud technique. After a full 10 minutes, a sound echoed as Uchiha Chiyama leaned back, collapsing into his chair, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes. He could discern the authenticity of the Book of Seals, especially when compared to some rare forbidden techniques recorded within, which were indeed present in the Uchiha clan. The truth could not elude him. To seize the Uchiha bloodline and awaken the Sharingan, one must seek out a high-quality source, particularly the flesh of Uchiha clansmen who have nearly awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. "My lord Ying Ye, the source of your awakened Sharingan likely stems from your clone. But from whom does your clone derive its power?" Uchiha Qianshan inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, his eyes trembling violently as a certain individual flickered in his mind. In modern times, there are but 2 Uchiha with the Mangeki Sharingan. Who else could it be? I trust you already have the answer in your heart. Ying Ye shrugged, responding with a playful smile. Frankly, Uchiha Qianshan's disarmed expression is rather amusing. Uchiha Madara? But he is dead, is he not? Bitter words escaped Uchiha Qianshan's lips. Let us dispense with the trivialities. I am here to negotiate a complete lineage of vital martial arts. If any member of the Uchiha clan can cultivate to the true gang realm, they should be able to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan smoothly. However, I will only grant 3 slots per generation, and you must provide me with specific names. Should there be one more, I will slay 10 of the 3 Tomo Uchihas, with no upper limit. Furthermore, each generation of Uchiha may select one individual to become my disciple, who will not count against the slots. Ying Ye took a sip of tea, his tone calm. There was not a hint of respect for the Mangeki Sharingan ninjas in his words, as if they were mere ants, easily extinguished. What is the price? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Qianshan felt a surge of vitality infuse his weary body. This offer was one he could neither refuse nor wish to refuse. Once, he believed the Uchiha clan to be the most powerful ninja clan in the shinobi world, deserving of reverence. Yet now, he realized he had been narrow-minded. It turned out that even the mighty Uchiha were merely mortals who had taken a slightly elevated path with shortcuts. In response, Ying Ye raised 2 fingers and stated gravely, "The first condition is your submission to me. The second is that you must deliver the unique tomes of the forbidden techniques Izanagi and Izanami to me." With that, a resounding bang echoed. Uchiha Qianshan raised his right hand and slammed it onto the expensive table, splintering wood flying in all directions. A fierce determination erupted in his crimson eyes, reflecting a savage madness. With a swift motion, he grasped a wooden rod approximately 1 meter long, stepping heavily toward Ying Ye. Thud, thud, thud. Determination glinted in Uchiha Qianshan's gaze as he gripped the irregular wooden rod, its end sharp and menacing enough to pierce an enemy's heart with a single strike. He advanced slowly towards Ying Ye, who turned to face him, curiosity and confusion flickering in his eyes. He thought, could it be that this fellow has lost his mind? What gives him the right? Has he already awakened the Mangeki Sharingan? With this thought, Ying Ye set his teacup down on one side of the table, the smile on his face gradually fading as he silently awaited Uchiha Qianshan's next move. If he could acquire a pair of Mangeki Sharingan, this endeavor would not be in vain. Regardless, the 2 forbidden techniques of Izanagi and Izanami reside here. The means of acquisition, be it through trade or theft, holds little significance. Step by step, Uchiha Chiyama advanced slowly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Ying Ye's visage, as if probing for something. After what seemed an eternity, he finally reached Ying Ye, the entire process consuming a full minute. Suddenly, with a decisive step forward, he stood merely a meter away from Ying Ye, inhaling deeply before proclaiming with fervor, "My lord Ying Ye, your vastness of spirit rivals that of the first Hokage. Your might shines with the brilliance of the sun, too radiant to behold. To yield to one of your stature, blessed with the Uchiha bloodline, is not a disgrace for our clan. Given the circumstances, there remains but one choice. I, Uchiha Chiyama, vow by the honor of my clan that the Uchiha shall forever remain subservient to you, until the day you no longer require our service." With a sharp crack, Uchiha Chiyama raised his right leg, gripping a wooden staff tightly before forcefully breaking it. Then, kneeling upon one knee, he held the splintered wood aloft, a testament of loyalty. This display momentarily left Ying Ye in a state of astonishment. Following that, he erupted into joyous laughter, striking the side of an opulent table in delight. "Ha! How amusing! I have made my decision. I shall impose no limitations upon the Uchiha. You may cultivate your bloodline techniques as you wish. I eagerly await the day when every Uchiha soars like a dragon." 10 minutes later, with a smile gracing his lips and an irregular piece of wood in hand, Ying Ye exited the Uchiha clan's gates, unimpeded. At that moment, a chorus of footsteps echoed as over 30 individuals, all bearing the 3 Tomo Sharingan, made their way towards the assembly hall, their crimson eyes fixated upon the shattered luxurious table, expressions grave. Had the negotiations faltered? It was over. At long last. The moment to confront Tobarama had arrived. Uchiha Shana stepped forward, a jubilant expression adorning his aged face as he adjusted his tone. Leaning closer to the clan leader, who lay slumped in his chair, staring at the ceiling, he spoke gently. "Chiyama, Konoha has breached our agreement. We can no longer endure this. Rise. Let us raise the banner of rebellion together and establish a ninja village of our own, belonging to the great Uchiha." Upon hearing this, some clan members stirred with interest. Although the Uchiha held high positions within Konoha, life in the village was not without its discomforts, often hampered by the upper echelons of Konoha. Leader. Uchiha Kagami inhaled deeply, darting forward to push Uchiha Shana aside, his tone urgent as he attempted to persuade. However, before he could finish, Uchiha Chiyama interjected. From this day forth, the Uchiha clan shall unerringly follow Lord Ying Ye. At these words, Uchiha Kagami was rendered speechless, while the smile on Uchiha Shana's face vanished, replaced by a darkness akin to a storm cloud. Veins bulged on his forehead as he stared incredulously at Uchiha Chiyama, his expression a mixture of shock, confusion, and frustration. Chiyama, do you comprehend the gravity of what you are saying? Responding to him were two curt and cold words. Shut up. Uchiha Chiyama lifted his head, straightened his posture, and his crimson eyes glimmered with murderous intent as they fixed upon Uchiha Shana. This old fool had not stood up when the former clan leader, Uchiha Madara, proposed to rebel against Konoha. Yet, after Madara's disappearance and the deaths of his son and daughter-in-law on the battlefield, he incited the clan to resist Konoha. His foolishness is beyond description, a true instigator and a typical backseat driver. Were it not to maintain the Uchiha's towering presence and reassure Senju Tobarama, the individual he most longed to eliminate would be Uchiha Shana. No, absolutely not. How could the Uchiha bow to an outsider, especially one from the Senju clan? The sworn enemy of his own? Uchiha Shana, with a cold expression, stood atop the moral high ground, unflinchingly pointing fingers at the leader of the Uchiha clan. With a resounding thud, a fist, akin to a sandbag, struck Uchiha Shana's chest, sending him flying. The frail body collided with a mahogany pillar. A jet of crimson blood spewed forth, splattering onto the ground. A chilling and frantic scream pierced through the air, directed at Uchiha Chiyama. You've gone mad. Someone, quick. Chiyama has lost his mind. Restrain him. Uchiha Shana shrieked in madness. Unfortunately, even the radical members of his faction merely rushed to support him without taking action. For Chiyama was the clan leader, and to lay hands on him would signify betrayal to the clan. Merely opposing the leader's orders and sustaining injuries was far from sufficient justification. The notion of hierarchy in the ninja world is deeply ingrained, especially within a prominent clan like the Uchiha. Moreover, victory was not guaranteed, as the Uchiha, led by Chiyama, surrounded him, their gazes warily scanning the surroundings. Lord Ying Ye, possessing Uchiha blood, with his clone awakening the Mangeki Sharingan, serves as proof that he would one day become the Hokage of Konoha. Pledging loyalty to him is undoubtedly the right choice. Furthermore, I, Uchiha Chiyama, am the true leader of the Uchiha clan, not Uchiha Shana. Should there be anyone dissatisfied with this decision, they are free to leave Konoha and the Uchiha clan. I swear in the name of the clan leader that I shall never harm your wives and children. Uchiha Chiyama no longer feigned amiability. The ferocity and ruthlessness evident in his crimson eyes reminded the clansman of the one who ascended to the position of clan leader through strength and cunning after Madara's departure. Chiyama, you will regret this, Uchiha Shana shouted in anger as he was supported by his clansmen, departing towards the door, his frustration boiling over. You disgusting old fool. Where were you all this time? Uchiha Chiyama muttered under his breath as he resumed his seat, sharing the benefits he had acquired from Ying Ye with the remaining clansmen. A myriad of puzzled and bewildered gazes transformed into anticipation as they began to understand Uchiha Chiyama's decisions. Not a single Uchiha clansman could resist the allure of awakening the Mangeki Sharingan. Lord Ying Ye's magnanimity far exceeds that of Senju Tobarama. He is destined to become the Hokage of Konoha. From this day forth, the Uchiha shall usher in a true era of glory. Uchiha Qianshan gazed upon the scattered wood shavings, a flicker of relief igniting within his crimson eyes. Had it not been for the words he uttered in loyalty, the illustrious future of the Uchiha clan would have been but a fleeting dream. The sixth level of the blood and chi martial arts, true gang realm, may prove difficult to attain. Yet the Uchiha are never lacking in prodigies. Each generation yields at least 2 members with the Mangeki Sharingan, which suffices. In the Hidden Leaf Village, on the mountainside, a red-haired youth sat cross-legged upon a prominent boulder, his dark eyes fixed on the direction of the land of rain. Furrowing his brow, he murmured, "Time flows on. The 3-year pact has come due. Brother, why do you yet live?" Now, it had been 3 years since the tempestuous clone departed from Konoha, marking the time for the Dragon Cave to open its doors to visitors. At 14, he was but a year shy of reaching adulthood in the ninja world. It was time to set forth. Ying Ye rose, clapping his hands together, and proclaimed, "Forbidden technique, blood escape with clone technique." Upon uttering these words, the ground before him heaved upward, as trees resembling green tendrils twisted and intertwined, growing into a towering wooden giant, standing at an impressive 15 meters. Following this, a torrent of pure true essence surged forth, entering the wooden giant's form. Its size rapidly diminished, transforming into a red-haired youth of nearly 1.70 meters in height. Strikingly handsome, with a vivid mane of red hair that drew attention. 3 years of growth had expanded his meridians and dantian tenfold. The quantity of true essence cultivated over these years nearly rivaled that of the two tails, yet the blood flame cyclone had yet to merge into the sea of true essence, indicating that further perseverance was required. Leaning on one hand, Ying Ye's dark eyes reflected a hint of resignation. Despite the passage of time, he remained at the inner strength level. The cultivation of martial arts inner strength is divided into two parts, enhancing the blood flame cyclone and condensing the initial martial true essence, filling the dantian and nourishing the body. When one fully steps into the realm of true essence, the blood flame cyclone will merge into the sea of true essence, forming a vortex in the water that continuously spins to eliminate impurities, refining the essence until only flawless true energy fills the dantian. It is then that one can strive for the true gang realm. These experiences were gleaned from the tempestuous clone, as he was the only one to have attained the true gang realm. The detailed classifications of realms were thus established by Ying Ye. Currently, with the wooden giant reaching 15 meters in height, combined with his sealing techniques, it could likely withstand a half-body Susanoo. The summoned clone's stable existence was expected to last approximately 2.5 days, which should be sufficient. Ying Ye's gaze shifted downward to the clone's face, instructing, "Proceed to the Hokage Tower. If Tobirama is present, pay him no mind. If he is absent, you shall oversee Konoha." 2 years prior, after entrusting Ying Ye with the revised forbidden jutsu of the Jinchuriki, Tobirama seemed to transform into a different person. He spent the majority of his days ensconced within the laboratory, gradually delegating the duties of Hokage to Ying Ye. It had now been a month since he last visited the Hokage Tower. This situation was advantageous for Ying Ye. Over the past 2 years, he had visited each of the ninja clans within the village, successfully reshaping Konoha to his vision. The Ninja Academy had undergone numerous expansions, ensuring that every child in Konoha could receive 3 years of compulsory education. The expenses for food, books, accommodation, and all other costs are covered by the Senju clan. Within Konoha, who is unaware of the source of the Senju clan's wealth, it is all derived from the profits gained by Ying Ye through the sale of the 3-tiered bloodline quotas. His prestige has profoundly penetrated the hearts of the people, particularly in the eyes of the children at the Ninja Academy. Not merely a Hokage, but surpassing one in influence. This is undoubtedly aided by a certain individual's directive to their subordinates to deliberately promote and guide public perception. Suddenly, a crackling sound of electricity resonated around Ying Ye, and amidst the flickering luminescence of the electric currents, he vanished as if transported. In the next moment, he found himself in a distant, desolate, ancient land. The land of demons, vast in expanse, exceeds even that of the land of water. Geographically, it borders the land of earth, with the bare country lying beneath it, suffering from the ravages of the wind and earth nations. Yet, it remains distanced from the conflicts of powerful nations, thus leading a relatively prosperous existence, paying merely a meager protection fee annually to enjoy peace. To the northwest of the land of demons lies the land of snow, which had appeared in the original theatrical version, now having developed steam train technology, marking its initial steps into the steam age. At this time, Minato Namikaze has yet to be born, and the queen of the land of snow depicted in the film is likely in the same predicament. Perhaps he will visit her when time permits. Ying Ye stood upright, unfurling the map he had drawn while surveying his surroundings to confirm the coordinates of the dragon's cave. Before long, he obtained his answer and set off in a northwestern direction. 2 years prior, after Senju Tobirama gradually ceased to manage affairs, Ying Ye discreetly instructed the Konoha ninjas to distribute his flying thunder god markings throughout the ninja world. This technique is rather simple. It involves manifesting one's chakra to create a stable mark, inscribing it onto objects in various forms. For instance, it can be etched onto shuriken, rock walls, or even human skin. After acquiring the method of mastering the flying thunder god, Ying Ye was able to establish his own mark in less than half a day. 6 months ago, having perfected the flying thunder god technique, he gained the ability to swiftly traverse the nations of the ninja world. Half an hour later, a dark, irregular entrance emanating an ominous aura appeared before Ying Ye, mirrored in his ebony eyes. Upon meticulous comparison with the account provided by the monkey demon, He confirmed he was indeed at the right location, the Dragon's Cave, one of the 3 sacred places in the world of summoning beasts, ruled by a shape-shifting white serpent. Much like the old toad of Mayaboku Mountain, it boasts the title of Sage. What a ridiculous claim! An aged serpent dares to appropriate the title of Sage. Ying Ye scoffed disdainfully, his dark eyes swirling into the 3-tomo Sharingan, as he charged into the depths of the cave. As he ventured deeper, the hissing of serpents grew increasingly fervent, seemingly provoked by his intrusion. After traversing several thousand steps, a pair of faint golden lights emerged from the end of the passage, revealing sharp serpent eyes that intently regarded the unfamiliar human. In their gaze, there was a palpable greed and thirst. A serpent demon of the ninja world? Ying Ye furrowed his brows. The 3-tomo Sharingan enhanced his vision, making it feasible to discern faces from 100 meters away in dim light. A woman clad in white with a golden crown, upon which rested a golden orb, stared intently at Ying Ye with her golden slit pupils. The gaze was akin to that of a famished serpent, ravenously aware of its vibrant prey. This woman must be one of the 3 serpent spirits under the command of the Great White Snake. I wonder if her abdomen harbors some sort of magical core. Ying Ye halted his steps, as the sounds of colossal creatures slithering echoed from the rock walls to the west and east, preparing to observe the unfolding scene. He had not come seeking trouble today. Rather, he intended to harness the natural energies of the Dragon Cavern to cultivate his own celestial form. For this goal, he had been preparing for nearly 3 years. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, he could depart at any moment. Hoping these serpent spirits would not bring about their own demise, Ying Ye extended his right foot, stepping towards the serpent woman adorned with a crown. At that moment, the rock walls on either side were brutally breached, and 2 women clad in flowing white garments emerged, their piercing vertical pupils fixated immediately on Ying Ye, filled with avarice and desire. "Sister, it is not wise to indulge solo," remarked a red-haired serpent spirit, appearing youthful, as her gaze remained locked onto Ying Ye's retreating figure. "The scent of this human is utterly irresistible. I have not encountered anything like it in centuries." "Wait, Tenshin Shinji, why are you silent?" exclaimed another youthful serpent spirit, suddenly realizing something amiss. As her words fell, Tenshin Shinji, crowned and regal, dashed forth, brushing past Ying Ye. With a shrill cry, she transformed from a delicate beauty into a colossal green-striped serpent, instantly filling the dark passageway that was 10 meters wide and 100 meters high. The 2 pairs of eerie golden serpent eyes morphed grotesquely, inscribed with a crimson crescent moon pattern, as they maddeningly charged at their companions. "This is bad. Tenshin Shinji has been ensnared. That pattern is the kaleidoscope Sharingan spoken of by the immortals. How could human illusions exert control over us?" The sharp, piercing scream of the woman echoed, laced with serpentine hisses, sending chills down the spine. With a thunderous roar, the entrapped Tenshin Shinji did not hold back, her monstrous jaws biting down on one of her sisters, who was caught off guard and swallowed whole. This scene caused the last serpent spirit in the Dragon Cavern to glance over, her exquisite visage twisting into a savage snarl. Her fair, rounded face contorted like that of a malevolent spirit, her lips curling back to reveal a multitude of sharp teeth. "Accursed human, should I catch you? You shall wish for life to escape you and death to elude you, as I tear you apart piece by piece." The final serpent spirit hissed, reverting to her original form, lunging towards Tenshin Shinji. Meanwhile, Ying Ye lowered his right hand that had been raised before his chest, his crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan sweeping the surroundings. Confirming the area was devoid of witnesses, he clapped his hands together and declared, "Sealing technique, sound and breath isolation technique." As he spoke, a soft crimson light emanated from his being, swiftly expanding to encompass a radius of 100 meters, effectively sealing away all lingering traces of presence. This location was at least a kilometer distant from where the 3 divine sisters of the Dragon Cavern resided, ensuring it was safe and deep within the confines of the cavern. Here, an extraordinary reservoir of natural energy lies hidden within the ninja realm, rivaling even the might of the summoning beasts. For the past 3 years, Ying Ye has relentlessly harnessed this immense essence, refining his bloodline and astonishingly elevating the Uchiha lineage to the level of the Manjiki Sharingan. This remarkable achievement took him by surprise. Initially, it was anticipated that a breakthrough to the true gang realm of Qi and blood martial arts was necessary to reach such heights, as exemplified by the tempestuous avatar. However, his current success fills him with both joy and perplexity. Ying Ye surmised this might be intertwined with the Indra and Ashura chakra acquired from the Uchiha Madara bloodline, by his tempestuous avatar. The dragon's cave is even more expansive than I envisioned, which is fortuitous as it will not be easily discovered. For the three-headed serpent to free itself, it will require at least half an hour. Uchiha Madara, I hope your research into Hashirama's sage arts will not disappoint me. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Ying Ye recalled the findings from the sage arts research obtained from Uchiha Madara. Over the past 3 years, he had attempted this endeavor more than 100 times, coming perilously close to successfully absorbing natural energy into his body. Regrettably, he ultimately failed. Had it not been for his robust physique, he might have been overwhelmed and exploded by the violent natural energy. A soft breath escaped Ying Ye's lips as dark and sinister natural energy surged into his body, following a peculiar rhythm of breathing, flowing through his meridians and converging in his dantian. With a resounding hum, the blood flame vortex in his dantian trembled violently, spinning rapidly according to his will and following a specific pattern. Waves of malevolent energy surged forth, gradually being refined drop by drop. The entire process unfolded unexpectedly smoothly. What pure natural energy! I comprehend now. The natural energy in the ninja realm is chaotic and ferocious, while the dragon's cave harbors purified dark attributes. Thus, my Bokuzen might represent the light attributes. Such singular and natural energy is undoubtedly easier to absorb. Ying Ye's eyes opened slightly, a flicker of surprise and enlightenment illuminating his features, and he whispered with excitement, I am not mistaken in coming here. Today marks the moment I master the sage mode. The formidable strength of Senju Hashirama is greatly attributed to sage arts, as that vast natural energy bestows a profound transformation upon Wood Release. Regardless of whether it is Senju, Uchiha, or Hyuga, all are descendants of the Otsutsuki clan. Their greatest strength lies in their eyes. The legendary moniker of the Eye bloodline is not without merit. Uchiha Madara regarded Senju Hashirama as his lifelong rival, and his relentless pursuit of sage arts has never wavered. Ying Ye's ability to achieve this in a mere 3 years is a testament to that research. The person who understands you best is not your confidant, but your adversary. The Rinnegan is the sage's eye, while the Manjiki Sharingan is its subordinate, serving as the foundation for the sage's eye. With this foundation, I shall create my own sage mode. Accomplishing this is not insurmountable. Ying Ye took a deep breath, channeling the dark attribute natural energy refined within his dantian, using the immense true essence as the core, directing it towards his eyes. This process is perilous, yet it pales in comparison to the dangers he faced while pioneering the chi and blood martial arts. He is well experienced. Ying Ye abruptly opened his eyes. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan